Who should rule Syria? The Arabellion has only one central program point: Allahu Akbar. By Arend Heinlein. Dignity is one of those terms that is difficult to associate with a meaning, let alone a good one. Deprived of any binding force, it remains little more than a word that has been used for decades to describe the sensitivities of masses of people whose members have obviously conspired not to take their destinies into their own hands and instead defiantly point to a fate that has been imposed on them in advance. The lost dignity that is being regained today in the so-called Arab streets on behalf of those seeking meaning in the West is supposedly only to be had by resisting outside interference. Real and imagined Arabs believe they know that the talent for a just life has long been present in us Europeans too, and that this substance, which has been suspended within society, only needs to be liberated. The mission of the Christian God to all people to make something of themselves, i.e. to be free enough to become human instead of remaining in a state that is not yet human, therefore appears to be a provocation. More than 500 years ago, Pico della Mirandola characterized the concept of dignity as follows: I have not assigned you a fixed place or an appearance of your own, I have not given you a gift that distinguishes you alone, since you, Adam, are to receive and possess the place, the appearance, the gifts that you desire at your own will and discretion. The limited nature of the other beings is restricted by laws that I have given. You are to determine your own nature without restriction according to your free discretion, to which I have left you. I have placed you in the center of the world so that you can all the more easily recognize all that is around you in the world. I have created you neither heavenly nor earthly, neither mortal nor immortal, so that you can shape yourself freely by your own power, modeling and working yourself into the form you want. You can degenerate into the lower, into the animal. You can, if you wish, be reborn into the higher, into the divine. End quote. If one admits that the long road to becoming a worthy specimen of the human species begins with admitting to oneself that one is initially nothing and that there is nothing immutable and fixed to which one can adhere, then any insistence on a substance that one possesses from the beginning, an identity even, would have to be indignantly rejected. And really, there is no presupposed inside, only the appropriation of the outside can make you a human being in terms of appearance, thinking and feeling. The inside as an existential is empty from an individual point of view and, from a collective point of view, the glorifying affirmation of stupid prohibitions based on nothing but perpetuated violence. Even in Mirandola's time, recognizing what the world is all around did not mean turning to the lower and animalistic, which is what the basic cell of society, the family, stands for as long as it operates as an unquestionable social substitute consisting of clans, or where it has lost its power as a blood connection, as the longing for brothers and sisters in the identitary collective rises again. Reconquering an inner self as a liberating blow against a foreign and often enough hostile world that surrounds you is a deep desire of German rebels in particular, who seek revolution with their hearts. It seems that there must be more than just existing here and now as a critic, more laborious and lonely than one might like. This need is understandable, but the corrective against it must be strong enough not to allow it to become a voluntaristic claim against criticism. This goes hand in hand with a defiant admission that the revolution as the establishment of human dignity for an unknown time, which can be very short, is misguided and must be defended as a utopian claim against popular uprisings stylized as revolution, as well as against any offer to settle down where there is agreement that concessions must be made for the sake of getting through. We should have been warned at the very beginning of a chain of events. Not so much of the events in Tunisia, Egypt and elsewhere, but rather of those Germans who pinned the label revolution on them and openly stated what that meant in this country alone. The Süddeutsche Zeitung, whose mastermind Stefan Cornelius already summarized on February 5, 2011 what published opinion has had in store since January 2011 about German longing for revolution. Quote, people all over the world are following the revolutionary drama in Egypt with rapt attention. They are rooting for the courageous, they admire the drive, they perhaps also long for a similarly stirring moment in their lives. All those who fought for freedom in Eastern Europe are once again feeling the happiness that liberation can bring. Above all, however, the Arab Spring is finally bringing the level of enlightened self-confidence to the people in the region that the West has wanted to convey for so long. It is a self-confidence that cannot be imposed from outside. It comes from within, and it liberates not only from dictators, but also from false influence. End quote. It was springtime in cold February, and as in the cinema, people were spellbound by a revolutionary drama whose heroes they identified with, precisely because they were assumed to understand freedom as freedom from false influence, which, needless to say, comes from the West. These must be the shaking moments that you look for in vain in your own life. In a weekly newspaper whose editors, since January 2011, have obviously been longing for a similarly shaking moment in their lives as the Arab masses allegedly experienced, one of them wrote on February 24, 2011, the decisive factor is that people in Sana'a, Benghazi, and Manama are demanding democracy, freedom, and an end to their oppression. It's actually not that difficult to understand. End quote. What is striking about the crazy claim that freedom is on the advance in Yemen or Libya, of all places, is the intolerant tone in which reference is made to resistance throughout the country or in one's own ideological camp, just as if there had been relevant voices in Germany, of all places, that wanted to hold on to the deposed or oppressed Arab regimes. Somewhere along the line, there seem to have been some brakemen at work who should feel warned. Quote, those for whom these suddenly open paths to the future seem too uncertain are probably best off pretending that they have just found a way back to the past. End quote. In the face of such a compellingly presented pressure to decide, who would not side with the future, which has the added advantage of being open? The sociologist Ulrich Beck, who loves to talk about the non-ideological civil society counterpower of a young globally networked generation, had to serve as a cardboard comrade, but he can only explain the events in Egypt in the same way that the world used to be explained in a proper left-wing university seminar. Many Egyptians have taken to the streets not only to fight for their independence from Mr. Mubarak. They are also demonstrating for their independence from the USA and its allies. End of quote. Stefan Cornelius of Süddeutsche Zeitung, who knows that the Arab evils emanate from the USA and its allies, and therefore especially from Israel, would definitely agree with Beck. Oliver Paicha from Jungle World, on the other hand, has to stylize the Arab masses in such a way that they follow his script and not Beck's. Quote, if only these suddenly so irritatingly unpretentious Arab masses would follow the age-old script intended for them and realize again that Americans and Jews are their real problem. Because the world has to be static and changes are so hideously offensive to mental habits. End quote. The mental habit of claiming revolutions out of the inertia of Kreuzberg conditions even when the whole of Germany is doing so, just because people are demonstrating against state power on the streets of foreign countries, leads Paicha to a very defiant fatalism. Quote, part of saying goodbye to the ideologies of the last century is also the fact that the specific naming of the events between Tunis and Tehran is quite irrelevant. And whether one admonishes, advises, rejects, agrees or ignores in Europe, it still happens. End quote. We are fighting our own doubts and conjuring up a friend who could suddenly turn out to be an enemy, who can only be meant when the following is added. Quote, what the cautionary voices never say out loud about the new Middle East is the question of an alternative to what is actually happening. How could Mubarak have been kept? Or Ben Ali? How to preserve the status quo? With tanks or better with the Air Force? The question is pointless. There was obviously nothing left to stabilize. How many buckets of concrete would have had to be poured over Tunis at the beginning of the year to stop what was starting to move? And then forever? Or just for another year? So that at some point the horror in the Middle East would have become completely unbearable? They all fail to grasp the dimensions of what is happening in the Middle East. End quote. The dimensions of what is happening in the Middle East, i.e. not least the question of the potential threat posed to Israel by the Arab uprising, is something that no one is likely to be able to name precisely to this day, least of all those who, in their revolutionary exuberance, forget how precious just another year of calm on their borders and in the region as a whole is for Israel. A year in which neighboring Egypt accepts that Hamas is supplied with weapons through tunnels from Egyptian territory and increasingly allows the Sinai to become a deployment area for jihadists, but at the same time does not question the peace treaty, keeps the Suez Canal closed to Iranian warships and does not completely turn its territory into a platform for action and propaganda for militant anti-Zionists, is at least not a bad year for Israel on this national border. It remains remarkable how little Israel's justified interests in maintaining the Mubarak regime still count for a friend of Israel, which Oliver Paicha undoubtedly is, when revolution is the order of the day. Paicha talked himself into a drunken stupor that gives some insight into the irresponsible desire for movement for its own sake. How much must someone have given up on themselves as a critic to produce the following spin, and what kind of editorial team must it be that approved it for print? Quote, the Middle East is undergoing a huge upheaval. It didn't just start 4 weeks ago, and it won't end in 4 weeks. It began at the latest with the fall of Saddam Hussein, followed by the first democratic mass movements in Lebanon and Iran, which, however, stagnated again or turned into tenor and confusion. Since the departure of Ben Ali from Tunisia, however, there seems to be no stopping him, and after the departure of Mubarak, the only question that remains is what else could be unthinkable in this region. 40 years of Gaddafi? No more. What will the Middle East look like in a year's time, in 2 or even 4 weeks? And who knows how far the upheavals will extend indirectly, as far as sub-Saharan Africa or even China. End quote. A government has been overthrown in Egypt. It was a military force that sought a way out between clinging to the old president and the associated unpredictable unrest and carried out a coup. The system has survived unscathed to this day, and power remains where it was, namely where Nasser, Sadat and Mubarak came from. A change in society is obviously not envisaged by the interim rulers. The masses on the streets have successfully threatened civil war, but all they have achieved at first is that the immediate repression has temporarily faded into the background, and that they have been presented with the scapegoat they had chosen for themselves in the form of the Mubarak clique. The upheavals in Tunisia and even more so in Egypt have not led to any reflection on their own plight, which has remained the same even without Mubarak and Ben Ali. At least that is what one hears as little about it from the Süddeutsche Zeitung and Jungle World as from other media. Instead, since April, the news about the much-vaunted revolutionary process in these countries has dried up almost completely. The masses have fallen silent. Yet a pause by the masses after the departure of the worst agents of state coercion would not have been an expression of a lack of revolutionary consciousness or maturity per se. On the contrary. Pausing would have been the timeless moment in which nothing has yet begun, but the old has been temporarily banished, in which the immediate coercion has stopped, but is still barely banished over the insurgents. In front of them the tempting, perhaps the realm of freedom, behind them the constrained life in hopelessness, hardship and under the coercion. In Portugal in April 1974, at the height of the Carnation Revolution, the almost unbelievable happened. At the moment of greatest hope, in the feeling of having won and long before the infamous hardships of the plains, long before discipline and subordination for something possibly better nevertheless became everyday life again, thousands wept. All at once, they all realized the extent to which lack of freedom had shaped their lives, stunted their development, diminished their opportunities to find happiness. It was not some melancholy folk character, which the cultural industrial tourist consciousness has learned to bring to Fadu, that had found expression at that time, but in fact the spirit of revolution as a feeling that gripped every individual in the masses, in an unrepeatable moment when no program counted and neither Moscow nor Willy Brandt's Socialist International played a role. It was the moment when everyone thought of themselves, their lives, their betrayed hopes, their unsatisfied desire for happiness, and could experience this in an unorganized way and without hatred with others, without drawing a collective order from it. If a revolution were to have taken place in Tunisia or Egypt, then it would have to be proven by the actors' despair about their own lives. But not even despair is a condition for liberation, where everything happens in the group. Only when the individual outcry against the coercion behind the coercion can be heard in the uprising, when the rebellion against the superiors also takes place against all instances that stifle life, can we speak of revolution. The fact that these potentials, which may have been dormant in the Tunisian and Egyptian uprisings, have not even been expressed is also the fault of the Western admirers of the revolution, who deliberately gave little or no thought to who their new revolutionary subject actually is and how they could possibly jump to its side in solidarity. All that was needed were a few shadowy pseudo-concepts, all of which sounded strangely familiar, young, spontaneous, at the cutting edge of communication technologies, and the urgent desire not to prescribe freedom to the revolutionaries from outside in a colonial manner. Instead, a vitalist movement was invoked that instinctively did the right thing, that could apparently stand up for something new simply because its protagonists could not even say whether it should be a different society, and if so, which one. The secret of the Arab revolutionaries is that, for all their chanting of demands, they are basically silent. Being for jobs and bread and against the old bigwigs and their henchmen is understandable, but neither a program nor an expression of longing for a better life. At least in Egypt, this is one of the reasons why those who want to carry out their seemingly eternal destiny on the population will prevail in the upcoming elections. Liberation can only be understood negatively, as the abolition of coercion. To grasp coercion only in its immediate form, in the misdeeds of the state's henchmen, is a misfortune that has befallen so many revolutions. As unthinkable as it is to overthrow state power, it is often strange that revolutionaries agree with a power that continues to operate after the overthrow. In his book Deutschland über alles, Kurt Tucholsky materialistically complained about the notorious overcrowding of apartments and even beds that the proletarian can never be alone. Or simply, private. The private sphere is certainly also that which is closed off and thus always an expression of the subjectively experienced but also objectively established impossibility of penetrating to the other. No ability to communicate can bridge it. The more intensively one deals with it, the more lost one must feel. The burden of the bourgeois legacy weighs heavily. Any preoccupation with revolution in Western societies must come up against it. However, the Egyptian or Arab misery does not even begin with the overcrowded houses. It starts when someone no longer wants to go out. Tucholsky's workers needed privacy. Egypt's inhabitants, who are never alone even if the house is big enough, because family visits can be expected every hour, still have to earn it. In Tunisia, where it all began, the most depressing beacon was the self-immolation of Mohamed Bouazizi, a desperate man whose memory has been tarnished because some made him out to be a hero, which he was not, and even wanted to recognize an example in his actions, while his family worked on an even more depressing legend. Quote, Muhammad poured petrol on himself, that much is clear, but his sister Layla comes up with a surprising explanation as to why he did it. He couldn't bear the shame of being slapped by a woman, she says. However, her brother did not want to kill himself. Muhammad had gone to the petrol station, poured the petrol over himself, and then jumped around shouting and swearing. He apparently accidentally struck a spark with his lighter, which set him on fire. It remains unclear whether this is the truth or whether the family wanted to use this story to spare themselves the humiliation of suicide, which is particularly terrible in Islam. What is certain is that the fire extinguisher used by nearby friends and relatives to put out the flames did not work. Bouazizi suffered severe burn injuries and was in a coma until his death on January 4. It will never be known what actually went through Mohammed Bouazizi's mind on that Friday 5 weeks ago. What is clear is that his self-immolation was the sign Tunisia had been waiting for. Within days, thousands protested in Bouazizi's name against Ben Ali's regime. Against youth unemployment, against police arbitrariness, for more freedom. Bouazizi's name was instrumentalized by many groups and for many purposes. End quote. You can break down Bouazizi's sister's statement either way, but the result is equally terrible. Either it really was as she says, or she wanted to save the family honor because suicide is a disgrace. In both cases, a slap in the face by a woman is presented as the trigger, a humiliation so abnormal that almost any pathological act has to be considered normal and honorable. Another message from a region supposedly freed from coercion reads like this. Quote, a young man writes that he is in love with a girl and wants to marry her. Now he has learned that she has been genitally mutilated. He has heard that circumcised women feel little or no pleasure during sex, so he asks whether he should marry her anyway. The doctor's answer is both sad and correct. It is true that genital mutilation restricts women's desire, but this should not be a reason not to marry someone you love. End of quote. This news comes from a report by Thomas von der Osten-Sackens from northern Iraq and, despite all the cruelty, opens up the possibility of a change for the better. In Egypt, as in Kurdish northern Iraq, it is estimated that over 90% of women are genitally mutilated, but the revolution-enthusiastic press did not report that this attack on happiness in sexual union was the subject of the protests. In Tunisia, Egypt and other countries of the Arabellion, on the other hand, one often hears young men complaining that they cannot marry because, as long as they do not earn enough money, no one will give them their daughter as a wife. We have not heard of any of these men rebelling against the ban on marriage due to lack of income, or of girls being asked how they feel about it. The demands are based on sufficient income, which should be used to lead a life in which one is never alone and to perpetuate a form of society in which the difference between public and private should remain unknown. The old thus remains unquestioned. It will remain unquestionable as long as it is feared that the path of revolution will lead inwards and that the new will not come from outside. Volker Picha knows that this is the case. Quote, of course the old Middle East still exists, its ugliness has not suddenly disappeared since the beginning of the year. The anti-Semite and the conspiracy theorist, the Islamist and the last Ba'athist, the patriarchs and the moronic angry superfluous sons, they are all still there. End quote. But where is the new thing that gives cause for hope? He doesn't know, but it's always enough for a murmuring postmodern But a counter-narrative is just emerging, which consists of the fact that the demonstrating Egyptians did not act as murder burners. Quote, the self-discipline of the demonstrating people in their freedom squares alone is incredible. What kind of chaos would any expert on the Middle East have predicted if Mubarak had been suddenly overthrown at the beginning of the year? End quote. In order to anticipate the disappointment that he knows will inevitably occur as long as the pride shared by Nasrists and Muslim brothers in being Egyptian is not put to rest and the influence supposedly imposed from outside is not happily accepted, he admits, yes, there will be terrible setbacks in the coming years. But that's much better than the mendacious calm that has prevailed so far, always combined with the idea that one day it will all explode anyway. End of quote. Leaving aside how many Egyptians, whether Christian or Muslim, and how many Israelis will one day lie dead in the streets in the wake of predicted setbacks, the reference to the self-discipline of the demonstrators is a more than ambiguous statement. No murders, looting and rape during the demonstrations should be a matter of course when talking about revolution and not an act of renunciation called self-discipline, which should be particularly praised. On the other hand, wouldn't the overdue cultural revolutionary attack on the rule of tradition, religion and family, against the community of brothers, the desexualization of sisters with a simultaneous oversexualization of all women, especially unmarried women, as the first act of liberation be an attack on self-discipline? The reign of taboo does not only succeed through the threats of sanction and exclusion that moral society imposes on the unruly, it functions essentially through those terrible instances of inner correction that enclose one in the collective shell so fatally that any protest, no matter how loud, must come to nothing as long as this collectively maintained lack of dignity persists. Even the most old-fashioned theorems have a certain plausibility touched with reason in the face of the equally redundant and existentialistically charged celebration of the Arabellion. When the notorious anti-Zionist Bernhard Schmidt from Paris and the no less notorious anti-Bellicist Thomas Schmittinger from Vienna, also writing in Jungle World, believe they can discover signs of organization in Egypt and elsewhere as they desperately try to assert something like class structures and interests, they are almost completely wrong. Their Leninist explanations nevertheless point to the conditions under which upheavals occur, which people have learned to glorify as revolutions. The question of the interests of the groups supporting an upheaval can at least provide answers to the possibilities of reorganizing a society and is thus, bizarrely, superior to all those explanations that only want to recognize masses that have to be as young as possible. Leninists are often allied with the old, but they do not mean the very old. They refer to earlier freedom movements and the banishment of pre-societal ties that they effected, without ever having appreciated the utopian hopes for reconciliation already inherent in them. They gladly assume the defeat of their predecessors and state that their project cannot be realized without the free wage worker. They gratefully take note of the fact that the free wage laborer is already a polished one, long since subjected to the compulsion to work and the conditioning associated with it. They are convinced that the morality of the worker will express itself in a self-discipline that is averse to excess, in fitting into the social constraints of the then-state socialist company community. Revolutionary workers' leaders had in mind a petty bourgeois without a corner store, a civil servant without the obligation of the old rule, a master craftsman without private means of production, prototypes who would be able to keep moderation in the question of personal happiness and would be satisfied with the gradually larger rations. Brigitte Ryman, a heroine of GDR literature, succinctly and exhaustively described the party's mission for the GDR factory community in a book titled, Arrival in Everyday Life. Published in 1961, this book, which is still regarded as a classic today and is no longer published by Aufbau but by the Western publisher Wagenbach, describes the arrival of 17-year-old Rika at the Schwarz Pump Combine. This fictional young woman, whose mother was gassed as a Jew, who herself survived in a Nazi children's home and who, like all real Jews in the GDR, was granted her status as a persecutee of the Nazi regime after fierce debates, albeit reluctantly, because the communist resistance fighters were strictly against it, says resolutely, "I don't always like to travel on my VDN card. I don't always like to be pitted and pampered and to step out of line." End quote. She says this because Jewish bad habits, and that is the dancing out of line, the stripping of privileges, the parasitism, are vigorously combated in the same novel. Carried out on one of Rika's 100% Aryan colleagues, for good measure. These are the costs of self-discipline in a dreary everyday life in which getting by means subordination, and the reward is the right to investigate and punish subjects hostile to the company. This oppressive outlook, which not only represents the longing for security in the community as nostalgia in the middle of the free West, this longing of Western man for necessarily repressive collectivity is due to the panicky fear of solitude and the lack of confidence that he can at least partially overcome and endure it alone. The senseless enthusiasm for protesting young men and the special emphasis on the vanishingly few women involved in countries where loneliness is a privilege and dancing out of turn is the almost impossible but only access to happiness does not point to empathy or even identification with their barely articulated longings. What one cannot achieve oneself, although it is possible, the curse of the black pump could never completely liquidate the dream of a better life, even in the East, which is certainly expressed in Brigitte Ryman's later books, is apparently supposed to make an Arabellion possible. The protesting Tunisians, Egyptians, etc. function as a substitute for revolution, because they are probably desperate people looking for a way out, who want something better than the twilight in the Ummah that is intended for them. Their failure, which is due in large part to the disciplinary coercion of the community at work in them, is being transformed into a victory for freedom by people who want to recognize something completely new in the appalling consonance of the men's sociability on Tahrir Square and elsewhere, something that simply happens and does away with all the old garbage. While it is so infinitely difficult in Egypt to form a concept of human dignity against the moral collective, the Western fan of the Arabellion has decided quite voluntarily to degenerate into the lower animal. As so often before, he has torn out his longing to be reborn into the high, into the divine. Quote, "At the heart of our common endeavor must be a determination to stand with men and women in every nation who stand for what President Bush has called the non-negotiable demands of human dignity, freedom of speech, equal rights for all, respect for women, religious tolerance and limits on state power. We must reject the condescending view that freedom cannot flourish on Middle Eastern soil, or that Muslims have no desire to be free. End quote. So much for Condoleezza Rice, the security advisor to then U.S. President George W. Bush. Of course, left-wing common sense immediately senses that people are lying and deceiving here, all just products of the imperialist propaganda machine and the geofascists. Although such demands are indeed negotiable elsewhere, and there are many a state among the United States allies whose people must be wished liberation from the regime terrorizing them, the leftists of all stripes who are indignant about American hypocrisy and one-eyedness must be told that this optimistic picture of the mutability of man and the conditions in which he lives is far more sympathetic than the imperturbability with which German cultural relativists invoke the eternity of misery and barbarism. Anyone who wants to understand why it is currently necessary to relate positively to U.S. policy will have to grasp the change associated with the years 89/90/91. Only if one faces up to this comprehensive shift in coordinates in politics, economics, and ideology, and this includes the shattering of left-wing identities and self-evident facts, does one have a chance of grasping reality. Where such reflection is absent, an explanation of the world that until the early 1990s seemed to claim a residual degree of reasonableness due to a supposedly progressive real socialist alternative to the capitalist world order, solidifies into an unquestionable delusion, anti-imperialism. Ever since the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance disappeared, it has been clear that anti-imperialist phraseology, reduced to its folkish core, is not communist but German and serves only the purpose of counter-enlightenment. All that remains of the socialist world republic Ernst Busch is the authoritarian and barbaric intention to force humanity under anti-Western, i.e. above all anti-American rule. What could still be claimed in the 1960s and 1970s, in some cases with correct arguments, that it would be better to live without American influence on the economy and politics than within the hegemony of this empire, is today, where it is still attempted at all, constantly disgraced by reality. In contrast to 1991, when the U.S. government proclaimed the need to establish a so-called New World Order, today the USA is concerned with preventing a new world disorder. At the beginning of the 1990s, the USA placed great emphasis on multilateral action and turned its attention to Germany, which it wanted to have as a partner in leadership, alongside other NATO states. In a statement by Bush Sr. on the occasion of the 1991 war against Iraq, it was said, "It's about more than a small country, it's about a new world order in which different nations take care of a common cause." End quote. When NATO attacked Yugoslavia a few years later, it was disgusting to note that U.S. policy, committed to multilateralism, followed the German idea of a map sorted according to ethnic criteria and cooperated with the folkish gang of the KLA, which Robert Gelbhard, the U.S. Special Representative for the Balkans, knew as late as 1998 to be unquestionably a terrorist group. The proclamation of a new world order expressed the idea of an order in equal partnership without any immediate direct interest on the part of the USA. Quote, "It had to be shown that the weak have a strong ally in NATO for the enforcement of their inalienable rights, human rights." End quote. Thus, in April 1999, Chancellor Schroeder assigned the USA its role and the NATO attack on Yugoslavia under U.S. leadership as the climax and end of the multilateral humanitarian interventions, which were pushed by the USA in the course of the creation of a new world order, seemed to confirm him. Harsh criticism of the Clinton administration's line had long been forming in the USA at the time. According to Henry Kissinger, the missions did not reflect any traditional conception of the American national interest, in the sense that their outcome could have no effect on America's security by any historical definition. End quote. In the Kosovo conflict, the United States explicitly played the folkish card, thereby inflicting a foreign policy defeat on itself, the extent of which the majority of the political establishment did not realize until after September 11th. Although it would be presumptuous to claim that the folkish playing field was no longer an option for U.S. foreign policy after September 11th, it cannot be overlooked how impressed the U.S. is by having become the target of countries that had been important allies. During the Cold War, the proclaimed establishment of a multilateral new world order has turned out to be a spectacle from hell in the eyes of U.S. policymakers. Unlike in 1991, when the U.S. and the Europeans believed themselves to be the winners of history, the U.S. is now forced to react to direct threats. Not only because security interests dictate this after the attacks, but also because the massacre met with more or less open understanding, and since then global resistance to the USA has formed, from the opponents of globalization to the Arab League and the EU. The United States is thus confronted with a situation of linking its own immediate national security with global action. In its own interests, it must not only play the role of world policeman, but also discuss the role of global development aid worker, which was unthinkable just a few years ago. The newly formulated national security doctrine of the USA reads as a direct reaction to the changed security situation. It is a logical expression of the hotly debated plans for a reorganization of the Middle East in the USA. In the paper on the National Security Strategy of the United States, which was presented in mid-September 2002, the final turning away from the doctrine of deterrence, which had been in force for decades, was laid down. It emphasizes that the United States will work worldwide to strengthen free and open societies in which freedom, democracy, and free enterprise should be decisive for every person, in every society. This is a special kind of American internationalism that is preventively directed against all those who hate the United States and everything it stands for. When it concludes on the global arms potential, the president will not allow any foreign power to close the great gap that has developed since the collapse of the Soviet Union more than a decade ago. Then nothing better can happen to this world as it is in terms of realpolitik at the moment. In view of the well-considered actions in Afghanistan and Iraq, there are good reasons to believe that the U.S. strategy of nation-building is directed against the ethnic purity principle of self-determination of peoples and opts for the territorial principle. Nation-building in the USA is understood to mean the establishment and stabilization of state sovereigns to prevent a world disorder, the consequences of which would be catastrophic. Of course, the United States does not promise an economically prosperous, blossoming landscape, but nothing more than what can be expected from a capitalist power in a global economic crisis: pragmatic misery management. The character of the USA's approach is not determined by itself, but by what it is taking action against. The question is not whether to oppose U.S. policy, but who is doing so and why. Since the attacks of September 11th, U.S. policy has been talked about as if its aim were to plunge the entire world into chaos. The fact that the USA is concerned with creating the conditions for free world trade and taking consequent action against those who want to prevent it from doing so is certainly no secret to be revealed about U.S. policy. American strategists justify their interest in open world trade with the invisible hand invented by Adam Smith, which ensures that individual enrichment is also conducive to the prosperity of all. For them, the American way of life is the highest individual and social expression of this invisible hand. If free world trade is the goal and its actual human resource is to function in the sense of the American way of life, the question must be answered by what means and against whom the USA intends to enforce this. Instead of giving false answers to questions such as the meaning and purpose of years of U.S. support for Iraq, it should be explained why the consensus in U.S. policy after September 11th was, the path to peace in the Middle East leads through Baghdad. Henry Kissinger formulated the main questions of current U.S. strategy in his book The American Challenge as follows: what must we, for the sake of our survival, seek to prevent, however painful the means? What must we, in order to remain true to ourselves, try to achieve, however small the international consensus that can be reached, if necessary all by ourselves? What injustice must we absolutely eliminate? Which goals are simply beyond our reach?
End of quote.
As shocking as such a commitment to national self-interest may be for German do-gooders, it nevertheless provides reliable information about the standards by which U.S. policy can be measured. All speculations about the attitude of the USA to Islamism must be misleading if one is not constantly aware of the sober fact that its main interest is not in the fight against the anti-Semitic mania for destruction, but in the establishment of the necessary peace and order for the United States. It is impossible to be certain whether the connection between anti-Americanism and anti-Semitism is understood in the USA. However, it is at least possible to assume that the current U.S. strategy is a subjunctive of the right. They would have to grasp because, in their own interests, they ultimately have no other choice. The Americans are beginning to understand that the worldwide pacification of Islamic terror brings them ever closer to the most threatened, the Jews and their state. Even if the USA cannot consciously undermine the limits of its sovereignty for reasons of self-preservation, in the fight against Islamic terror it must face up to the global anti-imperialist consensus against itself and Israel, an internationalist challenge which the USA, for its part, can only defend itself against in an internationalist manner. For the first time, emphasizes Henry Kissinger, America is forced to develop a global strategy for an indefinite future, in which the ultimate challenge is to transform power into moral consensus. It is precisely because the U.S. strategy consists not only of military intervention, but also of the interweaving of idealism and realism, of values and interests, in order to make the world a safer place for itself, that proven pessimism is misplaced. We understand the nature of the enemy. We know that they hate us for what we love, declared George W. Bush at the end of November 2002, warning of the dangers of a new age. Critics of the USA tend to forget that enduring freedom does not only mean military engagement, but also the promotion of development aid. The fact that the USA spends more than $10 billion on this than any other country in the world, and that, in addition, 3 times this amount flows from private charitable institutions to developing countries, is suppressed by global anti-IM propaganda. After September 11th, not only reconstruction and development aid is an essential part of the U.S. security concept, but also the smooth seductive powers of the American cultural industries, FAZ, especially television and radio stations, are to do their work, especially in the Arab countries. In addition, a major educational campaign with targeted counterinformation is intended to push back the influence of mosques and religious schools in Europe, the Middle East and Asia as breeding grounds for radical Islamists and anti-Americanism, New York Times. Instead of organizing a moralizing carnival of tolerance or a monologue of cultures like the Germans, this project, called Information Operations, aims to influence public opinion in friendly or neutral countries, as a leading officer told the New York Times. In this context, we must warn against a world sovereign acting against the USA and Israel, which could administer counter-enlightenment on a global scale as a new world disorder. The UN could certainly transform itself into such a sovereign if the unilateral position of the USA were weakened. The legitimization and promotion of global anti-Western rackets and gangs by the UN, especially the benevolent promotion of the Palestinians as a decisive pilot project, this universal call for a de-Westernization of the world, Bassam Tibi, positions international law against the USA and Israel. In the left-wing weekly Freitag, it sounds like this: both see themselves as proven chosen peoples. As such, they see themselves as being above an international law that the others, the normal states, have given themselves.
End quote.
The USA defines global terrorism not so much by a strict definition of Islamic fundamentalism, but primarily by hatred of the American way of life. From their point of view, this also explains the connection between bin Laden and Saddam Hussein. It is pointless to speculate about what connections exist between Al-Qaeda and the Ba'ath regime. In fact, there is much to suggest that such connections do not exist for reasons of arch rivalry and that this is just clumsy US propaganda. But this is precisely why we should ask ourselves the following question: if Al-Qaeda and the Iraqi regime are rivals, what is this rivalry about? Bin Laden and Saddam Hussein are competing for supremacy in the Gulf because both want to be the strongest Arab enemy of the USA and Israel, behind whom all other enemies of the West would then have to rally. In this context, oil is only an issue insofar as the USA wants to prevent Arab oil from being used as a strategic weapon. Henry Kissinger explains this as follows: the simple fact is that the democratic industrialized countries cannot allow themselves to be denied access to Gulf oil, or stand by and watch the Gulf being controlled by a country or group of countries hostile to our welfare.
End quote.
With the ejection of the UN inspectors from Iraq in 1998 at the latest, the USA not only disgraced itself, but also proved to be toothless. There is every indication that this apparent weakening of the USA has finally shaken the sleeping dog bin Laden awake. Iraq has become a precedent not only for the entire Gulf region. After all, the USA was politically prepared and militarily capable of unilaterally enforcing the removal of the tyrant Saddam Hussein against the rest of the world and thus setting a decisive example for change in the region. Kissinger said, "The countries in the region that depend on the United States will ultimately measure its importance to their security by America's ability either to remove Saddam or to weaken him to the point where he no longer poses a threat, whatever they may say publicly." With the United States as the de facto guarantor of all borders in one of the world's most volatile regions, the security of the Gulf today depends on the widespread perception of America's ability to deal with the consequences of Saddam Hussein's continued rule and growing strength.
End quote.
In view of these lines, one must not forget the extent to which the Ba'ath regime had succeeded in achieving a relaxation of UN sanctions with a tendency towards a far-reaching normalization of global relations, until the USA increased its pressure on the UN immensely in 2002 and thus forced a new Iraq resolution by the Security Council. In the context of the strategy of so-called preventive self-defense, the removal of Saddam Hussein had become necessary for U.S. policies simply because they were no longer interested in intimidating states, but in transforming them. These transformations should result in sovereigns that are able to contain the threat to the United States as far as possible. The dictum that anyone who is not for the USA is automatically against it can be understood in this way and no other. This de facto ban on neutrality goes hand in hand with the fact that despotic states such as Saudi Arabia in particular should no longer allow themselves to play a double game to strengthen the Islamist international. The Arab region is not a powder keg that would explode as a result of U.S. intervention in Iraq, but rather resembles a huge oil barrel with Islamist sediment. This illustrates a situation in which the so-called masses in particular are increasingly falling prey to Islamist delusions. Stopping this influx and strengthening the pro-Western and secular forces against it has been in the interests of the USA since September 11th at the latest. It is therefore a question of controlling a region whose desolate and unaccountable state is reflected in every single Arab ruler. When U.S. Vice President Dick Cheney states that a regime change in Iraq would mean a number of benefits for the region, he is expressing what Zbigniew Brzezinski calls for as the revival of the lost optimism of the West, and what the fundamental difference is to the folkish-oriented EU and its leftists. You can twist and turn it however you like. The fall of Saddam Hussein opens up the opportunity for movement in the region. And nothing better could happen at the moment. It also opened up the opportunity for people to become receptive to secular ideas that could give them cause for self-doubt and self-reflection about their way of life. However, the quite probable disappointment at the experienced material non-fulfillment of these ideas does not necessarily have to result in mythological godforsakenness and the development of a folkish tribal consciousness, but can certainly promote the profanation of self-consciousness, i.e. the disenchanted materialized desire for change. This hope can be ridiculed as anti-German nonsense. But firstly, it is justified by the existing reality in the Arab region, and secondly, it is certainly better than the tasteless pessimism of the anti-imperialists, who currently have only one demand when it comes to the Middle East: hands off. Things should stay as they are, they say, because any change introduced by force from outside will only produce more hatred and violence. This can only be countered by what George W. Bush emphasized in his usual simplicity before the German Bundestag on May 25, 2002, poverty does not breed terror, and the maxim, not only valid for the USA since September 11, that there is a greater risk in waiting than in acting, coined by U.S. Vice President Dick Cheney. When Cheney emphasizes his country's reorientation towards the Islamist threat with the words, "The truth is that these times hold not only dangers, but also opportunities," then we can only agree with him. In his first address to the nation after the attacks in New York and Washington on September 11, 2001, George W. Bush announced a war on terrorism that America must now wage and win. He initially described the attacks themselves only as terrorist and evil acts and mass murder, but defined them more precisely the following day: the deliberate and deadly attacks perpetrated against our country yesterday were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war.
End quote.
The scale of the destruction and the military precision of the attacks, in which 4 passenger planes were each turned into homing missiles by a small group of hijackers and suicide pilots to destroy the symbols of the economic, political, and military power of the United States and kill thousands of people, could not be interpreted in any other way. That this was a war was an inescapable fact. But who was the enemy against whom the war had to be waged? The president first defined 2 categories of enemies, about which he said, "We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them."
End quote.
Without revealing exactly who and what he was talking about, although of course the press had long since figured out who he must be talking about, he continued, "The American people need to know that we face a different enemy, one that we have never faced before. This is an enemy that is trying to hide. But it will not be able to hide forever."
End quote.
"This will be a monumental battle between good and evil," he added menacingly. Ari Fleischer, the president's press secretary, described the enemy as nameless, faceless people. This is a different type of war than when you sort of knew the capital of the country that attacked you. A journalist, who obviously had no idea what this meant, asked him incredulously, "Can there be a war without a real national enemy?" But perhaps Ari Fleischer didn't really know that himself at the time, so he merely repeated in different words what he had already said: "This enemy has no specific border. This enemy doesn't have planes that are on the tarmac, and it doesn't have ships that move from one port city to the next. It's a different type of enemy."
End quote.
It wasn't until 4 days after the attacks that someone asked the president if Osama bin Laden had anything to do with it. He got the following answer: "No question, he's what we would call a prime suspect. And if he thinks he can hide and run from the United States and our allies, he's sorely mistaken."
End quote.
The September 11 hijackers were part of the international Al-Qaeda terrorist network, headquartered at the time in Afghanistan, where the Taliban ruled and harbored the terrorists. Thus, the enemy was now identified by name and address according to both categories previously defined by the president. But the question of how to wage and win a war against this enemy was still unanswered. In the Pentagon, however, the administration was already discussing the details of the forthcoming war in Afghanistan with the generals, and everyone could already imagine more about it when the president spoke once again about this new type of war. Quote, "The American people are familiar with conflicts where there was a beachhead or a desert to cross, or you knew the military objectives.
That may happen.
But right now we're facing people who are hitting and running. They are hiding in caves. We're going to get them out of there."
End quote.
This referred to the caves in the Tora Bora Mountains of Afghanistan, a kind of mountain fortress from the time of the jihad against the Soviet Union, where Osama bin Laden was hiding with his closest confidants, most of them, like himself, veterans from that time. This is where the monumental battle between good and evil would begin. But the identification of the enemy was still incomplete, because the administration had so far presented him without his ideology. The report published in 2004 by the Bush administration's 9/11 Commission said of Al-Qaeda, "Who is this enemy that has created an organization capable of inflicting such terrible damage on the United States?" We now know that these attacks were carried out by various groups of Islamist extremists. The September 11th attack was masterminded by Osama bin Laden. In the 1980s, young Muslims from all over went to Afghanistan to volunteer in the jihad against the Soviet Union. A rich Saudi, Osama bin Laden, was one of them. After the defeat of the Soviet Union in the late 1980s, Osama bin Laden and others founded Al-Qaeda to mobilize more jihadists. The history, culture and mindset in which Osama bin Laden shapes and spreads his messages are largely unknown to many Americans. Building on symbols from Islam's glorious past, he promises to restore honor to those who feel victimized by persistent foreign domination. It uses cultural and religious allusions to the Holy Quran and some of its interpreters. He addresses people who are disoriented by the tremendous changes brought about by modernization and globalization. His rhetoric draws on different sources: Islam, history, and the political and economic malaise of the region. Osama bin Laden also draws on the complaints about the United States that are widespread in the Muslim world.
End quote.
This was a succinct and complete description of the ideology, its content Islam, its medium the Muslim world, its goal world domination, its tenor and war its strategy. In its first statements after September 11th, however, the administration avoided speaking so openly about the connection between terror and Islam. As a precaution, it generally avoided using the words Islam and Muslim, although every new detail that became known about the attacks re-established the connection all by itself. For example, in the fourth hijacked plane, which was supposed to hit the White House, the terrorists were forced by a riot of passengers to crash the plane over a deserted field before the projectile reached its target. The cockpit voice recorder was preserved. The passengers' struggle with some of the hijackers armed with knives behind the closed cockpit door could be heard on it, as well as the last words of the suicide pilots before the crash they had caused. They shouted, "Allahu Akbar." The riot was not, as one was tempted to believe, made possible by a special trait of the passengers of this airplane, but actually by chance. The plane took off half an hour later than planned for air traffic reasons. By the time it was still more than 20 minutes away from Washington, so much time had passed since the first attack on the World Trade Center that the passengers were already aware of it through cell phone conversations with relatives and acquaintances and therefore fully understood the situation they were in. They discussed what else they could do, voted on it, and stormed the cockpit. For their part, when the hijackers realized that they could no longer fend off the uprising, they abandoned their plan and immediately crashed the plane. Above all, the incident demonstrated the importance of a realistic image of the enemy in times of war that is not distorted by false hopes. After this experience, people felt compelled to recognize a deadly enemy in every Muslim attacker, even preemptively. In the days after September 11th, the connection between the tenor and Islam was so obvious that one could almost predict the actions of Al-Qaeda and IS in the years that followed. However, the administration did not want the religious dimension of the war to be discussed at all, because America was not prepared for a conflict of this magnitude. This was precisely the aim of Osama bin Laden's propaganda. The attacks of September 11th were intended to involve America in a war that it would not be able to sustain ideologically. The Americans had no God who would have urged them to sacrifice themselves for him in an ongoing and costly war for world domination. In the Muslim world, on the other hand, to whom the terrorist propaganda was directed with its symbols from Islam's glorious past and religious allusions to the Holy Quran, those complaints about the United States were widespread, as the 9/11 Commission had noted. Here was a God who demanded everyone's contribution to the holy war, so that Osama bin Laden appeared here as his prophet. The prophet had promised the restoration of their honor to the young Muslims of this world, who felt like victims of persistent foreign rule. The enormous mobilizing power of this ideology lent the war that monstrosity which the president seemed to grasp in its religious dimension with the term monumental battle between good and evil, but which ignored the essential, the assessment of a particular religion as good or evil. A war against Islam was certainly not meant. That was precisely what was not allowed to happen. The administration had planned the war in such a way that America would help the oppressed peoples to fight against their tyrannical rulers. They wanted to ally with the Afghan people against the Taliban. But since Islam linked the Taliban to the Afghan people, religion had to be kept out of everything. In a sense, what America was defending in this war was nothing other than religious freedom. On September 17th, having already identified Osama bin Laden as a prime suspect, and with the question of what it all had to do with Islam causing growing concern among the American public, President Bush visited the mosque at the Islamic Center in Washington. There he said, these acts of violence against innocent people violate the tenets of the Islamic faith. The face of terror is not the true face of Islam. That is not what Islam is about.
Islam is peace. End quote.
The need to defend Islam in this way arose, according to the administration, because Muslims in America were threatened or felt threatened, two very different things in the Muslim world, but which the president refused to distinguish when he exhorted non-Muslim Americans to be more respectful of their fellow Muslims. Quote, America counts millions of Muslims among its citizens. They must be treated with respect. Women who cover their heads in this country need to feel comfortable going outside. I've been told that some are afraid to go out, some don't want to go shopping for their family, some don't want to go about their daily activities because they're afraid of being harassed if they wear a veil. That should not, and will not be tolerated in America.
End quote.
The administration had the understandable intention of drawing a clear line between America's friends and enemies, and in doing so, defined the circle of friends as broadly as possible to minimize the enemy. But by placing the veil under the umbrella of religious freedom a week after the September 11th attacks, the president portrayed Islamic honor as a victim of terror, using the reasoning of Islamist terrorists who justified their atrocities with the need to protect Islamic honor. All the elements of the Islamophobia discourse were already present in the president's speech. In this way, the Muslim communities in the USA strengthened their political position after September 11th. At a reception for their representatives at the White House at the end of September, the president accepted a gift from a cleric and unwittingly revealed the propaganda trap he had fallen into. Quote, "Thank you very much for the gift you gave me, Imam, the Quran. It is a very thoughtful gift." I said, "Thank you very much for this gift." He said, "It is the best gift I could give you, Mr. President. I appreciate it very much."
End quote.
On September 20th, the president delivered an address to the nation that was to be understood as a declaration of war against the Taliban. Once again, he explained to the Americans against whom this war was being waged and against whom it was not.
Quote, "Who attacked our country?
The evidence we have gathered all points to a number of loosely affiliated terrorist organizations known as Al-Qaeda. The terrorists are practicing a fringe form of Islamic extremism that is rejected by Muslim scholars and the overwhelming majority of Muslim clerics, a fringe movement that perverts the peaceful teachings of Islam. Those who do evil in the name of Allah desecrate the name of Allah. The terrorists are traitors to their own faith, trying in effect to hijack Islam itself."
End quote.
This macabre maneuver to reinterpret the 9/11 hijackers as Islam hijackers, as if Islam had been hit and not America, was a consequent expression of all the inconsistencies in the administration's portrayal of the enemy. Was the possibility of Islam hijacking even conceivable if one ruled out the possibility that the images of the World Trade Center strikes might confuse the minds of young Muslims? Anyone who claims that the fringe form of Islamic extremism propagated by a vanishingly small group of terrorists has nothing to do with the Islam believed in by the billions of Muslims around the world is presupposing the very thing they want to deflect from, the connection between terror and Islam. But the very fact that the enemy was to be found in Afghanistan and that the war therefore had to begin in the Muslim world, which would perceive it as a hostile attack, put America at odds with this world and its religion. An Al Jazeera journalist confronted Condoleezza Rice with this problem in a partly reproachful, partly triumphant tone when he asked her about the U.S. relationship with the peoples and rulers of the Middle East. "We see from the polls and the demonstrations in the streets that the government support the U.S., but the public or the streets in the Arab and Muslim world do not. Do you think there is a problem there, a lack of understanding, or is it because the U.S. only relies on the support of the governments without taking the population into consideration?"
End quote.
Condoleezza Rice was of course aware of the mood in the Middle East herself, but she was not allowed to get involved. Instead, she said, "We think that the United States is a place where there is religious tolerance and we believe that all people should live together in peace, and that belief is something that will resonate with the people in the region. We want it to be very clear that the war against terrorism is not a war against Islam. Islam is a peaceful religion. Islam is a religion that respects innocent life. So we cannot believe that Islam condones the kind of destruction of innocent life that we saw on September 11th.
End quote.
At that time, the war in Afghanistan had already begun. So the administration had no intention of bowing to the curses and threats issued in the charges leveled against America by the Arab Street. Quite the opposite, it was thinking of overturning the social conditions which, in its opinion, were responsible for the emergence and spread of the terror. With America's help, nation-states were to be established where Arab dictatorships and Islamic tyranny had previously raged. In this way, the administration defended religious freedom with more than just words. But it had probably underestimated the resistance of the Muslim world. In 1996, the Taliban had conquered Kabul and had controlled most of Afghanistan ever since. In the same year, Osama bin Laden settled there to plan the attacks against America from 1999 onwards. Anyone who wanted to capture the Al-Qaeda people had to eliminate the Taliban regime. Perhaps the president had this in mind when he said in his speech on the evening of September 11 that the enemy was the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. At first glance, however, a war against the Taliban seemed less like the new type of war that was constantly being talked about and more like the familiar type of war against a state defined as a system of injustice. But the administration's portrayal of the contrast between the Taliban and the Afghan population did not quite correspond to the facts. The Taliban probably had more friends in Afghanistan than the Americans. This was especially true for the largest tribal organization in Afghanistan, the Pashtun, whose settlement area covers the entire south of the country and extends eastward across the Pakistani border into an area that the Pakistani government hardly controls. The relationship between the Taliban and the Pashtun was as complicated as that between the terrorists and Islam. Not every tribal member was a Taliban, but every Taliban came from the Pashtun tribe. In contrast, everything in Afghanistan was Islamic. Anyone who wanted to wage a war against Islam here would have no allies. One day before the war, the president explained to the Americans in a radio address how they should draw the dividing line between America's friends and its enemies on the Afghan battlefield. Quote, "America is determined to oppose the states that support the tenor. But we are equally determined to respect the men and women who are oppressed by such regimes. Our enemy is not the Arab world. Our enemy is not Islam, a good and peace-loving faith that gives direction and comfort to over 1 billion people, including millions of Americans. And our enemy is not the people of any nation, even if their leaders harbor terrorists. Our enemy is the terrorists themselves and the regimes that protect them. Afghanistan is a case in point."
End quote.
On October 7, in an address to the nation, he explained the nature and purpose of the attack that had just begun. "On my orders, United States forces have begun attacking Al-Qaeda training camps and Taliban regime military positions in Afghanistan. The purpose of these actions against carefully selected targets is to prevent Afghanistan from continuing to be used as a base of operations for terrorists and to destroy the Taliban regime's military capabilities. By destroying the camps and disrupting the enemy's lines of communication, we make it more difficult for the terrorist network to train new recruits and coordinate their evil plans. The United States of America is the friend of the Afghan people and the friend of the 1 billion worldwide who practice the Islamic faith. The United States of America is the enemy of those who aid terrorists and the enemy of the barbaric criminals who desecrate a great faith by murdering in its name. The first shot of this new war of the 21st century was fired on September 11th. The first battle has just begun, but it is only one in a long series of battles."
End quote.
So the administration portrayed the war against Taliban and Al-Qaeda as a war of liberation. But the Americans could not expect to be welcomed as liberators by all Afghan tribes. They should therefore only operate in the background or from the air if possible. Also, because this was only to be the first battle in a long series of battles, the available military capacities had to be used carefully. The deployment of American troops and the risk to which the soldiers were exposed had to be minimized. Above all, because the low willingness of the American population to make sacrifices could still become the decisive factor in this monumental battle. To achieve this, the administration organized a loose alliance of tribes, militias and warlords hostile to the Taliban, who fought against the Taliban regime on the ground under the strategic cover of the American Air War. Even after the victory in Afghanistan, the U.S. government believed it had enough allies to build a state. In his radio address, Bush promised Afghanistan generous help with reconstruction and went so far as to compare Afghanistan with Germany and Japan after the Second World War. Quote, "Even when we fight against evil regimes, we remain generous to the people who are oppressed by those regimes. After World War II, America supplied and rebuilt Japan and Germany, and the Japanese and Germans became our closest friends in the world."
End quote.
But in making this historical comparison, was the administration also thinking of a comparable scale and duration of the effort that America and its allies would have to make to defeat the enemy this time as well? With the capture of Kabul by Taliban opponents backed by U.S. Special Forces in November and the installation of a new government in December 2001, the first battle seemed easier one than anyone had thought. However, many Taliban and Al-Qaeda fighters, including Osama bin Laden, had fled to Pakistan, missing a war objective. After a speech in the bombed-out Pentagon, someone asked the president, "Do you want Osama bin Laden dead?" The president replied, "I want justice. There is an old poster from the West that I would like to remind you of. It says, 'Wanted, dead or alive.'"
End quote.
According to a report to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, which was published in November 2009, during Barack Obama's term of office, it would have been possible to achieve this war goal at the time. This report was written by John Kerry, who later became Secretary of State in the Obama administration, and sought to disavow the war against the terror as waged by the Bush administration altogether by claiming that the politicians and generals responsible at the time had negligently allowed Osama bin Laden to escape to Pakistan out of political consideration. Quote, eliminating the al-Qaeda leader from the battlefield 8 years ago would not have eliminated the threat of global extremism. But the decision that opened the door for his escape to Afghanistan allowed Osama bin Laden to emerge as a powerful symbolic figure who continues to attract a steady flow of money and inspire fanatics around the world. The mistake of not doing this job represents a lost opportunity that irrevocably altered the course of the conflict in Afghanistan and the future of international terrorism, left American citizens more vulnerable to terrorism, laid the foundation for today's intractable Afghan insurgency, and fueled internal unrest in Pakistan.
End quote.
The report also named those responsible for this disaster. Quote, the decision not to deploy American soldiers to pursue Osama bin Laden or prevent his escape was made by Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld and his top commander, General Tommy Franks, the architects of the unconventional Afghanistan battle plan known as Operation Enduring Freedom. Rumsfeld said at the time that he was concerned that too many U.S. troops in Afghanistan would create an anti-American backlash and spark an insurgency. Reversing the previous American military orthodoxy known as the Powell Doctrine, the Afghanistan model emphasized minimizing the presence of U.S. troops and relied on small, highly mobile special forces and CIA paramilitaries working with the Afghan opposition. Even as his own commanders and senior intelligence officials in Afghanistan and Washington argued for the deployment of more U.S. troops, Frank refused to deviate from the predetermined plan.
End quote.
The report got bogged down in this Bush administration mistake by removing the hunt for Osama bin Laden from the strategic context of successive wars of liberation, thus limiting the war against the terror to a manageable police operation against extremists. The revolutionary scope that the war initially seemed to have was lost in the silly bounty hunter scenario to which George W. Bush alluded with his Western poster metaphor, which was interpreted negatively by the same critics at the time. Yet the Bush administration had never thought of being satisfied with pursuing terrorists or extremists. Of the two categories of enemies it had defined, the second had already shifted the focus away from terrorists to social conditions in the Muslim world. For those who harbor the terrorists are, by their very nature, the ruling cliques in the places where the terrorists' hideouts are located. These regimes should be removed by America and replaced by states that would guarantee religious freedom, gender equality, and other rights for their citizens. Contrary to the Kerry report, which implies that Osama bin Laden's flight to Pakistan laid the foundation for today's intractable Afghan insurgency, the Bush administration still assumed that the groundwork for terror in Afghanistan had already been laid when the Taliban and al-Qaeda emerged there, and that the task of America and its allies was to defeat or pacify all armed gangs operating there, thereby laying the groundwork for the reconstruction of the country. Getting their hands on Osama bin Laden, dead or alive, was of secondary importance to the Bush administration.
It was more important.
Immediately after the elimination of the Taliban regime at the end of 2001, the Bush administration therefore began to prepare the next war of liberation, which was to eliminate Saddam Hussein's regime in Iraq. This war was no longer about terrorists at all, but only about social upheaval. In George W. Bush's speech at the beginning of the war on March 19, 2003, the word terror did not appear once, nor of course did the word Islam. Instead, the president spoke of disarming Iraq and liberating its people. Addressing all the men and women of the armed forces of the United States now in the Middle East, he said, all the hopes of an oppressed people now turn to you. To help Iraqis build a united, stable and free country, we are asked to persevere. We come to Iraq with respect for its citizens, for their great civilization and for the religion they practice. We have no ambitions in Iraq other than to remove a threat and return control of the country to its people.
End quote.
The Bush administration had set its sights high and was mistaken to the extent that the respect it paid to the civilization and religion of the respective populations in the countries to be liberated was all too often not reciprocated by the people concerned, so that liberation had to be enforced against the liberated, with the result that the war aims could only be achieved with a greater commitment than was envisaged in the battle plans. The individual operations lasted longer than planned and the number of troops had to be increased. In 2008, after thousands of dead and tens of thousands of injured American soldiers, another battle was out of the question for the time being. Even the Bush administration did not think about it for the time being. The Obama administration now saw its task as justifying this setback ideologically. At a lecture to an expert audience in Washington in August 2009, the later CIA Director John Brennan explained the new thinking of the new administration. It was based on a new partnership with Muslims around the world, a partnership based on common interests and mutual respect. In fact, the past few years had shown that America could not rely on mutual respect in the Muslim world. While John Brennan was giving his speech, tens of thousands of American soldiers, NATO troops and local allies were still fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan to gain this respect. But the Obama administration no longer wanted to talk about a war on terror at all, said John Brennan, because terrorism was just a tactic, a means to an end, which in the case of Al-Qaeda is the worldwide rule of an Islamic caliphate. This argument was quite subtle. Shouldn't we be talking about a war against Islam? But it could not have been meant that way, if only because the argument would otherwise have come into conflict with the fundamental postulate of mutual respect. The new administration also no longer wanted to speak of a global war, because this choice of words by the Bush administration only confirmed Al-Qaeda's distorted narrative that the United States is somehow in conflict with the rest of the world. Perhaps the most dangerous thing about portraying this as a global war is that it only risks reinforcing the image Al-Qaeda paints of itself as a highly organized, worldwide formation with the ability to replace sovereign nations with a worldwide caliphate.
End quote.
And nothing, the audience was assured, could be further from the truth. So the Obama administration did not want to wage a war against the world, not against terror, not against Islam, and therefore not against jihadists. Because when you describe terrorists in this way, using the legitimate word jihad, which means to purify oneself or to wage a holy struggle for a moral goal, you risk giving murderers the religious justification they so desperately seek but in no way deserve. Worse, it risks perpetuating the image that the United States is waging a war against Islam itself.
End quote.
This was first-grade level defense of Islam, but the Obama administration was willing to use any means to counter the false images spread by the terrorists, which could be taken for a reflection of reality in the Muslim world, with a correct image, in which no enemy should appear. Instead of the two categories of enemies that the Bush administration had defined, John Brennan now distinguished two interrelated but very different tasks that the administration had set itself: the short-term task of destroying Al-Qaeda and its allies, those ready and willing to kill innocent civilians, and the long-term task of fighting violent extremism in general.
End quote.
However, this new enemy, violent extremism, did not refer to a military opponent, but to the misery of the Muslim world, which was causing the extremism and justifying the violence. This extremism should therefore not be fought with weapons, but with development aid and probably our greatest asset of all, the moral example of America. The dictators and tyrants against whom the war against the tenor had once been directed no longer featured in the new enemy image. When an American secret commando liquidated Osama bin Laden in his hideout in Pakistan on May 2, 2011, the Bush administration's failed war goal was achieved retrospectively and the first, short-term task was more or less completed. The completion of the second, long-term task actually only consisted of leaving the Muslim world to its fate. The Arab Spring presented itself as the ideal setting for testing the new thinking in practice. One only had to watch as the Muslim world, which had fought tooth and nail against being liberated by the Americans, now freed itself from its dictators and tyrants of its own free will and under its own steam. It was thought that only on a case-by-case basis, as happened in Libya, American special forces would have to jump to the aid of a popular uprising, preferably in such a way that no one would even notice they were there. This was called leadership from the background or ambush, which only meant that America had now given up the goal of winning a war. But even if the war on terror was over, the monumental battle that George W. Bush had spoken of was not. Only now it was no longer the U.S. administration that determined the sequence of battles and the places where they were to be fought, but the Islamic masses in the Muslim world: Tunisia, Egypt, Libya, Syria. So it was that in December 2011, when the last American soldiers left Iraq, the first Al-Qaeda fighters appeared in Syria. The war on terror had enabled, not caused, an Islamic revolution that fed the Muslim world's old grievances about the United States with new material. Despite increased American involvement, the new governments in Afghanistan and Iraq had not succeeded in securing their monopoly on the use of force throughout their territories. In Afghanistan, the Taliban's terrorist and military offensives were carried out with increasing force year after year. In Iraq, after years of unleashed violence between Sunni and Shiite militias and the terror of Al-Qaeda, which was already being carried out in the IS style, one could speak of a state sovereignty that was unstable in the long term and stabilized in the short term, at least if one wanted to convince oneself that the state had not already irrevocably disintegrated into its religious, ethnic, and tribal components. The wars in Afghanistan and Iraq had lured young Muslim men whose honor had been violated onto the battlefields from all over the world, as they once did during the jihad against the Soviet Union in the 1980s or during the civil war in Bosnia in the 1990s. With spectacular suicide attacks in Damascus, the Al-Qaeda offshoot in Syria announced its claim to help decide this revolution as early as December 2001. 15 years after September 11, Al-Qaeda has taken a leading role in the battle for Aleppo. Here, the terrorists are no longer confronted by American forces, but by Assad, Russia, and Iran, the Shiite nuclear monster that the war on terror had also provoked, but not created. The combined Sunni, Shiite, and terrorist potential for violence, which should not be included in the Americans' definition of the enemy, meets in Aleppo, representing the whole of Syria, so that one can only hope that at least neither of the two factions can seize power in the whole country. The fact that it has come to this, however, is, in the smallest part, the fault of a certain U.S. administration. The battle for Aleppo was only the momentary course of a monumental struggle against an enemy that was underestimated in every respect. Every revolution takes place in two acts. The first is the destruction of the old order, the second the establishment of a new one. It seems self-evident that the second act cannot take place before the first, but that a second must follow the first is often forgotten in the heat of the moment. In this case, however, it would not be called revolution, but mere destruction. Even the storm of enthusiasm caused by the Arab revolutions in 2011 was such a state of distraction, in which processes that unfold as a logical sequence of individual but nonetheless interconnected events are no longer understood in their context. Instead, what the viewer likes is taken as the whole, the rest is ignored, and everything is bent to fit the preconceived scheme. Accordingly, the initial demonstrations in Tunis, Cairo, Benghazi, etc. were already considered to be the whole revolution, while the most committed clairvoyants already recognized the coming world revolution in them, like this author of a revolutionary-minded German weekly, Jungle World. Quote, "Despite all the contradictions that are always inherent in revolutions, they not only offer an opportunity for the region, but also for a newly forming global left. After all, the revolution in Egypt was also supported by secular young people and wage earners from the outset. The Muslim Brotherhood was just as surprised by the events as the government. For the left, there is cause for optimism in the fact that social movements have formed here that see themselves as part of a global resistance against the so-called reforms pushed through by neoliberal strategists."
End quote.
To the author, the Libyan freedom fighters with their Kalashnikovs in their arms appeared to be a mirage of Che Guevara's African guerrillas, who had returned to free the continent from the neoliberal yoke. In Jordan, the monarchy was seen to be falling, in Bahrain the throne was shaking, only the revolution in Yemen, where it was perhaps most urgent, was unable to trigger a comparable euphoria, presumably because the situation in the country, complicated by secessionist wars in the south, the Shiite uprising in the north, tribal arrogance, and the Al-Qaeda gangs, did not offer even the slightest point of reference for revolutionary projections. After the enthusiasm waned to the extent that the prophecies fueling it did not come true, as if a counter-revolution had swept away the euphoria or as if only the difficulties of the plain were now to be overcome, the Syrian revolution immediately offered itself as a new projection surface, so that the illusions already rejected by reality did not need to be corrected, but only repeated. Quote, "The fact that things are now going downhill for Assad is solely down to the Syrians, who have simply had enough and are courageously standing up for their freedom."
End quote.
Now, as in the previous cases, the intention to destroy the old order in Syria is not a bad idea in itself. But a regime does not disappear without another one taking its place. What the new order in Syria will look like is once again unknown, or rather, we do not want to and should not know. The revolutionary-minded foreign reporter is not interested because it would disturb his projection-led enthusiasm. But in every revolution, the uncertainty of what will happen in the second act is the best prerequisite for the success of the first. The essential distinction between the two acts is the same in every revolution. In the first, everyone involved agrees on what should happen. In the second, everyone disagrees. Initially, the participants themselves split into various factions. The competing revolutionary groups, organizations, parties, etc., which lead the no less divided people, stick together in the first act because they have a common opponent from whom they want to wrest power. This same unity expresses itself in the people as a common hatred of the old order and forges it into a revolutionary mass of the people. In the second act, the victorious revolutionary factions will wrestle against each other for the power they have seized. The first act therefore has only one, the unifying negative program of the revolution. The second act abolishes this negative unity. Each specific organization reflects on its specific political program, which refers to a specific part of the people. If the rivalry between the organizations and sections of the people were fought out first, there would never be a revolution. The Syrian revolution is in itself a revolution of the Sunni sections of the people and Sunni organizations against the regime supported by religious minorities, so it has a Sunni Islamic program in itself, although this is interpreted differently by the various currents. During the first act of the revolution, This diversity of interpretation is masked by the war against the common enemy. In addition, the Syrian revolution needs support from the international community to be successful in the first act in order to defeat its militarily superior opponent. There is now international support for all fighting sides, and so the uncertainty as to which interpretation will prevail in the end, although a condition of victory over Assad, is also the real stress factor for the countries involved. It would therefore be advantageous for the Syrian revolution if it had a political program that abstracted from its actual content, or perhaps no political program at all. It is the task of revolutionary propaganda to preserve this appearance. The Free Syrian Army, the military arm of the revolution, masters this task by pretending that it has no political program of its own, because for it there is only one goal, namely to bring about the victory of the revolution. After victory, it would serve a new regime as a politically neutral force. The new regime, in turn, is to emerge from the Syrian National Council, the political and of the revolution. What does the Syrian National Council finally want? Once again, its political program only consists of distracting from this with empty terms such as modern, peaceful, democratic, just, etc. If that were the point, the revolution could of course be spared or left to Jungle World and Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, who demands nothing more for the Syrian people than the right to freedom, elections, basic rights, justice, respect and independence. Of course, we know that anyone who speaks like this has less to say than to hide, but what is it in this case? In the case of the National Council, it is the fact that it is supposed to represent the revolution to the international community without the leading role of the Syrian Muslim Brotherhood becoming too obvious, without the Syrian revolution already appearing to the world public as what it is, another Islamic revolution. In May, the former leader of the Syrian Muslim Brotherhood, Ali Sadr al-Din al-Bayanuni, gave a small audience an example of how this is done. Although it forms the strongest faction within the National Council, in 2011 the Brotherhood elevated Boran Gallion, a sociologist who is regarded as liberal and teaches at the Université de la Sorbonne Nouvelle in Paris, to the position of Secretary General of the National Council, where he acts as a representative for our national political action. We are not acting as a Muslim Brotherhood movement, we are acting more as a national front, as a national council that unites all political movements. We have chosen this man, who is accepted in the West and at home, to prevent the regime from gaining a propaganda advantage from having an Islamist at the head of the Syrian National Council. But the political thoughts and ideas that this man has are not ours.
End quote.
In the meantime, Boran Gallion has been pushed out of this position, partly because of his skepticism about the military possibilities of the revolution, so that since June the Kurd Abdulbaset Siada has continued to hold the office as the Brotherhood pleases. The Kurd is a scientist living in exile in Sweden with no political clout, whose ideas are neither in line with those of the Kurdish parties in Syria nor with those of the Brotherhood. But after the revolution the politicians of the Kurds, a minority in Syria that is not respected outside of revolutionary times, will probably hold even less important offices, unless they succeed in conquering a region in northeastern Syria for themselves, following the example of their Iraqi relatives, which is not very likely. The Brotherhood has reserved for itself the less representative, but all the more important offices in the National Council for the completion of the first act of the revolution. Its most important representative in the Executive Committee of the Council is Mohammed Farouk Taifour, the second man within the Brotherhood. Within the Council structure, he also heads the department with the unsuspicious title of Relief and Development Projects Bureau, which is responsible for distributing the funds provided by the international community as emergency aid for the war-affected regions in Syria, for food, shelter, medicine, etc. This is a considerable amount of money that is constantly growing as the war continues. The Brotherhood uses part of the money to attract the sympathy of the needy population with generous aid deliveries and thus consolidate its political influence in Syria. Mohammed Farouk Taifour forwards the other part to the Free Syrian Army, whose headquarters in Antakya, Turkey, are regularly visited by representatives of the Brotherhood, who always bring a few suitcases of money with them. So far, however, the headquarters has had little influence on the large number of armed revolutionary groups in Syria, which only obey their respective commanders on the ground. The lack of a central command structure has been seen as the decisive obstacle to the further military progress of the revolution since at least the beginning of 2012, a shortcoming that the Brotherhood has set itself the task of eliminating. In March, the Military Bureau, which is run by the Brotherhood, was set up in the National Council for this purpose. Its task is to gather, organize and unite the armed opposition groups under a central command, determine their defense strategy, subordinate them to the political leadership of the Syrian National Council and coordinate their activities in accordance with the overarching strategy of the revolution.
End quote.
The Brotherhood thus controls the only important components of the National Council, as Fawaz al-Taya once said, one of 20 prominent former members of the council who, because the revolution was progressing too slowly for them at the time, founded their own group, the Syrian Patriots Group, in February, which remained irrelevant from then on. When the Brotherhood is asked about its political program, it resorts to phrases to present itself to the world public as a moderate Islamic organization, a keyword that usually takes the wind out of the sails of those skeptics who have no idea what a moderate Islamic organization is supposed to be. Mohammed Riyad al-Shaqfa, the current leader of the organization, answered questions from a journalist from Dubai TV in June by saying that the Brotherhood wants a civil constitution, that the president should be elected by the people, and that the Brotherhood would accept a Christian, a woman, or anyone else as the future president of Syria, if he is elected by the people. This is how you lie without lying. Like the Egyptian Brotherhood, the Syrian Brotherhood can count on the fact that democracy is a political weapon that plays into its hands, if only because it knows how to use it. For Syria, the math goes like this: Christians represent a religious minority of 10% of the population, the Sunnis a majority of 75%, and most Sunnis, especially those from the countryside who are mainly driving the revolution, are very traditional, even when it comes to gender roles. It is simply not to be expected that a Christian woman could be elected president in Syria after the Ba'ath Party has been ousted from power, quite apart from the uncertainty of how long the war will last, how it will end, and how many Christians will still be living in the areas ruled by the more or less moderate Islamic organizations. However, the imposed rhetorical indulgence ends with the statements on the future of the revolution in relation to Israel and the future common border. For example, Brotherhood leader al-Shaqfa answered the question, "Do you want to liberate the Golan?" with, "Of course. It is our right." Question, "By force?" Answer, "By all possible means. If we can, all the better."
End quote.
This leader never loses his temper, even where he cannot hide behind words, by emphasizing the right, the enforcement of which is also possible peacefully. He knows how to use the same phraseology with which it is so easy to turn the heads of the world public. At the same time, the Brotherhood must be careful not to offend the anti-Zionist feelings of its followers, especially as the Sunni masses in Syria are also being courted by political rivals, such as Salafists. Under no circumstances should the Brotherhood undercut the hostility to Israel of the Ba'ath regime, which has set more aggressive standards here than the Egyptian regime, the regime of the peace treaty, the traitors. On the other hand, the war against Israel is not yet the subject of this revolution. If it were, we would have to ask ourselves what we intend to gain against the old regime, which was able to gain in stature on this issue alongside its allies, above all the Iranian Revolution, which is on its way to becoming a nuclear power. Bashar al-Assad also had this in mind when he announced in an interview with a Wall Street Journal in January 2011 that Syria would be spared from the Arab Revolution because there was such ideological closeness between his regime and the Syrian people. Quote, "Syria is stable. Why? Because you have to be very closely linked to the beliefs of the people."
End quote.
However, this was sheer nonsense, as it soon turned out, because this was no longer just about ideology, but about power. Immediately after the publication of the Assad interview, in February 2011, the Syrian Muslim Brotherhood unleashed a media agitation against the regime, accusing it of subjugating the people and blaming it for unemployment, poverty, hunger, and all other grievances found in Syria. The first major demonstrations took place in mid-March after Friday prayers, often starting inside the mosques. The first videos appeared on the internet. They showed unarmed demonstrators being dispersed by the police, first with water cannons, then with truncheons, then with gunfire. The first martyrs of the revolution were reported from Dara, where the demonstrators were protesting against corruption and chanting "God, Syria, Freedom." A blogger with the pseudonym Zinobia wrote in his first report, entitled "The Friday of Honor, the Start of the Revolution," that the very fact that demonstrations were taking place in different places proved that they represented the entire ethnic and religious diversity of Syria. Today there are no Arabs or Kurds, Sunnis or Shiites or Christians. Today is a truly Syrian day for Syria.
End quote.
This is how the revolutionary lying began. In reality, apart from the ubiquitous Allahu Akbar and "There is no God but Allah" slogans, the videos contained no indication of who the protesters were or who had organized the demonstrations, and to discover any religious or other diversity in them required more imagination than one was allowed to consider healthy. Of course, it was assumed that the demonstrators were concerned with democracy or freedom, but without the videos providing any evidence of this. From the reports of anonymous bloggers, one could only learn how many demonstrators had appeared, been arrested or shot, when and where, whereby it remained a matter of trust as to which blogger and which figures one wanted to believe. It was these first images and their interpretation, together with those that had dominated the scene during the previous Arab revolutions, that formed the image that the world public would henceforth remember as the image of this revolution. On March 25, 2011, 1 week later, While the largest demonstration to date was taking place in Dara with thousands of participants, Sheikh Yusuf al-Qaradawi finally called for a revolution. The Sheikh, who lives in Qatar, has no formal office in the Brotherhood, but he is its undisputed religious authority. He enjoys, as the Israeli researchers from the Meir Amit Intelligence and Terrorism Information Center observing the events noted at the time, significant influence over Sunni Muslims worldwide, including Hamas. It can be assumed that Qaradawi also has influence on the Sunni population in Syria.
End quote.
His call for revolution was his Friday sermon, which was broadcast live on Al Jazeera. The Israeli academics quoted a few sentences from the sermon in their study on the role of the Muslim Brotherhood in the Syrian revolution, which they published in April 2011. The revolutionary train, which had already passed through Tunisia, Egypt, Libya, and Yemen, had finally arrived at its destination Syria. Syria needed the revolution even more than other countries because it was part of the Muslim nation and subject to the laws of Allah. Since the time of the Crusades, Syria's fate has been linked to that of Egypt. By murdering demonstrators in the Al-Omari Mosque in Dara, the regime has shown that it disregards the sanctity of mosques. But these murders only proved that the revolution had already won. The sermon was intended to awaken the believers' understanding of the religious significance of the revolution, a dimension that lent the last statement reproduced here its prophetic consecration. From now on, every single martyr would mark progress in the revolution, every massacre would be a milestone on the path to power, which the Syrian Sunnis under the leadership of the Holy Brotherhood were instructed to tread. On April 1, 2011, Mohammad Riyad al-Shakfa, the leading phraseologist of the Syrian Muslim Brotherhood quoted above, gave a press conference in Istanbul, which was also broadcast live on Al Jazeera, to call on the Syrian people to intifada and revolution against the oppressive regime, this time not beating around the bush. It is our assessment, concludes the Israeli researcher study, that Muslim Brotherhood activists and supporters are involved in the protests in Syria, while, similar to Egypt, they are concerned not to appear as a cohesive organization or to downplay their Brotherhood affiliation.
End quote.
The fact that Mohammad Riyad al-Shakfa was able to hold a press conference in Istanbul led to a diplomatic standoff between Damascus and Ankara, which the Turkish government did not seem to be keen on resolving at the time. The fact that Turkey would side with the revolution only became apparent a few months later, however, when it opened its borders to refugees from Syria, including the first deserters from the Syrian army, who became the first soldiers of the Free Syrian Army to be allowed to set up their headquarters on Turkish soil. It was the time of transition from revolutionary demonstrations to revolutionary war. At the beginning of June 2011, deserters joined forces with revolutionary militias and armed residents of the town of Jizr al-Shafawar, just a few kilometers from the Turkish border. Fighting broke out with units loyal to the regime, government buildings and police stations were attacked and burned down, and 120 soldiers and police officers were killed. A force of 15,000 soldiers, tanks, artillery and combat helicopters was needed to retake the city. Prior to this, thousands had fled to Turkey together with the majority of the deserters. On July 4, a colonel from the Syrian Air Force, Riyad Musa al-Assad, followed them to take command of the Free Syrian Army. The first front lines of the slowly developing war had thus been drawn. 1,000 martyrs had already given themselves up to the revolution, which was now unstoppable. The first act of the uprising had only just begun. The first imperative of the revolution was now its escalation. But there was still a lack of soldiers and, above all, weapons. In May, an audio tape surfaced on the internet in which Osama bin Laden called on al-Qaeda to support the Syrian uprising. A great revolution had begun, he preached, and it would be a sin to miss this opportunity. Quote, "Remember, those who go out with the sword are the true believers."
End quote.
The tape had been made before he was tracked down by the Americans in Pakistan, but was only distributed 2 weeks after his death, making it seem like a legacy to other martyrs. It was followed in July by a video of the new al-Qaeda leader, Ayman al-Zawahiri, then another in which he praised the Syrian revolution and advised believers to go to your death so that life will be given to you. It is not known how many al-Qaeda fighters have followed these calls so far. What is certain is that al-Qaeda cells in Iraq have brought weapons across the border to Syria and joined the revolution. After the fall of the Iraqi Ba'ath regime, the Syrian Secret Service itself had maintained contact with al-Qaeda cells, allowed them to set up training camps on Syrian territory, let them march across the border unchallenged and supported their war against the American troops in Iraq. Now they have returned to help the Syrian Sunnis in their revolution against the infidel Alawite regime. They have probably been joined by cells from Jordan and Yemen, Lebanon and Libya, Pakistan, etc. The first attack indicating the activity of international Islamic terrorists took place on December 23, 2011. 2 coordinated suicide car bomb attacks in front of a Syrian intelligence building in Damascus killed 44 and injured 166 people. The second attack occurred 2 weeks later, on January 6. A suicide bomber blew himself up next to buses in front of a police building in Damascus, killing 26 and injuring 60 people. The majority of the victims were civilians. The attack was claimed by the previously unknown terrorist group Al-Nusra Front, which from then on regularly went public via the well-known Al-Qaeda channels on the internet with professionally produced videos claiming responsibility and calls for attacks. The core of the group is probably a merger of Syrian and Iraqi Al-Qaeda cells, but its exact composition or size is not yet known. Similar attacks took place on February 10 in Aleppo, on March 17 again in Damascus, and finally with increasing frequency. The majority of the victims of these attacks were civilians. Had it not been for the Al-Nusra confession videos, we would have had to roll the dice each time to determine the perpetrators. Because each time before the videos appeared, the regime blamed terrorists for the attacks, while the revolutionary media accused the regime of having carried them out itself. Since there was never any proof of this, the accusations were always based on the technique of indirect evidence via calculation. The popular Leninist question was asked: who benefited? For example, in the first attack, which took place on the arrival day of the Arab League observer mission, the regime's calculation is said to have been to show the observer mission that terrorists were involved in the revolution, which in the opinion of the revolutionary reporters from Jungle World is a propaganda lie by the regime. Quote, "The propaganda war surrounding the mission was lost for the regime from the start, and it's only getting worse." A bomb attack on an intelligence center in the middle of Damascus with 44 dead shortly before the arrival of the observers seems to fit the timing somewhat. Even if the perpetrators are still unclear, neither Al-Qaeda nor the Muslim Brotherhood are immediately at the top of the list of suspects, as the regime would like, but the regime itself.
End quote.
Until then, not a single case was known in the history of war where a regime that is fighting for its survival and must therefore be anxious to show its opponents its strength chooses its own security forces as the target of a fake attack in order to demonstrate its weakness through their vulnerability. But nobody knows anything, and everyone knows. While everyone sees through the regime's propaganda with an ease that only betrays how thoroughly everyone understands the modern methods of distorting facts, the revolutionary media enjoy the privilege of having everything believed, so that everything that is known and thought about the revolution comes from their daily video uploads on Al Jazeera and YouTube. These videos therefore only prove that the effect of propaganda is based solely on confirming the preconceived opinion of its audience. The truth of the revolution and its relationship to the propaganda of the deed is perhaps best illustrated by the following story from a British journalist who was in Syria in May and June and one day made the mistake of asking people from the Free Syrian Army for directions. Quote, "Suddenly 4 men in a black car beckon us to follow. We move out behind. We are led on the route. Led in fact, straight into a free fire zone. Told by the Free Syrian Army to follow a road that was blocked off in the middle of no man's land. At that point there was the crack of a bullet and one of the slower 3-point turns I've experienced. We screamed off into the nearest side street for cover. I'm quite clear the rebels deliberately set us up to be shot by the Syrian army. Dead journos are bad for Damascus."
End of quote.
The same thing happened to a member of the Arab League observer mission that day. The uninterrupted succession of terrorist attacks since the beginning of 2012 showed that Al-Qaeda's call to come to Syria and support the revolution had not gone unheeded. More deserters had joined. Saudi Arabia, Qatar and the United Arab Emirates had made money available to the revolution on a scale that was sufficient to buy up the entire Arab black market for Kalashnikovs, grenade launchers and explosives, so that the prices for these kinds of goods suddenly increased tenfold. Under the influence of Sunni tribal competition, large sections of the rural population had armed themselves. The videos also changed, showing less and less of the initial scenes in which unarmed demonstrators were shot at, and more often new battalions of the Free Syrian Army, named after the great Islamic military leaders, showed off their military skills and successes. Having already succeeded in taking control of several villages in the fall of 2011, the revolution was now ready to attack the major cities: Dara, Homs, Hama, Idlib, Aleppo. The regime was able to defend the cities once again in the spring with a military offensive that resulted in heavy losses, but the land surrounding the cities fell into the hands of the revolution, which soon controlled almost half of Syria's territory. The massacre of Hula, a cluster of settlements in the province of Homs, in which more than 100 residents were killed on May 25, about half of them children, and around 300 were injured, was an expression of the new stage that the Syrian revolution had reached in the summer of 2012. Despite its superior weapons, the regime was unable to defeat the Free Syrian Army, which operated as guerrillas. It was able to hold the urban centers but was unable to permanently recapture the rural areas. In this situation, in which each side tried to secure the territory under its control, incidents of political and religious cleansing, the expulsion or murder of Christians, Alvis and collaborators in areas under the control of the Free Syrian Army, and the persecution and murder of opponents of the regime in areas under its control became more frequent. These are the typical manifestations of an ongoing civil war, so that both versions of the Hula massacre presented in the media were equally likely. The more widespread one that Sunni families were murdered by Alawi militias under the protection of the Syrian army, and the rarer one that Free Syrian Army units killed Alawi families and collaborators. That there was a willingness to wage religious war on the part of the revolution was proven by a video of a confessor that appeared on the internet a few days before the Hula massacre, in which al-Nusra claimed responsibility for another suicide attack in Deir al-Zor on May 19 and added the threat. These blessed operations will continue until the Syrian soil is cleansed of the Alvis and the Sunnis are freed from their oppression.
End quote.
For the revolutionary media, of course, only the regime could be responsible for the Hula massacre. Again, there was no proof, but by then the revolutionary reporter had already calculated the whole thing. Quote, "The calculation behind the massacres is as compelling as it is simple. Assad's regime wants to show up the UN mission as a paper tiger. The message is that the UN will not be able to help any demonstrators when the going gets tough."
End of quote.
In other words, first the regime attacks its security forces, then it massacres Sunnis, all just to show up first the Arab League observers and then the UN mission as paper tigers. In reality, it was the revolutionary media itself that portrayed these missions from the beginning as having no other purpose than to give the regime more time to carry out its massacres. However, as the paper tiger calculation also seemed all too simplistic to the author, he offered a second message of slaughter. The regime wanted to achieve the transformation of the protests against the dictatorship into a civil war along sectarian and ethnic lines, because Sunnis and Alawites live in the region of Hula. The inhabitants of the Alawite villages around the Sunni settlements shaken by the massacre can now imagine what their fate would be if Assad's army were no longer there. It was from their villages that the regime's predominantly Alawite Shabiha militiamen came.
End of quote.
In other words, the Sunnis' desire for revenge caused by the massacre perpetrated by Alawites was intended to encourage them to seek protection from the regime, whose devious calculations had maneuvered them into this predicament in the first place. This message was indeed no longer so simple. But shouldn't the Sunnis be just as afraid after what had already been done to them that could still happen to the Alvis? And isn't it a strange calculation for a regime that bases its power on religious minorities to want to ignite a war along sectarian lines in order to turn 3/4 of the population against itself? Is it not more plausible to accuse the Sunni revolution of such a calculation? In reality, massacres of this kind, which occur regularly in the course of a civil war, always follow the same calculation: the expulsion, if not the annihilation, of the population group selected as the enemy. The military successes that the revolution had achieved up to that point had immediate political consequences. For the commanders who have achieved these successes on the battlefield, they represent changes to shares of power that will have to be fought over during the second act of the revolution. The position of the Syrian National Council, and thus of its strongest faction, the Syrian Muslim Brotherhood, initially appeared to be weakened as a result. However, the Free Syrian Army is not what its name promises, namely not the military arm of the revolution obeying a common will. Rather, a large number of smaller and larger military units are fighting under this name, which have formed independently of each other in different places over the course of time, are only committed to their respective commander and only cooperate with each other sporadically. In fact, these are not only independent gangs, but also gangs that compete against each other for money and territory, each with their own peculiar religious and political programs. For the Brotherhood, the strong Salafist-oriented groups are a particular political challenge, such as the Farouk Battalion under the command of the former lieutenant of the Syrian army, Abdul Razak Tlass, a relative of the former Syrian defense minister Mustafa Tlass, who gained some notoriety in the Arab world in the 1970s and 1980s for his anti-Semitic statements and has found a worthy successor in his nephew Abdul in this respect too. The Farouk Battalion is currently the largest and most powerful single combat unit within the Free Syrian Army. However, the entanglement of the revolutionary units with the Sunni tribes that dominate local social life also poses a problem for the Brotherhood, as it has to assert itself as the organizer of national unity against these local power structures, not least because the religious tradition cultivated in the tribal kinship is more inclined towards the Salafist interpretation of Islam. The equally strong al-Qaeda cells and the similarly minded brigades of international Islamic terrorism from North Africa and the Middle East will only play an indirect role in the upcoming power struggle, however, by doing everything in their power to prolong the war, which is favorable to their prosperity, and to prevent the transition to the second act at all. The same military successes would at the same time trigger a dynamic contrary to the factionalization of the revolution, because further military progress, the attack on the major cities, and finally the conquest of Damascus, would require the integration of the battalions currently striking out on their own in favor of a common strategy under a higher command. This was to be the task of the Military Bureau, which the Brotherhood established in March as an institution of the National Council. The CIA agents who cooperate with the Muslim Brotherhood in southern Turkey, among others, in order to influence the distribution of military equipment to the Free Syrian Army, appear to support such efforts. Integration began to take shape in the summer of 2012. In the liberated areas around Dara, Horns, Hama and Idlib, regional military councils and political councils derived from them were formed, which subordinate the units active in the areas to a joint command. The individual regional councils are ultimately to obey a joint Supreme Revolutionary Council. Significantly, the Faruk Battalion has so far refused all attempts at national integration. As uncertain as the outcome of the war and the rivalry between the various revolutionary organizations in Syria remains, it is certain that if things go downhill for Assad, this is not solely due to the Syrians who have simply had enough and are courageously standing up for their freedom, but also to those activists who have done their bit to deceive people like our revolutionary reporters about the real content of this revolution. Because at least in one respect, the regime's propaganda is difficult to refute. The success of the Syrian revolution is also the result of international interference by Saudi Arabia, Turkey and now the US, among others. Should it prevail, it will have far-reaching consequences beyond Syria, such as in Iran or Russia, if another Islamic revolution causes the last bastion of Arab socialism, which was so popular after the Second World War and was promoted by the Soviet Union with all its might, to fall, and Russia, with its only remaining ally in the Middle East, also loses its only base in the Mediterranean. A similar fate awaits Iran, which would also lose its direct control over the two most dangerous terror organizations along Israel's borders, Hezbollah and Hamas. While for Israel the prospect of the Ba'athist regime being replaced by one dominated by the rivalry between the Muslim Brotherhood and Salafists is akin to a choice between plague and cholera, the dramatic reduction in Russia's global economic, political and military room for maneuver threatened by the Islamic Revolution in Syria is a temptation for the USA. Syria is therefore also the battleground of a proxy war in the Cold War between the USA and Russia, Saudi Arabia and Iran, in which Turkey, China and a confusing collection of other regional and global larger and smaller players are involved. As a candidate for the 2008 presidential election, Barack Obama embodied the self-critical world power that admits its mistakes, learns from them and in future will stay out of all the global madness that is none of its business anyway. He won the election with this program, but the hope that the world would now improve or at least that the number of America's critics would decrease has not yet been fulfilled. Instead, the USA has since been criticized for not interfering everywhere. The USA is blamed for the failure of the Arab Revolution, for example, and for the course of events in Egypt and Syria, precisely because it did not get involved. In Egypt, there is a power struggle between the Muslim Brotherhood and the military apparatus. The military apparatus is the most powerful organization, the Muslim Brotherhood the most powerful opposition in the country. This was already the case before the revolution, and the revolution has not changed this situation in the slightest. For this reason, the Egyptian revolution offered no reason for the USA to intervene, as the Egyptian armed forces were and still are an important ally of the USA. After the Second World War, Egypt was initially an ally of the Soviet Union and lost several wars against Israel during this period. The alliance with the USA came about after the ceasefire between Egypt and Israel brokered by Jimmy Carter and is based on treaties signed by all three governments in which the Egyptian armed forces undertake to guarantee free passage through the Suez Canal, including for Israeli ships. And anyway, if the military apparatus was in control of Egypt, including the Muslim Brotherhood, before the revolution, during the revolution and after the revolution, shouldn't the first question be whether or at least what kind of revolution took place in Egypt? Critics of the USA believe that there was a revolution in Egypt beyond the military and the Muslim Brotherhood. However, this democratic revolution was so weak or its enemies were so strong that it was unable to assert itself on its own. The democratic forces needed the support of the USA in order to be able to play a role at all, and they disappeared into insignificance when this failed to materialize. But how could the US give meaning to a democratic revolution that is so powerless that it cannot even help itself? In Syria, the US is even said to be responsible for hundreds of thousands of deaths and the gassing of children in a war in which not a single American soldier is involved. However, the responsibility for all the victims of war is said to stem precisely from the fact that the USA is staying out of the war. The war in Syria was also mistaken for a democratic revolution, which was simply unable to prevail. The fact that the Muslim Brotherhood and terrorists had gained the upper hand could again only be explained by the refusal of American aid. However, this simply means that the democratic revolution in Syria must have been just as meaningless as the Egyptian one. However, the question of the significance of the democratic revolution in Syria has itself become meaningless in the meantime because, as we read everywhere, it is no longer about this or that democratic revolution, but about the victims of a war, the slaughter of a people, and the innocence of women and children. The USA should therefore not intervene in Syria on the basis of political considerations or national interests, but rather bomb Damascus out of pure humanity. This might not reduce the number of dead, but it would make it all the easier to name a culprit for the collateral damage: the USA. Barack Obama himself might like the idea, but unfortunately there are some constitutional objections to making humanitarian intervention part of the U.S. foreign policy program. This would turn the U.S. Army into the world police force. Would this world police force then be sworn to uphold the American Constitution? Would it then be obliged to defend all people in the world as American citizens? Would America then be the world sovereign, the American government the world government, and would the American president not have to be elected by the entire world population? Questions upon questions. But the fact is that the office of President of the United States of America only obliges the person who holds it to defend the interests of American citizens, not to save the world. Whether the person himself has the talent to be a do-gooder or not is irrelevant, because he only embodies the office, which in turn represents the nation, whose interests are protected from the personal arbitrariness of a president by the government apparatus with its officials and secretaries, a politically trained military apparatus, the courts, parliaments, secret services, political parties, and public opinion. And it is precisely political and social institutions and traditions that oblige the president to justify U.S. participation in a war with the defense of national interests. The USA is a world power, which means that it is not just a state that is located on a continent somewhere in the world and has interests elsewhere in the world, but a nation that has the power to defend its interests anywhere in the world. The USA dominates the space around the Earth and the seas on it. It dominates the global economy and controls the internet. The cruise missiles on the U.S. Navy's warships alone, which patrol the waters surrounding the Middle East day and night, can topple an Arab despot or establish a naval blockade that blocks Russian warships from accessing the Mediterranean, for example. Thanks to the CIA and NSA, the American government knows who its immediate enemies are, what they are up to, and where they are hiding. No state can build nuclear missiles and no one can use chemical weapons in Damascus without being observed by an American Secret Service, and no leader of a terrorist gang operating in Syria can hope to escape an American drone. But what interests are to be defended in Syria? The fact that the USA is a world power does not mean that it could or even wanted to rule the world, because world domination is a delusion and not an interest. A national interest is the cumulative interest of a nation's citizens. At present, for example, the American economy still needs the oil from Saudi Arabia and the other oil states, which has to be transported along the Iranian coast through the Persian Gulf, the Strait of Hormuz, partly through the Suez Canal to the European trading partners, partly via the Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean to the Asian trading partners. The transport of these oil masses must be secured militarily, because Egypt's earlier attempts to nationalize the Suez Canal and Iran's current threats to block the Strait of Hormuz prove the insecurity of the transport routes. The oil states themselves must be defended, if they are attacked by hostile states, as Kuwait was by Iraq in 1990. The US needs allies on the ground to ensure all this, just as the allies need the US to stay in power. But without the presence of the US, with its superior military means to all other states, all states in the Middle East would soon be at loggerheads, not excluding the allies among themselves, and the entire region would be in a situation similar to that in Syria today. A war is taking place in Syria that is not threatening an ally, but a state that itself poses a threat to the USA's allies. Syrian oil is irrelevant for the supply of the global economy, and Syria does not threaten any transportation routes. However, Syria has waged several wars against Israel in the past, occupied Lebanon for several decades, and is allied with terrorists who have killed Israeli and American citizens. On the Syrian coast, Russia, a rival but inferior world power, has its last military base in the Mediterranean, which dates back to the legacy of the Soviet Union. The largest Russian warships and submarines can now dock in the port, which has been extensively modernized in recent years. Syria is allied with Iran, a state hostile to the USA, against which war may soon be necessary to prevent it from arming itself with nuclear missiles. Iran threatens the transportation routes through the Persian Gulf and the USA's allies. Like the base for Russia, the Syrian coast offers Iran its only access to the Mediterranean. If Iran loses Syria as an ally, Hezbollah will lose a weapons supplier. In this respect, The war against the Assad regime serves a number of national interests of the USA, and of Israel, its most important ally. However, none of this has anything to do with a democratic revolution. And the American people have lost interest in sacrificing thousands of American soldiers and hundreds of billions of dollars for democratic revolutions that are meaningless because of their own weakness or the strength of their enemies, also because the American economy's interest in Middle Eastern oil is waning. In order to influence the course of the war in Syria, the USA would also need allies in Syria itself.
But who would that be?
The war in Syria is a result of the Arab Revolution, which in Syria took the form of a revolution by the Sunni majority against a regime based on religious minorities. If it is to serve the interests of the USA to get rid of the Assad regime, the military formations and political coalitions that have emerged on the side of the opponents of the Assad regime in the course of the revolution and the war that followed it would therefore come into question as its allies. The development of these formations and coalitions must therefore be examined. The signal for the start of the revolution in Syria came when Hosni Mubarak was deposed by the Egyptian armed forces in February 2011, paving the way to power for the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood. The Syrian Muslim Brotherhood, Turkey, Qatar, and Al Jazeera now took the initiative in Syria. As in the previous theaters of the Arab Revolution, everything in Syria began with demonstrations that seemed spontaneous and unorganized. The mosques formed the center of the mobilization, and the Syrian Muslim Brotherhood was the only organization capable of leading the demonstrations politically. From the outset, the Muslim Brotherhood set out to bring about the fall of the Assad regime by force, and there was never a shortage of Muslim Brotherhood supporters willing to use violence. One town after another joined the mobilization, soldiers shot at demonstrators, government buildings were set on fire, and within a few weeks, an uprising spread throughout the country. The uprising clearly showed the hallmarks of the Sunni revolution, for which it was the prelude. It was not a popular uprising. During the first weeks of the uprising, the Assad regime demonstrated several times that it was just as capable of calling hundreds of thousands of supporters onto the streets as its opponents. For the religious minorities, above all the Alevis and Christians, the revolutionary movement only represented an attack on their security. In the event of their victory, they had to expect to be persecuted as infidels. But even parts of the Sunni majority itself, for example the Sunni middle class in the big cities, did not join the uprising, which started in the rural areas outside the urban centers and in the Sunni-populated districts where the workers lived, who regarded the richer Sunnis as traitors and collaborators. The Turkish Prime Minister, who knows a lot about domestic politics but little about world politics, had advised Bashar al-Assad to take Egypt or Turkey as a model and allow elections, which everyone assumed the Muslim Brotherhood would win. Such elections would have been an overdose of democracy for a regime that found 3/4 of the population against it for religious reasons alone, regardless of any other political differences. A situation that would have allowed the Assad regime to play off military power against political power, as in Egypt, or political power against military power, as in Turkey, did not exist in Syria either, because the party, state and military apparatus still formed an indissoluble unit here. The Egyptian or Turkish model was therefore not an option in Syria. However, because the fall of Bashar al-Assad would also affect the national interests of Russia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Lebanon, Jordan, Iraq, etc., the Syrian revolution from the outset amounted not only to a civil war that had to be fought along religious lines, but to a war that could not be limited to Syria. Initially, however, the demonstrators only had the guns that most Sunni men have in their cupboards at home anyway, but which cannot be used to win a war against an armed force equipped with warplanes, tanks, missiles, and chemical weapons. According to the political orientation of the uprising, its armament therefore had to be organized. Money was needed for this. The Emirate of Qatar, which was allied with the Muslim Brotherhood, financed the first shipments of weapons that crossed the Turkish border into Syria. The first real battles, which lasted several days and involved not only rifles but also more warlike weapons such as bazookas and booby traps, took place at the end of May in Al-Rastan, a town of 50,000 inhabitants located on the main road between Homs and Hawra, and at the beginning of June in Jizr Ash-Shugar, a town of similar size on the Turkish border. Almost all the residents of both towns were Sunnis. A large group of defectors who had deserted the Syrian army came to Turkey with the refugees from Jizr Ash-Shugar. In a video published on YouTube, the leaders of these defectors announced the formation of a Free Syrian Army, FSA. The headquarters of the FSA was established near Antakya, a Turkish city close to the Syrian border. Its commander-in-chief was the defector Riyad al-Assad, a former colonel in the Syrian Air Force. He no longer plays a role within the FSA. In August, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait and Bahrain withdrew their ambassadors from Damascus, while France, Germany, the UK and the USA called on Assad to step down, and Turkish newspapers reported that Turkey was already making plans to intervene in Syria. The Europeans spoke of sanctions and an arms embargo. At this point, the war had already matured into an international affair of the first order. The Syrian National Council was founded in Istanbul to bring together all the groups involved in the uprising, however incompatible their different interests might be, to form a common political representation of the revolution. The council included the small groups of left-wing and nationalist intellectuals who had published inconsequential declarations propagating vague reforms a few years earlier, or the new local committees that had formed in the embattled towns to produce videos of the demonstrations and battles for YouTube and Al Jazeera, for example, as if on an assembly line. The large group of Kurds represented by the Kurdish parties allied with the PKK did not represent a Syrian interest in the council itself, but a Kurdish interest, which is to secede from Syria, the predominantly Kurdish-inhabited areas that extend northeast along the Turkish and Iraqi borders, where they connect to the Kurdish areas there and, from the perspective of Kurdish nationalists, form the southwestern part of Kurdistan. The Assad regime understood that this particular interest, which relates to an area far from Damascus, did not pose a decisive threat to itself, and this disinterest in turn enabled the Kurds to take control of most of their territories at an early stage of the revolution without serious confrontation with the Syrian army. These machinations of the Syrian Kurds must have appeared more threatening from the perspective of Turkey, on whose border the Kurds took control. Some Sunni tribes represented in the council, who settle in eastern Syria along the Iraqi border, where their Iraqi relatives live on the other side of the border, also have a special interest. The border between Syria and Iraq does not exist for these tribes because citizenship here does not represent the primary assignment of an individual person to the surrounding society or, better, community. The blood relationship is more important. However, their particular interest is more interesting to the regime than that of the Kurds, because it undermines the national integrity of both Syria and Iraq. The threats lurking in the Sunni tribal areas had already become effective once before, namely after the fall of Saddam Hussein, when the tribes living on the Iraqi side allied themselves with al-Qaeda to fight against the American troops stationed in Iraq and the new government in Baghdad, which was supported by the Shiite majority of the population. Because the Iraqi Shiites in particular had benefited from the democratic institutions that had come into the country with the American
soldiers.
However, when the al-Qaeda gangs attempted to rule the tribal areas in a way that did not respect the traditional order represented by the tribal chiefs, for example, finger chopping as a punishment for smoking tobacco, the tribe switched fronts and allied with the U.S. against al-Qaeda. U.S. Marines trained and armed the tribes for this purpose. The joint fight between American soldiers and Sunni tribes against al-Qaeda in Iraq, known as the Sunni Awakening in the history of the Iraq War, occurred during the reinforcement of American troops in 2007 and 2008 and made a decisive contribution to reducing terrorism throughout the country at the time. However, after the withdrawal of American troops in December 2011, al-Qaeda in Iraq was able to regain ground and today poses a serious threat again. Not unlike their Iraqi relatives, the Sunni tribes in Syria also have an ambivalent relationship with al-Qaeda. They value terror as a weapon against their enemies, the Shiites, but they do not like interference in everyday tribal life. The possibility of a repeat of the Sunni Awakening makes these tribes interesting targets in the U.S. search for allies in the Syrian war. As allies of the U.S., they are a threat to Assad and al-Qaeda alike. Another group of potential allies in the National Council were the defectors. Although this group had not yet organized itself politically at the time, it could at least be assumed that it belonged to the nationalist factions within the council. Their military training in the Syrian army also made them an interesting ally. A number of other small and insignificant groups and individuals joined, but the council was controlled by a single organization that was financially and politically superior to all other groups and individuals represented in it, the Muslim Brotherhood. However, the Syrian Muslim Brotherhood was an exile organization that had family and personal contacts in Syria, political supporters and covert members, but no organization, offices, media, preachers and cadres, to be able to fight a political battle on the ground. Hafez al-Assad's regime had crushed the Muslim Brotherhood organization by military force in 1982, after it had attempted to provoke an uprising in previous years that challenged the regime through a combination of demonstrations and terrorist actions. The Muslim Brotherhood had thus not been directly active in Syria for 3 decades and had little influence on how the current uprising was organized on the ground, although its first phase seemed similar in form to the previous one. Through its international contacts and financial resources, however, the Muslim Brotherhood played an important role in arming the revolution. From its offices in Istanbul, it managed the distribution of the money provided by Qatar for arms purchases. In a number of places, various groups had begun to arm themselves. In some places, they had already grown into battalions, engaging the Syrian army in an increasing number of battles. The first battles took place in Damascus in August, fighting resumed in Al-Rastan in September and in Aleppo in October. The uprising had now reached the civil war phase. Until then, the Muslim Brotherhood had played the decisive role in investing the financial resources provided from outside Syria in weapons and distributing them to the combat-ready groups inside Syria. The prospect of the rise of the Muslim Brotherhood, made possible by the Arab Revolution, from an opposition that had until then been well guarded by the Arab despots to a power that would soon rule several states in the region, posed a threat to Saudi Arabia, which the kingdom countered by arming its own allies. Some wealthy private sponsors from the oil states formed an armed group for themselves. This gave rise to a second front of Islamic combat units in Syria, the Salafist brigades, which are fighting together with the already active units financed by Qatar and the Muslim Brotherhood against the Assad regime and at the same time competing for the hierarchy, leadership of the revolution and control of territories. Then the first al-Qaeda gangs from Iraq came to Syria, and at the end of the year al-Nusra carried out the first terrorist attacks in Damascus. A new phase of the war had begun. In al-Nusra, Salafists, terrorists, Syrians, Iraqis and jihadists from all over the world fight united under the black banner of Islam. Their military successes soon made the Salafists and above all al-Nusra, which carried the war into the city centers with suicide attacks, the spearhead of the revolution. As a result, on the one hand, the military reinforcement provided by the new organizations enabled Assad's opponents to wage an ongoing civil war against the Syrian army in the first place. On the other hand, the balance of power between the various groups fighting against the regime also changed. In the end, the Muslim Brotherhood lost its position as leader of the revolution to the militarily superior newer groups. 1 year after the start of the Syrian revolution, this created new conditions for the USA's search for allies. While it would serve a U.S. national interest to weaken or remove the Assad regime, a regime led by the Muslim Brotherhood or more likely now, a gang rule of Salafists and terrorists in its place would run counter to U.S. national interests. There was no ally in sight. So it had to be in the interests of the USA that neither side won the war. But if neither side could win, the war would never stop, would even expand and threaten more and more U.S. allies, as the war was also a proxy war between Iran and Saudi Arabia, the Sunnis and Shiites in Lebanon, the Muslim Brotherhood against the Egyptian military regime and the Jordanian kingdom, the PKK against Turkey, Al-Qaeda against Iraq, Yemen, Pakistan, etc. from the very beginning. In this respect, it had to be in the USA's interest for the war to end soon. So at some point, either someone had to win it, or a balance of power had to be brought about between Assad and his opponents that neither side could overcome, and which would therefore force both sides to negotiate the division of territories. But who could the USA ally itself with? Finding out was initially the task of the CIA. During the phase of the war in which the Muslim Brotherhood, Qatar and Turkey determined the course of the Syrian revolution, the work of the CIA agents who were sent to Turkey for this purpose concentrated on observing the arms shipments that crossed the Turkish border. There was nothing more to do. This was because the fighting units organized by the defectors and smaller groups in the contested locations and supplied with money and weapons by the Muslim Brotherhood were still too weak at the time to pose a serious challenge to the Syrian army. For the USA, they were not only too weak to be taken seriously as allies, but there was also no interest on the part of the USA in choosing between the Assad regime and a Muslim Brotherhood regime. But there was no other choice at the time, and considering the weakness of Assad's opponents, there was not even that choice. Consequently, the US had no interest in the Syrian revolution at the time, except to observe it. When the Salafists and al-Nusra began to dominate the revolution, things got interesting. Assad's opponents were now strong enough to impose an ongoing civil war on the Assad regime, and the war could be won by Assad, the Muslim Brotherhood or Al-Qaeda. From now on, the distribution of weapons not only had to be monitored, but also supervised and controlled. Over the course of 2012, the CIA developed a plan to arm the FSA into an ally capable of fighting a war on two fronts simultaneously, against the Assad regime and the terrorists within the ranks of Assad's opponents. The first part of the plan involved splitting the revolution. The second part involved training and arming the allies. The implementation of the plan first required the creation of political and military structures to exclude al-Nusra from the revolutionary organizations. The USA now took the initiative itself. The first condition for the successful implementation of the plan was the coordination of arms deliveries, which until then had been carried out by the Muslim Brotherhood, Qatar, Turkey, Saudi Arabia and the private sponsors from the other oil states not only haphazardly, but also deliberately against each other and less in pursuit of the success of the cause as a whole. The first tangible result of this coordination was the reorganization of the political representation of the revolution. With the founding of the National Coalition in Dubai in October, the National Council organized by the Muslim Brotherhood a year earlier was replaced by an alliance that now also included the groups armed by Saudi Arabia and installed them as a counterweight to the Muslim Brotherhood. Although this left the defectors even more marginalized, there was now a political structure that better represented the military conditions at the front and at the same time sealed the exclusion of the terrorist parts of the revolution. Only at the front itself was there no sign of such a split. Although the national coalition working in Istanbul was supposed to be the preliminary stage of a future transitional government in Syria, it was unable to influence the course of the war in Syria itself. Each military unit fought on its own. Military coordination between the units was limited in terms of location and time to individual battles in which the strongest military unit involved in the battle determined the strategy and tactics. However, on this scale, which was limited to individual battles, military coordination between the various units was part of everyday life. In fact, major military operations were increasingly rarely carried out by one unit alone. In practice, cooperation between the units of the defectors, the Muslim Brotherhood, individual tribes, towns, districts and al-Nusra was the order of the day. The next step in implementing the CIA plan was therefore to transfer the new political conditions to the military organization of the FSA. To this end, around 500 commanders from the individual FSA units met at the end of 2012 in Antakya, the same Turkish town near the Syrian border where the founding of the FSA had been announced in summer 2011. Security officials from the USA, the UK, France, Turkey, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and other Arab states took part in the meeting. The outcome of the meeting was the establishment of a military council that brought together all FSA units under a joint high command. Only al-Nusra and the Ahrar al-Sham brigades, a coalition of jihadist combat units and one of the strongest military units on the battlefield of the Syrian revolution, were excluded. With the establishment of the military council, which placed the FSA under the supreme command of the defector Salim Idris, a former general in the Syrian army, the military division of the revolution was completed on an organizational level. But at the front, the split remained a fiction. Even after the establishment of the military council, hardly a successful military operation against the Assad regime took place without the participation, or rather without the leadership, of the Ahrar al-Sham brigades and al-Nusras. In a coordinated military operation in March 2013, several units inside and outside the structures of the National Coalition and the Military Council captured al-Raqqa, the first provincial capital to fall into the hands of the revolution, a northern municipality with 250,000 inhabitants before the war, which at the time was also home to 600,000 refugees from other combat zones. The conquest of al-Raqqa illustrated the balance of power at the time between the Assad regime and its opponents on the one hand, and between the various military units of Assad's opponents on the other. First of all, the event demonstrated the weakness of the Syrian army on the front in the north and east of the country, where the regime had already lost virtually all territory 6 months earlier, including the largest oil fields in Syria. The conquest of al-Raqqa itself also demonstrated the strength of the jihadist parts of the revolution. Although the FSA units represented in the military council were involved in the fighting, the conquest was planned and led by Ahrar al-Sham, whose brigades alone comprised around 20,000 men, while the total strength of the FSA was estimated at 100,000 men. The commanders of Ahrar al-Sham had coordinated the attack with al-Nusra and an al-Qaeda group that had only announced its involvement in the war in Syria a few months earlier. This group calls itself the Islamic State in Iraq and Syria, ISIS, and is a merger of the al-Qaeda gangs in Iraq with their Syrian counterparts. Its structure is similar to that of al-Nusra, which makes both appear to be competing organizations, although both are subordinate to the al-Qaeda leadership in Pakistan, under the orders of Ayman al-Zawahiri. ISIS is said to receive money from private sponsors in Kuwait, among others. Salim Idris and his military council were not involved in the attack plans. Ahrar al-Sham, al-Nusra and ISIS divided the subsequent government of al-Raqqa among themselves, while the other FSA units involved in the conquest had no say in the matter. Even during the preparations for the attack, the administration of the city after its conquest was meticulously planned in advance. Individual functions of the municipal administration were delegated to smaller units that had been put together in advance. These were to be responsible for supplying the city with food and energy, waste collection, public transport, etc. The police-like units were responsible for protecting the city. Police-like units were responsible for the protection of private and public property, so that the bank vaults are said to have remained undamaged and there is said to have been less looting after the conquest than is usual in attacks carried out by smaller and inexperienced groups. Journalists who visited the city afterwards reported unusually little garbage on the streets. However, the conquerors' cleansing squads also cleaned up after their opponents, who were either summarily executed or sentenced to be executed later by a Sharia court. Military obedience and political discipline, virtues with which the Islamic brigades knew how to impress friends and foes alike, were also demanded of their subjects, the citizens of the city. Dozens of cities in northern and eastern Syria were conquered in a similar way that year. On the one hand, the aforementioned virtues are merely an expression of the arbitrariness with which the most powerful organizations of the revolution, the Salafist and terrorist ones, rule the areas under their control in the way that military means allow them to. However, they are also an indication of the political weakness of these groups. At least their leaders are aware of the experiences of Al-Qaeda in Iraq. If they do not respect the conservative traditions of the tribes, they could once again provoke a Sunni awakening, which could become dangerous for them the moment the angry tribes arm themselves. So far there have only been isolated demonstrations. Either way, the military superiority of the jihadist groups had to be overcome in order to enforce the division of the revolution at the front. Consequently, the units selected by the CIA as allies of the USA had to be strengthened militarily. The jihadists had already been in control of the northern front, the areas along the border with Turkey, for months. It therefore made sense to build up the front from the south. To this end, the CIA set up a training camp in Jordan. The training began at the beginning of the year with a hand-picked group of FSA soldiers who were also to learn how to use weapons systems that were not allowed to fall into the hands of terrorists under any circumstances. The distribution of shoulder-launched anti-aircraft missiles in particular had to be restricted to a small group of trustworthy soldiers, because such weapons can also be used to shoot down passenger planes. Israel, whose planes would then be an obvious target for terrorists, supported the build-up of the front in the south. As far as the war in Syria is concerned, Israel's interests are hardly any different from those of the USA. Neither the Assad regime nor Al-Qaeda should win the war, but the war should stop at some point so that it does not spread. On the other hand, the threat is also closer for Israel than for the USA due to the geographical proximity, so Israel's task in the training camp is to pay meticulous attention to the selection of allies. In addition to Israelis, French, British and Jordanian instructors work at the camp. Some Sunni tribes from southern Syria provided the recruits. Saudi Arabia paid for the training program and the weapons. The weapons for the new front were delivered across the Jordanian border. Among other things, the Saudi royal family purchased a large quantity of Soviet and Yugoslavian-made equipment in Croatia, including not only light weapons and ammunition such as Kalashnikovs, but also machine guns, rocket and grenade launchers, mortars, artillery, etc. Turkish and Jordanian airplanes transported the weapons. This large-scale transfer of weapons from the Balkans to the Middle East began in December 2012 and took place in regular batches. For one delivery alone at the beginning of March 2013, of which a Croatian daily newspaper published some details, 75 Turkish and Jordanian transport planes are said to have landed in Zagreb and returned to Jordan with 3,000 tons of equipment. The purchase of Soviet-made weapons also had advantages in the selection of recruits for the training camp, where defectors were preferred for political reasons. Because the Syrian army was also equipped with such weapons, the defectors were familiar with them so that they could be recognized and their training took less time. One of the first groups of several hundred soldiers who had completed the training in Jordan is said to have been deployed in Damascus in August, where the units of one of the most powerful units of the FSA, the Liwa al-Islam Brigade, which is part of the FSA and the Military Council, had been carrying out an offensive in eastern Ghouta since the end of July, i.e. where the regime attacked with chemical weapons a few days later. FSA units had already carried out several successful offensives in 2013. But with the support of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards and the Lebanese Hezbollah, the Syrian army was able to recapture some areas, including strategically important locations such as Al-Qusair, a town between the Lebanese border and Horns, which was recaptured in June. Despite several attempts, however, the Syrian army did not succeed in capturing the suburbs of eastern Ghouta held by FSA units to the southeast of Damascus. Instead, the FSA counteroffensive led from there was able to advance further towards the city center, in some cases within firing range of central military installations of the Assad regime. During the battles, Syrian army fighter jets were occasionally shot down with shoulder-launched air defense missiles. However, the FSA was not equipped against chemical weapons. The possession of chemical weapons gave the regime a strategic advantage that could only be offset by U.S. intervention. Perhaps the threat of intervention was enough. However, the USA could also have used the use of chemical weapons in Damascus as an opportunity to bomb the Syrian Air Force and thus deprive the regime of another strategic advantage. If necessary, another reason could be found later. The CIA's plan to find allies in Syria and to train and equip them for a two-front war against Assad and Al-Qaeda can be seen both as an alternative and as preparation for military intervention. However, it was still too early for this in August 2013, as the USA's allies were not yet in a position to wage war against these two opponents at that time. Although the possibility of direct military intervention by the USA alone had led to an increase in smaller battles between the FSA units, al-Nusra and ISIS, the FSA would not have been able to cope with a showdown with the al-Qaeda groups or Ahr al-Sham brigades, neither militarily nor politically, as the division of the revolution still appeared to be an open-ended project. And not only on the front itself. This was demonstrated by the founding of a new alliance, the Islamic Alliance, on September 24. This alliance includes some of the strongest Islamic brigades within the FSA and the Military Council, i.e. allies of the USA, including Liwa al-Islam and the Tawhid and Soghur al-Sham brigades, as well as al-Nusra and Ahr al-Sham. In the founding declaration, the establishment of an Islamic State is named as the political goal of the Al-Alliance. It regards the National Coalition and the Military Council as puppets of the West and traitors. The alliance claims to represent 50,000 Islamic fighters. At first glance, it looked as if the Salafists, both inside and outside the FSA, were allying themselves with al-Qaeda. The only thing that seemed strange was that although al-Nusra was part of the alliance, ISIS was not, which in turn could be explained by the rank battles between these two groups. However, the very next day, al-Nusra revoked its membership of the alliance, which turned out to be an alliance of Salafists against al-Qaeda. 3 days later, on September 29, another alliance of Salafist brigades formed an Islamic army, which distanced itself from the National Coalition and the Military Council and to which neither al-Nusra nor ISIS belonged. It unites 50 Islamic organizations and is led by Liwa al-Islam, one of the most powerful Salafist brigades, which is supported by Saudi Arabia and is mainly active in and around Damascus. This emerging reorganization of the Revolutionary Front in September to the detriment of al-Qaeda on the one hand and the political and military organizations of the US-backed groups on the other could have been read as a sign of failure or a sign of success of the CIA plan. However, either reading would have had to ignore the fact that the war had only just begun. In fact, however, the US allies still had a bargaining chip that promised them an advantage for the future that the others could not surpass, having the US as an ally. This advantage just has to materialize on the battlefield at some point. After the lost battle for Aleppo, the Syrian revolution as a whole seems to have been lost, at least insofar as its goal was the realization of a national social order claiming the entire territory of the state and limiting itself to it, the establishment of a Sunni state in Syria. To adhere to this would require the will to wage war against Russia, a repetition of the jihad against the Soviet Union in Afghanistan, as it were.
And why not?
In its commitment to Sunni Islam, the revolution has already overshot its target all by itself, just as its brigades gathered on the battlefield have militarily and practically broken through Syria's borders with Turkey in the north and Iraq in the east. The Syrian revolution, as a local event, is as naturally part of the larger context of the world Islamic revolution as the goals of the two opposing revolutionary perspectives meet in Syria. The local goal is a global milestone. The revolution, which has been pushed out of the city and into the provinces, is therefore not yet over. Thrown back politically to its Sunni core and militarily to the land guerrillas it relied on before the attack on Aleppo, it has now only matured through the experience that it can destroy the cities but cannot conquer them permanently. The major Syrian cities, from Aleppo in the north to Horns and Damascus in the south, now roughly mark the eastern border of the western part of Syria, which is securely controlled by Assad. The various armed revolutionary groups still control large parts of the Sunni country in the northwestern provinces of Idlib and Aleppo. Eastern Syria was extended years ago by the advance of the Islamic State, IS, to include the Sunni country in western Iraq, which from the perspective of global jihad, remains part of the extended battlefield of the Sunni revolution in Syria even after the defeat of IS. The revolution must therefore continue for the time being on the land it still holds, i.e. if it is to be capable of new offensives again, it must close ranks and first defeat the enemy that threatens it from within, those comrades who already want to give up, end the war and betray the revolution. Al-Qaeda took the initiative immediately after the lost battle for Aleppo. Now that Al-Qaeda's ally in Syria, Jabhat Fatah al-Sham, JFS, has been able to demonstrate its political and military qualities in Aleppo, the organization is ideally equipped to drive the Syrian revolution forward even after the lost battle. A JFS offensive at the end of January 2017 against Free Syrian Army, FSA, units in the northwestern provinces, which were accused of negotiating with the enemy in Kazakhstan, demonstrated that it is also confident in this role. Some FSA units were suspected of having provided the US with coordinates for the bombing of JFS positions. After one such band of traitors, which was also on the CIA payroll, was completely wiped out by a JFS commando, the hard-pressed FSA units joined the all-powerful Ahr al-Sham brigades for self-protection, previously the attacker's most important ally, but forced by the attacks to show its colors and itself in danger of splitting into two camps. The attacks are therefore aimed at splitting the revolution, on the one side the traitors and on the other the authentic Syrian People's Revolution, which is rallying around Al-Qaeda, supported by the Sunni masses and advancing from a local to a global war. The bombing of JFS positions, still ordered by Barack Obama, is obviously aimed at the same division, except that the resulting parts are portrayed as the Sunni people on the one side and the terrorists on the other. Compared to Al-Qaeda's propaganda, however, this portrayal has the decisive disadvantage that it deliberately ignores a political factor, Sunni Islam, as the element that unites the masses and its vanguard. The protagonists of the Syrian revolution will remember that Al-Qaeda has already helped them out of a state of confusion once before. Barely 6 months before the battle for Aleppo, in spring 2012, barely a year after the revolution began, it seemed to have almost lost the initial momentum it had gained from the Egyptian uprising, without any prospect of taking over the state in the foreseeable future. In the previous brief first phase of the revolution, in which the protest escalated into civil war, things were still progressing at a pace that could no longer really be controlled. After the first demonstrations in March 2011 and the bloody escalation in Horns in April, armed groups emerged throughout the country in May, uniting to form the Free Syrian Army in June and declaring war on the Assad regime. However, the United Revolutionary Army was initially just an idea of the Muslim Brotherhood, which sought to coordinate the escalating uprising of the Sunni rural youth and subject the revolution to a common political program and military command, which was to be assumed by the so-called deserters, the majority of whom were lower and middle-ranking officers, because the regime tended to fill such ranks with soldiers from the Sunni majority of the population. The Muslim Brotherhood's propaganda, for its part, exaggerated the number of officers and their ranks defecting from Assad's army to the revolutionaries, on the one hand to conjure up the imminent collapse of the regime, and on the other to adorn the seemingly unpredictable revolution itself with the charm of a responsible rank. Mobilizing the masses for armed struggle was very simple during this phase. The easiest way to bring revolutionary youth into line was to put a Kalashnikov in their hands. A revolutionary council was set up in Istanbul, the money arrived in heavy suitcases and the weapons found their way across the Turkish border to Syria. Fighting had been going on several fronts since the summer, while the Revolutionary Council's propaganda department portrayed the battlefield, which was spreading daily, as if Assad's army was on a furious campaign of revenge against the Sunni majority, which was obviously only half the truth. However, the Revolutionary Council, in which the Muslim Brotherhood set the tone, hoped to use this propaganda to get the Western public excited about the revolution and thus bring about an intervention like the one in Libya. The bloody images needed for the background were provided by the battle that had begun. In Homs, Syria's third largest city, a revolutionary battalion had attempted to take control of the districts of Rastan and Bab Amr in order to conquer the city from there. By the end of the year, this had turned into an all-out civil war between the revolutionary Sunni majority and the religious minorities who saw the regime as a life insurance policy. In February, the Syrian armed forces besieged, bombed, conquered and looted Bab Amr, the last district still controlled by the revolutionaries, after the majority of residents had already fled and most FSA units had withdrawn. What remained were corpses and ruins, but the Muslim Brotherhood's plan had not worked out. The West moaned, but did nothing. This was not only due to Barack Obama, but also to the contradictions of the revolution itself. In December 2011, the Institute for the Study of War concluded, the armed Syrian resistance lacks the fundamental characteristics of the rebels who overthrew President Muammar Gaddafi in Libya. Above all, the resistance has been incapable of holding territory from which it could have operated and where it could have organized itself, unlike the Libyan rebels who were able to organize themselves in liberated Benghazi. In addition, Syria's armed resistance is only made up of small units of deserters and local insurgents, all of whom are only lightly armed, while entire units of the Libyan army had defected. Homs came into the spotlight for another notable reason. The specter of religious bloodshed has appeared more clearly in the stories from Homs than in those from anywhere else.
End quote.
Homs lies between Aleppo and Damascus and is part of the area that the regime has to defend for better or worse. Compared to Aleppo and Damascus, however, Horns was more difficult to defend, i.e. only with more force, due to the religious majority and the corresponding revolutionary mood in the city. The attack on Homs in an early phase of the revolution was a daring maneuver, and the defeat in this city was all the more frustrating because it meant that it would be impossible to win battles in the larger, religiously balanced cities that were politically divided between supporters and opponents with the weapons available. On the other hand, new weapons were already coming into play at the time. Car bombs controlled by martyrs and homemade bombs that could be detonated remotely, as Al-Qaeda had used them against American troops in Afghanistan and Iraq. The first two car bombs, which were probably controlled by two female martyrs from Iraq, exploded on December 23, 2011 in Damascus near military facilities of the regime. On January 6, a martyr blew up a police bus. In February, 2 heavy car bombs destroyed a security forces building in Aleppo. In March, there were explosions in Damascus and Aleppo. The group that first used the new weapons and targeted state power in the country's major cities with its attacks called itself Jabhat al-Nusra, JN Front, for the support of the Syrian people. The fact that the new front distanced itself from the revolution with this name in that it did not present itself as an immediate part of the revolution, but as an external force that would help the revolution to victory, corresponded exactly to the role that Al-Qaeda was to play in Syria. The core of the Nusra Front consisted of Al-Qaeda members and sympathizers in Syria and Iraq who had already gained military experience in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Libya. The Nusra Front emerged in Syria as a local elite unit of the global war for the unrestricted rule of Islam, which Osama bin Laden had proclaimed with the attack on September 11, 2001. A Sunni state in Syria would expand the Islamic sphere of power. In short, a victory for the Syrian revolution would be a stage victory for the Islamic world revolution. While the targeted attacks on the metropolises deepened the political rifts within the affected cities, each time larger revolutionary demonstrations were met with even larger counter-demonstrations. The revolutionaries in the suburbs and respective provinces were already busy encircling Aleppo. Compared to Damascus, Aleppo was better suited to an attack from outside in that the city was close to the Turkish border, through which a large part of the revolutionary logistics were handled. The northern provinces of Aleppo and Idlib were the focus of the Syrian revolution's military activities from the outset. In February 2012, a reporter for the Los Angeles Times reported from Anadan, a village less than 10 kilometers from Aleppo, where the young men had armed themselves and driven out the police. According to Wikipedia, the village had a population of just over 10,000. The newspapers mentioned 20,000. But the consensus is that 30,000 people fled the village during a later attack by the Syrian army. The village was only in revolutionary hands. Quote, "Not far from the main road leading from Aleppo city to the village, a handful of young men, each with a Kalashnikov, some covering their faces with scarves, stand at a checkpoint close to the entrance to the small village. The green, white, and black flag of the Syrian revolution flutters next to them. The armed uprising has reached Aleppo's doorstep."
End quote.
According to the reporter's account, the mood in the village must have been gloomy. Quote, "In a back room on the third floor of a newer building is the improvised media department of the newly founded Revolutionary Council for Aleppo and the suburbs. The people here don't want a peaceful revolution, they want war," says Faraj, who works for the council.
End quote.
In the summer, the hotheads were almost unstoppable, if you believe another reporter who visited the site in July 2012. Quote, "Behind the villa they were guarding, a group of half-naked rebels bawled with glee as they did but bombs into the dirty half-full swimming pool. Their commander, an illiterate 24-year-old, joked that while the war raged all around them, the people of Aleppo were just worried about the barbecue. He vowed that the rebels currently roaming the countryside would soon find their way to Aleppo. He promised that Aleppo would burn."
End quote.
The reason for this confidence was the initial success in bringing together the many armed groups that had been operating around the city more or less on their own until then. The attempts to unite the Muslim Brotherhood with the FSA as the military arm of a national council controlling the revolution from Istanbul had been unsuccessful because they did not correspond to the balance of power on the battlefield. At the front, it was no longer the FSA, which did not exist as a unit, but the jihad that dominated events. Anyone who wanted to be at the forefront joined it. In July 2012, dozens of revolutionary groups active in the province of Aleppo placed themselves under a joint command and called themselves the Tawhid Brigade, the Unity. Their common goal was to establish a Sunni state throughout Syria. The new formation was open to all revolutionaries who wanted to fight for the realization of this goal, whether they came from the FSA or Al-Qaeda. That was what was new about it, although the unity of local and global war was already present in the Sunni Islamic character of the Syrian revolution, albeit initially only as an idea that still had to prove itself in the reality of battle. It was actually the Nusra Front's mission that made the new unit possible, although it would never submit to any commander other than the Al-Qaeda leadership in Pakistan and the Prophet. The Tawhid Brigade commanded around 10,000 men before the attack, excluding the Nusra Front. On July 22, 2012, The Guardian reported, "Fighters from the rural areas around Aleppo have stormed the city of 3 million near the Turkish border." The Tawhid Brigade said in a video statement that the battle for the liberation of Aleppo had begun.
End quote.
2 days earlier, thousands of fighters had invaded the city, using Kalashnikovs and bazookas to shoot their way into neighborhoods where they hoped to find a sympathetic reception due to their population composition. Homes were confiscated to set up revolutionary accommodation, offices and media stations, schools were converted into military bases and command centers, civilian life was brought to a standstill and the residents were placed under the rule of the commando governing the respective street. Within a few days, the revolution had conquered almost a third of the city and was at the gates of the old town in the center of Aleppo. A counter-offensive by the Syrian army was able to stop it there, but was unable to regain the lost parts of the city. Residents who did not want to take part in this revolution fled the contested areas. Those who wanted to oppose the revolution, however, because, like the religious minorities in the city, they had nothing good to expect from it, had to join an Alawite, Christian or Druze militia that helped defend the regime, for better or worse. On July 30th, an FSA commando captured a strategic Syrian army checkpoint near Anadan. The fighters claimed to have captured the Hryatan military base and the Anadan checkpoint. A video shows them triumphantly on the captured tanks. Colonel Abdel Nasser, the commander of the battle, told Guardian reporter Luke Harding that his men had captured 8 tanks and 10 armored vehicles as well as mortars and a quantity of weapons. The rebels now control a strategic land corridor in northern Syria, all the way from Turkey to Aleppo. This was the main route of revolutionary logistics, the artery, so to speak, of the bloody battle for Aleppo that had just begun. It was now obvious that the individual armed groups were coordinating their operations with each other. The hot-headed illiterates from Anadan were now part of a complex battle plan to finally push the revolution out of the provinces and into the centers of power of the Assad regime. A New York Times reporter in Aleppo described the situation in the city that day. In a school that has been transformed into a military base, a rebel commander sits at a small desk as updates come in on his walkie-talkie. His fighters are just on the front line, watching the government troops massing around the town. An AK-47 lies on the desk. "We are preparing for a long, hard guerrilla war," he says as he instructs his men to organize night patrols in Salaheddin, the district at the center of the fighting. The city has been completely transformed, its gardens and schools overflowing with people who have been left homeless. Hospitals are full of civilians wounded in armed clashes or by incessant government shelling. New borders have emerged, with the army and its opponents demarcating their respective territories with tanks or burning cars. Armed clashes occurred mainly in the impoverished, makeshift settlements on the outskirts of the city, where the rebels found willing support, and in the districts in the center around the old town. Many neighborhoods are cut off from electricity and water supplies. Most bakeries have closed. According to the United Nations, 200,000 people have fled the city. Those who could not leave the city have retreated to parks and Kurdish and Christian neighborhoods, which have been largely spared from the fighting.
End quote.
Reuters reported on August 1st, rebels say they will turn Aleppo into the tomb of the Assad regime.
End quote.
In the end, it was not the grave of the Assad regime, but that of tens of thousands of the city's inhabitants. The conditions for this had already been created at the beginning of the battle. During the ongoing offensive, which aimed to conquer the old city, Aleppo was surrounded by revolutionary troops who blocked all roads into the city. At the time, the city besieged by the revolutionaries already resembled the eastern part that was encircled by the regime's troops 4 years later, in which the revolution had taken root for a protracted guerrilla war that it ultimately lost. But it was only when, a few weeks after the attack, the old town of Aleppo with its cultural heritage was set on fire during fighting in the center, that the German world conscience came to the fore. Richard Herzinger suddenly recognized the pure hypocrisy behind the whining about the loss of the world cultural heritage, and at that moment his heart was also kindled for the Syrian revolution. Quote, "World cultural heritage? What was the point of the Syrian people, whom the world expected to live for decades under a particularly brutal, kleptocratic dictatorship, especially as international strategy experts from left to right largely agreed that Arab culture was not compatible with Western ideas of democracy and human rights? World cultural heritage? A world community that has been calmly watching the slaughter and torture of tens of thousands of people and the growing misery of hundreds of thousands of refugees, besieged and persecuted people for a good year and a half can hardly call itself cultured, and therefore does not deserve such a heritage. Meanwhile, the routine persistence with which the West avoids any serious attempt to put a stop to the disaster also borders on barbarism. The shock to the world's cultural conscience that emanates from the smoking ruins of Aleppo's old town will not change this determination to do nothing. One is unpleasantly reminded of the Balkan War, when the bombing of Dubrovnik, the cultural pearl of Dalmatia, by the Serbian army at the end of 1991 provoked a fierce worldwide lament.
End quote.
The world's conscience sounded like this for another 4 years. On the battlefield of propaganda, the Syrian revolution remained victorious to the end. The Nusra Front's mission during the first phase of the assault was to challenge the regime with targeted bombing raids on strategic targets in the city. At the end of July, a young Nusra Front commander told a Time reporter about his work. Quote, "Our specialty is bombs, homemade bombs, IEDs. Most of our operations consist of placing IEDs on roads or exploding cars by remote control," he said. On the nighttime spoke to him, some members of the Jabhat were in a remote field testing a homemade missile constructed with guidance from Syrian veterans of the Iraq War.
End quote.
The homemade missile was supposedly capable of penetrating a tank. A commander of a small FSA unit told the same reporter that he was working with the Nusra Front because he needs their bombs. On August 8, a reporter from the Reuters news agency traveled to the front to investigate the relationship between the Nusra Front and the other revolutionary groups. She describes the arrival of revolutionaries sitting on a truck. The fighters have brought mortars and boxes full of homemade bombs. And wherever you find homemade bombs, there are most likely foreign fighters, says a rebel named Muhammad from a local unit. They brought a lot of experience in bomb making from the insurgency in Iraq. With their help, our bombs now have a blast radius of 3 to 7 kilometers. Now we can even detonate them by cell phone.
End quote.
But the Nusra Front was not only made up of foreign fighters. Many were Syrians who had fought in Iraq. Other former comrades in arms joined the Ahrar al-Sham brigades, whose members emphasized that they were founded right after the Egyptian Revolution in early February, but before the first protests in Syria at the end of March 2011. The reporter herself writes about these free men of Syria, which she describes as one of the most effective and mysterious groups in Aleppo. Quote, their fighters include most of the jihadist foreign fighters in Idlib and Aleppo, the rebels say. They are extremely effective and secretive. They work with us to carry out attacks against the regime, but they don't take orders from anyone else. They have smuggled weapons into Syria that are much better.
End quote.
The Nusra Front and the Ahrar al-Sham brigades were natural allies from the beginning and remained so until the end of the battle for Aleppo. The war and Islam kept the revolutionaries firmly together. The reporter asked a Syrian rebel commander about this. Let me be clear. I am an Islamist. My fighters are Islamists. But there is more than one kind of Islamism, he told Reuters. The men who come here have taken part in uprisings like the one in Iraq. They are too extreme. They want to blow up all symbols of the state, even schools.
End quote.
But despite his reservations about this extremely radical approach, the commander hopes that the extremists will help him to establish an Islamic state. Quote, let's get rid of the regime first, restore stability, have a national dialogue, and then we can establish the Islamic State step by step, giving people time to get used to it. I don't want to immediately introduce Sharia law and chop off people's hands if they have stolen something. I believe in Sharia law. But if we impose it on people, we will create fear. We have to make it clear to minorities that we will treat them well.
End quote.
And that they are minorities. What the rebel commander was saying was straight out of the Muslim Brotherhood's textbooks. They had, of course, also studied the people of Al-Qaeda. The accusation of extreme radicalism is difficult to justify if it is directed across the board against the like-minded members of Al-Qaeda as a whole, as the media like to do in order to maintain their neat division between good and bad revolutionaries. In any case, the Nusra Front, as the organization allied with Al-Qaeda in Syria, did what it could to live up to its name and support the Syrian revolution. The skills and courage of its soldiers inspired the revolutionary masses. This solidarity with the masses is the first commandment of any people's war, according to the Maoist slogan that a fish must swim in water. And the people's war was exactly what Al-Qaeda wanted. The imperative to immerse oneself in the rousing current of the revolutionary masses, who must be shown the way, is therefore a principle of this organization's policy that is as self-evident as it is irrefutable. However, the problems with extreme radicalism were no figment of the imagination. They arose within the organization's own ranks, as part of the organization was obviously determined to no longer adhere to these political principles. Extreme radicalism first organized itself in Iraq. After the fall of Saddam Hussein, Iraq was the center of global jihad for years. It was mainly the Al-Qaeda ally in Iraq, which at that time called itself the Islamic State in Iraq ISI, from whose war experiences the Syrian revolution now benefited. But the Iraqis had no social revolutionary strategies in mind. Their relationship with the masses was determined by the simple formula of physical violence: either you follow us or you die. The political problems with the Iraqi ally had caused the Al-Qaeda leadership in Pakistan great grief since the times of the Iraq War, which only subsided temporarily when the Iraqis lost the war against the USA because they had fallen out with the Sunni tribes in Iraq and had thus actually already proven the stupidity of their policy. But after the withdrawal of American troops, the Iraqi Al-Qaeda network, which had been forced underground, regained ground. In Syria, the veterans got something to do, and in the spring of 2013, a good year after its intervention in Syria, ISI felt strong enough again to unceremoniously annex the Syrian revolution and thus violate all the principles of Al-Qaeda's policy. In April 2013, the ISI declared its unification with the Nusra Front under the name ISIS Islamic State in Iraq and Syria, and the supreme command of ISI leader Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. The Nusra Front and the al-Qaeda leadership fended off the attempted embrace, which was tantamount to an internal coup, which in turn led to a war between the hostile factions. Ayman al-Zawahiri, the successor to Osama bin Laden, who was killed by a U.S. commando in an early phase of the Arab Revolution, had tried to explain the political significance of this division, which had far-reaching consequences for global jihad, to Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi's predecessor in a long letter years earlier. Musab al-Zarqawi, the then leader of Iraqi al-Qaeda, had already made exactly the same mistakes that his successor apparently intended to repeat. He had introduced beheading on camera, terrorized ordinary Muslims, attacked the Shiites without need, and ignored the customs of the Sunni tribes. In the letter, the al-Qaeda leader asks the leader of the jihad in Iraq to always remember that the strongest weapon that the mujahideen can enjoy, after the help and success of God, is the support of the Muslim masses in Iraq and the surrounding Muslim countries. The support of the masses is the decisive factor that determines victory and defeat in a people's war, jihad, or intifada. The enemies of the Islamic Revolution do not intend to destroy the movement of the mujahideen, rather they want to secretly separate it from the misguided and fearful Muslim masses.
End quote.
Then he wrote to him about the violent videos of the Iraqi comrades. Quote, "Among the things that will most hurt the feelings of the Muslim population, who love and support you, and with which they will resign themselves, are the scenes of the slaughter of prisoners. And I say to you, we are in a war, and more than half of that war is on the battlefield of the media. We are in a media war for the hearts and minds of our ummah. And however far our capacities reach, they will never be 1,000th of the capacities of the satanic empire that is waging war against us. And we can kill a prisoner with a bullet. We have achieved what we wanted without having to expose ourselves to the questions and doubts of the public. We don't need that."
End quote.
But Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi had no interest in this eternal doubt. ISIS began the campaign of conquest on its own and became the most spectacular event of global jihad since 9/11 precisely because of the videos of violence and with the triumphant proclamation of the Islamic State in Mosul in the summer of 2014. While the Islamic State conquered the Syrian east and the Iraqi west, it was chased out of the provinces of Idlib and Aleppo by force by the Nusra Front loyal to al-Qaeda and almost all other groups of the Syrian revolution. In the north, the Kurds stopped him. An international coalition took him on in Iraq. Meanwhile, the Nusra Front's determined fight against IS in Syria had helped it to become even more popular, as it was no longer just the vanguard of the Syrian revolution in the war against Assad, but also a sovereign protecting the Muslim masses from the terror of extreme radicalism. Together with the Ahrar al-Sham brigades, the Nusra Front thus became the strongest political and military organization of the Syrian revolution in Aleppo. In the battle, which was designed as a protracted guerrilla war, the Nusra Front had introduced a new weapon adapted to this type of battlefield. Quote, "Together with other militant Islamists, the Nusra Front detonated a huge tunnel bomb near the headquarters of the Air Force's intelligence service in the northwest of the city. It has been just a month since dozens of people were killed when the Nusra Front and other rebel groups used a similar tactic to attack the same intelligence headquarters, first exploding a tunnel bomb and then attacking government forces. Planting bombs at the end of a tunnel dug into government-controlled areas has become a favorite tactic of Syrian rebels, especially in Aleppo."
End quote.
A former car mechanic from Anadan invented a weapon he called the Hell Cannon. It could shoot gas cylinders filled with shrapnel balls several kilometers. Its military function, to terrorize the inhabitants of enemy territory, was similar to that of the regime's barrel bombs. But despite all the military efforts on both sides, the front line was frozen in the trench warfare that had been going on for years. Every day that this battle lasted undermined the authority of the regime. The world conscience was on the side of the revolution, all the more so as the misery in the parts of the city it ruled grew with each passing day. Only Russia's intervention in autumn 2015 interrupted this state of gradual decline of the Assad regime, of which the destruction of Aleppo had become a symbol. With the support of Russia and Iran, the regime's troops first advanced into the surrounding countryside in order to separate the revolutionary positions in the province from those in the city and cut off their supply routes to Turkey. By the summer of 2016, the regime had completely surrounded the city. Even the revolutionaries knew that the final episode in the drama had now begun. The politically educated people from al-Qaeda also knew that this was going to be a media battle. The media was already used to portraying the Syrian revolution either as a tale of suffering of the unjustly persecuted or as the resistance of desperate battle victims. This fitted in perfectly with the role of the savior in distress that al-Qaeda wanted to play. At the beginning of the media battle, the Nusra Front changed its name to Jabhat Fatah al-Sham, Front for the Conquest of the Levant. In a statement, the new front declared that it had nothing to do with al-Qaeda and was solely committed to defending the Syrian people. Fatah al-Sham and Ahrar al-Sham formed a joint high command and planned a counteroffensive to break through the enemy's siege ring, which gave the world audience staring spellbound at the spectacle taking place in Aleppo another moment to breathe a sigh of relief. A model of the old city of Aleppo stood on the table in the headquarters of the high command. After the counteroffensive north of Aleppo had been unsuccessful, the revolutionary force attacked the southern outskirts of the city. The Syrian opposition has shifted the focus of its operations to break the siege ring to urban terrain in southwest Aleppo in order to override the asymmetric advantage that the Russian and Syrian air forces are giving the regime. The closure of the siege ring in the north on July 28 used this relative advantage that the Russian Air Force and the regime's artillery have on flat, rural terrain to force the opposition to defend Aleppo in what they see as unfair conditions. Even with their superior weapons, it will be difficult for the regime's troops to dislodge the opposition from this dense urban terrain. Tunnel bombs played a decisive role in this operation. Al-Qaeda's intention was to bring the battle, once it had been lost, back to the city and delay its end for as long as possible in order to give the media ample opportunity to portray the battle for Aleppo as a sacrificial heroic story of a revolution that ended tragically. In a book on the Ba'ath Party published in the early 1970s, it says, "Baathism is a political style, difficult to describe but easy to recognize, which means that there is even a physical type that the population can recognize as a Ba'athist. The mustache is a decisive part of it."
End quote.
Bashar al-Assad, Secretary General of the Syrian Ba'ath Party and successor to his lifelong mustachioed father Hafez since 2000, also embodied this type in every detail until recently. But not long after the Syrian revolution was declared against him, he suddenly disappeared, the mustache that was so crucial to his otherwise always beardless face. It can be assumed that this is a well-orchestrated affair, which is also intended to herald a supposedly long-completed change on a symbolic level, but in reality only underlines the struggle for survival at all levels. Contrary to the assertion quoted above, the general political style of Baathism can be described quite easily, precisely because it is easy for everyone to recognize. Merciless cadre rule, great brutality, favoritism and a state ideology staged as an overriding pseudo-religion, which consequently leads to personality cults. These have always been the means of rule of Baathism in Syria as in Iraq. However, this hardly says anything about the special nature of the Syrian Ba'athist regime. The pan-Arab state mergers in the 1950s and 1960s made it clear to the protagonists of Baathism that, despite being better organized, they were never able to step out of the shadow of the Egyptian pan-Arab light figure Gamal Abdel Nasser. Nasserism proved to be the more successful pan-Arab rival organization, even though they claimed to be the originators of the idea of a unified Arab nation and therefore called themselves the Party of Rebirth, Ba'ath. The Syrian-Egyptian Union, which existed as the United Arab Republic from 1958 to 1961, was intended by both states as a challenge to the enemies of the Arab cause, the Arab monarchies, some of which were still feudal. However, the state merger broke down not only because of power political intrigues, but also because of ideological differences. When Michel Aflaq, the Syrian Christian founder of the Ba'ath idea, spoke of a rebirth of the Arab nation, he was thus calling for an ideological return to the roots, which Nasserism, which was prepared to put the political decision of the day above the ultimate goal of nation-building, was never able to accept. This different radicalism always expressed a different relationship to Islam. Nasser's socialism was thus given the epithet Islamic, an adjective that the Ba'athist socialists saw as a betrayal of the cause. Although the Ba'athists saw Islam as a movement for the spread of the idea of Arabness, they also saw it as the cause of the decline of a mythicized Arab heyday. Quote, "The idea of Arab unity drew its inspiration from the distant past when Arab supremacy stretched from the Atlantic to the Persian Gulf. However, as Islam spread among non-Arab peoples and national differences were blended, the Arabs lost their sense of national unity and reverted to the stage of the pre-Islamic period."
End quote.
This is how Michel Aflaq described his, at first glance, folkish view of history. However, it was not classically folkish in the sense of a racial doctrine, because everyone was considered an Arab whose language is Arabic, who lives on Arab soil or wishes to live there, or who, having been assimilated by Arab life, believes that he belongs to the Arab nation, as Article 10 of the Ba'ath Party's first constitution read. In view of the differences over the significance of Islam in Pan-Arabism, Nasserists and Baathists could only agree on the common rejection of and fight against the Muslim Brotherhood in addition to the enemy images of the West and, of course, Israel. The latter radically rejected the idea of an Arab nation and therefore fought bitterly against the Pan-Arabists in both Egypt and Syria. The Ba'ath Party's non-denominational Arab self-image in Syria meant that the party found a particularly large number of supporters among the religious non-Sunni minorities, as they had always feared a nationalism that was too strongly colored by Sunni Islam. This decidedly non-Sunni self-image was a Syrian peculiarity in both the pan-Arab movement in general and the Ba'ath movement in particular, which can be attributed to the fact that a number of relatively strong minorities were relied upon to balance out the preponderance of the Sunni majority population. This policy of pushing back the Sunni claim to power has changed little to this day. This fact is of central importance in the Syrian civil war. The approach in Iraq was apparently quite different. There, the Ba'ath Party was dominated by Sunnis from the outset, who were only a minority in the country compared to the Shiites. When the Ba'athists seized power in Baghdad in 1963, there was immediately a new attempt, which failed even more miserably, to create a united Arab republic expanded to include Iraq. In 1966, after the end of this attempt at unification, a military coup in Syria deepened the differences within the Ba'ath movement, which grew into a deep enmity between Ba'athist Syria and Ba'athist Iraq. This enmity is also the main cause of the partnership between Iran and Syria, which continues to this day and began in 1980 with Syrian support for Iran in the war against Iraq. In 1966, the so-called Neo-Baathists, who are said to have finally abandoned the traditional pan-Arab idea in favor of the idea of a greater Syria, which would include Jordan, Lebanon, Israel and the Palestinian territories in addition to today's Syrian territory, had slipped away. However, there are a number of arguments against this, even with regard to Syria's dealings with Lebanon. It is true that the invasion of Syrian troops in 1975 at the behest of the Arab League to pacify the civil war there turned into an occupation that lasted until the withdrawal forced by the Cedar Revolution in 2005 and during which Syria played a major role in shaping Lebanese politics, not least through its active support of Hezbollah. However, there was no question of an ambitious policy of greater Syrian integration. The split in the Ba'ath movement turned the Iraqi faction into the so-called Old Baathists, which included party founder Michel Aflaq. While the Syrian Neo-Baathists expelled him from the party in absentia and declared him a non-person, he made a career for himself with the Old Baathists. He became Secretary General of the party, was considered a supporter of Saddam Hussein and served as Iraqi vice president under him until his death. While there were serious attempts at secularization in Iraq under Saddam's predecessor al-Bakr, which failed due to resistance from Shiites and Sunnis, Saddam gradually pushed through the Islamization of his Ba'ath Party. Just think of the addition of the inscription Allahu Akbar to the Iraqi national flag in 1991. He did not even stop at Michel Aflaq's legacy. With the announcement of his death in 1989, Saddam spread the rumor that Aflaq had converted from Christianity to Islam, which gave him the legitimacy for a large-scale Muslim funeral for Aflaq. Neither Assad Sr. nor Jr. can be accused of similar Islamization efforts. They left it at symbolic visits to Friday prayers in various mosques, not just Sunni ones, although the Alawite faith differs significantly from mainstream Islam in that it expressly does not make these ritualized visits to mosques compulsory. Under the impression of the dwindling popularity of pan-Arab ideas, the renewed Arab defeat in the Six-Day War against Israel, which ended for Syria with the loss of the militarily strategically important Golan Heights, a coup d'état called the Corrective Movement took place in 1970, which is still commemorated today on November 16 with a non-working Corrective Movement Day. Defense Minister Hafiz al-Assad played a leading role in it. The aim of the correction was to put an end to a policy of military adventures for which Assad held the former Ba'athist ruler Salah Jadid responsible. The immediate trigger was the hasty withdrawal of large Syrian armored units from Jordan, whose soldiers in Palestinian uniforms had fought on the side of the PLO in the war against the Jordanian royal family, later known as Black September. In response to a Jordanian request addressed to the USA, Great Britain and Israel deployed massive numbers of troops on the border with Jordan with the announcement that it would strike a major blow against the PLO, triggering a panic flight among the Syrian troops. The term correction is also a cipher for a large-scale purge of the party by the new ruler Hafiz al-Assad, who staffed the apparatus exclusively with his own people. This purge was a practical admission that the establishment of a Syrian national consciousness that went beyond confessional or ethnic ties was not far off and that the Baathists ultimately capitulated to their own idea of an Arab nation. Apart from a narrow educated class, most locals did not feel primarily as Syrians, but as Sunnis, Shiites, Druze, Alawites, Christians. This is precisely why Assad was ultimately only able to trust his own religious community, in fact only his own tribe, his own clan. Contrary to widespread belief, the Great Party Purge of 1970 did not lead to Alawite and certainly not to Shiite rule over Syria, but to the privileging of the Alawite Kalabiyya tribe, to which the Assad family belongs. What applies to the presidential family also applies to the population as a whole. The opposition to the Assad clan did not forge a collective cohesion of the Syrian people against the usurper, as is so unabashedly and falsely claimed today in the wake of the civil war. Since 1970, the Assad regime, contrary to the propaganda of the national unity of the people, has only relied on an arrangement with the powerful in the country, with the result that the absolute majority of Syrians to this day trust only their own tribe or clan when in doubt. Accordingly, interfaith marriages, let alone extramarital partnerships, have remained a major social taboo to this day. However, instead of admitting the truth about the reactionary and particularistic character of Syrian society, the Syrian opposition still presents itself today as if it were merely the loudspeaker of the Assad regime. Right down to the choice of words, one finds the same text modules about the glory of the Syrian people, their alleged community spirit and collective resistance. What you don't get to hear from opposition members can only be read here in dusty and marginalized anti-IMP newspapers, whose editorial offices no longer necessarily have it in for Assad in post-socialist times, but are far from having it in for the opposition. In places where the categories of progress and restoration have not yet been finally abandoned, in the Middle East Information Project, which publishes the magazine Inamo, you can find insights into the state of the Syrian opposition that the many friends of Syrian freedom do not want to admit, even though it is so obvious. Quote, "From an organizational point of view, there seem to be 3 levels: region, village, clan. Therefore, the Syrian opposition is unable to unite. Traditional loyalties based on religious affiliation, the home village or the family of origin take precedence over national loyalties. The only ideology that can find supporters on a national level is Islam."
End quote.
It would be a gross misunderstanding to simply dismiss the populations clinging to clods and blood ties as a natural reaction to the brutality of the Assad regime. For one thing, the Baathists were never able to decisively push back traditional loyalties and replace them with national ones, and for another, since Assad came to power, it is precisely these loyalties that have been needed and thus reproduced to maintain power. From the very beginning, Assad's rule faced the challenge of not being allowed to foreground its own Alawite affiliation and instead maintaining a national facade, behind which things were all the more ruthless. Behind the secular facade of the Assad regime lies a complicated power-sharing system that takes religious, ethnic, and social aspects into account. In order to avoid political resistance from the ranks of the religious communities, the state power made a kind of agreement with influential religious protagonists and linked their relative power directly to the political fate of the regime. At the same time, it tried to divide ethnic minorities by privileging individual groups. A similar strategy was pursued to divide the political opposition and the business community. Thus, in Syria, one finds both regime-loyal and opposition communists, nationalists, Christians, Druze, Alawites, Sunnis, civil servants, and businessmen. In view of this particular way in which the Syrian system functions, speculation about exclusive Alawite rule should be a thing of the past. Bashar al-Assad summed up the regime's authoritarian secularism in a 2013 FAZ interview as follows: "For us in Syria, secularism means the freedom of religions, Christians, Muslims, and Jews, with all their diverse denominations. Secularism is necessary for the unity of society and for a sense of citizenship. There is no alternative to this."
End quote.
Even if one disregards the lie that is often fed to Western media that there is still a relevant number of Jews, as if they had not long since been driven out of the country by united anti-Semitic forces, and as if the hatred of the Jewish state, which still exists today across all camps, is not the only point in which the unity of society has succeeded. Even then, Assad's celebration of secularism remains untrue. It is true that authoritarian secularism was for decades the bulwark against the claim to power of Sunni Islam, which thus secured a life free of Sunni impositions not only for the Alawites, but above all also for Christians. But Assad's secularism was never anything other than an instrument for maintaining power, which meant that the division of society into tribes and clans and the competition between diverse denominations was precisely its prerequisite. The instrumental relationship to secularism is certainly not Assad's worst offense. But the deliberate promotion of competition between denominations, instead of pushing them back behind a common secular nation project, has led to the denominations feeling encouraged to do and not do what they wanted in their own communities. This pseudo-secularism has not strengthened a sense of citizenship, but has empowered the strongest and most ruthless denomination, the Sunnis, to calmly and across clan differences agree on the common enemy, the religious minorities, who thus became so unfree that they had to surrender themselves completely to the regime as a protective power without an alternative. In the course of my travels in 1994 and 1995, I discovered that a relatively large number of Christians were demonstratively committed to the Baath regime, because the current president, then still Hafiz al-Assad, was defending the rights of Christians against the demands of radical Muslims more than his predecessors. Only the Alawites praised the Baath regime even more unambiguously, they who a few decades earlier still had to fear hostility from Orthodox Sunnis and Shiites, on suspicion of apostasy. And it is not just recently that a Christian Syrian has sounded so irreconcilable when he believes there is no alternative to defending authoritarian secularism. In the Christian quarter of Damascus, Syria traveler Gerhard Schweitzer met a Christian of Armenian descent who had fled to Syria because of the Lebanese civil war. He had only found a home in Syria, he said, adding that Syria was the only Islamic country where Christians could really live without threat. Yes, he is Syrian. He is a convinced Syrian. All Christians here are convinced Syrians. There is real religious freedom in Syria. The government, he emphasizes, has cracked down on all radical Muslims who question religious peace, and that is a good thing. An iron broom must be used to sweep Syria, he says, as it is not Europe. Here, only those who can assert themselves with the utmost severity are obeyed. He dare not imagine what could happen if this government were to fall or if the Ba'ath Party were to disappear altogether. Then typical Muslims would come to power again, narrow-minded, intolerant.
End quote.
If you contrast these views, which are not at all based on social romanticism, with Navid Kermani's speech, which he gave at the award ceremony for the Peace Prize of the German book trade in mid-October 2015, then you would only be too glad to know what the Syrian friend of iron brooms and extreme harshness would say in response. In his speech, which was frenetically celebrated in unison in the German media and culminated in the trivializing thesis that instead of a war against the West, Islam was really only waging a war against itself, Kermani claimed that Christian-Muslim love was a reality in Syria only a short time ago, and that it still is in the hearts of many Syrians. Historical evidence of this heartfelt love is provided by an event from 1860, which has only burned itself into the collective memory of Syrian Christians, and thus not particularly many Syrians, and which helps to explain why quite a few of them prefer Assad's crackdown to preaching charity. At that time, a mob recruited from the Muslim-majority population murdered around 6,000 Christians in Damascus, looted 2,400 houses and destroyed all the churches. Shortly before this, the French Mandate had forced an end to the dhimmi existence of the Christians by preventing their special taxation as subjects of protection. While researching the demographic developments associated with this crime, Gerhard Schweitzer found an entry in Meyer's 1908 Gross's Conversationslexikon. At the beginning of the 20th century, Damascus had a population of 154,000, of which about 7,000 were Jews and 10,000 Christians. The rest were fanatical Mohammedans, or so I could read verbatim. This completely unscientific diction is no doubt a reflection of the massacre of 1860. A few lines later, I read in direct allusion to the bloody events. Before 1860, there were still around 32,000 Christians living in Damascus.
End of quote.
Of all the Syrians Gerhard Schweitzer spoke to about the events of 1860, only 2 Christians independently confirmed to him that they had any knowledge of the events at all. These 2 seem to be the only interlocutors with a historical memory, was Schweitzer's conclusion about rampant Syrian amnesia, which Navid Kermani was obviously also infected by. Under the impression of this loss of memory, which is certainly also desired and promoted by the state, it can be assumed that hardly anything will be known about a similarly gruesome event 10 years earlier, in 1850, which went down in history as the Aleppo Massacre, and in which hundreds of Christians were also murdered in numerous churches, homes and businesses were destroyed, not only among average Syrians. Although nothing is known about the persecution of Christians in Syria, everyone knows an episode about the model Christian Faris al-Khoury, who is often referred to as the founder of the Syrian state. In 1920, when the French announced their intention to intervene in the collapsing Ottoman Empire to protect Syrian Christians, al-Khoury discovered a special form of Syrian patriotism that, according to the Quran, is expected of a good Christian under Muslim rule and is still alive in many Syrian hearts today. Just as the great Faris al-Khoury sought protection from his Muslim brothers when he climbed the pulpit of the Umayyad Mosque and preached to the Muslims, if France claims to have occupied Syria for the Christians' protection, then I, as a Christian, testify from this pulpit, there is no God but God. The praying people then lifted him onto their shoulders and marched with him through the alleys of the old city of Damascus, and to this day Syrians can still remember this patriotic scene. In 1973, opposites clashed to an extent never before seen in Baathist Syria. While influential Sunni circles had until then always managed to prevent the stipulation of the supremacy of Islam and the requirement that the Syrian president had to be a Muslim from being removed from the Syrian constitution, both now disappeared from the new constitution. This was partly because Assad did not explicitly see himself as a Muslim and partly because this privileging of one religion contradicted the regime's secular self-image. This led to serious unrest against the Assad regime throughout the country, which was led by the Muslim Brotherhood and resulted in a number of deaths. The fighting was most intense in the Sunni strongholds of Homs and Hama. Despite brutal attempts at containment, the protests did not subside, forcing Assad to reinstate the requirement that a Syrian president must be a Muslim in the new constitution. Moreover, going beyond the old constitution, it was stipulated that Sharia law was the main source of legislation, which in practice was reflected above all in the demonstrative neglect of Alawite religious practices and family law, which, propagated as a special expression of religious freedom, was declared without further ado to be a matter for the respective religious community. Contrary to what the Baathists thought, however, these concessions did not calm the situation. On the contrary, the regime's concessions only strengthened the Sunni accusation that Assad was an unbelieving Alawite president and that this was unacceptable. Although Assad tried to refute this hostility with a sensational Shiite fatwa issued by Musa as-Sadr, the Lebanese and favorite disciple of Ayatollah Khomeini, the increasingly militant Sunni protests did not subside. Protests, mind you, that were not the fault of foreign forces, but were exclusively the fault of the Syrians themselves. With the fatwa, Assad was officially certified by the Shiite side as no longer being an apostate in the faith as a so-called seven Shiite, to which the Alawites are counted. Until then, the Alawites were not considered to belong to the Shia and, despite this fatwa, are still not recognized as equal true Shiites among the 12 Shiites, who make up the majority of the population in Iran, Iraq and southern Lebanon. On the Sunni side, it is not only Ibn Taymiyyah's fatwa that continues to have an effect today, as he considered the Alawites to be worse than Jews and Christians, who should be killed as early as the 14th century. With the current Sunni radicalization, Taymiyyah's teachings, which are also referred to as Hanbali and are considered the state-prescribed school of law in Saudi Arabia, are gaining new popularity. As a result of the fierce Sunni protests against the establishment of a secular Syria, Assad expanded the security and surveillance apparatus to what he has since become terribly famous for. Although the Muslim Brotherhood has been regarded as the archenemy of the Syrian people since that time, they have still not been able to replace Zionism as the main enemy, at least in propaganda terms. School children are told every morning at flag-raising time that they must be good Syrian citizens and oppose the Muslim Brotherhood as agents of Zionism and imperialism. The stronger the tensions between the Sunni majority and the regime became, the more the members of the Syrian minorities sought protection from Assad. They sensed that the Sunni radicalization could not bode well for them. In light of this social polarization, the question of how to keep society together at all under the given circumstances became all the more urgent for Assad. Particularly since the Yom Kippur War in October 1973, anti-Zionism was given the propaganda function of holding everything together as a social glue. To this end, Syria's defeat in this war was turned into a victory over Israel. The vast majority of Syrians are still convinced of this today. The relevant propaganda in Syria gradually reached a level of absurdity that even surpassed the state propaganda of other Arab states and Iran after 1979. In the 1970s, the Muslim Brotherhood was able to increase its number of supporters among the Sunni population despite, or precisely because of state repression. Their popularity was further boosted by the Syrian army's intervention in the Lebanese Civil War in 1975 on behalf of the Maronites, who were considered Christian, as the majority of Syrians rejected the invasion. The fight against the Assad regime had long been waged militarily. In 1979, thanks to defecting officers from the Syrian army, the Sunni resistance succeeded in carrying out a massacre among the cadets at the Aleppo artillery school. Only Alawite officer cadets were deliberately killed. Motivated by the events in Iran, the crime was intended as a beacon for an Islamic revolution under Sunni auspices. The swift and extremely brutal actions of Assad's troops nipped this attempted uprising in the bud. Thousands were arrested, tortured and murdered on the slightest suspicion. Nevertheless, the country never came to rest. Mass riots broke out, particularly in Damascus, Aleppo, Homs and Hama. An assassination attempt on Assad that was only just foiled and an attempted military coup escalated the situation. The clashes finally reached their climax in Hama in 1982. At this time, the Muslim Brotherhood was on the verge of launching a nationwide uprising against Assad. However, for reasons that have not been precisely verified, a holy war was declared in Hama in isolation from the rest of the country and the entire city was conquered. Under the leadership of Assad's brother Rifat, Hama was then reduced to rubble by government troops. At least 20,000 people were killed and thousands arrested. From this point onwards, membership of the Muslim Brotherhood was punishable by death. The Muslim Brotherhood did not recover from this blow until the events of 2011, known as the Syrian Revolution. Their leadership fled abroad, and although the organization was considered defeated, any opposition movement continued to be arbitrarily suspected of being close to the terrorist Muslim Brotherhood. But even the harsh repression was unable to stop the increasing Islamization of society. A glance at an average German travel guide from 1996 bears witness to this, which also demonstrates that even 20 years ago, people were just as capable of producing text modules for country guides on respectful interaction with Muslims as they are today when it comes to dealing with Syrian refugees. Quote, In recent years, a trend towards Orthodox Islam can also be observed in Syria. It manifests itself in the construction of new mosques and in the observance of strict dress codes, especially for women. There are many women in Syria who have been unsettled by the modernization process promoted by the government and the resulting dissolution of values. They have been able to rediscover their identity by returning to their old culture and religion. The veil as a symbol of gender segregation gives women the opportunity to go to work or go out in public without feeling sexually harassed.
End quote.
The Assad regime has no interest in publicly addressing the hostility from the ranks of the Sunni majority, if only because everything is deliberately projected onto the Zionist Muslim Brotherhood. However, this does not change the fact that the aggressive Sunni claim to power is the main reason for the brutal suppression of any conflict between the population groups. If one were to admit this publicly, one would have to say goodbye to the claimed national unity of all Syrians, which is only threatened by a few extremists from the ranks of the Muslim Brotherhood. However, the fringe secular opposition, which the West likes to see as the real and true voice of the Syrian people, also has a keen interest in presenting false facts about Christian-Muslim love in Syria. People who have now found their professional livelihood as authentic Syrians in exile, such as Samar Yazbek, are authors of popular books with titles such as The Stolen Revolution or Cry for Freedom Report from Inside the Syrian Revolution. They, of all people, are writing sentences on the level of Assad propaganda. Yazbek said in an interview with Taz on the 10th of October 2015, "The Syrians love life, are a civilized people who look to the future, adore art and beauty and are now fighting for democracy."
End of quote.
The reason for such statements is not simply the international audience of these Syrian opposition members, who are calculatedly fished out the untruths they like to hear. Rather, they provide information about life lies, without which one could not credibly embody the role as an authentic voice. It is therefore no wonder that in the foreword to one of the first anthologies of essays by Syrian opposition figures, the Muslim Brothers are summarily turned into champions of democracy and freedom. Quote, "There have been repeated attempts by the opposition to shake off the rule of the Assad clan and break through the mafia-like structures in the country. In this context, the resistance of the Muslim Brotherhood at the end of the 70s and beginning of the 80s should be mentioned."
End of quote.
In this anthology entitled Syria, The Difficult Path to Freedom from 2012, one finds a characterization of Syrian society that could not be more wrong, but is nevertheless representative of the thinking of said opposition members. Syrian society is divided into two classes, it says, into the victorious class with power and influence and the class of the defeated who had nothing. Compared to such cheap, truth-distorting revolutionary romanticism, the analysis of Syrian conditions in the old revolutionary magazine Inamo, for whose editors the question of up and down is central, reads soothingly sober. As early as 2004, one could read there that opposition groups and circles do not have a broad following among the mass of the population. Moderate Islamist movements or conservative Muslim groups, which have reached the mass of the population through their institutions and the increasing Islamization of public life since the 1990s, are an exception.
End quote.
Apart from the fact that even here there is already trivializing and absurd talk of moderate Islamists and conservative Muslim groups, what is significant about this relatively early assessment is not so much the reference to the weakness of the secularist opposition, but rather the reproachful question that resonates, "Don't you know that the true opposition has absolutely nothing to do with yours?" The secular opposition members are themselves an expression of typical Syrian segregation. They largely come from an elite urban middle to upper class, whose secularist orientation would not exist without the Assad regime. This reference to their actual and, in some cases, ideological origins helps to explain why and how these opposition circles interpret their own people. The cluelessness with which they grope around is reflected in the inflationary use of the terms revolution, freedom, justice, or democracy. On the other hand, there is so little talk of the all-dominant and threatening role of Sunni Islam that it seems as if no one has been as receptive to Assad's propaganda about the secular character of Syrian society as this opposition. One particular example of this is 75-year-old Michel Kilo, the eminence grise of the secular opposition. He represents in almost pure form everything that has always characterized the Ba'ath system, the hatred of Israel and the West, the conspiracy thinking and the inability to be self-critical, everything that people have deluded themselves and others into believing in order to avoid having to talk about their own failures, in this case, those critical of Assad. For me, the current situation is explained by the fact that there are forces that have an interest in destroying Syria, he said in 2012, referring to the civil war that had just broken out. But instead of talking about the Saudis, Iran, or other Islamists who really started to interfere with destructive intent, he sleepwalkingly identifies the real enemy. Quote, "It's the USA and Israel. Now the regime in Damascus, which has always portrayed itself as a regime of resistance against Israel, is destroying its own country under the eyes of the Israelis, with the weapons that should actually be used against Israel. If Syria is destroyed, it is in the strategic US and Israeli interest.
End quote.
The uprising against the regime because it had neglected its hostility towards Israel. You can only come up with this idea if you are committed in spirit to both the Muslim Brotherhood and the Assad regime. Young Syrian revolutionaries like to point out that it was not veteran secular opposition figures such as Michel Kilo or the Muslim Brotherhood who dared to rise up against Assad in 2011. A large part of the old opposition was unable to do so because its protagonists had to flee Assad abroad in order to work against him from there. Now, however, everything is different. Quote, "The generation of 15 to 35-year-olds is the driving force behind the revolution. 70% of Syrians are under 30 years old. They think pragmatically and are fed up with ideologies, hierarchies, and centralism. She doesn't want to obey, she wants to shape things herself. And unlike the older, established members of the opposition, they have no time to get caught up in trench warfare, vanity, and political strategies."
End of quote.
It is no coincidence that what sounds like a text module to characterize the Facebook generation, which wants to use the weapons of the shitstorm and the flash mob to tackle all the evils of this world in a completely non-ideological way, unintentionally gets to the heart of the Syrian revolutionary problem. The young savages are young and wild like so many revolutionaries before them. However, unlike in the past, their revolutionary enthusiasm is no longer based on a real utopia, a cause worth fighting for. This absence of a revolutionary goal feeds the suspicion that in 2011 they were not fed up with ideologies, hierarchies, and centralism, but actually understood as little about all three as they did about Syrian trench warfare, vanity, and political strategies. But they understood all the more about the fascinating thing called Facebook. As a young, wild revolutionary named Rami Nakla enthusiastically reports about the beginnings in 2011, now something was happening on Facebook. Day after day, dozens and then hundreds of new people joined our group. Their aliases already revealed what their goal was: Free Syrian, Syrian Revolutionary, Freedom for Syria. I sensed that our dream was slowly coming true. It was a real Syrian revolution on Facebook. The revolution was in full swing on Facebook, and tens of thousands of people were connected as if they were sitting around a table. They were thinking, planning, and discussing publicly with each other, and they were suggesting places where demonstrations should take place.
End quote.
Today, people like to say that their revolution was gradually stolen from the young savages. But you can only steal something from someone if they had it beforehand in the real and not just virtual Facebook world. However, this was not the case with these revolutionaries. In reality, nothing was stolen from the people with the revolutionary aliases. They rather pretended to be the stirrup holders and useful idiots for others who were not fed up with ideologies and took the time for political strategies. As in Egypt or Tunisia, the Islamists were not the actual initiators and supporters of the protests against the regime, but they were able to dominate them quite quickly. The dominance of the strategists was not the result of a precisely definable sequence of events. It was the result of their synchronization from the very beginning. The protest, which is regarded as the actual beginning of the uprising in Syria, proves this. Significantly, it did not begin in the spring of 2011 in a large city. The uprising started in rural Dara, a small town where a Sunni clan holds sway. When a group of youths, including one of the clan leader's sons, was arrested and tortured for spraying anti-Assad slogans, the father organized a protest march from the mosque immediately after Friday prayers, demanding the youth's immediate release. Quote, "After the mosque door closes, there are only 30 men shouting, 'Allahu Akbar. God is great. We want our children back.' But the crowd is growing," reported Die Welt. On YouTube, you can watch how a boy of around 10 years old incites a gathering of men to chant Allahu Akbar with continued success. The rally was shot up a few moments later by Assad henchmen. This set in motion a cycle of demonstrations and their brutal suppression that quickly spread throughout the country. It can be assumed that not only avowed, let alone organized Islamists gathered in Dara. All the worse, the unceremonious transformation of the protest against the brutal actions of the police into collective invocations of jihad, which could also be observed in Homs and elsewhere, refutes the legend that Sunni jihadism was not a guiding force from the outset, but only entered the country out of despair, so to speak, over the previously freedom-loving men. This legend is spread in Germany, for example, by the respected ARD Middle East expert Jörg Armbruster, who writes in his book published at the end of 2013, 2.5 years after the start of the clashes, "The call for a fairer society has turned into the battle cry Allahu Akbar."
End quote.
He himself could have read in a study by the notorious German Institute for International and Security Affairs, SWF, albeit in a typically coded manner without naming the horse and rider, that the events in Dara had a strong confessional dimension. However, Armbruster is right in one respect when he states the following about the role of the Facebook revolutionaries. The peaceful demonstrators of yesteryear see themselves pushed to the margins of recent Syrian history, when all they wanted was respect, dignity, political participation, and a better life.
End quote.
In fact, they wanted nothing more, but nothing less. Nevertheless, they senselessly hyped up their demands as a revolution, which they stubbornly and unthinkingly defend to this day instead of recognizing it as a serious mistake. In doing so, they have provided the Assad regime with a steep template. After all, what can revolution mean other than the overthrow of the system, and not just in Assad's eyes? If the Syrian Facebook friends had been more interested in the peculiarities and recent history of their country and looked less at Tunisia and Egypt, where great revolutions had already been started shortly before via Facebook, then perhaps they would have realized what the aforementioned SPW study surprisingly accurately sums up as a Syrian peculiarity. Quote, irrespective of the regime's strategic calculations, the speed and force of the sectarian escalation in Syria can only be explained by the deep-rooted fear of other faiths, which has its origins in the violent conflicts of the 1980s and was deliberately fueled by the practice of political rule in the following 3 decades. Even the most carefully planned and implemented master plan could not have conjured up such a climate of terror and hostility out of nowhere. Memories of past, sectarian-motivated or perceived violence and injustice suffered combined to create an extremely flammable mixture. Just a small spark of violence was enough to cause it to explode. The Syrian opposition was unable to prevent this development. One problem was that the activists of the younger generation only realized the explosive power of the sectarian differences when they could no longer be brought under control. They also believed that the fears of the minorities could be overcome through emphatic declarations of solidarity with all Syrians. The regime critics of the older generation, who knew better, often denied and suppressed the problem, some so well that they did not notice the obvious resurgence of sectarian fanaticism. This attitude often went hand in hand with a categorical refusal to even discuss the problem.
End quote.
This is how the disaster took its course. The divided opposition incapable of self-reflection presents itself as the exact mirror image of the segregated society of regions, tribes and clans on which the Assad regime has always based its power. The opposition members do not want to and cannot recognize the complete Islamization of the uprising as a consequent continuation of the struggle of a Syrian majority population that has become increasingly Islamized in recent years. The following now applies without reservation. The coalitions between the insurgents are currently too intertwined, too unpredictable, and also too short-lived to make a clear distinction. In this respect, the strategy of promoting only clean militias is playing with fire. Instead of blindly believing the claim that it was Assad's military action that forced peaceful demonstrators into militant self-defense, we should listen to the honest words of a Syrian revolutionary named Yassin al-Haysala, who describes himself as a secular democrat. He had already spilled a revolutionary secret in 2012. Quote, if you look at the revolution as a whole, you realize that peaceful and armed protest ran in parallel. It is hard to see why the revolution should do without a military element.
End quote.
Whether the revolution was triggered by the events in Tunisia and Egypt or even the fall of Saddam, the final weariness with Assad's oppression or the increasing urban-rural divide and the associated mass rural exodus, whether it was the prolonged drought, the youth bulge, economic stagnation or the need for a final Sunni revival, certainly none of these alone were the cause. The fact that Saudi Arabia, Qatar and Turkey successively intervened as Sunni powers and in turn, Shiite Iran and Hezbollah sided with Assad was certainly not the beginning of the Islamization of the revolution. It was clearly Sunni from the outset. The following description of an ugly incident underlines this. Quote, Homs, the defeated city, was the heart of the Syrian revolt from the very beginning. In some neighborhoods, demonstrations took place several times a day for months. In the summer of 2011, well-known names joined in, the actress Fadwa Salomon and the footballer Abdelbasset Saraut. They usually appeared together, chanting, singing and cheering on the crowd. Frenetic cheers erupted every time. It is now not only the dangers from outside that threaten the protest movement. The pictures from February 2012 prove this. Saraut can be seen, now without Fadwa Salomon. He stands on a platform, the crowd spreads out in front of him.
We are all jihadists, he shouts. We will destroy all Alawites.
The roaring echo of the crowd fills the city.
End of quote.
The claim that this only happened in reaction to Assad's brutality only serves to conspiratorially wipe a homemade Syrian problem off the table and talk about foreign powers. What is certain is that Saudi Arabia and Qatar only took an active stance, Behnamti said, in the conflict from 2013 onwards and supported the opposition as they saw fit. But would this intervention perhaps have been the right time for an American intervention in Syria on the side of the opposition in order to prevent the worst, such as the al-Nusra Front, which had already taken over the leadership of the military arm of the revolution a year earlier, or even IS? Or would it have been better to do it right after the events in Daraa? Was Obama absolutely wrong to ignore the red line that Assad crossed with the use of chemical weapons when he accepted the Russian offer to destroy the entire chemical weapons arsenal of the Syrians, which now no longer threatens Israel? In short, the right time for active military intervention by the Americans never really existed, and anyone who claims to be able to name it and therefore blame the Americans for letting it pass is fooling themselves and others. Neither in the case of Syria nor in the case of the Iran agreement does this exempt Obama from criticism for his anti-Bush obsession with an unconditional multipolar world order. Anyone wishing to pass judgment on the Syrian case would also do well to take note of the fact that Russia's intervention and geostrategic insistence that Syria should not become a Sunni or Shiite theocracy does not automatically strengthen Iran or weaken Israel's ability to defend itself, nor does it secure Assad's rule forever and ever. Some people with the very best of intentions declared some time ago, we, like so many others, had hoped that peaceful protests and demonstrations in Syria would lead to an end to the Assad regime. After everything we know about the Syrian situation in recent decades, one wonders where the optimism came from that something better would happen for the Syrians with the undoubtedly necessary end of the terrible Assad regime. Did this optimism perhaps express nothing more than a vague guilty conscience in the face of their own powerlessness? And did it really contain more than a reaffirmation of the stupid saying that hope always dies last? The British are different from the Germans. The following interesting and strangely unexcited introductory reflection by Jonathan Spire to an article entitled, Who Should Rule Syria? Nobody, which appeared in The Spectator on August 20, 2016, would have earned you scorn and shame in Germany that same August. Quote, the long civil war in Syria is still far from over. Any real chance of a rebel victory ended with the intervention of Russian forces last fall, but while the initiative now lies with the Assad regime, the government forces are also far from a decisive breakthrough. So who, if anyone, should the UK support in the Syrian slaughterhouse, and what might progress look like in this broken and bleeding country?
End quote.
In Germany, they don't ask such frivolous questions. Here they begin their considerations with the axiomatic answer. The Syrian people must be supported in their desire for freedom, which they have so bravely demonstrated in a sacrificial civil war against a revenant of Hitler.
Period.
The British author's question, which appears to be based purely on a calculation of benefits, perfidiously allows Western support for the Assad regime as one option for resolving the conflict. Most Germans would readily agree with his answer to this option, even if they instinctively reject the anti-people reference to two variants of Islamism that threaten world peace. Quote, it should be obvious that a victory for the Assad regime would be a disaster for the West. Assad, an enthusiastic user of chemical weapons against his own people, is allied with the most powerful anti-Western coalition in the Middle East. This is a coalition dominated by the Islamic Republic of Iran. It includes Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Shiite militias of Iraq, and the Pakistani Islamic Jihad. If Assad were to win, the Iranian alliance would consolidate its dominance over the entire area between Iraq, Iran, and the Mediterranean, a decisive step towards Iran's hegemony over the entire region. An Assad victory would therefore be good for Islamism, at least in its Shiite variant, and bad for world peace. It should be prevented.
End quote.
While the Germans would immediately call for no-fly zones over Aleppo and preferably a united strike against Assad's militias after this completely correct brief analysis, so that the liberated people could then take their fate into their own hands, Jonathan Spire continues his article no less correctly. The controversy begins when someone starts to consider the alternative to an Assad victory.
End quote.
Reflection on possible unpleasant aspects of this alternative that could endanger world peace is steadfastly refused in Germany, but also in Spire's home country, where not only the Labour Party under Jeremy Corbyn and nasty EU European propaganda machines such as The Guardian and still large parts of the BBC, but also staid conservatives have spent years promoting the victory of a politically moderate people fighting for Western values that do not exist, and in many cases still do.
Quote, in
November last year, David Cameron claimed that he had identified 70,000 moderate rebels ready to challenge the Islamic State in eastern Syria. This figure was a myth. The editor devoted to them was among the very first Western journalists to spend time among Syrian rebels. I recently returned from a trip to southern Turkey, where I interviewed fighters and commanders from the main rebel alliances. Without particular pleasure, but with considerable conviction, I can report that the Syrian insurgency today is consistently dominated by Sunni Islamist forces. And the most powerful among them are also the most radical.
End quote.
After a brief analysis of the gang's dominating events under the umbrella of Jaish al-Fatah, Army of Conquest, namely Ahrar al-Sham, Free Men of the Levant, a Salafist jihadist group, Jabhat al-Nusra, until recently the official offshoot of al-Qaeda in Syria, now renamed Jabhat Fatah al-Sham, and Falak al-Sham, Legion of the Levant, whose ideology stems from the Sunni branch of the Muslim Brotherhood, note SYRIA, the small groups of the Free Syrian Army that still exist only do so with the permission of Jaish al-Fatah, and only as long as they are useful to them. In the currently very unlikely event that the Islamist rebels defeat Assad's regime and reunite Syria under their rule, the country would become a Sunni Islamist dictatorship.
End quote.
The more probing question remains, so if there is no British or Western interest in a victory for either the regime or the rebels, what should be done about Syria? In Germany, where this question does not arise because people do not want to talk about the looming Sunni Islamist dictatorship, as they have long since accepted it and are in favor of the victory of the people under the leadership of Sunni rebels, who are of course moderate, strong images and even stronger words are needed instead for a mendacious and highly dangerous campaign. In the summer of 2016, the ideological triad was found: Little Omran, Srebrenica, and Auschwitz. Little Omran, as the boy who was pulled from the rubble of a bombed house in Aleppo in mid-August 2016 is known, was doubly lucky. He survived the collapse of the house and was only 5 years old, not 12, like the Palestinian Abdullah Taysir al-Isa, who had been beheaded on camera a month earlier by militants from the Nur al-Din al-Zenki movement in the same district. Both children's fates converge in the person of Mahmoud Raslan, a member of an Aleppo media center whose Facebook presence suggests that it is a perseverance center for the final victory of jihad. Raslan is the proud photographer of Omran sitting in the ambulance, apparently in shock, a picture that went around the world and made it onto the front page of Springer's Berlin mass circulation newspaper BZ, where it appeared on August 19 under the title Aleppo, Shame for Our Civilization. The SZ, for whom the pictures of maltreated children are just as much ammunition for an attack on the remaining sanity of all of us as for Springer's competitors, did not stop at the heartbreaking reference on the same day to the fact that the English Telegraph had managed to conduct an interview with the activist. Tears started running down my face when I took the photo, Raslan said. In fact, she disgraced the actions of her own company and the entire competition by adding the following note: on Friday, various bloggers pointed to Raslan's Facebook page, on which he publishes snapshots of his missions. In a picture from August 5, he is wearing the same striking t-shirt as in the snapshot of Omran and poses grinning with fighters from the Zenki militia. Two of the men in the picture can be identified beyond doubt in other photos from mid-July that gained sad notoriety. The men took part in the beheading of a 12-year-old whom they accused of being a child soldier of Assad's ruler.
End of quote.
The fate of Abdullah Taysir al-Isa was hardly worth more than a thin piece of news, which ended to everyone's satisfaction with a statement from the butchers of Harakat Nur al-Din al-Zenkis that they were distancing themselves from the incident and would investigate the background. But Omran became Aleppo and Aleppo became our shame. Images of children from war zones are propaganda tools. The bigger the eyes of the little ones look at you, the more certain you can be that the respective media wants to commit its customers, or if, as is the case in Germany, it is all media, the nation, to blindly taking sides on one side of the front. The depiction of a maltreated child is traditionally seen as an indictment of the war in general, the well-known horrors of which the home country of the peace movement still seriously wants to educate people about today. In reality, even after 1918, the deeper German meaning of social democratic, communist and left-wing bourgeois disgust with the war was not so much to defy the revanchists as to either completely deny the German-Austrian war guilt in an unacknowledged alliance with them or, in view of the great horror of the World War, to minimize it as a negligible marginal issue. When Germans come up with war children, it is always for the purpose of coming to terms with their own history as perpetrators. This can go so far that they identify themselves in one go with the current perpetrators related to them, who only fought to prevent an entire people from perishing and being subjected to violent expulsion, which must somehow be the same thing in German eyes since Hitler's slogans of perseverance and the expellee propaganda of the early FRG. Little Omran is the humanly touching symbol of a persevering community of Syrian homeland security in the name of the boundless Sunni jihad and its Western allies, be it Doctors Without Borders, Oxfam, the Springer Press and even parts of the anti-German camp. The disgrace of Western civilization, denounced by the BZ Springer, has learned to dispense with a culturalist vocabulary of the community of values that must be defended consists in the fact that the USA and its allies are not making common cause with the Islamists of Mahmoud Raslan's ilk operating in Syria. With Little Omran on the banner, a Syria scenario is being developed that no longer has anything to do with the civil war being fought there, its combatants and their respective interests. Anyone who does not take part in the holy war against the genocide of Aleppo, Bild, July 20, 16, is said to have lost at least some residual sympathy or, worse still, to to be secretly allied with Assad, the destroyer of the people. In the past, these were the words of Doctors Without Borders or Oxfam, who wanted to recognize genocide in the bombing of Baghdad by the U.S. Army in 2003, directed against the Axis of Good led by the USA and Great Britain. Today, these words are written by people who, in the gun smoke of their own barrel bomb propaganda, can no longer even recognize the city limits of Aleppo, let alone who lives in this city at all. In some neighborhoods of the heavily destroyed old city of Aleppo, up to 300,000 people, probably significantly fewer, including thousands and thousands of Sunni Islamist militants, are besieged by troops of the Assad regime and its allies, largely cut off from supplies and bombed by Russian planes. The German public cannot even agree on this basic fact, which explains nothing. Instead of speaking neutrally of militants in Aleppo, the term insurgents, e.g. Die Zeit, July 31, 16, is often used to call for solidarity, and in many cases it is not a few districts that are reported on, but the entire city, for which any help is justified and desirable. Besieged city in Syria. The Islamists are Aleppo's last hope, was the unintentionally open headline in Der Spiegel after the temporary interruption of the supply route to the embattled areas on February 8, 16, linking the goals of the Sunni jihad with our dashed hopes for a just peace in Syria. Quote, while the USA and Europe watches hundreds of thousands of people in Aleppo are starved to death, Islamists are coming to the aid of those trapped inside. They are led by a terrorist militia.
End of quote.
Let it not be said that the pro-Israel world protested against such cynicism. Even worse than in the anti-US and anti-Israel Spiegel, the deepest German resentment rumbles in the heads of the top commentators of the Springer Group, who like to be called noble feathers, when it comes to the Syria issue. In a self-accusatory pose, the history of German fate, suffering and liberation, from the fall of Srebrenica and back to the existential Auschwitz, is recalled in order to hammer the same lie into the readers' heads. A people is being destroyed and we of all people with our special responsibility, stand idly by and watch. What a disgrace. The 15 to 20% of Christians who lived in Aleppo in 2004 according to Wikipedia, the Alevites not quantified in the same article, the Kurds averse to jihad and the secular Muslims once found in large numbers in this city are no longer even mentioned in the definition of what the Syrian people in general and that of Aleppo in particular are. When there is talk of genocide against trapped civilians and snapshots of a jihadist killer are passed around as proof. We have Richard Herzinger to thank for the resumption of Srebrenica propaganda. Quote, a good 20 years ago, the international community and the West stood idly by and allowed Serbian units to massacre 8,000 inhabitants of the Bosnian town of Srebrenica. It was only under the shock of this atrocity that they finally decided to intervene. Today, a humanitarian catastrophe is unfolding in Aleppo, Syria, that far surpasses Srebrenica. 300,000 civilians are trapped there by troops of the Assad regime, Iran, and Russia. Starvation and the targeted destruction of civilian facilities such as hospitals are a central component of the genocidal warfare waged by the Moscow-Damascus-Tehran axis. But the UN and the West let them get away with it. The civilian population is faced with the alternative of fleeing or being ruthlessly bombed and starved. It is in fact a forced displacement and thus another war crime committed under the leadership of a permanent member of the UN Security Council.
End quote.
This outrageous equation and conflation of genocide and expulsion in relation to Aleppo was not enough for him. 6 days later, Herzinger was convinced that all Syrians were being exterminated by Syrians who were not part of the people. Quote, the Western democracies seem determined to let an entire people perish in the Syrian conflict rather than risk a confrontation with the war criminal axis Damascus-Moscow-Tehran, which is mainly responsible for the mass deaths.
End of quote.
However, in order to reduce the matter of extermination, which Herzinger still describes as genocidal warfare or letting an entire people perish, to the formula Aleppo is Auschwitz, an expert by blood is needed, a case for Henrik Broder. He had already declared on July 31, 16, I don't want to offend or hurt anyone. I know how cautious you have to be with historical comparisons, although in principle you can compare anything with anything and anyone with anyone. Trump with Hitler, a chicken farm with a concentration camp, the EU with the Holy Roman Empire of the German nation.
End quote.
Always delicious, this Broder, his even more stupid fans must have thought to themselves, who did not shudder at the steep continuation, but on the contrary, sent waves of pleasant shivers down their spines. Quote, I would just like to say, for me, Aleppo is worse than Auschwitz. Auschwitz is history, documented down to the last detail. Auschwitz cannot and will not be repeated. It will remain the fall from grace of 20th century European history.
End of quote.
Now, as a seasoned newspaper reader knows, here it comes, the taboo breaking. Quote, but Aleppo is the present. The killing and death is being broadcast live. no one will be able to say that the slaughter took place in private. I therefore have a request to Mr. Steinmeier and Ms. von der Leyen, to the Foreign and Defense Ministers and the EU Foreign Affairs Representative, to the Chairman of the EKD Council, Bishop Bedfordstrom, and to Cardinal Marx, the Chairman of the German Bishops' Conference, to the President of the Central Council of Jews, to the Federal President, who gather on every November 9th and every January 27th to remember Kristallnacht, and the liberation of Auschwitz, and shout "Resist the beginnings." Please stop shedding crocodile tears for the dead Jews. Stop talking about the European Peace Project. And stop ranting about the need to fight the causes. Just shut up and be ashamed.
End quote.
This is fatally reminiscent of a very related piece of prose that was published 2 years ago and begins like this: in the face of the horror that is happening right now in Aleppo, there is no position of distance or neutrality. It is a war designed for conquest and annihilation against a people who have no resources, who are confined to a tiny area with no water, where hospitals, ambulances, and children are targets because they are accused of being terrorists. This is difficult to understand and impossible to justify. And it is shameful that Western countries are allowing this genocide.
End quote.
There's the whole Herzinger, supplemented by Broder's Auschwitz stealed "Shame on you." Except that the original quoted here didn't say Aleppo, but Gaza. Broder should take another deep breath before throwing around Auschwitz comparisons next time, because he continues, "I cannot understand this barbarism, which seems even more cruel and incomprehensible in view of the terrible events the Jews had to go through in the past. Only geopolitical alliances, this mendacious mask of business, the arms trade for example, explain the shameful attitude adopted by the US, the EU, and Spain. I know that, as always, certain people will discredit my right to express my opinions with personal attacks. Therefore, I would like to clarify the following points. Yes, my son was born in a Jewish hospital because I have very close friends there who are Jewish, and because being Jewish does not automatically mean supporting massacres, just as being Hebrew does not mean you are a Zionist, just as being a Palestinian does not automatically make you a Hamas terrorist. That's just as absurd as saying that being German makes you a Nazi."
End quote.
This was written by probably the most European actor ever, Javier Bardem, in El Diario de on July 25, 14. But back to the starting point, the Western fall from grace of Srebrenica. The peacekeepers, specifically the Dutch, could not or would not have imagined that Radko Mladić's cozy cronies in Srebrenica would seriously slaughter the 8,000 Bosnians between the ages of 12 and 70, including a minority of Bosnian militiamen, who had been handed over to them. The subsequent intervention by the West, above all the USA, which Herzinger praises so highly, resulted in the lasting weakening of Serbia and its militias operating in Bosnia. At least this meant that there was no second Srebrenica. Today, the West is faced with a Bosnian rump state that is already largely Sharia territory and from which the largest European contingents have left for Syria to join IS. In addition, there is an unpredictable partially Islamized gangland called Kosovo and a highly questionable Republika Srpska in the Serbian-claimed part of Bosnia. The civil war may be history, but what was once called Yugoslavia has not become more westernized since the West intervened. You sometimes get information about this in country articles, which doesn't impress a strategist like Herzinger, because he uses German ideology in the highest doses in the battle for minds, just like his buddy Broder. The existence of Auschwitz and its purpose were known to the Allies without any consequences being drawn from this detailed knowledge. Reflecting on the denial of reality that took place in British, American, and Soviet Russian staffs could, however, be part of historical research on antisemitism. The demands for European consequences of this failure, which always start with highly questionable speculations about a mysterious complicity between the Western Allies and Germany's old elites, give cause for concern. The Germans themselves never tire of insinuating that the Allies were never concerned with saving the Jews, but only with the destruction of German cities, even with letting an entire people perish. Herzinger. Because, to continue with Javier Bardem, even today they are not really concerned with Israel, but with the destruction of Gaza in a mendacious game for oil and to the detriment of the people, who are Arab and Islamist and whom it is our shame not to defend. Srebrenica as a propaganda figure cannot be had without Auschwitz. Broder is merely taking up what Joseph Fischer so heroically said in 1999, when it came to the Kosovo War, "I stand on two principles: never again war, never again Auschwitz, never again genocide, never again fascism. For me, the two belong together."
End quote.
The comparison between Auschwitz and Srebrenica or Kosovo was about the same thing as in Aleppo today, saving the small Omrans, many of whom are quite large and heavily armed and incidentally, ensure that no one dares to leave the combat zone in the center of Aleppo as a civilian. In 1990-91, It was German foreign policy that not only made Germany the warring party raging on the ideological front by single-handedly recognizing Slovenia and, above all, Croatia, but also forced the EU to go along with it or look like a ridiculous bunch in the eyes of the world. The option for Yugoslavia, which was vilified as an artificial entity, did not even exist in German eyes when the Civil War broke out. Instead of referring to a people in 1990-91, which, as the sum of the members of the Yugoslavian constituent nations, would probably have had a better post-socialist future in a united Yugoslavia than in the patchwork of small states, it had to be the naturally real peoples, the Croats, who were increasingly uninhibited in acknowledging their Ustasha past, and the inhabitants of large parts, but not all of Bosnia, who were called Muslims. The fight against the artificial and therefore not viable and certainly not worthy multi-ethnic state was waged in the name of the tribal and blood nation, which resulted in the demonization of Serbia, which upheld the Yugoslav idea until 1990. Since hindsight is wiser, it is difficult to deny that a political option of the West for the preservation of Yugoslavia would have been the more sensible and humane way, but probably not feasible from the outset. The old hatred was too deep, which became even greater with the massacres after the liberation in 1944, especially by members of Tito's partisan army, which was not entirely Serbian. The Srebrenica massacre also stands for this hatred. However, the Yugoslav war was not designed to physically annihilate entire populations, in the case of Srebrenica the Bosnian Muslims. First German, then pan-European propaganda deliberately described real expulsions, Muslims and Croats from today's Republika Srpska, Croats and later Serbs from the Croatian Krajina, and staged expulsions, Kosovars from Kosovo in 1999, as genocide in order to finally gain the moral right to intervene. The Yugoslavian Civil War was about creating ethnically pure states. Since there were almost no such states anywhere, the idea was to help them along by expelling them. Precisely what could perhaps have been prevented by defending the multi-ethnic state of Yugoslavia was carried out all the more cruelly with reference to the right to self-determination of the autochthonous peoples. However, the murder of up to 8,000 men and young people, although a war crime, is not an action to eliminate all Bosnian Muslims, as German propaganda suggests to this day. Broder's atrocity was the reference to Auschwitz in an Aleppo debate contaminated with Srebrenica comparisons. The reference to a genocide in connection with Yugoslavia is not legitimate when using the name Srebrenica, but and even then only with considerable restrictions. With regard to Jasenovac, the death camp in which at least 80,000 people were slaughtered by the Ustasha Croats between 1941 and 1944, mainly Serbs, Roma and Jews, but also Bosnian Muslims. The killing of Yugoslavian Jews in Jasenovac was the Croatian autonomous contribution to the German genocide of the Jews of Europe. The mass killings of mainly Serbs and to a lesser extent Roma and Muslims carried the possibility that one day perhaps all Serbs, Bosniaks and Roma in the territory of the defeated Yugoslav kingdom really were to fall victim. However, such a hypothesis does not seem likely when compared with the atrocities that actually took place and the plans of the Greater Croatia, which did not refer to the entire Yugoslav territory. From Srebrenica to Auschwitz, only those who approve of the Blood Nation project and do not want to imagine a nation in any other way will get there. That is why the loser in the Yugoslavian Civil War, the multi-ethnic state represented until 1990 by Serbia, which was strongly self-cut in its historical chauvinism and striving for hegemony, had to be blamed for the Civil War. Anyone who goes from the 8,000 murdered in Srebrenica to the 1.5 million murdered in Auschwitz is acting projectively. They envy the Jews the inconceivably high number of victims and are determined to find more villainous deeds than those committed by the Germans against the Jews, precisely where any comparison in terms of the quantity and the eliminatory intention of the murder is flawed. Auschwitz was certainly the climax of the German struggle for the folkish constituted nation. However, this struggle took place negatively, in that those declared to be anti-people were identified and largely destroyed according to genuinely folkish criteria. The criteria of the most meticulous genealogical research for the purpose of complete segregation and extermination continue to exist, seemingly with a positive twist, where the lesson is drawn from the Holocaust that sides must be taken in civil wars according to the criterion of ethnic purity. In the case of Syria, the only Arab country in which Christians were not persecuted under Assad's regime and secular Alawites were able to come to power, the concern for the people, as in Yugoslavia at the time, is presented as a concern for the only right people, with the difference that this time it is not separatism that is being advocated, but the unity of the nation, which cannot mean anything good for those who are not supposed to be part of it. Not even the fact that the Kurds oppressed by Assad have decidedly not joined the People's War has embarrassed German proxy revolutionaries. In Aleppo and elsewhere, it is becoming clear what the Syrian is in reality in the eyes of the European public, a Sunni Arab who also follows his Sunni Arab mission with faith. This means that not only the Alawites, Christians and Kurds, who, although Sunnis themselves, do not want to submit to the Arab Sunnah, have been eliminated from the body of the people, but also those Arab Sunnis who do not want to be counted as part of the Arab popular storm. For the time being, one can only agree with Jonathan Spyer's hopes expressed in his Spectator article, written before the intervention of the Turkish army and its affiliated jihadist killer groups. The Assad regime should not be allowed to reunite Syria under its rule. Likewise, the Islamists should not be allowed to establish a jihadist state in the country, and the Islamic State should not be allowed to continue to exist. By strengthening the alliance with the SDF, Syrian Democratic Forces, equipping them and their allies to conquer Raqqa and destroy ISIS in the east, and then allowing them to establish their rule in eastern and northern Syria, these conditions can be met. For a change, the US and its allies have found a clearly anti-Islamist and anti-jihadist power in the Middle East that has a habit of winning its battles. That is a success that should be solidified. Furthermore, a little Syria ruled by Assad and his allies and another autonomous region in the rebel-held areas is likely to emerge. This would have the advantage that Syria would not fall completely into the hands of either the Assad coalition or the Sunni Sharia faction. There was no other way, neither in 2011 nor afterwards, because the Syrian uprising was from the outset what was always written about it with praise, an Arabellion that had no progress for this broken and bleeding country in its program. And the little Omrans from Aleppo? Will they be mere pawns of Western geostrategy and thus defenselessly at the mercy of Assad's or Putin's barrel bombs?
Not at all.
Today, they are the human shields of murderous gangs waiting to be released and ready to continue their lost war not to the last fighter, but to the last 5-year-old child. The Omrans are deployed against extremely ruthless besiegers, whose methods include dropping barrel bombs. Contrary to what the excited cries imply, however, the West has not been idle. Western states can and must be expected to do more to help civilians leave the old city of Aleppo and provide them with the basic necessities until then, even if this gives the jihadists an advantage. For months, such demands have been met, at least to a certain extent. Relief supplies have indeed been delivered to the besieged districts, albeit too little, due to pressure from the West. On November 9, 2016, at the instigation of the West, a further temporary ceasefire and access for aid organizations to the combat zone, not just Aleppo, was agreed in negotiations with Russia. The fact that the West has not complied with the demands for recognition of the renamed al-Nusra Front, once again coming from Germany among others, and continues to fight it together with Russia, can only be in the interests of small Omrans. You have to be a rabble-rouser from the Springer Press to deny that the looming division of Syria into 3 territories is significantly more progressive than a victory for the United Sunnah in the People's War. Syria under the Assad clan before the civil war, as the Friends of the Sunni People's Liberation Movement will never admit, was not only the land of torture chambers, omnipresent secret police and anti-Semitic propaganda and deeds. It was also a comparatively progressive country in parts, from which people like Ayam Shaljan had to flee before the Arabellion. Thanks to his relevant professional experience and language skills, he has been a lifeguard at the Tübingen outdoor pool for several months now, where he has gained new experiences. Quote, Ayam Shalgan attributes the incidents in the swimming pools in other German cities to the fact that many male refugees have never swum with women, he explained to the local newspaper. In large parts of Syria, there are only gender-segregated pools, only Damascus is so progressive that there are mixed pools there. When he meets his peers from rural Syria in Germany, he feels more of an ideological divide than a familiarity with his country, he said, referring to his previous work as a pool attendant, but also to his experiences as a refugee in Germany. N24 Online, January 8, 16, also published in Welt Online on the same day. Richard Herzinger, Broder and their cronies were unable to erase this inhuman disqualification of a people affected by genocidal warfare in time. According to the logic of the German press pack, someone like Shaljan should not only be deported from the swimming pool immediately due to a lack of respect for the autochthonous desire of the majority of the Syrian people for gender apartheid. The Syrian revolutionaries should have been asked about their stance on mixed-gender swimming pools back in 2011 before they were cheered on by the media. Whether at least in the emerging Kurdish autonomous regions accessible, burqa-free, mixed-gender swimming pools will be built should be the acid test of the all-too-quickly promised Kurdish progress. Leftists, including anti-German leftists, love revolution. In other words, they do not see revolution as the act through which society can be improved, through which human coexistence can be given a richer content, through which history can be given meaning after all, i.e. not as a means to an end. Rather, the form already provides all the content. Form and content coincide in the self-sufficient struggle around which all action and thought revolve. There was never more to the slogans once invented by the avant-garde to encourage themselves, such as permanent revolution and revolutionary struggle. It is all mere tautology. It had long been known that this could no longer be used at home when even the Red Army faction signed its declaration of capitulation in the early 1990s. There is no doubt that when the Baader-Meinhof gang began to take the revolutionary lunacy of 1968 seriously, they had nothing more to do with the revolution they were talking about, but all the more to do with themselves. The class struggle, which it wanted to carry into the metropolises in the name of Asian, African, and Latin American anti-imperialism, soon spilled over into the prisons, but only reached its climax when it was carried on out of the cells, because from the beginning it mainly took place within the fighting group itself, whose underground members felt all the more connected to the masses outside the revolutionary cell. The sooner the number of supporters could be counted on the fingers of one hand. In the end, all that mattered for each individual combatant was to maintain their revolutionary stance, to see who was the most radical and unyielding of all, and who was the traitor, and finally who would hold out the hunger strike to the last consequence. Revolution y muerte. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, the guerrillas of El Salvador, for whom the Taz had collected money to buy weapons in the 1980s, threw away their Kalashnikovs, leaving the young revolutionaries, who had not yet caught on, with only the Turkish Kurds at their disposal. The Marxist, Leninist, Stalinist, etc. Kurdistan Workers' Party, the PKK, which had been waging its people's war against the Turkish army since the 1980s, had even succeeded once again in luring some left-wing radicals from Germany to the mountains of Kurdistan. There had been nothing comparable since the legendary complicity between German and Palestinian terrorists 20 years previously. Of course, the new generation of German class fighters no longer knew that the PKK militias had been given their military drill in exactly the same area where the RAF comrades had learned to shoot from the PLO, in the Bekaa Valley, in Syrian-occupied Lebanon, where, after Israel had chased the Arafat gangs to Tunisia, they now had to share the terrain with Hezbollah, about whose armed struggle they certainly had no idea either. The PKK comrades delivered a proper guerrilla war to Turkey, which cost tens of thousands of lives, mainly on the Kurdish side, but also claimed many lives of the Turkish army and Turkish citizens who did not belong to any revolutionary or military formation. As a considerable number of PKK militias, including their leader, were hiding in Syria and negotiations between the Turkish and Syrian governments failed to produce any results, Turkey finally threatened to invade Syria. The threat worked and the PKK had to disappear from Syria head over heels. As a result, Abdullah Öcalan was captured in 1999 and shortly afterwards the PKK capitulated. And so this armed struggle and its sympathizers came to an end, for the time being, as we now know. Revolutionary anti-Zionists always had the Palestinians in reserve, of course. The Al-Aqsa Intifada, which was launched in 2000 when a Jew, Ariel Sharon, visited the Temple Mount, which the Palestinians claimed as Islamic property, continued. But the increasingly caustic criticism of the anti-Germans thoroughly spoiled the fun of the new generation of German revolutionaries, this time siding with Palestinian child murderers in the name of international solidarity. The last battle, they sang in their ears, we are losing. For the radical left scene was splitting, and it now looked as if the anti-Semitic part of Antifa would only be able to muster a minority faction. In retrospect, however, it may seem that some of the defectors to the anti-German camp had merely swapped the Palestinian scarf for the Israeli flag, a deal with a right of exchange that could all too easily be cancelled, as many a freshly baked anti-German had apparently still not got the message. In retrospect, the initially not very conspicuous inclination towards philo-Semitism could be seen as an unconquered longing to belong to a people, even if it was not one's own, but above all in the conspicuously lustful passion for the Israeli armed forces, especially in the photos of armed Jewish girls in breast-bearing uniforms, very similar to those posted in the recent Kurdish Solidarity campaign, which were already bordering on the pornographic. The desire to fight for the sake of fighting and revolution for the sake of revolution shone through again. The fact that soldiering and weapons are in themselves despicable things that can only be used in an emergency and with reluctance, and to which a halfway healthy mental apparatus would react with fear instead of pleasure, even this simple humane truth is suppressed in the fetishism of revolution and struggle and then negated, i.e. turned into its opposite. Israel, however, is not a change to communism, as those anti-German leftists who can't stop speculating must constantly do. The Israeli armed forces, which only serve to defend the bourgeois state, the not at all revolutionary political organization that the Jews have created for their self-assertion, can therefore only satisfy the desire for revolution and struggle projectively, and certainly not in the long term. But then the Arabs finally arrived. Their revolution also attracted many anti-German leftists and brought them back under the spell of the old-style popular uprising. The revolutionary urge, which after a phase of enforced abstinence because the world stage no longer offered it a suitable projection surface, finally found a suitable object again when the rebellious crowd gathered on the streets of Egypt as the autonomists once did on the 1st of May in Kreuzberg. All they had to do now was hold up banners with inscriptions such as democracy, justice and freedom, photograph them, and share them on Facebook to convince the willing foreign reporters at Jungle World, Taz or Ard that a revolution a la 1848 was underway. It was difficult to see the Muslim Brotherhood hidden behind the banners, mainly because people didn't want to see them, because the happiness of love that had been denied for too long was too tempting. In Libya, it was even young lads with a bandolier over their shoulders, tanned by the African sun, and a trusty Kalashnikov in their arms who recalled the almost forgotten dream of armed struggle. Who would have known that they might have been tribal warriors and Islamic terrorists who, just a few years later, would establish a province of the caliphate that had been reawakened after a 100-year coma. When the second round of the revolution began in Egypt, again a popular uprising, but this time preparing a counter-revolution, namely the overthrow of the Muslim Brotherhood, which had come to power in the first round and with which international solidarity did not quite know how to make friends, people immediately fell in love with them again. This time, however, the revolution culminated in a coup. The new bride was the old military, so that the previous balance of power was restored. The desire to fight was thus completely satisfied. Since then, there has been silence in the left-wing and anti-German left-wing press, not to mention the gang war that emerged from the Libyan revolution. Thank God the Syrian revolution still had a few surprises in store. When it was claimed at the beginning of this revolution that it was not a bourgeois, Western or any other revolution that could at least be expected to bring about an improvement, however small, in comparison to the existing situation, but merely another Islamic revolution, in which Al-Qaeda and related gangs would possibly be victorious this time, that this revolution would in any case threaten to drastically worsen the situation for the citizens of Syria, such a gloomy prophecy could of course only be interpreted as counter-revolutionary propaganda or complicity with the Assad regime by those who had already demonstrated their willingness to deny reality. As if there was something to make up for or to cover up, this time the projection work performed its duty more thoroughly and persistently than ever before. The true character of the Syrian revolution still had to be denied even after the proclamation of the caliphate. Anything that does not fit into the revolutionary pathos is simply bent into shape. Accordingly, it was either claimed that it was not the revolution, but the Assad regime that brought about the Islamic State with the intention of presenting itself to the international community as a lesser evil, and or that the USA was responsible, either because it had intervened in Iraq or because it had not intervened in Syria. The message of these kinds of statements is always that the revolution started so beautifully and would have ended just as beautifully if some sinister powers or foreign policy dilettantes had not intervened or alternatively had not intervened, i.e. doomed the good cause to failure by doing nothing. In short, the products of projection had to be defended against the products of reality. Just how delusional this is became symptomatic when the Islam experts of Jungle World finally accused the USA of complicity with the Assad regime because the American airstrikes against IS, which had initially concentrated on Iraqi territory, also hit al-Nusra positions in September 2014. The Syrian al-Qaeda offshoot to which the revolutionary troops of the Free Syrian Army actually owe their greatest military successes, the aimless intervention of the USA, analyzed the paper's chief strategists, was primarily of benefit to IS itself. Following its own logic, revolutionary punditry is thus striving towards a state that the sick person half-consciously fears the most, that the world as it appears to him inside the sphere of his head will no longer find any points of reference in the outside world to which the projection work could attach its links in order to bridge the gap between the two worlds in a makeshift manner, which ultimately makes the loss of reality obvious. In the summer of 2014, with the Islamic State (IS) offensive, it seemed to have come to this. At first, it was hard to see what the left actually had to criticize about IS. Is this not a proper revolution that is going on? The IS warriors not only look like Che Guevara in the flesh, they also know something about armed struggle that can hardly be denied. Do they not take the popular slogan at revolutionary demonstrations, "Fire and flame for the state," at its word? Aren't they smashing the traditional tribal relationships and turning the social order upside down even more thoroughly than anyone in 1968 would have dared to dream? But, oh no, they suddenly said, they didn't mean the slogans that seriously. Another revolution, not entirely unspoiled but still in fresh clothes, was soon to help out of this predicament, just waiting to be embraced by the trustees of international solidarity, the Rojava Revolution. The PKK, the former subject of the Kurdish popular uprising in Turkey, which served as the object of the radical left's revolutionary projections in the 1990s, has had to keep its head above water with revolutionary perseverance over the past 15 years following its escape from Syria and the capture of its leader. While Abdullah Öcalan used the time in his prison cell in the middle of the Marmara Sea to undergo an astonishing metamorphosis from nationalist Stalinist to anti-nationalist anarchist, convincing his followers, who were open to esotericism, that the military defeat he had just suffered had been a human gain. The remaining PKK militias devoured his thin brochures in the barren but supposedly all the more beautiful Kandil Mountains in northern Iraq, where, to make matters worse, Masoud Barzani was now leading a successful Kurdish revolution in alliance with the USA and Turkey. Less than 10 years earlier, when it was still strong, the PKK had fought a small internal Kurdish civil war with its Peshmerga. The PKK obviously found itself in a lost position in every respect, militarily, politically, and ideologically. Accordingly, it seemed uninteresting for international solidarity. This changed abruptly with the battle for the city of Kobane. From one day to the next, Kurdish solidarity was back in vogue, and not only did it attract the radical left-wing scene as before, it also had a magical effect on the anti-German, indeed the entire German left, including social democracy and the peace movement, eventually even reaching as far as the CDU. Solidarity demonstrations were organized, solidarity accounts were opened, nightlife for Rojava was proclaimed in the cultural capital Berlin, and in Kreuzberg there was Kobane kebab for quick consumption, with a solidarity surcharge of course. However, the most impressive thing about this was not the extent of the new Kurdish solidarity, but the reasons for it. While the commander of the IS troops attacking Kobane had told the city's defenders via YouTube that none of them would survive this battle, none of the organizers of the demonstrations, no call author or call signer even had the idea of justifying Rojava solidarity by saving the lives of the people trapped in the city. A simple human life was not enough, it had to be at least a revolution, which is why people demonstrated, donated or ate a Kobane kebab, so that no call for solidarity could do without the reference that a progressive and emancipatory project including ecology, feminism and council communism was at stake here, each time. The complete revolutionary esotericism from Abdullah Öcalan's brochures had to be invoked as the motivation for Rojava solidarity. Rojava solidarity can therefore be taken as a prime example of how much a human life is worth in revolutionary times. Of course, the PKK, known for its cult of martyrdom, did not think for a moment about fleeing Kobane. We were truly surprised by how quickly criticism of Rojava solidarity was voiced in Jungle World. Just 2 months after the start of the battle for Kobane, Felix Klopotek posed uncomfortable questions in an article with the same title. These were questions about the legitimacy of analogies between Kobane, Warsaw, Stalingrad or Madrid, as they were used in Rojava solidarity, or about the credibility of the PKK's metamorphosis, i.e. whether the party is now really against the state and the nation. The questions ultimately culminate in a critique of thinking in terms of the lesser evil, which he had assumed Rojava solidarity would do if it did not face up to the previous questions. For if, it is argued, the exuberant solidarity is based on substantive positions which, once the right answers to the uncomfortable questions have been found, would no longer be tenable, what would be left? That the PKK would be the lesser evil in the face of IS.
End of quote.
You can follow the line of questioning so far. But, it continues, doesn't the logic of the lesser evil already imply the abandonment of a general overarching binding, one would probably say universalist perspective? If we choose a lesser evil, can't the others choose theirs? From the point of view of Sunni Arabs, 200,000 of whom were slaughtered in Syria and who are being hunted down by Shiite death squads in Baghdad, isn't IS the lesser evil? Wouldn't the choice of a lesser evil lead straight to dead ends, at the end of which the superpowers are already waiting, whether Turkey, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Russia or the US, who will eventually play their game?
End quote.
Well, that's the way it works, Mr. Klopotek. The USA is always the biggest evil in the end anyway. But it only gets really bad when left-wing radicals strike back. This is also the case here. Quote, and what would be the perspective then? Of course, and no question at this point, the self-organization of the proletariat, women and subalterns, as could already be observed to some extent in the Arab Spring, about which the last word has not yet been spoken, just as, to use an analogy, the bloody failed Russian Revolution of 1905 refers to 1917.
End of quote.
So we are back to the Arabs, and thus on the trail of the riddle of what the foreign editors of Jungle World disliked so much about Rojava solidarity that they launched a veritable campaign against it. To let Mr. Klopotek have his say one last time, 2 or 3 years ago, there was no shortage of media reports accusing the PKK and its Syrian offshoot, the PYD, of, at the very least, de facto collaboration with the regime of Bashar al-Assad. The PKK is not participating in a common front against Assad, but is being granted a limited separate peace, cantonal self-administration. Why is there no more talk of these reports? Have they been refuted? Is what a large part of the left sees as a haven of stability and human rights in the midst of the merciless civil war not only a product of the civil war, but has indirectly contributed to brutalizing it, precisely because the PYD has pushed behind a common, more powerful front against Assad?
End of quote.
What is once again formulated here in question form and quasi en passant was finally openly stated in the next issue of the paper, 48/2014, as the main line of attack against the PKK comrades and their radical left-wing sympathizers in an article entitled Romanticism Harms by Elias Parebo and Harold Etzbach. The article's announcement already reveals, still somewhat coyly, the complete nonsense of the criticism. It states, in Kobane, the Islamic State could be beaten back for the time being, not least due to an impressive wave of international support. Instead of placing the events and solidarity in the context of the complex Syrian uprising, the local left prefers to chase after its own glorified revolutionary fantasies.
End quote.
Apart from the fact that the impressive wave of international support here apparently and nonsensically refers to the Kurdish demonstrations and similarly useless expressions of solidarity in Germany, but not to the US airstrikes, which have really helped the defenders of Kobane, as the PKK commanders have publicly admitted despite their die-hard anti-Americanism. Kurdish solidarity is to be criticized precisely for failing to integrate itself into the complex Syrian uprising. The fact that this actually means subordinate to the Syrian uprising will become clear elsewhere. However, the very choice of words used to insist that an uprising is taking place in Syria, a word that is associated with something good, but by no means a civil war, leaves the uncomfortable questions formulated earlier unanswered and uninterested, and abruptly sharpens the criticism of Rojava solidarity to the point that it has refused to join the Rojava Kurds in the uprising in Syria. Quote, as important as the rapid solidarity work for Kobane and Rojava was, the one-dimensional and selective way in which the events are categorized by the German initiatives is alarming in several respects. For example, the call by the new anti-capitalist organization, NOW, and the Anti-Fascist Revolutionary Action Berlin, solidarity with Rojava weapons for the YPG/YPJ. From October 4th, instead of talking about the Syrian uprising, just talks about the Syrian civil war, in the midst of which the Kurds would defend a progressive social project. In its Rojava appeal, solidarity with Rojava.
Who if not us?
When if not now? The interventionist left even goes a step further and actually manages not to mention Syria at all, apart from a reference in brackets that Rojava is located in northern Syria. This is not only ignorant and lacking in solidarity with all other forces in Syria, it also shows how little interest there is in the background in the Middle East and in Syria.
End quote.
Of course, this is particularly ignorant and lacking in solidarity with other forces in Syria, such as al-Nusra, IS and the Salafist brigades of the Free Syrian Army, apart from which there is nothing in Syria that could achieve anything, apart from the general forces of nature or Assad's armed forces, which are presumably not meant here. The soldiers of the so-called Southern Front who have been trained in Jordan since the fall of 2013 might still be considered if they were not armed by the CIA, which means they are in the service of the greatest evil of all. However, as far as the interest in the background is concerned, the Jungle World editorial team seems to rely on the disinterest and ignorance of its readers to such an extent that it believes it can foist any nonsense on them, even if it is a little covertly on the disco page. In a subsequent section, it says, the Syrian uprising not only created the space for today's Kurdish experiment, but the people of northeastern Syria themselves were and are also part of this revolution. It seems to have been forgotten that people in Kobane, Amuda and Kamishli have also taken to the streets at great risk since 2011 to join the nationwide protests for bread, dignity, and freedom.
End quote.
Nobody started a revolution in Syria because of a shortage of bread. Dear people, you might be confusing this with Lenin's April Theses and the October Revolution of 1917 again. There was enough bread in Syria, at least there was more of it before the revolution than now, especially in the rural areas of northern Syria, where most Kurds live, because wheat was traditionally produced in abundance in this area and sold to other parts of Syria.
The rest is outright lies.
Individual Kurdish youth associations did try to organize demonstrations in the course of 2011, but the PKK used force to stop some of them. Whatever one may accuse the PKK of, the comrades saw one thing clearly from the outset. The Kurds had nothing good to expect from a Sunni revolution, they had to fear it. Consequently, this is also an insinuation. Quote, even leading figures in the PYD, such as Salih Muslim, naturally place the democratic experiment in Rojava within the framework of the larger upheaval in Syria.
End quote.
Of course, the article does not provide any evidence for this assertion, because there is none. But you should take a look at an interview that Salih Muslim Mohammed, who incidentally is not one of the leading figures but the chairman of the PYD, the Syrian branch of the PKK, gave to a journalist from Kurdwatch.org in November 2011, almost 6 months after the start of the revolution, a website, incidentally, that was expressly recommended by Mr. Klopotek as a source of information critical of the PKK. Quote, question, there are many voices in Syria calling for the overthrow of President Bashar al-Assad and his regime.
What is your demand?
Salih Muslim Mohammed, we are calling for an end to the oppressive system. There are some who are calling for the fall of the regime. In contrast, we demand the overthrow of the oppressive authoritarian system. Our problem is not a problem of power. Those in power in Damascus come and go. This is not so important for us Kurds. For us Kurds, it is important that we secure our existence. The current regime does not accept us, nor do those who may come to power afterwards.
End quote.
This is such a clear distancing from the Syrian revolution that it cannot be misunderstood if it is not to be misunderstood. The Kurds never wanted to have anything to do with the Syrian uprising because they had their own uprising in mind. They acted accordingly. There is a tacit non-aggression pact between the PKK and the Assad regime that has benefited both sides. When the Syrian army withdrew from the north in the summer of 2012 because the units stationed there were needed more urgently elsewhere, namely for the defense of Damascus, the PKK militias that had moved in from the Iraqi Kandil Mountains took control of the Kurdish communities in northern Syria. That is the whole secret of revolutionary Kurdish self-administration. There were no military clashes between the regime and the PKK. The only opponents the PKK faced in the areas under its control were the competing Kurdish parties loyal to Masoud Barzani, but they had no weapons. In this way, the Kurds were spared from the civil war in Syria, until the Syrian revolution in the form of IS came after them in late summer last year. The PKK was thus criticized in Jungle World for the only sensible decision the party has ever made. As I said, this is even more stupid than the whole Rojava kitsch. Apart from the question of who this call is aimed at and what practical success it is supposed to achieve, it is unpleasantly striking that it does not derive its justification from a proposal that in turn owes itself to an analysis of the Syrian civil war, but rather operates with a seemingly long-buried historical philosophical axiom that needs no justification. It is apparently enough to decree, because there are still armed democratic forces in Syria, who keep the ideas of freedom and individual happiness alive, to whom European governments withhold all help in order to encourage them to carry on. If this were really what is meant, which is not the case, then this call would be a cynical attempt to maintain the fighting morale of rebel groups that have long since lost. Then it would be the ideal marching orders to an inevitable heroic death for a democratic cause, which would certainly not be given to us, but to unknown democratic Syrian fighters who have long since been dismissed as martyrs. The style is familiar, and the callers give the compelling hint when they begin, as in the Spanish Civil War.
End quote.
Some people remember that even then, the majority of the passionate supporters of the Spanish Republicans did not mean it's up to us in terms of their concrete armed participation, but rather the organization of solidarity congresses, the launching of appeals and the consolidation of class struggle cohesion with the Soviet power. Between 1936 and 1939, thousands of young men from almost all European countries and the USA, and occasionally even from Turkey and Latin America, went to war without their authorities having sent them an order to enlist. They went to Spain voluntarily and often almost entirely on their own to fight on the side of the Republic against Franco's troops. The significance of the brigades made up of these men, most of whom had no military training, for the situation at the front is disputed, but they were certainly unable to prevent the defeat in 1939. Even during the Spanish Civil War, these international brigades were more important on a symbolic than a practical level. The neutral governments in Great Britain, for example, and even more so in France, which was temporarily governed by a popular front, came under strong public pressure at times due to the highly publicized activities of their citizens, without the intervention on the part of the Republic that many had hoped for. Even more important than this realpolitik aspect of the largely symbolic action was the ideological one. In Germany and Italy, but also in some Eastern European countries, fascists were in power and both the communist and social democratic left were banned and persecuted. It was not only in Europe and the USA that the Great Depression was by no means over. Mass unemployment and a general lack of prospects also characterized the political left, which, where it was allowed to stand in elections, could not boast any spectacular successes and for the most part had no program to combat the misery. Perhaps the most serious factor was the fact that from 1936 at the latest, there could hardly be any talk of cohesion among revolutionaries across party lines. The increasingly bad news from the Soviet Union of prison camps, show trials, death sentences against old revolutionaries, concentration camps and the complete synchronization of public opinion led to the division of the European workers' movement and left-wing intelligentsia into the loudly unwavering and the unorganized doubters and opponents of Stalinism. Spain seemed to many to be the way out of inner left disputes and general paralysis. Here an elected left was fighting against putschists, here the rifts that divided anarchists, communists, social democrats and bourgeois republicans everywhere else seemed to have been overcome. Here, despite some irritations, even after 70 years, the alternative was freedom or barbarism. Despite the undeniably barbaric settlements that were carried out within the Spanish Republican camp, Despite the intriguing and murderous actions of the internationalists loyal to the Soviet Union against Trotskyists and other dissidents branded as fascists, the international brigades and the hope founded in them for the eventual success of the world revolution do not simply stand for an authoritarian historical mythology finalized in Moscow, in which the people are the saviors before the working class and the Soviet people before all peoples. Even the solidarity literature, mostly cobbled together in the spirit of Soviet ideology, still partly reflects something of the desperate situation in which workers and intellectuals found themselves in the face of the unstoppably bleeding Spanish Republic. This Spain was not only the country whose freedom had been betrayed by the Western democracies to the fascists, it was also the land of hope, where friendly and courageous people would welcome you, where you could do meaningful work under the Catalan sun and not in the English fog. Finally, since a small part of the facts about the Soviet Union had arrived and could no longer be denied, the project of world revolution also lay in the fog. Barcelona and Madrid supplanted Leningrad and Moscow for a short time until, after the defeat in 1939 and the German invasion of the Soviet Union, everything was back to normal, in some cases to this day. The decision not to go to Spain caused feelings of guilt. The essentially banal words of George Orwell, who fought there, were shared by the entire left and a large part of the liberals at the end of the 1930s. They were common knowledge. When one thinks of the cruelty, misery, and senselessness of war, the temptation is obvious to say, one side is just as bad as the other. I remain neutral. In reality, however, it is impossible to remain neutral, and there is hardly a war in which it makes no difference who wins. One side is almost always more or less in favor of progress, the other side more or less in favor of reaction. It is strange to be confronted with these words by Orwell in 2014 in connection with the civil war in Syria. For in recent years, it seems that the exception in Orwell's rule for armed conflicts has in turn become the rule, and by no means almost always but increasingly rarely does one side stand for something better than the competing other. Worse still, for 2 years now, international brigades have once again been fighting against an anti-progressive, reactionary regime. Thousands of young men from Arab countries and Europe are going to war for the total enslavement of the Syrian people. Often almost entirely on their own, they usually enter Syrian territory via Turkey, whose officials wave them through, and join the transnational jihad, which actually operates in international brigades as opposed to national Syrian militant groups. Compared to the internationalists of Allah, Assad's regime, even in its even more brutal version as a counterinsurgency fighter, does not come off any worse. It is almost impossible to decide between the two on the basis of criteria, if not of progress, then at least of sparing human lives. Only the terrifying vision of a final jihadist victory suggests that there really is something worse than the Ba'ath regime. Over 30,000, probably far more of these fighters are well equipped and financed and active in Syria. But, to stay with Orwell, what other at least slightly better side against the Ba'ath regime and the internationalists is there? The national Syrian groups that are also fighting against Assad are at least 90% oriented towards radical Sunni Islam and are divided into two factions of roughly equal size, one of which wants a radical Syrian theocracy and the other, which is inspired by the ideas of the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood, supposedly a somewhat more moderate variant. Both of their opposition to the internationalists could be summed up in the slogan, Islamism in one country instead of permanent jihadism. Anyone who wants to may see these national jihadists as a lesser evil, because they may not export terror after their victory. However, the majority of these forces are not convinced and are therefore often only half-heartedly involved in armed conflicts with the internationalists. The regime's troops appear to be even more reluctant to do so. The regime is not entirely unrealistically betting that domestic Islamists will not be able to find a balance with foreign competitors if only to preserve their sinecures, and that the Islamist resistance will therefore tear itself apart. In view of the increasing Islamist radicalization of the Syrian armed opposition, Western voices have become quieter in the second half of 2013, calling for support for opposition groups with weapons and trainers, or for a no-fly zone to give them the decisive advantage. No one is able to say anymore into which hands arms supplies will end up and against whom they will ultimately be used. The only thing left for Realpolitik to do is to try to keep events as limited as possible to Syria and at the same time prevent one of the three parties from gaining the upper hand in the civil war and then creating facts for the whole country. As it is unlikely that the Assad regime will be able to fully win the civil war, Syria's future is already sealed. Either there will be a country possibly reduced by the Kurdish provinces, in which Sunni Islamist and non-Sunni provinces dominated by Ba'ath cadres will be united under a central government that is barely capable of acting after population transfers have taken place, or Alawites and Christians will be defeated, murdered and expelled with Ba'ath power or tolerated as disenfranchised minorities in a Sunni theocracy, which would have to conclude an always fragile separate peace with the
Internationalists.
This theocracy could in turn develop into an authoritarian and reasonably stable state or, like the Taliban's Afghanistan, into a gangland that is almost impossible to control, and at the same time a staging area for the fighters of the global jihad. Freedom for Syria, as called for in the appeal, is therefore not up for debate, if only because there were and are not nearly enough supporters in Syria, neither in 2011 nor in 2014, to help it achieve a breakthrough through military and logistical assistance from outside. The blame for these bleak prospects has long been apportioned. The West is always to blame, with various justifications. Syrian national Islamists accuse the West of supporting Assad and the internationalists because it supplies them with no weapons, too few or not enough effective weapons. Assad blames the West for the spread of terrorism due to the supply of weapons and logistical support for his enemies, and in Europe people are already thinking retrospectively about the latest point at which the West should have intervened on the side of a freedom movement that has been worn down in the meantime due to procrastination. Against all evidence, people are certain that there was initially a peaceful protest against the dictatorship in 2011, the aims of which are equated with their own hopes for the establishment of a democratic republic. The only thing that is true about this is that at the time, all those involved were protesting against the Ba'ath regime with good reason. The fact that only a tiny minority, but one that was courageously at the forefront, really stood up for a free and united Syria, while the overwhelming majority, even then, wanted a theocratic state of Sunni Arabs and not only wanted to settle accounts with Assad and his followers, but also with all minorities living reasonably unchallenged under the old regime, i.e. the Alawites, Christians, Shiites and Druze. This truth about the Syrian civil war was beyond any Western imagination. Accordingly, there are no democratic rebel factions in the Syrian civil war that would fight for a better Syria, as the appeal suggests. There remains one possible exception in the almost indiscriminate horror, and that is the Syrian Kurds, who have come closer to realizing their long-cherished dream of a separate state. Only they are fighting convincingly against the Islamists of various stripes, if only to control their own settlement area, which has been largely spared from the war thanks to an informal but mutually beneficial non-aggression pact with the Assad regime. Only by protecting it from Assad's bombardments are they militarily in a position to stand up to the Islamists, who are by definition hostile to the Kurds because they are all Sunni Arabs. The appeal focuses on this option, because what can the sentence "every donation helps the groups to defend their territories and create places that enable survival beyond barbarism and thus keep the ideas of freedom and individual happiness alive" mean other than solidarity with the Syrian Kurds? The Kurd struggle is only an option in the Syrian civil war insofar as they are very understandably closest to themselves due to a lack of allies. If they succeed in proclaiming and maintaining their own state along the lines of the Iraqi Kurdish model, this would certainly only help the Kurdish inhabitants, but there is no alternative for the whole of Syria. This also highlights the difference to the Spanish Civil War. Not only in the eyes of its supporters did Republican Spain fight united for a cause with the intention of humanity against an enemy of humanity. The jealousies between Basques, Catalans, etc., which can hardly be absorbed today, were at least silenced at that time, because there could only be a victory on the side of all Spaniards, and this victory would not only have been more than a Basque, Catalan, etc. victory, but also a sign that would have pointed beyond a liberated Spain. It is doubtful that the Spaniards were aware of this, but the appearance of the international brigades showed them that their front was not just a Spanish one. The Syrian Kurds cannot be blamed for not taking such a stand. As a very particular group, they probably stand for the establishment of their small province according to criteria that are friendly by Syrian standards. Perhaps it will even be them who, as is becoming apparent in northern Iraq, could be an example for an entire region in Arabia that something other than Islamism or Arab nationalism with its state monstrosities is possible. However, this is merely a possible effect and neither a Kurdish program nor a sign from the spirit of the world. Given the lack of any hope for a pacified, multi-ethnic and multi-religious Syrian republic, there is nothing to be said against standing up for the few who are armed and striving to break away from Syria. If they were serious about this, without lapsing into the glorification of the Kurdish people that was so popular in the 1980s, a corresponding intervention would also be an incitement to a debate on internationalism. The callers did not want to face up to this because they know very well that calling for or approving of one or perhaps soon even several Kurdish states does not fit in with the usual thinking of other Democrats, which is always full of ominous historical philosophy. There are plenty of reasons to mistrust the Kurdish option. A state territory that is designated according to the traditional, but not necessarily real settlement areas of a very specific group, a population entitled to autonomy that defines itself strictly ethnically according to ethnicity, i.e. possibly also against unwanted settlers. A society that is actually a pre-society organized according to tribes and clans. These are no more the dreams of a world revolutionary than those of an avowed republican. Not even addressing such limitations, not offensively justifying one's own nevertheless sensible proposal, reflects embarrassingly on the authors of the appeal and its 300 or so signatories. They have made a pact with the world spirit, which ever since the Soviet Union became recognizable as a completely authoritarian project, i.e. even before 1936, has meant making no distinction between progress and terror. Even with the slogan "The democratic opposition in Syria needs your support," they have not done the Syrian Kurds any good. All the adventurers of the European establishment, be they politicians or honorary political advisors such as the tireless Bernard-Henri Lévy, are constantly reinventing a democratic opposition for the whole of Syria and devoutly listen to the corresponding declarations of Muslim brothers struggling for democratic form, who hold high positions in committees held either by Turkey or Qatar, in order to see their dream of the final triumph over the Assad regime on the side of Sunni Islamism realized after all. A decision by the West in favor of one of the anti-Assad resistance groups operating in Syria, as the callers themselves know best, would automatically increase the pressure on Kurdish autonomous regions. However, the fear of being labeled a collaborator of the Assad regime or an essentially Islamophobic traitor to the promises of an Arabellion apparently weighs so heavily that the memory of the Spanish Republicans betrayed by Europe is invoked for reinsurance purposes with a coercive "it's up to us" in order to be seen as part of a large European coalition of the willing. It should be noted, even the few Druze, a minority always viewed with suspicion by organized Islam and terrorized off and on, who settle on the Syrian side of the Golan and are preparing with village guards to fend off the imminent invasion of the Syrian freedom movement with no chance of success, are not to be wished to united Syria.
It would be their downfall.
After the disintegration of Syria, only Israel would come into consideration as a protective power for them, where Syrian Druze are already living in autonomy on the other side of the Golan in 1967. The Turkish Revolution is already where the Arab Revolution still wants to go. Recep Tayyip Erdogan was perhaps not the only one who had this thought. When he turned on the television on the last day of January 2011 and saw what was going on in Tahrir Square, he realized that the time had come for a speech that would be broadcast live on the usual Arab satellite channels and would remind the peoples around him of the revolutionary significance of his nation, his party, and his person. And so he spoke, not only in Turkey, but all over the world. The Justice and Development Party has shown that it knows neither fear nor hesitation when it comes to taking the side of the oppressed and the victims. Turkey can set the ball rolling in this region and change the course of history.
End quote.
He advised Hosni Mubarak in a commanding tone, "Respond to the wishes of your people without hesitation." When the Egyptian president resigned 10 days later, Erdogan felt like Suleiman the Magnificent, who could change the governors of the provinces belonging to his empire at will. The Islamic democracy that he had turned Turkey into in the space of 10 years tended to result in Ottoman great power politics, albeit initially only in Erdogan's imagination. In reality, of course, Hosni Mubarak had not stepped down because Erdogan had advised him to do so, but because the Egyptian Military Council, yielding to pressure from the street, had decided so. Whether Turkey could really change the course of history, if this meant that it not only had the power to steer its own destiny, but also that of other states, was not yet proven. The Arab Revolution, to which the metaphor of the Rolling Stones referred, seemed to prove the opposite. Turkish foreign policy had merely followed the events in Egypt, just as it had in Tunisia. Just 2 months before the start of the Libyan civil war, Erdogan had himself awarded the International Gaddafi Prize for Human Rights by Muammar Gaddafi and then tried to prevent the NATO mission in Libya. Just 2 months after the start of the Syrian civil war, Erdogan confessed, "Bashar is a good friend of mine," and he believed that his friend would get away with the minor reforms he advised him to make. It was obvious that it was not Turkey that changed the course of history, but that history happened without its intervention and ran counter to its previous foreign policy and its principle of good neighborliness towards Arab despots. As a formerly secular state in which Islamic democracy had already been realized, Turkey was widely regarded as a model for the Arab Revolution, but it had never attempted to export the model itself. Turkey's foreign policy had 2 components, one economic and one ideological. Over the past 10 years, it had concentrated on developing economic relations with the regions that once made up the Ottoman Empire: the Middle East, North Africa, the Balkans, and the Caucasus. Economic exchange with Syria had developed very well. Following the signing of a free trade agreement in 2007, trade between the 2 countries multiplied and was expected to reach a volume of $5 billion in 2012. The relationship with Syria also played an important role because all Turkish goods transported overland to the other Arab states, apart from Iraq, had to pass through Syria. After the visa requirement was abolished, 1 million tourists crossed the Turkish-Syrian border on both sides each year, which also benefited the retail trade near the border. The governments of the 2 countries got on so well that they occasionally met for joint cabinet meetings. The civil war put an end to this exchange. This is probably one of the reasons why Erdogan hesitated for a long time to say goodbye to Bashar al-Assad. Exports to Syria accounted for less than 2% of Turkey's total exports and were of less value to it than the Turkish-Syrian friendship in ideological terms. This is because the new Islamic democracy is even less compatible with the close ties to the West, NATO, the USA, and above all Israel than the secular republic. The friendship with Syria showed that Turkey belongs to the camp of resistance, and this fitted in well with some other maneuvers of Turkish foreign policy with which it tried to demonstrate its independence from the West. In spring 2003, the AKP-dominated parliament had prohibited the U.S. armed forces from opening a second front against Saddam Hussein's troops from Turkish soil. Although this forced the American armed forces to reorganize their attack plans, it did not and could not stop the attack itself. Although the prohibition ultimately had no significance for the further course of the war, it did have the highly symbolic power to suggest that something had changed. The AKP had won the parliamentary elections just a few months earlier, and it was its first major foreign policy decision. The diplomatic spectacle that Turkey put on together with Brazil in spring 2010, when it intervened in the international negotiations on Iran's nuclear program without being asked, had no immediate consequences but was highly symbolic. What the others had failed to achieve after many years, Turkey had, by its own admission and to the astonishment of the world, managed to achieve within a few weeks, an agreement with Iran. Iranian uranium was to be enriched abroad, processed into fuel rods and returned in a form in which it could no longer be used for bomb production. On closer inspection, however, the agreement turned out to be so full of holes that instead of the hoped for applause from the Europeans, Turkey was taught a lesson by the USA about how badly the Turkish diplomats had allowed themselves to be ripped off. Because there was ultimately no such agreement, all members of the UN Security Council, including Russia and China, voted in favor of sanctions against Iran in the subsequent vote. The representatives of Turkey and Brazil, who insisted that the negotiations between their heads of state and the leadership in Tehran had been successful, stood alone and abandoned. Turkey also failed with its initial opposition to the deployment of a radar system, which is part of NATO's missile defense shield against the threat of Iranian nuclear missiles spread across various countries. In the end, it had to give up its opposition because it could not justify the absurdity of being both against a war that would eliminate that threat and against a defense system that would be the alternative to such a war. Instead, Ankara argued against the radar system on the grounds that the data obtained could be passed on to Israel. The USA responded to this objection by pointing out that this was not necessary because Israel has its own missile defense system. After Turkey had run out of arguments and signed the deployment agreement, officials in the USA assured that the data would of course be shared with all allies, including Israel. Because it's a US radar. In this way, Turkey's foreign policy corresponded at most to a foreign policy vision, as the minister responsible for this, Ahmet Davutoglu, once described it. Ultimately, this only produced tangible results in relations with Israel. The Islamic democracy ended its once extensive economic, political, and military cooperation with Israel within a few years until further notice. Driven by its own vision, Ankara finally found a reason to freeze diplomatic relations with Israel in the events surrounding the Mavi Marmara. Despite all the failures that Turkey's foreign policy had experienced up to that point, anti-Zionism remained a reliable reason for Recep Tayyip Erdogan's cross-border popularity. This was the main reason why, when he traveled to revolutionary Cairo in September 2011, he was greeted at the airport by an enthusiastic crowd that greeted him with the usual cries of Allahu Akbar and slogans such as Turkey and Egypt are one fist. 10 days before the visit, on September 2, the Turkish government had expelled the Israeli ambassador and cancelled all remaining military agreements with Israel. 3 days before the visit, on September 9, a revolutionary mob had stormed the Israeli embassy in Cairo. Several thousand rioters had forced their way inside the embassy grounds and threatened to kill the embassy staff who had taken refuge in a security room. Only a call from Benjamin Netanyahu in Washington and a subsequent call from Barack Obama in Cairo prompted the Egyptian military leadership to send a special commando to the embassy to rescue those trapped inside. During the welcome talk on a popular Egyptian talk show, where he was introduced to the audience as a hero not only of Turkey but of the entire Arab and Muslim world, Erdogan referred to the incident at the Israeli embassy only indirectly, calling Israel a spoiled child of the West. On the next day of his visit to Cairo, he gave a speech to the Arab League, which was again broadcast by Arab TV stations, in which this time he invoked the Palestinian Revolution. We must work hand in hand with our Palestinian brothers. The Palestinian cause is a cause of human dignity. It is time to raise the Palestinian flag at the United Nations.
End quote.
On the streets of Cairo, the revolutionary crowd greeted him with huge billboards depicting him in front of the united flags of Egypt and Turkey. The inscription on one banner read, "If Erdogan were our leader, we would have liberated our Jerusalem long ago. On the third day of his visit, he gave a speech to the newly founded Egyptian-Turkish youth organization Horizon, whose members represent the conglomerate of so-called liberal activists, April 6 movement, Trotskyists, socialists, Nasserists, other anti-Zionists, and Muslim brothers typical of the early days of the Egyptian revolution. Erdogan told this audience that Egypt and Turkey are the two most important and leading countries of the Eastern Mediterranean, and that hand in hand, Egypt and Turkey will silence Israel. There it was again, the vision. But just at the historic moment of the dawn of an Islamic revolution led by both, the limits of Turkey's power became visible again. It was a small group of demonstrators from Syria who involuntarily revealed these limits. The demonstrators insulted Erdogan in Cairo as a Muslim and wanted Turkey to not just hear words, but finally see action. At this point, Turkey had not only already sided with the Syrian revolution, but had also decided to take the lead in the fight against the Ba'athist regime. Accordingly, the Free Syrian Army was allowed to set up its headquarters on Turkish soil, a stone's throw away from the Syrian border, through which it supplies its battalions fighting in Syria with weapons. The Muslim Brotherhood-controlled Syrian National Council set up its offices in Istanbul to meet with Saudi, Qatari, and Turkish arms dealers. However, these words were not enough for the demonstrators in Cairo, who demanded that Turkey get directly involved militarily and enforce a protection and no-fly zone in northern Syria, as NATO had done in Libya. The catch is that Turkey alone is not capable of these deeds. For a politician who represents an Islamic democracy and is therefore dependent on being seen as a strong man by the Muslim masses, it is a personal insult if he is said to talk more than he does. It is all the more so when this politician is the head of state of an emerging regional power that has yet to prove its ability to project power beyond its national borders. The hesitation and dithering of Turkish foreign policy in response to the Arab Revolution, especially in the case of Syria, the hapless attempts to demonstrate its independence from the West, and finally, the inability to enforce its political intentions militarily, if necessary, in line with the new circumstances, only testify to the fact that Turkey does not have the power to play such a role. Nevertheless, it was confronted with corresponding expectations from various sides. The reasons for these great expectations should not be sought outside, but above all within its borders. The first thing to bear in mind is this: not all of the qualities that could enable Turkey to play a leading role in the region, and which Erdogan is therefore accustomed to touting as products of his statesmanship, can actually be understood as results of the political actions of his government and his party. For example, the fact that Turkey is the most populous state in the region and the strongest militarily north of Syria are not merits of the AKP, but they are reasons for the political weight of AKP Turkey. The same applies to Turkey's economic rise, which is praised at every opportunity and always credited to Islamic democracy. In 2001, the Turkish economy was still in a financial crisis, with production volumes falling by 6% that year. The next year, by the end of which the AKP had taken over the government, it had already risen again by 6%. From then on, from 2002 until the global financial crisis of 2008 to 2009, the Turkish economy produced average growth rates of 7%. After a temporary slump due to the global financial crisis, growth rates again reached over 8%, although Turkey was the only OECD country in which no explicit or implicit public sector support was provided to banks as a result of the global crisis. With a population of 75 million, low public debt, a self-confident banking sector and an annual production volume of $800 billion, Turkey is now one of the strongest economies in the world. And this is impressive in the countries of the Arab Revolution, where a lack of economic prospects prevails. While the AKP government proclaims that it brought about the economic miracle, the opposition asserts that in reality it was one of its own. Kemal Dervish, a professor of economics who had spent a 20-year career at the World Bank before returning to Turkey to take over as Minister of Economy and, with loans from the International Monetary Fund, implement the reforms needed to overcome the crisis at the time in 2001. In this version of Turkish economic history, the AKP is at least credited with having more or less fully adopted the reforms when it came to power a year later. However, one could just as easily shift the prehistory of the Turkish economic miracle to the 1980s and then elevate Turgut Özal, who began his reform project while still a minister in a military government, to the status of its creator. Even then, the Turkish economy astonished experts with growth rates of over 7%, with foreign investment in particular rising sharply and contributing to the accelerated industrialization of production, which had previously been dominated by agriculture and handicrafts. Whatever may or may not be true about these stories, they only make it clear how little Islamic democracy has to do with them. Because the Turkish economic miracle occurred during the AKP's time in power, the party claimed it as a homegrown success. With economic growth, The AKP met with growing popularity, and this popularity gave it the backing for the changes towards Islamic democracy. It is true that there have been strong Islamic parties since the introduction of party pluralism in the 1950s. But never before the emergence of the AKP had the Islamic movement been strong enough to assert itself politically against the will of the military, which to this day is known to be the guardian of the Kemalist secular principle. For the time being, the AKP has won the political battle with the military, and not least this victory is seen in the liberal revolutionary Arab world as a model for the successful fusion of Islam and democracy. The outcome of the power struggle with the Turkish military was symbolized on the occasion of the celebrations for the 89th anniversary of the Republic at the end of October 2012, when the president appeared for the first time at the traditional military parade accompanied by his wife dressed in a headscarf. Hundreds of army personnel, including many officers and generals, were arrested during the spiritual revolution of the last 10 years. In 2011, the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces and the Commanders-in-Chief of the Army, Air Force and Navy offered their resignations. Erdogan refused, but appointed the current commander of the police as the new Chief of Staff, the first time a person who had not previously served in NATO had held this position. The British Economist wrote at the time, "Keeping the generals out of politics is a must." But what about the actual job of the army? With the 12% of generals and admirals serving time in prison, notes Eric Edelman, a former American ambassador to Turkey and the number 2 in the Pentagon under George Bush Jr., the Turkish military gives the impression of a broken and leaderless institution. He expresses concern about the consequences a weakened Turkish army, the second strongest in NATO, could have for the alliance and the region. Turkey is better off with a weakened army, but a weak army would certainly not be good for Turkey's regional ambitions.
End quote.
This weakness of the military is not the only obstacle standing in the way of Turkey's desire to act as a regional power.
It cannot do much on its own.
As already mentioned, for example, it does not have sufficient resources to install a protection and no-fly zone in northern Syria. Consequently, it is demanding that the West enforce this for it, even though it would like to continue to detach itself from it. Henri Barkey, who used to work on the planning staff of the U.S. State Department, said in October 2012, after Syrian ricochets killed 5 Turkish civilians and Ankara felt compelled to take limited military countermeasures, Turkey wants to create a kind of buffer zone in combination with a no-fly zone in Syria. The reason it is urging the U.S. to participate is that it can't do it itself. Well, why don't the Americans do it? The Syrian air defense system is very sophisticated. America would have to deploy hundreds of fighter planes to take out this system. Since this air defense system was designed to be used against Israel, it is much more sophisticated than you might think. Yes, we can set up a buffer zone, but they will definitely shoot down some of our planes. This is not a game.
End quote.
A Turkish fighter plane had been shot down in June by such anti-aircraft missiles, of which the Syrian armed forces possess an immense quantity, as they are supplied by Russia as required and presumably together with the associated operating personnel. A war against Syria is therefore too much for Turkey alone. NATO's Patriot missiles could be used to shoot down Syrian warplanes from Turkish territory without endangering NATO warplanes. Even if their deployment on the Turkish-Syrian border was in no way intended to support a no-fly zone, which will become clear, if there is any need for this at all, it does cover Turkey's ongoing Syria policy, in which the Turkish border area is not only a safe haven for refugees from Syria, but also a deployment and retreat area for the Free Syrian Army. However, the Supreme Allied Commander Europe, James G. Stavridis, United States Navy Admiral, is of course in command of the Patriot batteries, in other words, the superpower and not some regional power. Perhaps Erdogan was speculating, just waiting for the Arab states to copy the Turkish model in order to be seen as their wise leader who has changed the course of history? The Muslim Brotherhood, which is as old as Turkey, obviously did not need Turkey's instructions. What does Turkey have to offer the Arab Revolution other than visions? Can it provide the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood with financial resources and military equipment comparable to what Egypt receives from the USA? Can Turkey supply Hamas with rockets that threaten Tel Aviv and Jerusalem? Can Turkey prevent Bashar al-Assad from using chemical weapons or prevent terrorists from getting their hands on them? Yes. Can it even secure its own state borders with its own means? NATO's Patriot missiles are now protecting it against the threats posed by the Syrian armed forces. But the civil war in Syria has brought Turkey yet another problem that it must tackle alone, an offensive by the PKK. 2 million Kurds live in northeastern Syria. Right at the beginning of the civil war, hundreds of PKK fighters came from Iraq to support their Syrian comrades in gaining control of the Kurdish majority towns and villages. At the same time, together with their comrades in Turkey, they began an offensive of attacks on Turkish territory. The increasingly intense fighting between the PKK and the Turkish military since the summer of 2011 had claimed almost 1,000 victims by the end of 2012. There is no solution to this problem in sight for either the period during or after the civil war. A regional power with an unresolved small war on its insecure borders is a model that is not necessarily recommended. Overall, the Turkish model has a number of shortcomings that we do not know whether or how they can be remedied. Kurdish votes, which the AKP attracted with a number of cultural policy concessions such as allowing Kurdish language classes and Kurdish television and radio programs, also contributed to its electoral success. These votes are no longer safe. The liberal Turkish public, which remains vital despite the AKP's power and which gave its vote to Erdogan's party in order to break the power of the military bureaucracy, has long been afraid of the totalitarian tendencies of Islam and authoritarian democracy, which threaten its private freedoms. And even the growth rates of the economy, once the great lure of the Turkish model, are already falling to a level that makes Turkey's dependence on the European and American markets more apparent. In other words, Turkey does not currently have much to offer the Arab Revolution. The real regional power that brought about the Arab Revolution is not Turkey, it is the Muslim Brotherhood, the subject of a nearly century-long Islamic counter-revolution in a region whose modernization once began with the founding of the Turkish Republic, the Turkish Revolution. But even if it is not a real regional power, Turkey is a strong part of an Islamic upheaval in the region. For Israel, the Green Spring has already become a reality. It has lost Turkey as an ally, and Egypt, the most important Arab state, is no longer the model for a ceasefire that is based on concrete agreements and can last for over 30 years. The consequences of the civil war in Syria are uncertain under the ugly jihadist auspices. One can only say that they are part of the Islamic, or more precisely, Sunni revolution, which certainly does not bode well for Israel. Cheekiness always triumphs when a scornful violator of the commandment of consideration laid down in good manners comes up against a friend of those same good manners. It's never about big things, but about minor breaches of public order that are not even punishable. It's a familiar story. On an already overcrowded commuter train, someone declares the 5 remaining seats in his compartment occupied because his buddies will be boarding at the next station. Sitting down anyway would result in a row and, if worse comes to worst, a fight. Who would want to take that chance? The attack on public order can also be purely verbal and even without explicitly naming an opponent. Like this: believe me, Sarajevo won today just like Istanbul, Beirut won just like Izmir, Damascus won just like Ankara, Ramallah, Nablus, Gaza, the West Bank and Jerusalem won just like Diyarbakir.
End quote.
This is what the then Prime Minister and current President of Turkey, Tayyip Erdogan, announced to his enthusiastic supporters after his election victory in 2011. The non-Turkish cities and regions listed outline the map of the Ottoman Empire, which was defeated in 1918 and finally collapsed in 1923. The megalomaniacal fervor of the head of state of an internationally extremely unpopular country is at the same time an expression of an intimate complicity between him and his voters, for whom the periodic insolence of their boss gives them a satisfaction that they can otherwise only enjoy on a small scale, in banning the sale of alcohol or building more and more new mosques, as they know who will suffer without being able to defend themselves: their Western-oriented compatriots. The Western world can, if not be harassed immediately, then at least be shown up, because their governments, as the Führer and his followers know very well, will be embarrassed into silence by the revanchist burps from Ankara, and that is precisely what creates the elation of having once again really shown them up. Wikipedia says, in common parlance, insolence is understood to mean disrespect. This includes, above all, presumptuous and impertinent behavior. It is mainly a reproach against children, but in older literary language it also has the connotation of rebelliousness, with insolent courage. The modern sense of impertinence only developed in modern High German. Previously, in Old High German, frech meant something like untamed, eager, and then underwent a change in Middle High German to vrech as brave, bold, lively, cheeky, brazen. This definition is not scholarly, but ideological, and it recognizes so-called taboo breaking in a thoroughly positive way. The fact that untamed and eager could turn into lively, bold and audacious is already an aspect of discomfort in civilization. In the German context, it refers to something quite new High German, for example the celebration of German vigor against all morality, with which many a Sturm und Drang-Fuss already attracted unpleasant attention in the 1970s and completely came into its own when the liberation of the German essence was on the agenda of ideologues and practitioners in the time of the so-called wars of liberation against the French, and thus also against politeness with French connotations. People were then free or cheeky enough to get on other people's nerves by making slurping and smacking noises, speaking too loudly, laughing like a salvo, or making popular speeches on their own behalf. It is only in the last 50 years or so that impertinence has increasingly appeared as a form of disrespect, and initially it did not mean attacking the taboos of tribal associations of Islamic or ethnic provenance that had found themselves. The positive connotation of cheekiness as a breach of taboo that no one is allowed to defend themselves against, because it supposedly comes from nature, is what makes respect in the modern sense possible in the first place. Respect for conventions that make sensible coexistence possible in the first place, such as mutual consideration and discretion, but also self-control and a sense of reality, especially when it comes to one's own, necessarily imperfect personality, is a civilizational achievement and therefore completely unnatural. If one wanted to define human nature, insofar as it is used as a generic existential against artificial restriction, one would be in the state of nature, which is untamed and eager. In the name of a state of nature, the disrespectful person takes the field and wants to free himself until nothing remains of him but a vegetating something that cries out to stand up to foreign impositions with others under the no longer debatable dictates of the tribal association. Once this point has been reached, the universally applauded disrespect is no more. To taunt nature's association is a crime, committed out of a lack of respect. This is the aim of Erdogan's policy, which is also what makes him so successful with the masses. Something of this is always present in the child, who comes into the world untamed and eager and on the ever-frustrating path of personality development, which is never free of violence, is forced back to its natural state, the time when it could still have everything without having any endearing qualities. Every child has to endure the impositions of socialization to become a human being, and this path is paved with prohibitions and restrictions. They have to learn to be dry, i.e. to react preemptively to the onslaught of urine and stool. They have to learn to describe things and express their wishes in full sentences, and so on. What they learn goes beyond the skills that are necessary to ensure their immediate survival. These cultural techniques are very much part of a much larger, no less unnatural context in which the child will have to exist at some point. The child wants to be untamed because it shies away from the effort. It is eager because, as the unauthorized reach for the jampot shows, it is basically after prey that apparently only needs to be appropriated. This is also reflected in the cheeky response, which disqualifies the educator and the categories upheld by him and appears as unbridled presumption that rejects convention. Those who have not come to terms with this regressive element from their own socialization and unconsciously cling to their early childhood rebellion against the efforts it takes to be lovable for others will, in adulthood, confuse their own regressive elements with legitimate protest against a badly set up world and, if they overdo their impertinence in response to narcissistic slights, will not only fail to gain approval, but will also make themselves unpopular. However, you can also cultivate your own behavioral conspicuousness and take advantage of your objective failure in more civilized circles elsewhere. In politics, it is only a small step from emphasizing the naturalness of a citizen cleansed of foreign influences to rediscovering the natural history of a nation and its mission. On July 16, 2014, the Süddeutsche Zeitung reported, in addition, Erdogan accuses Israel of state terrorism in view of the bombardment of the Gaza Strip and criticizes the international community for remaining silent. He himself is the only one to openly address these truths, which is why he is unpopular internationally, Erdogan said. In terms of realpolitik, Erdogan's statement alluded to the fact that, apart from the Emir of Qatar in 2014 after the last Israeli Gaza campaign, no head of state publicly agreed with his Netanyahu's like Hitler comparisons because Hamas had outmaneuvered itself politically at the time and also snubbed the Arab states. What applied to the Islamic heads of state at the time does not necessarily apply to those they rule. At a meeting of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation (COMSEC) in Istanbul on November 27, 2014, Erdogan called out to them, "Those who come to the Islamic world from outside like oil, gold and diamonds, they like cheap labor, and they like strife and conflict. They don't want us to question things. Believe me, they don't like us. They look like friends, but they want us dead, they like to see our children die." End quote. When he declares himself internationally unpopular, he not only knows how to differentiate between leaders and led in the Islamic world, but also points out with a wink that this is by no means the case nationally. Erdogan not only wants to denounce the Western states, which quite obviously remind him of strong father figures against whom he has long rebelled in vain, as eternal paternalists and disrespectful intruders into the autochthonous sphere of Turkish, and at some point generally Islamic self-assurance. He is also not just the humiliated child who tries to rationalize the educational measures he is constantly subjected to and searches for a reason for hate-filled contradiction. Erdogan has managed, and this also contributes significantly to his success, to present himself as the father figure of the eternally humiliated and humiliated, who willingly acknowledge that they can only overthrow the old father with a new one. He wants to conquer the world and is starting at home by fighting a system whose personnel trigger negative reflexes in every one of his supporters. They are teachers, officers, civil servants or nurses, in other words, the representatives of a lost era, including those who are still sitting in their villas on the Mediterranean today, as Erdogan never tires of emphasizing. On May 29, 2015, the 562nd anniversary of the conquest of Constantinople, and shortly before the election on June 7, 2015, which he was to lose, he called out to his supporters, "Conquest means Mecca, conquest means Sultan Saladin, means letting the flag of Islam fly again in Jerusalem. Conquest means getting Turkey back on its feet. Conquest is 1994, conquest is June 7th.
End of quote.
The year 1994 has long been a cipher for the beginning of a new era. That was when Erdogan was elected mayor of Istanbul. Since then, the focus has been on building on what has been achieved, on preventing a rollback and thus necessarily on ever new excesses. In fact, the feeling of many Turks that they are constantly being bullied and patronized, being disparaged from above with a disdainful gesture as a quasi-protector of the law rather than a fully fledged legal subject, is almost always based on experience. The Turkish Republic has established a ruling class whose representatives, fully committed to the Kemalist educational mission, see themselves as true Turks who have made something of themselves that the others have yet to catch up on. They let the others feel this. It begins with High Turkish, which everyone understands easily, but not everyone can speak adequately, as a lack of schooling and the overly strong, grammatically deviant regional dialects distinguish their language from the desired norm. It continues with a decidedly Western habitus, which can manifest itself in table manners as well as in clothing style, leisure behavior, etc. All of this has been aggressively celebrated for decades by a class of those who have already arrived, also as an admonition. This class has nevertheless been able to spread, despite all the privileges it has achieved. In the 1950s and afterwards, a semi-state proletariat emerged that worked in state-owned industries and lived better than a small farmer in central Anatolia. These sons and daughters of peasants turned to the new modernization regime in their own factory estates with pension entitlements and soon their own cars. A large and, at times, effective education sector with free student dormitories, state subsidies for living, etc. brought the children of workers to the top, and by 1970 it looked as if progress towards a modern democracy with a functioning, competitive economy could no longer be halted. The revolutionaries of the late 1960s and 1970s, most of whom were children of workers and peasants studying at the new universities and studying Marxism-Leninism at the same time, still had the Kemalist programs of progress in their minds. It would be cheap to see Erdogan's eventual success solely in the disappointments of the 1970s to 1990s, when economic crises, political instability and the inefficiency of the regime with its corruption caused the Kemalist state economy to collapse in hyperinflation and depression. What is more significant is that there was no reform Kemalism that could successfully show a new way out of the muddled situation around 1995. Instead, there were reforms in the 1990s and partly already under military rule in the 1980s only to the extent that the economy and partly also the state administration were streamlined and privatized on a large scale, customs barriers fell, inefficient state-owned enterprises were closed and social security was withdrawn. The course for the economic miracle under Erdogan was set by the political representatives of the Kemalist elite, most of whose parties have now completely disappeared into insignificance. Under Erdogan, however, life has only partially improved. Reforms in the healthcare system, the expansion of infrastructure, the boom in trade with consumer goods and housing construction based on private debt are countered by miserable working conditions, lack of rights for employees, very long working hours and an enormous risk of accidents in the workplace. On October 14, 2011, Deutsch-Turkish Nachrichten reported on a study entitled How's Life by the OECD, which examined the populations of 40 countries with regard to their satisfaction. According to this study, Turks are among the unhappiest people. Turkey was only able to take 32nd place. In general, however, people's well-being has improved consistently over the last 15 years. The criteria used to assess happiness included work, housing, health, and income. The Danes are the happiest people of the countries surveyed. Denmark is followed by Canada, Norway, Switzerland, Sweden, the Netherlands, Australia, Israel, and Finland.
End quote.
However, Erdogan supporters, who are also affected by this, seem to be spurred on by their private misfortune and lack of prospects to cheer on their leader's adventurous foreign policy and authoritarian domestic policy even more fervently, while the secular opposition camp does not benefit from this. Erdogan has rallied the left behind and those whose identity has been violated, i.e. all those who were never prepared to recognize an educational program that was largely worth saving behind the arrogant and often ridiculous behavior of the Kemalist paternalists. Although Erdogan and his comrades in arms never left any doubt that the journey would lead to an Islamic republic, he would have failed if he had only ever referred people to the path intended by God in a schoolmasterly manner. First of all, Erdogan must also be understood personally as an aggrieved man who has taken refuge in a role in which the personal and the politically demagogic merge. The son of little people who makes it to the top, the temporarily successful young footballer, the man who does not deny his origins and stands by his own, the man who stands up for the original right on behalf of them all. This meant and means only in the smallest part the right to participation in the material sense, but above all the diffuse right to be recognized as one is, regardless of one's own merits. The Erdogan type, whom Murat Yorick compared with a popular figure from Turkish popular cinema, Recep from Kazimpasa, is a disenfranchised man whose path is blocked by envious people, bigwigs and the powerful, who want to rob him of his honor and who stands up against them as a self-helper for his honor, as a bandit in essence. These roles were common in Turkish cinema in the 60s and 70s. The most important Turkish filmmaker, who started out as the most famous actor of his time, Yılmaz Güney, portrayed a series of such criminals of lost honor before he made his great films, in which he rejected collective honor as an expression of the destruction of the happiness and hopes of the individual. Güney, a left-wing radical secularist with Kurdish leanings, actually became a criminal of lost honor in the 1970s when he summarily shot a prosecutor who had come too close to his wife. During the course of a boozy evening, which did nothing to diminish Güney's popularity as a prison inmate. In these films and in Erdogan's rhetoric, Kemalism emerges as a grimace, embodied by sinister criminals who are up to naughty things with those down there behind the decent facade. Basically, the message is that those who represent the new Turkey in allegiance to the founder of the state do not belong to the real Turkey. In the old films, the criminal self-helpers and their beloved ones nevertheless walk around dressed in Western clothes and have a preference for fast cars and tastelessly furnished apartments in which they can only represent what they have achieved, but not live. In Kemalism, two principles coexisted that cannot coexist. There is an undeniable cultural revolution, which the founder of the state had vehemently advocated, against tradition, dependence on superstition and to some extent also against feudal exploitation. There is the readjustment of the view towards a culturally and therefore also economically superior West, turning away from the Ottoman dream of an Oriental world empire. And there is a desperately poor country, partially devastated in the War of Independence, whose leadership was desperately searching for a founding myth, which it found in a Turkishness that was so close to the late Ottoman, young Turkic Empire and its idea of salvation that all reforms had to be seen in at least a skewed light. The transformation from Ottoman to Turk was the modern rationalization of a disproportion that is as old as the transfer of the caliphate from Baghdad to Istanbul. While the Ottomans had always been regarded by the Arab-influenced Islam as occupiers who were basically alien to their religion and people, the Kemalists turned this contradiction into the foundation of a nation that was now charged with a folkish identity and had apparently completely abandoned the idea of the caliphate. On the other hand, the defunct Ottoman Empire, which had been completely destroyed militarily, remained as a point of reference against the West. The Turkish Republic paid homage to no military success with greater fervor than the Battle of the Dardanelles, when in 1915 the Ottoman troops stationed at the Straits under Kemal Pasha, who later became Ataturk, succeeded in repelling an invasion by the British Navy. In this respect, the Republic presented itself as anti-imperialist from the outset, without even a passing reference to the fact that the Ottoman Empire had fought alongside Germany and Austria-Hungary against the West in the First World War. Turkish Republican historiography deals in a similarly strange way with the losses of European conquests suffered before 1914, above all the loss of the Balkans and Greece, territorial losses that the Turks regard as illegitimate. The Turkish Republic, not unlike the Ottoman Empire, rests to a considerable extent on mass murder and robbery. The scenes from the Civil War, lovingly reenacted by schoolchildren and amateur actors on state holidays, make it all too clear that the enemy they were up against was foreign, treacherous and therefore worthy of death. It was an internal enemy that had also kept the late Ottoman Empire economically afloat: Armenians, Greeks and Jews. The genocide of the Armenians, which was organized and carried out by the very reformist forces that formed the majority of the Kemalist movement, the Young Turks, disappears in the same way that the Battle of Dardanelles is dimmed. The expulsion and elimination of the Armenians brought booty, not least to the Sunni neighbors of the Armenian villages, the Kurdish tribes who raided the funeral processions of those deported to their deaths and stole whatever valuables they carried with them, and many a bureaucrat who moved up to where an Armenian had previously sat. The so-called population transfer between Greece and Turkey in the early 1920s again brought booty. Large parts of the Mediterranean and Black Sea coasts were populated and shaped by Greeks. The Jews who had remained neutral were not killed, but were expelled from their rural settlement areas within the country over a period of 25 years and plundered so systematically that in 1948-49 3/4 of them emigrated to a newly founded Israel, whose future was very uncertain. The new Turkish people of the Kemalists were thus ethnically pure, and they were assured from the very top that they had enriched themselves in pure self-defense. For the overwhelming majority, who had received nothing from the cake, obviously also felt enriched in the sense of inner elation. These people were kept in the comfortable security and were only too happy to believe the fantasy they had been fed that they were unloved and under permanent threat from outside. How was this rump state, founded on lies and mass murder, robbery and paranoia, to be transformed into a liberal republic? The Kemalists believed that by keeping the spirit of the Ottoman warrior caste alive and preserving it in a modern, folkish form, they could bring the population into line with the West. This was only possible through a repressively enforced education of the masses in modernity, for whom it did not automatically make sense why they themselves should now be successful in disciplines such as self-control, initiative and patience, qualities that had previously been characteristic of the expelled and murdered minorities and were therefore despised. For many, the new forms in which life began to take place, the new face of the Ottomans, deprived of fez and often also veils, must have appeared as a ghostly return of the way of life of the foreigners so universally condemned. The whole dilemma was expressed in the first anti-Islamic coup by the military in 1960, to which the democratically and overwhelmingly elected Prime Minister Adnan Menderes fell victim a year later on pain of the death penalty. A decade earlier, the Kemalists had received the receipt for their rigid modernization course in the first free election and lost disastrously. In the years that followed, the new government embarked on a creeping Islamization that was reminiscent of the Ottoman tradition in terms of domestic and foreign policy, but at the same time cunningly shook up the cultural standards that the Kemalists had established in an authoritarian manner. Every re-imported Arabic word from Ottoman Turkish, for example, became a success in the resistance against the Kemalists and their language reform, something that Erdogan and his comrades in arms would later build on. At the same time, there was a devastating pogrom in Istanbul in 1955, which was directed against the approximately 50,000 Greeks living there, most of whom were quite well off, who had been exempted from the so-called population transfer in 1923 due to international treaties. The cause was an arson attack in Salonika, which resulted in the death of Ataturk's birthplace and was probably caused by Turkish agents. The result was more than 100 deaths, thousands of looted and burnt down residential and commercial buildings, and the mass exodus of more than 80% of all Greeks. In the trial against Menderes, the military court blamed him for both the Islamization and the pogroms, an all too transparent undertaking. The Kemalists obviously could not hold back the spirits that could be called up at any time, which are both the content of the lost empire and part of the founding myth of the republic. They believed that they could only counter the people's stubborn will to return to a just, original order by bowing to the old glory in a now patriotic way, and yet they could only make progress by force. That is why they had to stage the Greek pogrom as a conspiracy, which was also a product of their own rule. Although the years after 1960 were certainly the most progressive in Turkey and the Cultural Revolution led to outwardly very Western lifestyles, the dilemma in which they had found themselves since the 1960 coup was not resolved. The image of the unloved Turk began to be reproduced. There are the enemies outside, especially the Greeks, who were then told off quite confidently and in violation of international law with an invasion and massacre of the civilian population on Cyprus in 1974, led by the Social Democrat Esevit. Then there was the second front, whose supporters increasingly recognized the revenant of the enemy Greeks, Armenians and Jews in the self-confident administrators of their own country and began to point the finger accusingly at them. And yet, the overlap between Erdogan's men and the Kemalists was and is considerable from the outset in matters of national security against foreign threats, i.e. the invocation of the great national past against enemies of Turkishness. The brutal conquest of Cyprus in 1974 took place at the height of secular self-assurance and belief in progress and was at the same time a manifestation of Erdogan's Islamist insolence against foreign countries. Right down to the rhetoric, it went down in the history books as the Great Peace Mission. The return to Islam under Erdogan, which is often suggested, did not actually take place. Turkey in 1930 was certainly deeply traditional and religious, but faith was largely a non-public enterprise. There was a lack of congregations and places of worship, and almost all mosques in the country were less than 40 years old. After the Second World War, Turkey, like the entire so-called Islamic world, was confronted with a renewed Islam that had no tradition among the faithful in this form. The new mosques, cemeteries and foundations were regulated by the state, which believed it had them under the control of its Ministry of Religion. What appeared to be a sign of moderation and a return to popular control, however, took on a life of its own, even if the imam in charge was Kemalist. Erdogan only had to take up what, especially after the last coup in 1980, had established itself as a project of return in the form of more and more minarets and the blaring loudspeakers installed on them. On the other hand, while Kemalism has been noticeably more moderate for over 20 years, Its younger supporters are just as fed up with elite rule and strongmanism as they are with the rampant corruption and the dual rule of elected government and the deep state, i.e., the secondary government by the military and the associated extra-legal putsch structure, which soon proved to have mafia ties. The Islamic alternative has blossomed into a totalitarian project. On the one hand, all those who stand up for a civilian life find themselves in diffuse coexistence. On the other hand, what no longer needs a program grows together all the more unbreakably, a movement of the offended, which lives out in blatant insolence against everything that might once have constituted the Republic. In the 1980s in Ankara, for example, a casual worker who wanted to take a bus to the vicinity of the Ataturk Memorial and told the bus driver his destination was the concrete Mustafa, was sentenced to several years in prison. What should I drink with my meal? With sarma, sot, noodles and borek. This is how the clip begins. Shortly afterwards, the offending words follow, I've tried Arend, it makes me fall asleep. This went too far for the Ministry of Trade, which imposed a fine. The tea producer Kaker has to pay 70,000 euros. The drink was gratuitously insulted in the commercial, Deutsch Turkisches Journal, November 9, 2015. They act according to the motto Reclaim the Street, and liquidate the already marginal social life on streets and squares. Nothing can stand against them and nobody needs to pull the strings. The leader promises cleansing and rebirth without really realizing where the journey must lead. As much as the enemy is lost, which almost had to be constructed in the Gazip protests of 2013 through a rigorous declaration of hostility, the goal of mocking and humiliating nonconformist lifestyles is clear, without their representatives being able to join together in promising resistance. In the power struggle with the Islamists around the exiled preacher Fethullah Gulen, it is becoming clear that the insolence based solely on the triumphantly presented knowledge that one is only ever hated because one courageously speaks the truth necessarily prepares a march through without borders. While the Gulen people began to establish an Islamist elite that wanted to help a kind of honorific Islamism to break through in an orderly fashion by patiently and systematically infiltrating the education sector and the state apparatus as well as forming parallel institutions, Erdogan has been relying entirely on the mob against everyone, including an Islamic elite, since the break in 2013. His supporters recognize themselves in the gesture of the wildly lashing out enragist at the top, or at least what they would like to do to the outside world, a need for punishment that, unlike the leader, can only express itself in infantile insolence. Nothing stops Erdogan's one-man show. Revelations about the considerable embezzlement of state funds by himself and his sons are of no interest to his supporters. Their concern is that the right man makes the loot and not to abolish the mixing of theft and politics as part of the political culture. They behave as if they have nothing to lose. They were never free. Caught up in a web of family and regional dependencies, dependent on relationships that come at a price, and disheartened to strive for something else, they follow their frontman's rampage. Erdogan's plans are approaching their logical conclusion. By turning his back on his former partner Fethullah Gulen, he has taken the completely apocalyptic side of Islam and no longer even supports the IS project clandestinely. The gangs of pure Islam must appear to be a means to an end to the leader of a diffuse popular gang. The fact that he can no longer get rid of them, as the Islamist suicide attacks in Zurich on July 20, 2015 with 31 dead and the far more devastating one in Ankara on October 10, 2015 with 102 dead show, does not impress him as long as it affects his enemies. The rapid rise in inflation for over 2 years is probably the beginning of a recession that could be accompanied by bank failures, a crash in the real estate industry and mass unemployment. But there is no alternative in sight that could unite the country, which is drifting apart, at least to the extent that state collapse and Islamization could come to an end. 70 years of Kemalist rule have produced an insecure and vacillating type of citizen who not only rightly complains about the lack of legal certainty, but also only partly rightly, has a pronounced tendency towards paranoia and thus to publicly put forward conspiracy theories. The fervor with which initially quite normal, Western-looking Turks refer to suspicious connections and conspiratorial links between countries, factions and institutions when it comes to foreign policy certainly has its background in all too much ominous backroom politics with sometimes openly terrorist consequences. And yet there is more to it than that. The mistrust is so deep-seated that the ability to even think about a transparent constitutional state has suffered. Too many people see the Turkish and international world as a conspiracy, the USA as the eternal string puller and Israel as either a compliant puppet or an omnipotent instigator of the USA. As if their insecurity were not homemade, the founding crime of the Republic not a Turkish one and the absence of legal certainty not also their fault, the Kemalist camp in almost all its shades is looking for the acting villain who is pulling the strings somewhere in the background. Erdogan did indeed suffer a defeat in the elections on June 7, 2015. His party lost its absolute majority in parliament, plummeting from 49% to 41%. On November 1, 2015, he regained precisely these 8 loss percentages, largely at the expense of the national chauvinist MHP, which had long been ideologically close to him, some Islamist or Islamist fascist small parties, and by mobilizing disappointed supporters who had not voted in June. His best election helper was undoubtedly the PKK, which began to terrorize the country after the SYRIA attack, which not only triggered powerful military reactions and cost hundreds of lives, but also partially delegitimized the hope of the non-Kurdish left-wing laicists, the HDP. Irrespective of the already crazy separatist idea, which the PKK cannot give up without losing its influence completely, it was also tactically stupid enough to run into an open knife. The competition with the HDP, which is decidedly Western and not at all particularly Kurdish, was believed to be something that had to be decided in its favor, whatever the cost. The placing of booby traps on country roads, which were then followed by buses carrying conscripts, provoked the reluctance of the whole country, not just the traditionally anti-Kurdish circles. A youth mob on the loose created liberated zones in smaller Kurdish towns until November 2015, with no regard for the population, who were the first victims of the inevitable reconquests. As an imperialist in great need, now ideologically equipped with the anti-Kurdish rankness of the Grey Wolves, Erdogan announced the day after the election, "Our glorious people have clearly stated with the elections of November 1 that they do not prefer exploitative and polemical policies, but policies committed to care, innovation, and vision."
End quote.
His post-election visions are driving the country to the brink of war after the deliberate downing of a Russian military plane on November 24, 2015, and the tourism industry into depression after the Russian sanctions. Once again, he has united the country behind him, apart from the chauvinistic PKK supporters and a section of the left. In terms of foreign policy, his Valley of the Wolves is playing out in Syria, where Islamist murder gangs called Turkmen and operating as Sunni Arabs are waging war in Erdogan's pay for a Turkish zone of influence on Syrian territory, and in northern Iraq, where 150 Turkish soldiers are up to mischief uninvited. What he proclaimed on February 10, 2008 in the Cologne Arena in front of 20,000 Turks and Germans of Turkish origin living in Germany by no means applies only to the diaspora, but could also be directed word for word against those Western-oriented exploiters and polemicists whom he has so effectively defeated at home, rather than against the German majority society. Assimilation is a crime against humanity. I understand very well that you are against assimilation. You cannot be expected to assimilate.
End quote.
What would this derisive sentence, which encourages segregation in Islamist counter-societies and bundles together all hatred of civilization, be, were it not for a particularly brazen impertinence attached to it, which no one can imitate and which is the real secret of its success? Quote, "The Turkish community and the Turkish person, wherever they may go, bring with them only love, friendship, peace and security. Hatred and enmity can never be our business. We have nothing to do with quarrels and disputes."
End quote.
When Abdullah Öcalan was captured by a Turkish special commando almost 10 years ago, on February 15, 1999, near the Greek embassy in Nairobi, where he had found refuge and sentenced to death in Turkey, it was to be expected that the PKK, which practiced the cult of leadership like hardly any other liberation movement in the world at the time, would find such a blow difficult to digest, perhaps even impossible to cope with. Their war against Turkey, which they had started 15 years earlier and which had cost the lives of almost 40,000 people, seemed to have been lost long ago, and now the ideological weaknesses of the young guerrillas and guerrillas had to make themselves bitterly felt along with the painful loss of their father-like authority. In a very short time, 2/3 of them threw in the towel, barely 5,000 of the former 15,000 active fighters held their ground, and even of these hardcore fighters, very few remained in southeastern Turkey, their former Kurdistan. Since the early 1990s, when the newly established Turkish Special Forces, in cooperation with Kurdish so-called village protectors, not only inflicted one heavy defeat after another on the PKK, but also cut off its retreat area by clearing and destroying remote mountain villages, its fighters have increasingly entrenched themselves in the Kurdish part of Iraq. They set up their bases particularly in the deserted mountains above Erbil, in an impassable no-man's land squeezed between Turkey in the north and Iran in the east, where no Turkish tank would be able to enter so quickly. Since Abdullah Öcalan, whose death sentence was soon changed to life imprisonment as part of the negotiations on EU membership and Turkey's reform policy that became necessary as a result, has been in prison on the island of Imrali in the Marmara Sea, his remaining followers have had to realize that they are in a hardly less isolated position. From his cell, the restless and helpless Kurdish leader then announced a new strategy. The armed struggle is over, according to Öcalan, and the demand for an independent Kurdish state is also a thing of the past. He called on his unwavering followers to fight for the democratic rights of the Kurds as an ethnic and cultural minority within the borders of the Turkish state, using only political means from now on. The remaining members of the PKK followed his lead, although they were not sure whether this new strategy was really meant or merely a temporary tactic due to weakness. In September 1999, the PKK announced a unilateral ceasefire, but refused to hand over its weapons, arguing that they were still necessary for self-defense against the Turkish racists and fascists, which of course meant that the Turkish military was still an ugly but decisive institution of Turkish democracy, within the framework of which the Kurds' struggle for their minority rights was supposed to take place. In order to make its new strategy recognizable, the so-called Kurdistan Workers' Party, once ideologically associated with Marxism/Leninism, also gave itself a new name in April 2002. For a short time, it traded as the Congress of a Free and Democratic Kurdistan, KDEK, a name that hardly suggests that the party had actually bid farewell to the separatism of days gone by. At the time of the renaming, members of the former PKK also founded a new, separate and armed organization, the People's Defense Forces, HPG. This new PKK threatened to resume the armed struggle if the prison conditions, which were a problem for its imprisoned leader, did not improve soon. In November 2002, the state of emergency that the Turkish state had imposed during the fighting with the PKK in the 1990s in the predominantly Kurdish southeast of Turkey was finally lifted. However, strong military forces continued to rule there, supplemented by poorly trained and brutal village militias. Everywhere in Turkey then as now, one had to reckon with restrictions on democratic rights such as freedom of speech, freedom of the press and freedom of assembly, but in the southeast, although not systematically applied, but regularly human rights violations were added, which, compared to the non-Kurdish areas, manifested themselves in the more brutal treatment of prisoners, the more frequent use of torture and repeated state murders. In 2003, the state, judiciary, police and military were undeniably fighting with Turkey's democratic constitution and often enough against it. Turkish, Kurdish and non-Islamic human rights activists never tire of denouncing these abuses. However, by no means all of them devote the same amount of energy to exposing and publicly condemning the constant human rights violations, which do not originate with state authorities and are not the sole responsibility of specific perpetrators, but are always the result of a popular culture that Kurdish separatists are just as afraid to attack as Maoist revolutionaries or patriotic social democrats. As in previous and subsequent years, in 2003 it was mainly women throughout Turkey, but especially the Kurdish among them, primarily outside the larger cities and disproportionately often in the economically and culturally backward southeast, who suffered the most brutal forms of non-state, mostly family violence. To this day, 1 in 3 women living in Turkey is beaten more or less regularly by her husband, father or other male relatives. Forced marriages and honor killings are an even more natural part of Turkish society than even state repression, especially when fate has condemned a woman to grow up in a Kurdish village community. 2 examples out of thousands from 2003 alone. In June, a woman was stoned to death by 2 relatives because she became pregnant unmarried. She lived in the Kurdish province of Mardin near the border with Syria. In November of the same year, a 15-year-old girl in Diyarbakir was killed by her 16-year-old brother for the same reason. The violence used or imminent violence often also provokes autoaggression. In the southeastern Kurdish provinces, the suicide rate of young women broke all records in 2003. In the same year, the PKK also found a new name and finally renamed itself the People's Congress of Kurdistan or Kongre KHK. This time, however, there was more determination behind the name change than the year before. The Iraq War that had broken out in the meantime and the unexpectedly renewed hope of a Kurdish state, initially in northern Iraq, also filled the Turkish separatists with a new thirst for action. Turkey, which had been watching developments in the Iraqi Kurdish provinces with concern ever since the Americans enforced the no-fly zone over northern Iraq in 1991, was forewarned and not only rejected Turkish participation in the Iraq War, but also spoke out categorically but unsuccessfully against regime change. However, a series of terrorist attacks on 2 synagogues on November 15 and the British consulate and HSBC Bank on November 20, 2003 in Istanbul, which left a total of 58 dead and 750 injured and were carried out by Al-Qaeda, provided pertinent proof that Turkey would not be able to stay out of the war on terror and the accompanying upheavals in the Middle East in the long term either way. Turkey had given the U.S. generals a headache in spring 2003 when it refused to allow them to attack Saddam Hussein's regime from the north from its Turkish bases. At the time, Ankara feared that this would enable and encourage the Iraqi Kurds to advance further south alongside the U.S. troops and expand the quasi-autonomous Kurdish territory established in the 1990s under the protection of the Americans, French, and British. The no-fly zone stretched from the Syrian border in the west to the Iranian border in the east and ended just south of Mosul and Erbil. Neither the actual autonomous area in the northeast with the cities of Erbil and Sulaymaniyah nor the significantly larger no-fly zone as a whole included the city of Kirkuk further south, which lies in the middle of Iraq's second most productive oil region and is referred to by the Kurds as the Jerusalem of Kurdistan. Their rejection of the Iraq War did not help Turkey much. Less than a week after the symbolic fall of Saddam Hussein and his statue on Firdo Square in Baghdad, when Kurds in particular, but also many Arabs, danced for joy in the streets of the capital as well as in Sulaymaniyah and Erbil, the first reports of efforts to expel all non-Kurds from the city came from Kirkuk on April 17, 2003. Smaller towns further south were also affected by such ethnic cleansing. The Arabs, Turkmen and Christians living there were threatened with violence and told to leave their homes and property within a few days. Hundreds of thousands of Kurds had been expelled from Kirkuk and other cities in northern Iraq as part of the old regime's policy of decimating the Kurds and other minorities in northern Iraq since the 1980s, the so-called Arabization. After the fall of the dictator, the Kurds now wanted to reverse this and therefore called their policy normalization. However, this was not so much about restorative justice or reparation, whatever that might have been after Halabja, nor was it about mere revenge. It was about precisely calculated power politics. By means of normalization, which would be more accurately described as Kurdization, Kirkuk was to be permanently taken over by the Kurds. In mid-November 2003, the term Kurdization was probably used for the first time by a representative of the second largest minority group in Iraq after the Kurds, the Turkmen, to describe the seizure of Kirkuk. The Turkmen minority, like the third largest minority group, the Christians, were among the victims of the Arabization carried out by the old regime. But Turkmen and Christians were now just as affected by the Kurdization of Kirkuk as the previously privileged Arabs. The potential for conflict inherent in this forced ethnicization had already become apparent in August 2003, when a Shiite Turkmen shrine in Tuz Kermatu was destroyed by a bomb and a dozen people were killed during the 2 days of fighting between Kurds and Turkmen that followed. At no time could the Iraqi Kurds be accused of trying to hide their patriotic feelings and national ambitions from the public. In the Kirkuk headquarters of the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, one of Iraq's two major Kurdish parties, whose leader Jalal Talabani became the first president of the new Iraq in spring 2006, there was already a map on which Kirkuk and Mosul, the other important city in northern Iraq claimed by the Kurds, were shown within the borders of an Iraqi Kurdistan. The PKK was enthusiastic about the developments in Iraq, and when it renamed itself for the second time 6 months after the fall of Saddam Hussein, more had actually changed than just its name. The depression and confusion into which the Kurdish guerrillas had fallen after the capture of their leader now turned into an equally confused euphoria. The Kurdish state, in whose imminent realization hardly anyone could believe in recent years, suddenly seemed within reach again, for the time being only for the Kurds of Iraq, but once it had established itself there, so the hope went, there would be no stopping the Turkish separatists either. On November 15, 2003, the PKK called a press conference in Sulaymaniyah and presented its new strategy, which was tailored to the changed conditions, on the occasion of its re-establishment. In a statement that was read out, the north of Iraq was referred to only as Southern Kurdistan. The press conference was broadcast by Al Jazeera and posted on the internet by a Cologne-based support group. The following quotes are taken from it. The statement in question welcomes the 21st century as the beginning of a new era of democratic civilization and celebrates the U.S. intervention in the Middle East as a central event within this process, giving the impression that the former PKK wants to take the U.S. side without reservation. Quote, through its intervention against Saddam Hussein's regime, which oppressed the Kurds and all the peoples of Iraq, the U.S. has played a significant role in ushering in a new era. Congre-GEL, the new PKK, welcomes this step taken by the USA.
End quote.
What interests the former PKK above all about the democratic revolution in the Middle East intended by the USA is the fact that the United States, in addition to the already defeated Iraqi regime, has also set its sights on eliminating two other tenor regimes, the regime in Damascus and the one in Tehran. For the former PKK, too, these regimes stand in the way of a democratic revolution in the Middle East. A democratic revolution which, however, should result neither in individual freedom nor a bourgeois republic, but instead in an ethnically pure Kurdish state on Syrian, Iraqi, Iranian and Turkish territory. The overlap of interests between the USA and the PKK in their assessment of the Iranian and Syrian rulers is no greater than the clash of interests regarding the country on whose territory the largest part of the Kurdistan to be founded is to be located and which is by no means an enemy of the USA, Turkey. In the logic of the PKK, US interventions can only achieve constructive results if they lead to a lasting solution to the Kurdish question. The Kurdish question and the Kurdish liberation struggle are therefore presented as the determining factors in a process of change. Quote, the Kurdish liberation movement is the leading force in the creation of a modern democracy in the Middle East.
End quote.
And yet the complete democratization of the Middle East is not supposed to be complete with the solution of the Kurdish question. In order to overcome the narrow-mindedness of their national liberation struggle, the PKK ideologues glorify it as a contribution to liberating the world from international capital flows and global dominance, in other words, as an anti-imperialist mission. Their struggle is therefore not only important for our people, but for all peoples in the world. The struggle for Kurdistan is identical to the universal struggle for the resolution of national, social, and gender contradictions, for a life in harmony with nature, for human rights, democracy, the emancipation of women, and an ecological society. As is always the case when popular liberation movements invoke internationalism, there is only one ugly thought behind such talk, that of power in one's own state. In January 2004, the American government placed the PKK, regardless of the alias under which it appears, on its list of international terrorist organizations, with the consequence that the provisional authority formed by the coalition forces at the time also classified the PKK fighters in northern Iraq as terrorists, but without drawing any consequences. In April, the PKK also ended up on the EU's terror list and the organization split in the summer. The majority faction, loyal to the imprisoned Abdullah Öcalan, launched a new series of attacks, having already made May 2004 one of the bloodiest in years in southeast Turkey. The minority faction followed Abdullah's youngest brother, Osman Öcalan, who founded the Patriotic Democratic Party (PWD) in August, which promised to lay down its arms for good, but at the same time declared, the aim is not to destroy Congre-GEL, but to overcome the stagnation of the Kurdish liberation movement and to carry forward the ideas of its struggle towards a democratic solution.
End quote.
These traitors now became the preferred targets of the new PKK, alongside the Turkish security forces and Western tourists in Turkey. The battle also continued on the ideological front in the summer of 2004. A reporter from Time magazine had the privilege of attending a PKK training course in person to explain what was meant by the emancipation of women promised in the founding declaration of the new PKK. The course took place in a camp of the PKK-allied Kurdistan Women's Freedom Party somewhere in the Kandil Mountains in northern Iraq and was entitled Killing the Man, meaning the man in you. The two course leaders were Kurdish women who had studied in Germany and were trying to liven up their uncouth listeners with a postmodern cocktail of quantum physics, or what they thought was quantum physics, chaos theory, and esotericism. Quote, opposites can exist at the same time, someone can be dead and alive, something can be right and wrong at the same moment. Or, we must all be open to change, bring together male analytical intelligence with female emotional intelligence.
End quote.
There were books by Simone de Beauvoir and Rosa Luxemburg in the camp library, surrounded by pink flowers. 100 kilometers further north, in the Kurdish villages in southeastern Turkey, the gender struggle took a less idyllic course. In 2004, human rights reports on Turkey also noted that honor killings were most prevalent in rural areas and among new immigrants in the cities, and they're mainly among conservative Kurdish families in the southeast or among migrants from the southeast living in the big cities. Two examples. In February, a 22-year-old woman was killed by two of her brothers in a hospital in Istanbul. She came from Bitlis, a city in eastern Anatolia, where a man from her family had previously raped her and impregnated her, and had fled to Istanbul to give birth to the child. In April, a 14-year-old girl in Istanbul was first abducted and raped, then, following a decision by a 32-member Kurdish family council, strangled by her father and brother with an electric cable and buried in the forest to restore the honor of the family. Such banalities from the realm of empiricism were not a topic at the feminist training courses organized by the Women's Freedom Party. The PKK obviously understands emancipation exclusively as the equal participation of both sexes in the struggle for a Kurdistan which, if it really came into being, would awaken fatal memories of their childhood and youth in the victorious women. The conditions in the predominantly rural southeast of Turkey must be so hopeless for girls and young women who do not want to accept their destiny that the rigid and, above all, life-threatening world of the military camp of a folkish guerrilla is an attractive alternative. After all, there are no forced marriages there, nor the constant threat of sexual assault by male relatives, nor the humiliating banishment to the kitchen or the obligation to submissively serve all men who set foot over the threshold of their homes. What's more, they can even learn something in the PKK camp, albeit mostly just ideological stuff, and a woman can rise in the PKK hierarchy, even if only as a fighter for the wrong cause. In the PKK, a woman can experience something that, compared to the daily grind, is remotely reminiscent of freedom. That is why, for understandable reasons, a good half of the PIK soldiers have been women for years. But even beyond the gender struggle, the PKK shies away from an unclouded view of reality. It complains about the economic backwardness of the Kurdish East compared to the west of Turkey and is at the same time significantly involved in the denial of progress. It upholds the tribal and nepotistic economy against the power of international capital flows and global injustice, simply because it seeks to gain hegemony over entire villages or districts and, to this end, secures the allegiance of godfathers of a feudal order and heads of large and influential family clans, at the cost of perpetuating the enslavement of women and girls. And in a mixture of nepotism and extortion of protection money, it channels capital flows into its own war chest right into the Western European diaspora, which can only flow as long as the society from which they are extorted is clandestine, archaic, and unfree. Thus, all that remains of the struggle for general emancipation that is claimed in some brochure or other is the aimless activity of the hopelessly frustrated killing the man murder as a substitute for a better reality of which one has no idea. The PKK terror against the Turkish military thus takes on a double face. The target is not only the natural opponent of the desired Kurdish state, but also a grimacing distortion of a better Turkey, if only because of the fascization of Turkish society that it actively pursues. For Turkey not only presents itself as the guarantor of an increasingly dubious laicism, but has so far also stood for everyday laicism and thus for the at least partially implemented emancipation of women. In officer families, headscarves are frowned upon, forced marriages are unknown, and higher education for girls is the rule. But the PKK's draconian punishment of traitors, who do not want to take part in the futile and hopeless struggle for the Kurdishization of southeastern Turkey, the terrorist attacks on tourist regions and the indiscriminate bombings in the busy streets of major cities in western Turkey also prove that the PKK, just like the paranoid Turkish nationalists, is doing everything it can to make it impossible for Kurds and Turks to live together in a Turkey that will one day be freer. For such a different Turkey is only conceivable as the coexistence of normal citizens who go about their business without the partly externally imposed, partly long internalized compulsion to want to die with a weapon in their hands for their respective fatherlands. The attacks carried out by the PKK in recent years bear witness to their destructive motivation through their choice of targets. Two more examples. On July 6, 2005, Hikmet Fidan, the former General Secretary of the People's Democratic Party HDP, which operated within the framework of Turkish democracy but was banned in 2003 because of its PKK connections, was shot dead by PKK activists in Diyarbakir as he returned to Turkey from a meeting with the renegade Osman Öcalan in Suleymaniye in northern Iraq. On July 16, the PKK blew up a minibus in the resort town of Kusadasi, killing 5 tourists, including vacationers from Britain and Ireland, and seriously injuring 13 others. The intensity of this type of attack has increased year on year since 2003. In 2005 alone, there were even a whole series of suicide attacks. In 2007 alone, between January and June, a total of 65 soldiers, mostly conscripts, were killed not so much in direct battles with the PKK, but rather by road mines laid by the PKK in southeastern Turkey. The Turkish armed forces, for their part, had already given free rein to their displeasure at the inaction of the government in Ankara at the beginning of the year. However, the internal dispute over how to stop the PKK's small-scale war carried into Turkey from northern Iraq was initially overshadowed by the escalating conflict between the secular military and the Islamic Party of Prime Minister Recep Tayyip Erdogan over the headscarf ban in public offices and universities, which is enshrined in the Turkish constitution. In this conflict, too, the PKK tactically and consequentially took sides with the relatively Kurdish-friendly Islamist AKP and betrayed the hopes of its female fighters in the Iraqi mountains. However disgusting the mass demonstrations organized by the Kemalist establishment in April 2007 against Erdogan and for laicism were, however obviously these meetings served chauvinist purposes and were used, for example, as a platform against Christians and crusaders who were undermining the Republic. At the same time, they were also an expression of fear of the march through of an Islamist party that had set out to expose women and girls from all over Turkey to Kurdish oppression. It was not only in the parliamentary elections of July 2007, triumphantly won by the AKP, that the Islamists proved to be by far the strongest party even in most of the Kurdish strongholds, in which parties partly linked to the PKK were always in the lead in the 1990s. This is partly due to the fact that the situation in the southeastern provinces has eased noticeably since Erdogan came to power and, in particular, the chauvinist mob around the Nationalist People's Party, MHP, can no longer insult and beat people just because they speak Kurdish or listen to Kurdish music without fear of repression. However, the AKP's electoral success is also an expression of the frightening harmony between the worst aspects of Kurdish and Turkish society, because a Kurdistan in which the wishes of the PKK fighters striving for emancipation are fulfilled is rejected by the majority Kurds just as much as a Turkey in which the liberal longings of the officers' daughters are fulfilled is rejected by the majority Turks. At the end of August, Abdullah Gül was elected by the new parliament as the first Islamist president since the Turkish Republic was founded, and on September 19, Erdogan called at a press conference for the constitution to be amended to allow the headscarf to be worn at universities, which he also declared to be a question of individual freedom for Turkish women. Of course, there was no critical comment, let alone open protest, from the Iraqi mountains or from the PKK-affiliated press. Until the summer of 2007, the Turkish government, urged to take action by the military and a senselessly inflamed public, had initially tried to resolve the escalating conflict with the PKK at a diplomatic level by calling on the Iraqi central government and the Kurdish regional government in northern Iraq to take action against the PKK. However, this only resulted in empty promises, initially also from the USA. In the meantime, however, the Turkish military had already deployed tens of thousands of soldiers, tanks, artillery, helicopters and fighter planes along the Iraqi border and was increasingly threatening to attack PKK positions on Iraqi territory. On September 29, a PKK commando armed with assault rifles attacked a minibus in the Turkish village of Bey Tusabab in the province of Sirnak near the Iraqi border. Of the 14 occupants, most of them members of the paramilitary village police, only one survived. 13 Turkish soldiers died in another attack on October 7. The Turkish force on the Iraqi border was increased to almost 100,000 soldiers. On October 17, with the votes of all parties except the Kurdish Democratic Society Party, DTP, the parliament authorized the government to send the armed forces into northern Iraq to eliminate the PKK positions there. Now the alarm bells were ringing in Washington too. The USA wanted to prevent Turkey from intervening in northern Iraq at all costs, fearing a war between the Turkish army and the Iraqi Kurds and, as a result, further destabilization of Iraq. So Turkey had to be helped in other ways to solve the PKK problem. The matter became all the more urgent when, after the next PKK attack on October 21 in the village of Daglika, 4 kilometers from the Iraqi border, another 12 Turkish soldiers were killed, 16 wounded and 8 captured by the PKK. The raid again triggered mass demonstrations in Turkey. The media created a mood for military intervention, and on October 24, Turkish F-16 fighter planes finally flew an attack on PKK positions 40 kilometers deep in Iraqi territory. However, the Turkish military was also aware that the small PKK groups with their mobile camps and bunkers hidden in the mountains could not be defeated militarily by a brief and targeted intervention, even by aerial bombardment, and that an outright invasion of northern Iraq would only cause further Turkish casualties. In any case, the chances of success of such a mission were much worse than those of the Israeli armed forces against Hezbollah in Lebanon in the summer of 2006. The PKK, for its part, was counting on the fact that the bombing would cause civilian casualties and that the outraged international community would force Turkey, like Israel at the time, to withdraw prematurely. Therefore, only special commandos equipped with good intelligence, supported by US troops in Iraq, could win a prolonged small-scale war against the PKK guerrillas. And it was precisely this alternative to a large-scale, but hardly promising ground offensive that had been agreed between the USA and Turkey, even before this became known as a result of the talks between the Turkish and American governments during Erdogan's state visit to Washington on November 5. Immediately after the PKK attack on October 21, a contact group was formed, led by high-ranking military officials on both the Turkish and American sides. It included the Deputy Chief of General Staff, General Ercan Segu, and Lieutenant General Nusret Tasler, Commander of the General Staff of the Turkish Armed Forces, as well as General James E. Cartwright, Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States Armed Forces, and U.S. General David H. Petraeus, Commander of the Coalition Forces in Iraq. The first visible success of this new type of cooperation between Turkey and the USA came on November 4, after Petraeus met with the head of the Kurdish regional government of northern Iraq, Masoud Barzani. On the same day, the release of the Turkish soldiers captured by the PKK on October 21 was reported, which was undoubtedly linked to the pressure exerted by the Americans on the Iraqi Kurds. Finally, on December 1, the Turkish forces, which had been concentrated on the Iraqi border for months, attacked and, according to their own statements, destroyed a detachment of 50 to 60 PKK men and women on Iraqi territory. However, this was not, as some media immediately suspected, the beginning of a Turkish intervention in Iraq in the sense of a comprehensive ground offensive. 50% of the attack was domestic politics, carried out to appease the Turkish nation's affronted pride, but also 50% military expediency to establish a PKK-free buffer zone along the Turkish-Iraqi border, similar to what Israel had done in southern Lebanon in the summer of 2006 to push back Hezbollah's rocket positions. The fight against the PKK now encompassed the whole range of measures known from the war against the terror on a global level, the dismantling of its military, political, financial, and personnel infrastructure. This also included the extradition of 2 PKK members arrested in Germany at the end of the 1990s, who had long been wanted on international arrest warrants for multiple murders, Their extradition was initially refused by the German authorities due to the death penalty in force in Turkey at the time, and was only carried out in November 2007 after a further period of restraint. The fight against the PKK also quickly had its first effects on the Kurdish regional government of northern Iraq, whose political room for maneuver began to shrink. On December 10, it had to remove the Kurdistan cards visually encircling Mosul and Kirkuk, the same ones that had been seen at the PUK headquarters in Kirkuk in 2003, from police cars and other official regional government vehicles after photos of them had appeared in the press the week before.
However, when
a formation of at least 20 Turkish F-16 fighter jets penetrated 60 kilometers into Iraqi airspace to bomb the PKK camps in the Kandil Mountains on December 18, the northern Iraqi media also reported a dead woman as a civilian victim of the attack. For a moment it might have seemed as if the scenario provoked by the PKK would come to pass after all. Protests rained down from Masoud Barzani, the Iraqi Kurdish leader, the Iraqi government, the incumbent Portuguese EU presidency, and from the office of UN Secretary-General Ban Ki-moon. By this time, however, Turkey already had the practical support and political backing of the USA, which the Turkish military in particular had long and patiently struggled for. And secondly, since spring 2003, neither a dictator nor the so-called international community had determined the fate of this region, but the United States of America and its military and civilian allies. Around 3 weeks after the start of the Turkish Operation Peace Spring, against the territory ruled by the Democratic Union Party, PYD, and its People's Defense Units, YPG, a Pentagon spokesperson announced at the end of October 2019 that, contrary to the planned complete withdrawal, a small number of U.S. troops would remain in northern Syria to protect oil fields from IS and other destabilizing actors. If the world of anti-imperialism were still in order, this withdrawal from Withdrawal Tagesspiegel should have elicited the well-known slogan "No blood for oil." This did not happen because the consequence would have been to emphasize the immediate withdrawal of U.S. troops from northern Syria. This time, there was cross-party agreement in Germany to demand the strongest possible presence of U.S. troops in the region instead of their withdrawal. Only the FAZ, in a touch of traditional anti-Americanism, wanted to recognize Donald Trump's intention to have oil fields guarded by his military like spoils of war in the Pentagon's announcement, July 11, 2019. However, the newspaper for Germany has also long since taken the general line that the withdrawal of American troops should be rejected as a betrayal of the Kurds in particular and the West in general. Trump's withdrawal policy contains a message that extends far beyond the Middle East. America no longer reacts when it is directly attacked, Iran. It does not retaliate when allies are attacked, Saudi Arabia. And it abandons loyal allies, even if they have just fought for the common cause with heavy losses, Kurds. October 19, 2019. In fact, it is striking that Donald Trump hardly plays the military card even in his Twitter threats and mainly relies on sanctions. Although the military strength of the United States is always in the background as a threatening backdrop, the self-proclaimed anti-Obama president's withdrawal plans follow in the footsteps of his predecessor much more closely than the proclamation of America First or the termination of the nuclear deal with Iran would suggest. Obama's policy of bringing troops home, particularly from Iraq, which he saw as a distancing from George W. Bush's neoconservative 9/11 doctrine, was a decisive prerequisite for the advance of IS in northern Iraq and thus for the emergence of the Islamic State in the first place. Obama's rejection of the failed neoconservative idea of triggering a democratic domino effect in the Middle East through a militarily enforced regime change in Iraq was also the main motive for the multilateral nuclear deal with Iran, which was intended to lead to a balance between Sunnis and Shiites based on mutual conventional deterrence. Obama's foreign policy was based on 5 pillars: ending the war in Iraq as quickly as possible, ending the fight against al-Qaeda and the Taliban as quickly as possible, securing all nuclear weapons and nuclear weapons-grade material from terrorists and states such as Iran, increasing national energy security through more domestic gas and oil production and promoting multilateralism. At the beginning of 2012, a defense strategy was adopted that focused not only on cuts to the defense budget. In future, the armed forces were no longer to conduct large-scale, sustained stabilization operations and instead special units were to carry out smaller, time-limited operations. Die Zeit, June 1, 2012. One consequence of this new strategy was the significant increase in targeted drone attacks on Islamists and Obama's inconsequential announcement that the use of poison gas in Syria meant crossing a red line. With regard to Syria, which has been rocked by a Sunni uprising, the new defense strategy meant abandoning a major troop presence from the outset, even though the U.S. had set the goal of toppling Assad. Instead of deploying its own troops, local military units were to be supported in overthrowing the Assad regime, while at the same time leading the fight against IS and thus also providing the ground troops for the anti-IS alliance forged by Obama, an alliance that formally included the Arab League and Turkey alongside numerous Western countries. As the Islamist sentiments of almost all of the forces fighting against Assad on the ground meant that they were not allowed to participate, the idea was to set up their own force, which was initially mainly made up of deserters from Assad's army under the name Free Syrian Army, FSA. By 2015 at the latest, this loose fighting unit had been disbanded and the name became vacant. However, the establishment of the new FSA, which was also supposed to fight IS on the ground, turned into a disaster. According to American sources, not even half a dozen fighters were recruited instead of the planned 5,400. In the absence of alternatives, cooperation with the Kurdish People's Defense Units, the YPG, began in autumn 2015, under whose leadership the Syrian Democratic Forces, SDF, were established, to which a small number of Arab Sunnis, Assyrians and Arameans also belong. In October 2015, Obama sent the first 50 U.S. military personnel to the areas controlled by the YPG in northern Syria as trainers for the fight against IS. Under Trump, the number of U.S. forces increased to around 2,000 soldiers by 2018. At the end of the same year, he announced the complete withdrawal of all U.S. troops from Syria and their having in Afghanistan, stating that IS was largely defeated and that the United States could no longer be the world's policeman. Even then, it was considered certain that Trump's announcement in Syria was due to Turkish pressure to end the alliance with the YPG and clear the way for a security zone along the Turkish border in which neither the YPG nor the Kurdish Cadre Party PYD would be present. In response to this announcement, Secretary of Defense Mattis resigned, agreeing with Trump in his explanatory letter that the United States Armed Forces should not be the world's policeman, but that the country should remain the indispensable nation. He added that, not least for this reason, we must show respect for our allies and successfully lead our alliances. At the same time, Brett McGurk also resigned from his position as Special Representative for the Anti-IS Alliance, which he had already held under Obama. McGurk, who had already sharply criticized the de facto approval of the Turkish invasion of northern Syria in October 2019, was shocked by Trump's withdrawal announcement. However, he repeatedly pointed out that the presence of U.S. troops in northern Syria was never intended to be permanent, meaning that the alleged betrayal of the Kurds never took place. Throughout, the strategy has focused on enabling local fighters to retake their towns from IS and then creating the conditions for the return of the displaced. From the outset, the strategy also assumed that the United States would remain active in the region for some time after the destruction of the caliphate, including on the ground in northeastern Syria, where some 2,000 U.S. Special Forces are holding together a coalition of 60,000 Syrian fighters known as the Syrian Democratic Forces, or SDF. From the outset, U.S. diplomats made it clear that this would not be an overt nation-building or Middle Eastern transformation campaign. The goal was to destroy IS and help the local population organize their own affairs after the group's defeat. In short, the U.S. campaign against IS is not and never was an endless war, as Trump condemned in his State of the Union address in February 2019. It was designed from the beginning to keep the United States out of costly entanglements that Trump rightly condemns. These lines come from an article by McGurk that appeared under the title Hard Truths in Syria in the influential journal Foreign Affairs. In the article, which was published in April 2019, the author not only provided ample justification for the fact that Donald Trump had changed the previous temporary Syria strategy with his withdrawal plans, he also derived unavoidable consequences for the USA's future Syria policy from this change. He also referred to the dissent that led John Bolton, who is often referred to as one of the architects of the Iraq War, to resign as Trump's security advisor. Bolton had called for a U.S. military presence until all Iranian forces had left Syria and the country's civil war had ended, which McGurk dismissed as hollow saber-rattling. For McGurk, Trump's change in strategy had consequences, which he called hard truths. Quote, "The first is that Assad is not going anywhere. He is a mass murderer and a war criminal, but at this late stage there is no chance that the U.S. or anyone else will remove him from power. Washington does not have to accept Assad's rule or engage with his regime, but it should no longer diminish U.S. credibility and prestige by insisting that he must go. A second, related truth is that Arab states will now once again cooperate with Damascus. Washington's resistance to this trend will only frustrate the Arab states and encourage them to conduct their diplomacy behind Washington's back. Finally, the U.S. must recognize that Russia is now the main broker in Syria. Washington has no relationship with Damascus or Tehran, so it must work with Moscow to get anything done. Russia and the U.S. have some overlapping interests in Syria. Both want the country to maintain its territorial integrity and not provide safe haven to IS and Al-Qaeda, and both have close ties to Israel. The Syria crisis cannot be resolved without direct engagement between Moscow and Washington, and the US should isolate the Syria problem from other aspects of its troubled and controversial relationship with Russia.
End quote.
There is nothing to suggest that Donald Trump did not recognize these truths. However, he did not want to accept another one, which the ex-special envoy for the anti-IS alliance also stated. Quote, the US must also accept that Turkey, although an ally of the alliance, is not an effective partner. US diplomats continue to hope that by working with Turkey in Syria, they can break Ankara's drift toward authoritarianism and a foreign policy that runs counter to US interests.
End quote.
McGurk's call not to give in to Turkey's claim to northern Syria fell flat with the president. Quote, Ankara should be made aware that a Turkish attack on the SDF, even after the US withdrawal, will have serious consequences for the relationship between the US and Turkey.
End quote.
Apart from the president's loudmouth Twitter announcement that he would completely destroy and wipe out Turkey's economy, there was no sign of any consequences for Turkey after Erdogan's Operation Peace Spring. This is all the more outrageous when you consider that Trump is certainly aware of the role Turkey has played in the anti-IS alliance, which McGurk summarizes as follows. Quote, in 2014 and 2015, Obama repeatedly called on Erdogan to control Turkey's border with Syria, through which IS fighters and material were flowing freely. Erdogan did nothing. In 2014, Turkey rejected efforts by the anti-IS alliance to protect the predominantly Kurdish town of Kobane in northern Syria from a massive IS attack. 6 months later, Turkey rejected alliance requests to close crossings in towns that had become logistical hubs for IS, even after US diplomats told the Turks that it would be impossible to defeat IS if they did not control their borders. In the face of Turkey's intransigence, the United States began working more closely with the Syrian Kurdish fighters, known as the YPG, who had been defending Kobane. Although Washington never identified instances of YPG members crossing the border to fight in Turkey, nor found evidence that the PKK had operational control of the SDF or that US weapons were entering Turkey, US policymakers sought to address Ankara's concerns. The United States limited its military aid to the SDF so that its fighters went into battle without protective vests or helmets and with only limited anti-mine equipment. Washington even sent its best military strategists to Ankara, where they worked out a plan to liberate Raqqa with fighters from the Turkish-backed Syrian opposition. In the end, it became clear that a joint plan with Turkey would require up to 20,000 US troops on the ground. Both Obama and Trump rejected this option, and in May 2017 Trump decided to directly arm the PYG to ensure they could take Raqqa.
End quote.
While the PKK may not have played as restrained a role in the Rojava project as portrayed, this does not change the fact that Turkey is partly responsible for the fact that the US had to rely on the YPG in the absence of alternatives. Since then, US officials have either denied or downplayed the ideological congruence and extensive personal union between the PYD and the PKK, much to Turkey's annoyance. The most recent proof of Turkey's lax anti-IS stance is the operation to liquidate the IS Caliph al-Baghdadi at the end of October 2019, who was tracked down in the area around Idlib of all places, where the Turks, in agreement with the Russians, act as the protecting power of the Islamists, who are often referred to as rebels in this country. Significantly, it was Kurdish and Iraqi intelligence sources, but certainly not Turkish ones, that played a decisive role in tracking down al-Baghdadi. The only legitimization of Turkish security interests is that northern Syria has always been a quiet PKK hinterland, from which attacks on Turkish territory have repeatedly been launched in the past. Since 2011, when the civil war began, the northern Syrian Kurds, who had remained neutral in the Syrian war at Abdullah Öcalan's behest, have succeeded in successively expanding their territory far beyond traditional Kurdish Syrian territory and creating a state-like entity based on democratic confederalism in line with PKK ideology. Under the leadership of the PYD, the YPG sees itself as waging a mixture of war of conquest and liberation, which the commander of the YPG, Maslam Abdi, who is also a senior PKK official, has described as our war because the jihad terrorists of the Islamic State have occupied our land, plundered our villages, killed our children and enslaved our women. The Kurds have never seen themselves as subjects of the Americans, nor did the Americans assume this. What the FAZ reported on October 16, 2019 about the views of Brett McGurk's successor can therefore still be considered consensual for American policy beyond all differences. While Washington valued the Kurds as allies in the fight against IS, it did not want to support their ambitions for their own state. And that was no secret. The American Special Envoy to Syria, James Jeffrey, for example, has explained this time and again. At the end of May, he told the House Foreign Affairs Committee about the Kurdish allies, "We have no political future to offer them. The future that America is offering," Jeffrey continued, "lies in a peaceful and democratic Syria." Anyone who still shares the thesis that the USA has betrayed the Kurds should take note of the fact that the Americans have not abandoned the Kurds, but the supporters of a certain ideological current among them, who have been busy expanding their territorial influence in the slipstream of the fight against IS. It is not only in the case of Kobane, which is of little strategic military importance, that the Kurds have gladly allowed the Americans to save their ideological flagship projects from certain doom. The establishment of a Kurdish pseudo-state on the Turkish border is the weak point of the US strategy, which Turkey so persistently criticizes, because the Americans were actually unwillingly at the service of a certain current that poses a threat to Turkey. In other words, the PKK's Rojava project, celebrated by so many as particularly emancipatory, is only supported by the fact that there is currently hardly anything better to be found in the Islamized region than this folkish Kurdish project. The Operation Peace Spring was not an outright victory for Turkey, but thanks to Donald Trump it got what it wanted without sanctions: a PKK-free security zone along its border guaranteed by the Russians and Americans, including population exchange, the expulsion of Kurds and Christians in favor of the settlement of Sunni jihadists. The PYD and its People's Defense Units are now indirectly under Assad's command, meaning that their dream of ethnic autonomy in a nationally liberated zone is probably over. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham, who is actually considered loyal, criticized Trump's decision to withdraw troops, saying that it represented the pre-9/11 mentality that paved the way for 9/11. What happens in Afghanistan is none of our business. Trump countered with the stereotypical response that Graham wants to stay in the Middle East for the next 1,000 years to fight other people's wars. He himself wants out of there. The bitter experiences of the USA in Afghanistan and Iraq make Graham's criticism vulnerable, but he has addressed the obsessive nature of Trump's thinking. Brett McGurk summed it up as follows: he doesn't want to be there. He doesn't want to be in Syria. He's very clear and consequent in that regard.
End quote.
With this stance, Trump is undermining his own national security strategy adopted in 2017, which states for the Middle East, the United States has learned that neither aspirations for democratic transformation nor withdrawal can protect us from the problems of the region. We must be realistic about our expectations for the region, without allowing pessimism to obscure our interests or visions for a modern Middle East.
End quote.
This new U.S. realism, which ultimately only continues what was started under Obama, is also expressed in an Iran policy that marks a break with the policy of Trump's predecessor in terms of form, but is far removed from the idea of regime change in substance. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo expressed this in his Berlin speech on the occasion of the 30th anniversary of the fall of the Berlin Wall. It was only a matter of urging the revolutionary regime in Tehran to return to the negotiating table and do something very simple, namely behave like a normal country.
End quote.
Europe does not even want that, which says everything about the state of this community of states, which is tired of civilization. Israel, on the other hand, is well advised to continue to rely only on itself, even, or rather especially, under a particularly pro-Israel Donald Trump and his modest Iran ambitions. The fact that the United States has given up its claim to be the world's policeman is not in itself lamentable. The tragedy lies in the associated renunciation of the claim to preserve what the West should stand for as a global regulatory power with world standing, if it were to be determined what the emissaries of the West should convey spiritually, who deal primarily with average tribal people. I believe nothing better could be wished for than the image of the man who has his own judgment, respects the man in everyone else, hates injustice and subjugation, the gesture of freedom. At the beginning of 2007, the American government announced an increase in its military engagement in Iraq, which came to a conclusion in mid-June with a transfer of 30,000 additional army personnel to supplement the ground troops and their weapons. At the beginning of the summer, the USA alone thus had a force of 160,000 soldiers at its disposal, together with the other coalition troops and the new Iraqi army over 350,000 soldiers, to carry out the offensive prepared in the preceding months by the commanders in Iraq and the Pentagon. In parallel with the reinforcement of the ground forces, the American Air Force multiplied its striking power and activity in and over Iraq, expanded its airports in Iraq, brought its veteran B-1B large bombers, last used during the invasion in spring 2003, back to the front and deployed its F-16C fighter planes equipped with the very latest electronics, which were to be used in close cooperation with the ground forces in operations against Al-Qaeda, Baathists, the Mahdi Army, and all the other Shiite and Sunni Islamic terrorist groups. In January, the U.S. Navy deployed 2 aircraft carriers and accompanying warships to the Persian Gulf and Arabian Sea to support the coalition forces in Afghanistan and Iraq with additional combat aircraft and reconnaissance flights. A 3rd aircraft carrier arrived in the Gulf at the beginning of August and took part in a joint military exercise involving the American naval, air and ground forces with a total of 20,000 soldiers, 30 ships and 280 aircraft. The reason for deploying the troops was the dramatic deterioration in the security situation in Iraq, especially in Baghdad and the neighboring provinces, since spring 2006 due to increased attacks on coalition troops and the escalation of religiously motivated violence. At the same time, the offensive was the response of the incumbent American government to the defeatism spread by the Democratic presidential candidates in the run-up to next year's elections, whose proclaimers invoke war fatigue and demand that the USA admit its defeat in Iraq in view of the Iraq disaster identified by so-called experts. On the surface, the government and the opposition were arguing about the assessment of the military and political reality in Iraq, about the question of whether it should be judged as merely dramatically bad for the time being or already a disaster. But behind this was the old dispute between supporters and opponents of the Iraq War. The majority of those who now declare Bush's Iraq adventure a failure were of the same opinion before it had even begun. Long before the American opposition, for example, the German government expressed itself accordingly, and in October 2002, when Hillary Clinton was still threatening Saddam Hussein with an American military operation with the words "disarm or be disarmed," it had long been leading the coalition of the unwilling. Since then, every piece of bad news from Iraq has been seen by the Germans as proof that their prophecy that things would not end well was finally coming true. What the opponents of the war criticized was therefore not the failure of a mission that made sense in itself, but the idea of this mission itself, that it was both necessary and possible to topple Saddam Hussein and establish a democratic state in place of his dictatorship. The idea of liberating Iraq through a coalition of the willing was also rejected by Hillary Clinton at the very moment she voted in the Senate to disarm Saddam Hussein with the help of the American armed forces if necessary. This idea was perhaps tempting for some, she warned in her Senate speech at the time, because they hoped that such an attack would give the Iraqi people the chance to build a future in freedom. They thought that the removal of the dictatorship would create the possibility of establishing a democratic state in Iraq and perhaps even lead the whole region to democratic reforms. Clinton, however, rejected such ideas because they were not shared by the United Nations and not covered by international law, and if the USA tried to realize them on its own, it would set a precedent that could encourage other states such as Russia or China to embark on military adventures. Clinton went on to say that she would only agree to military action if it was limited to forcing Saddam Hussein to comply with UN resolutions dealing with the production of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, and only if this goal was not achieved by non-military means. With its vote at the time, it expressly did not agree to a war to liberate Iraq, a regime change. However, a precedent, albeit of a somewhat different kind than that invoked by Clinton, was precisely what the American government wanted to create. The democratization of Iraq was not its sole objective. The need to attack Iraq arose from the connection it saw between the undemocratic conditions in the Middle East and the Islamic terrorists who had declared war on America on September 11, 2001. It was not the general injustice in the world that was the soil from which terror grew, according to the American government's thesis, but the specific political lack of freedom in the Arab and Islamic states. They saw Saddam Hussein's dictatorship as the first obstacle to a democratic revolution in the entire Middle East, to which they wanted to provide the impetus. The removal of this obstacle, the overthrow of the dictatorship, was easily possible due to the military superiority of the USA, as was soon to be proven. But more was needed to replace the dictatorship with a democratic state. Above all, the democratic revolution required the willingness of Iraqi society to adapt the idealism of the American government. Ultimately, only an alliance of Iraqi and American Republicans could succeed in defending the revolution against its enemies. This idea found symbolic expression in the world-famous scene in which U.S. Marines, together with Iraqi citizens, removed the 12-meter-high statue of Saddam Hussein from its pedestal in Firdos Square in the center of the newly liberated city of Baghdad on April 9, 2003. The statue had been erected a year earlier in honor of the dictator's 65th birthday, and its toppling was the symbolic anticipation of the collective tyrannicide that would not actually take place until 3.5 years later, when reality seemed to have already caught up with the alliance's initial idealism. In the images of the toppling of the monument, the magnitude of the contribution that Iraqi society had made to the fall of the dictator was greatly exaggerated, and it was precisely in this distortion that its symbolic power, its idealistic moment, lay. The images acted as an appeal to Iraqi society to seize the opportunity that the removal of the dictatorship had given them and to now make their contribution to its liberation. After the removal of the dictatorship, the democratic revolution, which the American invasion was supposed to initiate, immediately faced its real problem. It quickly became apparent that, just as not all Americans are Democrats, by no means all Iraqis are Republicans. After the dictatorship was abolished, Iraqi society split into supporters and opponents of the republic, those who wanted the old regime back, those who wanted to establish a theocracy rather than a constitutional state, those who wanted to divide Iraq along religious or ethnic lines, and those who simply wanted to prevent the Americans' wider war aims from being achieved. As a result, Iraqi society was unable to organize itself democratically, as the revolutionary idea demanded. Instead, it was the enemies of the Republic who had the ability to organize themselves. The progress of the democratic revolution therefore depended almost entirely on America's engagement, even after the dictatorship was removed, and still does. Immediately after the fall of Saddam Hussein, the supporters of the defunct regime began their guerrilla war against the coalition forces. Al-Qaeda declared Iraq to be the scene of a decisive battle with America and the infidels. Iraqi Islamists and Sunnis, who were told that democracy would bring the Shiite majority to power, joined the uprising. In Baghdad, Muqtada al-Sadr mobilized the Shiite masses for war against the liberators, while his militia, the Mahdi army, killed Americans, Baathists and Sunnis alike. Al-Sadr also turned against those Shiites who cooperated with the coalition forces, because he neither wanted the old regime back nor a democracy. His goal was and is to establish a Shiite state in Iraq modeled on Iran. 1 year after the invasion, in 2004, Musab al-Zarqawi founded an offshoot of al-Qaeda in Iraq, AQI. He and his followers had already made a name for themselves in August 2003 with attacks on coalition troops, the UN headquarters in Baghdad, the murder of Shiite clerics and over 100 terrorist victims. In March 2004, AQI carried out coordinated attacks on Shiite mosques in Baghdad and Karbala, killing 150 people, and in May it gained worldwide fame with a video of the beheading of Nicholas Berg. The terror of al-Zarqawi and his followers set the standard early on for the degree of brutality with which the enemies of the Republic still operate today, and left little room for doubt that al-Qaeda was waging an all-out war in Iraq. In the same year, from April to August 2004, Muqtada al-Sadr fought his first major battles with American troops in Baghdad. After the fall of the dictator, the district where he lived, a neighborhood of 2 million Shiites northeast of central Baghdad, was renamed Sadr City from Saddam City. Al-Sadr claimed to be the true liberator of Iraq. But the ideas he had about the liberation of Iraq did not apply to all Iraqis. They were limited to the Shiite masses, the underdogs, whom al-Sadr sought to mobilize for a Shiite revolution along the lines of the Iranian Revolution. The hope he gives his followers therefore has nothing to do with freedom, but is exhausted in the belief in the imminent return of the Mahdi, the hidden Imam, which he shares with the president of Iran. Al-Zarqawi shared al-Sadr's religiously based hatred of the Democratic Republic. As Sunnis and Shiites, however, the two terror leaders and their clientele were deadly enemies. In the first 2 years of the war, the coalition troops repeatedly carried out successful operations, e.g. against the AQI, Baathists and their Sunni allies in Fallujah and against the Mahdi army in Najaf, Karbala and Sadr City. However, after successfully completing an operation, the troops withdrew from the conquered areas and left the maintenance of order to the Iraqi army and police, who were not yet up to the task, so that the respective urban areas soon fell back into the hands of the terrorists. In January 2005, in the run-up to the first democratic elections in Iraq since the end of the dictatorship, al-Zarqawi declared a bitter war against democracy and all those who are trying to establish it in the nascent Iraqi Republic. He declared all candidates and voters to be enemies of Islam, a death sentence that AQI sought to carry out with around 300 attacks before the election. As democracy is based on the principles of majority and pluralism, al-Zarqawi warned, it encourages the spread of unbelief in the community. Democracy was a plot to spread the insidious beliefs of the Americans among the Sunnis. However, the terror of al-Sadr and al-Zarqawi could not prevent the emergence of the first institutions of the Republic. As early as June 2004, the coalition forces had transferred sovereignty over Iraq to an Iraqi transitional government, and in January 2005, 12 million Iraqis, almost half the population, elected a transitional parliament. In October, the Iraqis adopted a new constitution in a referendum and elected the first government of the new Iraqi Republic in December. The preamble and the first articles of the constitution state that these were only the beginnings of a new order that had to be established and defended in battle if it was to endure. Quote, "The accusations that we are infidels and the terror could not stop us from progressing towards building a nation of law. The Iraqi Republic is a federal, independent and fully sovereign state whose system of government is republican, representative, parliamentary, and democratic. The state will fight terrorism in all its forms and will ensure that its territory does not become a base, transit route or staging ground for terrorist activities."
End quote.
The Constitution thus reaffirms the alliance between Iraqi and American Republicans, an alliance based on the conviction that the defense of the Iraqi Republic and the war against international Islamic terror are one and the same. In 2006, 3 years after the end of the dictatorship, The religiously motivated violence between Sunnis and Shiites escalated after an AQI attack on the Golden Mosque in Samarra. This mosque contained the tombs of two 9th-century imams revered by the Shiites, one of whom is considered to be the father of the hidden imam. This attack was a deliberate and outrageous provocation for all Shiites, but especially for those who believe in the Mahdi and thus for the Mahdi army. The terror war between Shiites and Sunnis triggered by this attack changed Baghdad dramatically within a few months, dividing the city into territories of Sunni and Shiite terror princes. In the course of the orgy of violence, attacks on the coalition troops also increased, and it eventually became clear that they would not succeed in pacifying Baghdad and the surrounding provinces in the long term. The number of civilian and military victims of the war rose to an unprecedented level. As the majority of Iraq's population is Shiite and the majority of voters in the first election in Iraq voted according to their religious beliefs, the Iraqi government is dominated by the established Shiite parties. However, Muqtada al-Sadr, a declared enemy of the Republic, also controlled several ministries. The Sunni parties, which could not win the elections under the given demographic religious circumstances, only decided to participate at a late stage and were also given a few ministries. In addition to their parliamentary work, the Kurdish parties also participating in the government also have the task of administering their largely autonomous region in northern Iraq. As a result, the new Iraqi government was one whose democratic form was undermined by vested interests. It was therefore virtually impossible for it to make political decisions of national importance. And the Iraqi army and police forces remained too weak to assert themselves against the militias operating throughout the country. The Iraqi Republic was still a vision that could only be maintained by the presence of American troops. The opponents of the war, who wanted nothing to do with the idealism of the American government, repeatedly reminded themselves and others of this reality. But they lacked an idea as a counterpoint against which reality could have been measured, which is why they lacked any reason to change it. Their quite realistic view of what had failed therefore came to nothing, because they had never believed in what was supposed to have failed anyway. They wanted nothing more to do with what was going on in Iraq and why. Quote, "This is not America's war, not a war America has to win or lose. We have given the Iraqi people the chance of freedom, the chance to shape their own country. It is now up to them to decide whether they want to take that chance or not," said Hillary Clinton. For the time after Bush, Clinton promised on her website, "If the Bush administration doesn't, as President and Commander-in-Chief of the United States Armed Forces, Hillary will end this war."
End quote.
Clinton's campaign slogan was, "I'm bringing our soldiers home," and that was all she had to say about Iraq. If Clinton had been president of the USA in 2003, the Iraqi people would probably never have been given the chance to be free. Clinton was right in her criticism of the Iraqis' failure to contribute to their liberation and of the elected government's ability to act, which Clinton accused of having failed and of being infiltrated by Muqtada al-Sadr's militias and controlled by Tehran. But was she also right when she said that the situation in Iraq was a reality that no longer concerned America? The American government had certainly not attacked Iraq, smashed the dictatorship, supported the emergence of the first democratic institutions and sacrificed 4,000 of its own soldiers just to search for weapons of mass destruction there. For the American government, the establishment of the Iraqi Republic, with which it wanted to set a precedent for the entire Middle East, was the linchpin of its strategy in the war against international Islamic terror. The foundations of the Iraqi Republic were laid immediately after the invasion. However, these foundations were neither secure nor had they collapsed under the terror. The only certainty was that the Republic had to defend itself against its enemies from the very beginning, without it ever being possible to say how long this situation would last. The only thing that was certain was that the Iraqi Republic was dependent on the help of American and Allied coalition forces for its defense. And the American government was always convinced that America had to make this contribution in the context of the war against international Islamic terror and therefore in its own interests. Quote, "We've seen Al-Qaeda use a failed state thousands of miles from our shores to bring death and destruction to the streets of our cities before, and we must not allow them to do it again. Therefore, however difficult the fight in Iraq, we must win it. And we can win it."
End quote.
Although there was a widespread belief among American Republicans that this war had to be won and could be won, they did not know how or whether it would actually be won. However, there was a conviction that a withdrawal in this situation would have been a doubly serious mistake. Sunni and Shiite terrorists, supported by the surrounding competing Arab and Islamic states, would trigger a bloody civil war in Iraq, and America would have lost the first decisive battle in the war on terror. For Bush and his administration, therefore, there was only one way to bring the troops home. The war had to be won before withdrawal. 2006 was, in Iraq as in Afghanistan, a year of offensive by the terrorists and defensive by the coalition troops. War fatigue not only overcame the opposition in Washington, but also threatened to overwhelm the American officers on the front line. In September, a report leaked to the Washington Post by the intelligence chief of the U.S. Marines in Anbar province even assessed the situation as hopeless. The United States has lost in Anbar. The commanders complained above all that they had too few soldiers to pursue the terrorists in Iraq in a consequent manner and at the same time secure the cities that had already been liberated. In Anbar, a province inhabited by 1.5 million Sunnis, which covers the area west of Baghdad to the Syrian and Jordanian borders and a third of Iraq's total land area, the uprising against the liberators began 4 years ago. Ramadi, the capital, and other cities in Anbar such as Al-Qaim, Haditha, Anna, Hit and Fallujah were home to the training camps of the AQI offspring. For years, the fiercest fighting between AQI and the coalition forces took place in this province. Large parts of the infrastructure, stores and schools there have been destroyed by the war and terrorist attacks. According to UN figures, 30,000 people have died in Anbar alone as a result of the war. In 2006, AQI declared Ramadi the capital of its fictitious emirate. It stirred up fear among the Sunni minority of the Shiite majority, which intended to wipe out the Iraqi Sunnis with the help of the Americans. Using such conspiracy theories, it was initially able to win over numerous allies. However, it only succeeded in enforcing Sharia law using terrorist methods against the will of the population. Where it ruled, AQI established a strict regime, similar to the conditions in Afghanistan during the Taliban era. In spring 2006, the first sheiks decided to break their alliance with AQI. They seem to have come to the realization that the pact with AQI demanded more from them than it brought in. The tribal law they guaranteed was also strict, but at the same time still too liberal to be compatible with the laws of jihad. The population of the province was also very religious, but not so much so that they believed, for example, that smoking a cigarette should be punished by chopping off the fingers holding the cigarette, as was common practice in areas ruled by the Sharia courts of the AQI. 10. The local sheiks therefore took a different approach and joined the coalition forces with their tribes. In his address to the nation on January 10, 2007, in which Bush announced the American government's new Iraq offensive, he also referred to the special situation in Anbar. Al-Qaeda had made the province the most violent region of Iraq outside Baghdad and was trying to bring it completely under its control, and this would bring Al-Qaeda closer to its goal of destroying Iraqi democracy. The American government would therefore, Bush announced, station 4,000 additional soldiers in Anbar. These soldiers will work with the Iraqi armed forces and tribal forces to keep up the pressure on the terrorists. In the meantime, other sheiks had switched fronts, formed the Anbar Salvation Council, and mobilized thousands of men from their tribes to fight against Al-Qaeda. This new political development and the simultaneous offensive by American and better-trained Iraqi troops immediately changed the balance of power in Anbar. With the additional forces, the towns held by the terrorists could now not only be liberated, but also held. In April 2007, even before the actual offensive began, the commanders of the coalition troops, the inhabitants of Anbar, the Iraqi government and journalists alike reported that the security situation in this province had improved considerably. However, AQI had not been crushed in Anbar either, but merely driven out. It moved its activities to the province of Diyala and now declared the capital of this province, Bakuba, to be the headquarters of its emirate. As a result, Diyala, where the coalition forces had not carried out any major operations for some time due to a lack of soldiers, became the most violent area of Iraq outside Baghdad. After the American troop reinforcement had been completed, Operation Phantom Thunder, the new U.S. offensive in Iraq, began in mid-June, making the entire Iraqi territory its theater of operations. On June 19, around 10,000 American and Iraqi soldiers, supported by helicopters and fighter planes from the American Air Force, attacked the terrorists and their infrastructure in Bakuba. From the outset, an alliance of former AQI allies, the United Jihad Factions Council, worked together with the coalition forces. In just a few days, the troops brought Bakuba completely under their control. They sealed off the city, destroyed weapons depots and arrested or killed the terrorists. During house searches in Bakuba, the commanders of the U.S. troops also discovered the remnants of the form of government that had dominated life in the city shortly before, an Al-Qaeda shadow government, as one American general called it. Quote, "We found a courthouse, prisons and a torture chamber, which is just an indication of the inhumane legal system you have to reckon with when Al-Qaeda is in power." End quote. As the offensive against AQI in Diyala progressed, Iraqi and American troops kept Anbar under control, guarding the roads around Baghdad to prevent the terrorists' movement between the capital and surrounding provinces, and pressuring them with major and minor attacks throughout Iraq. In Anbar, reconstruction could already begin, children could go back to school, and the Iraqi army and police, with defectors from the Sunni tribes, were able to guarantee the safety of the province's inhabitants in more and more places without having to call on the help of the coalition forces. However, the offensive was not limited to fighting Sunni terrorists. It was also directed against the Mahdi army and some splinter groups associated with it. Numerous attacks were aimed at destroying the infrastructure of the Shiite terrorist organizations, which in recent years increasingly consisted of a network of individuals who obtained their weapons from Iran. Coalition forces have suffered the heaviest casualties in recent months from special versions of roadside bombs believed to have been delivered to Iraqi terrorists with the help of the Quds brigades, the elite Iranian Revolutionary Guards unit responsible for exporting the Islamic Revolution. It appears that Iran supplied Sunni and Shiite terrorists alike with these roadside bombs because their ability to destroy armored vehicles made them particularly suitable for the war against coalition forces. On the religious front, on the other hand, Tehran exclusively supported its Shiite co-religionists, the Mahdi army and the Shiite death squads. However, arming Shiite terrorists did not exhaust Iran's possibilities of influencing the fate of its neighboring state. Tehran also maintains close relations with the Shiite parties that dominate the Iraqi government, from whose ranks the prime minister comes, and which represent conservative, non-Sadrist Shiites. These parties owe their position of power mainly to the coalition forces, which stand up for the democratic institutions from which the political leaders of the Shiite majority derive their legitimacy, and keep the Sunni terrorists of AQI and the Shiite terrorists of the Mahdi army equally at bay. Due to their religiously defined identity, however, these parties and their voters are ideologically closer to Iran than to the Republican idealism of the American government, which is why Iraq would fall into Iran's hands one way or another if the coalition troops left the country prematurely. Iraq shares a 1,500 kilometers long border with Iran in the east, which reaches as far as Turkey in the Kurdish north and as far as Basra and the Persian Gulf in the Shiite south, where American and Iranian warships lie in wait. The Iranian regime had no intention of standing idly by and watching as a republic allied with the USA established itself immediately next to the Shiite Kingdom of God, which would destroy the realization of its own ideas of a new order in the region, a Shiite revolution in Iraq as a model for the entire Middle East, which would ultimately culminate in the destruction of Israel. Iran also wanted to set a precedent, and that is why Iran, alongside Al-Qaeda, was and is the decisive strategic opponent of American Iraq policy. In order to achieve its goals, Iran not only supported the terror war against the coalition forces and the Iraqi Republic. Tehran was also preparing for a regional military confrontation with the USA and Israel. The Iranian and Syrian air forces were modernized for this purpose, mainly with the help of Russian arms supplies, and the allied terrorist organizations, Hezbollah and Hamas, were armed for a war against Israel. The American government has two ways of reacting to these dangers. Firstly, to attack Iran and thus expand the war on terror, a step that will become inevitable sooner or later anyway. However, the timing of the attack on Iran will be determined not only by events in Iraq, Syria, Lebanon and Gaza, but even more by the progress of Iran's nuclear weapons program, which the CIA expects to be completed in 1 to 2 years, a period that corresponds with the remaining term of President Bush's administration. Many people object to an expansion of the war on the grounds that an attack on Iran could overstretch America's military potential in view of the reality in Iraq. Although no one doubts that it is possible to destroy Iran's nuclear facilities, there are all the more doubts as to whether a regime change in Iran forced by American troops would be feasible in parallel to that in Iraq. As the majority of these objections and doubts are not voiced by the military but by politicians, it is not clear whether a precise distinction is being made between the military and political balance of power, and it is also doubtful whether such a distinction can be made at all. In any case, if the military means of the USA are not sufficient to permanently eliminate the strategic adversary Iran, and no help can be expected from Europe either, then a second option would be to consider seeking allies in the region and enabling them to form a counterweight to the growing Iranian power potential in the Middle East after the withdrawal of the USA. The US government's announcement at the end of July of its intention to arm not only Israel but also the so-called moderate Arab states, above all Saudi Arabia, with tens of billions of dollars in military equipment indicated that the US had indeed opted for this second option. However, pursuing this option would have been nothing less than an admission of the failure of its previous strategy in Iraq, and thus the failure of its strategy in the war against international Islamic terrorism in general. It is true that Saudi Arabia would do everything in its power to prevent Iran and its allies from turning Iraq into a Shiite state after the withdrawal of American troops. But anything other than a long civil war in Iraq, additionally fueled from outside, would hardly come out of this in the worst, but not unlikely case. The idea of a democratic republic of Iraq, were its realization to be delegated to Saudi Arabia, the most reactionary Sunni theocracy and largest financier of Islamist ideology in the world, would finally become unrealistic with this option. Abandoned by Europe, under pressure from the opposition in the USA and having reached the limits of its military capacity. Against this backdrop, it initially looked as if cooperation with Saudi Arabia was just a way of covering up the admission of defeat one last time. The fragile alliance with the Iraqi sheikhs, who had turned against AQI and had apparently been encouraged to do so by Saudi Arabia, could at least be seen as a step in this direction. And wasn't the regime change in Afghanistan with the help of the Northern Alliance warlords based precisely on such a fatal alliance policy? Wasn't the armament of the Palestinian Fatah against Hamas also an attempt, dictated by helplessness, to drive out the devil with the Beelzebub? But the overthrow of the Taliban with the help of the Northern Alliance was not just a repetition of the CIA's Afghanistan policy of the 1980s. In the fall of 2001, the American government did not delegate the liberation of Afghanistan to the Mujahideen, but instead involved the Northern Alliance in a campaign led by American troops. Nor were the signals sent by the American government in the Middle East in the summer of 2007 so clear that they did not leave room for another interpretation. The American government seemed to be arming the Arab Gulf states, which would double the strength of their armed forces and secure their military technical superiority over Iran, not only for the purpose of finally being able to withdraw its own forces and leave the field to its questionable allies. The Saudi Kingdom's air force was to become the second strongest in the region after Israel's and be equipped with the most modern fighter aircraft, missiles and air and missile defense systems. However, this would not necessarily put the Saudi armed forces in a position to engage in a military confrontation with Iran on their own initiative. It would, however, improve their ability to assert themselves as an ally in an American-led war against Iran. The incessant expansion of U.S. military bases in Iraq also does not suggest that American troops will soon be withdrawn completely. The American government explicitly reserved the option of maintaining the troop presence in Iraq at least until 2009, the end of its term of office. In the event that Operation Phantom Thunder were to achieve further successes in the coming months, the rift within the Sunni Islamists were to spread, Sunni and Shiite terror were to be weakened, and the strengthened Iraqi armed forces were thus able to provide for the security of the Iraqi population largely on their own. Tens of thousands of U.S. soldiers would then be ready for the next Iran adventure. The U.S. Air Force has recently established new bases or expanded existing ones throughout the Gulf region. Never before had the U.S. Navy stationed such an armada of warships in the Persian Gulf as since the summer of 2007. It was not yet clear whether all this would lead to an imminent American withdrawal, a possible disaster, or to an imminent expansion of the war, an attack on Iran. The only certainty was that the Europeans would not mobilize 300,000 soldiers to stand by their NATO partner, whom they had assured of their support on September 11, 2001, that they would not do what they could, contribute to reshuffling the cards in the war against international Islamic terror. The upheavals and the disintegration of the power structure in the Arab region have transformed the often invoked but never realized pan-Arab unity into a strict Sunni military community. One could also say, made it recognizable. Because what seemed to be secular about pan-Arabism, and claimed to be so, at least initially, was always and unchallengedly aimed at the dominance of the Sunni denomination through the ethnic-linguistic unity it sought. With the fall of Saddam Hussein, who had presented his invasion of Kuwait and the resulting war in 1990-91 as a step towards Arab unification, the last pan-Arab practitioner disappeared. Just how serious he was about this is shown by the fact that Hussein had already created a tailor-made genealogy for the expected caliphate, with which he sought to prove his descent back to the Prophet's family. Hussein was not able to keep Kuwait after all, but at least he was able to keep his rule in Iraq. Because Iran was not to be seen as a beneficiary of Sunni weakness in accordance with the American containment strategy in force at the time, Hussein was allowed to continue his plan to force Kurds and Shiites who did not want to follow the pan-Arab program into the Arab Sunni nation through massacres, at least within the Iraqi state borders. Bassam Tibi also saw the dictator's brutality as being due to a pan-Arab ideology that may be secular in its origins, but in practice it is always the case that a person is only fully valid in an Arab-dominated state if he is a Sunni Muslim and an ethnic Arab. Accordingly, during the Kuwait War, Saddam Hussein had already stopped using pan-Arabism, which had been unsuccessful and therefore worn out in the earlier Arab wars against Israel, and instead effectively proclaimed a Muslim jihad against the West. This call also added fuel to the fire of the inner Islamic confessional conflict, when, 12 years later, the Sunni rule in Iraq, which was based on the Ottoman tradition, was ended from outside. Saddam's fall led to an inner Islamic civil war, fueled by the Sunnis' attempt to gain new power options, Shiite rivalries and the anti-Shiite terror of al-Qaeda. Since the first Shiite-led Iraqi government, the Arab-Sunni governments have increasingly moved closer together in an anti-Shiite unity of action, led initially by the Jordanian king supported by Mubarak and the Saudi royal family, which has emerged as Iran's main adversary. Iraq was to take the front line against Shiite influence in Sunni Arabia. An estimated 90% of Arabs are Sunnis. They, but not only they, have a special relationship to Islam, the book of which was written in Arabic and is considered to be properly understood only in it. Arabs claim the leading role in the Islamic world, because Islam is considered an Arab religion and as such is predestined to create a sense of unity across tribal and national borders. The desire for a democratic movement to inherit and develop the secular parts of Arab societies is therefore confronted everywhere with the reality of Islamic democracy, whose representatives see the cause of its decline precisely in timid secularization. On the one hand, the fear of decay and weakness leads to freedom being equated with atheism and moral decay. On the other hand, Arabs see the confrontation with Persian Iran as a choice between joining Sunni rule or being seen and treated as henchmen of the Iranian enemy. As a result, every conflict in the region is always interpreted by the Sunni side as an expression of the Shiite-Sunni struggle. The protesters from the Shiite majority in Bahrain immediately saw themselves branded as Iran's henchmen. In 2011, the protests against the government were crushed by the Saudi-led Gulf Cooperation Council in order to dispel fears or hopes of a shakeup of the political order in the Gulf. In February 2009, the head of President Ahmadinejad's office, Ali Akbar Natek Nouri, actually described Bahrain as the historic 14th province of Iran. In Syria, the Sunni side now wants to make up for lost ground and detach the country from the Shiite Iranian sphere of influence. Now that the Americans have failed to end Assad's rule, Syria is to become the scene of Arab-Sunni self-assertion, even if there is no common strategy and each Arab potentate is promoting its own groups in Syria. The anti-Assad fighters are not only divided, they are also fighting each other for strategically important areas and attractive resources in the country. Although they have no common goals, for the first time all Sunnis are united in the anti-Assad camp. For the first time in this war, the front between Sunnis and Shiites has also been straightened out, as even Turkey has chosen the side of the Sunni opposition after a phase of rapprochement with Assad. After many years of good contacts with Iran, Qatar has also sided with the Sunni royal houses and called for the overthrow of Assad, and the offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood, the terrorist organization Hamas, which used to have its headquarters in Damascus as an important ally of Iran and its fight against Israel, has turned against its former supporters and moved to Doha, Qatar. On the other hand, the Shiite Hezbollah in Syria, which enjoyed great respect among Sunnis due to its ongoing war of terror against Israel, as did its supplier and trainer Iran, is now fighting against them openly and without reservation. As at times fatally divided as the Sunni front is on all questions of a post-war order, some want to save a tradition for which the royal house of Saud stands, others, such as the Muslim Brotherhood or Al-Qaeda, are committed to its elimination. The Sunni alliance, which is at enmity within itself, is held together by the prospect of weakening Iran and its Shiite policy of self-confidence, insurgency and expansion. Sunni cooperation also proved to be a union of enemies in the First Gulf War. At that time, Egypt and Saudi Arabia were committed to the Iraqi side against Iran, but as early as 1981, in the first year of the war, the 6 states of the Arabian Peninsula founded the Gulf Cooperation Council not only to counter the effects of the Iranian Revolution, but also Iraq's claims to supremacy. The Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, in turn, continues to have a divisive effect to this day. The Muslim Brotherhood, which is considered by German political advisors to be the most important post-war force in Syria, SWP Actuel 52, August 2013, has been driven out of government in Egypt with the significant involvement of Saudi Arabia. Until the Brotherhood took sides with Hussein, the Saudis had been its main sponsors. Shiite state doctrine, which centers on the imamate, grants political and religious leadership to the imams alone as an authority with secret knowledge and an exclusive understanding of the Quran. Sunni state doctrine, on the other hand, relies on the caliphate, which grants rule to those who are capable of it and to the successful. In the theocratic understanding of the state, there is an abysmal rift between the two doctrines, which cannot be brought to a compromise simply because their main representatives are traditionally rivals for power. As such, they accuse each other of heresy. According to the Sunni Arab conception, Shiites are regarded as representatives of a non-Arab consciousness and/or as notoriously unruly and unreliable. Both doctrines dispute each other's claim to establish a God-pleasing rule, and so battles between the faith groups automatically become battles for power and its legitimacy. The inner Islamic struggle for the right form of godly rule cannot simply be dealt with in political terms. It is an expression of manifold despotic claims to power that cannot be satisfied as a whole against the background of Oriental history of rule, which are defiantly held up to Western compromises. The fighters are concerned with both the whole and their own, with religion and the spoils. The post-colonial states and their elites have lost so much prestige in the Arabellion that in future, rule will be exercised more than ever by means of religion, which, on the other hand, means that religious deviation and political enemy recognition are one and the same. Nevertheless, European commentators usually portray the struggle between Sunnis and Shiites either as a purely religious one, whose unbridled fanaticism is exotic and terrifying, or as a purely political one, in which religion is merely used as a vehicle for asserting claims to power. What is concealed here is precisely what is special about Islam, the inseparable combination of the two. One suspects that war as a religious war cannot be pacified or ended, yet one refuses to acknowledge the impossibility of a peaceful solution or the victory of the better over the worse. Interests must therefore be discovered where religious delusion, which can no longer be grasped with categories of instrumental reason, dominates the scene. In Islam, it is not state borders that count, but religious borders. Those who refer to it always mean the community of believers, a gross realm, a tradition, and this always includes the pursuit of expansion. This is another reason why the Arab nation-states face the accusation of being artificial, existing by the grace of neo-colonialism or depending on collaboration with the West, thereby denying the autochthonous tradition and hindering Arab progress. It is at least true that the Arab national development models have failed. The political paranoia of the Arabs draws the conclusion from facts such as the fact that the USA allowed Mubarak to be overthrown that it had withdrawn its protection from the Sunnis. And this has greatly increased the uncertainty among the Sunni potentates, who also rule Shiite majorities in Arabia according to Ottoman tradition. So far, the monarchies have proved to be more stable than the other states amid the general uncertainty. Saudi Arabia seems to be encouraged by this to take the lead in the Sunni movement and thus continue to assert its existence. However, Saudi Arabia can only export Wahhabi Islam, which offers no prospects for other countries. The Saudi clergy, who as the guardians of their Wahhabi nomadic Islam are also enemies of the Shiite interpretation of Islam, tie their support for the royal claim to power to the condition that the king replaces his political monopoly entirely in the interests of the clergy. The de facto state religion is enforced against the subjects with the help of a religious, i.e. essentially moral, police force. State and religious power are as little separated as in Iran. The takeover of power by the Al Saud dynasty in Saudi Arabia began with one of the fiercest literary publicist clashes between Shiites and Sunnis, as it brought the most important holy sites of Islam, Mecca and Medina, into anti-Shiite hands. The Wahhabis also destroyed the tombs of imams in Medina because they consider the domed tombs and other ornamental work to be un-Islamic innovations. Saudi sectarianism and delegitimized nation-states. Apart from hostility towards Iran, there is clearly nothing that could justify the unity of the Arabs. Since Sunni unity is only conceivable as the product of the usurpation of one faction, the all-sided and bloody competition between clans and other power cartels in Arabia will continue to intensify. Yaakov Amidror, who was Netanyahu's national security advisor until November 2013, therefore described the events in the Middle East as a permanent work of disintegration. Quote, "We are currently seeing the collapse of a historical system, namely the idea of the national Arab state. This means that we will soon be surrounded by an area that is no man's land."
End quote.
Since Iran has been negotiating its nuclear armament directly with the USA and lucrative contracts have been beckoning, headlines in the media such as the Mullah's Theocracy, Spiegel, have been replaced by confident mockery, speculating on the current state of the alleged tug-of-war between hardliners and reformers. No one wants to think it possible that a nation with a tradition as great as that of Persia could turn into a political suicide cult, as if the Gurda nation had never known Hitler, especially since Ahmadinejad's predecessors and successors in the office of Prime Minister, Khatami and Rouhani, come across much more sympathetically as nice and enraptured smiling clerics than he does. In fact, Iran is traditionally characterized not only by its confessional difference from the majority of Arabs, but also by its offensive national ethnic demarcation from Arabia. Reza Khan Pahlavi, the penultimate Shah of Persia from 1925, fought against the influence of the clergy following the example of Ataturk and relied on the ideology of racial superiority, based on the German model, which is why Persia was officially renamed Iran, i.e. Land of the Aryans, in 1935. His son Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, Shah from 1941 to 1979, rehabilitated the clergy and acted as the supreme protector of the Shiites with a constitutional mandate in the hope that the faith would prevent them from turning to communism. However, Islam, once brought to Persia by the Arabs, was by no means the only focal point of the Shah's national ideology. In 1971, for example, he staged a 2,500-year celebration of the monarchy in the remains of the ancient Persian residential city of Persepolis, placing his rule in line with the first great Persian empire of the Achaemenids in antiquity. By recalling Iran's pre-Islamic past, he referred to Persia's cultural independence from the Arab world and associated his monarchy with an old great power and new ambitions. The nationalist Persian tradition was also adopted by the mullahs, and it was no peculiarity of Ahmadinejad that in 2007 he invited the powers of the world to see the power and capabilities of our people in Persepolis. Iran cultivates a self-assessment that it is culturally unique and significant, while Arabs are sometimes regarded as retards and lizard eaters. This is not about the actual appropriation of the rich pre-Islamic past, but about mystifying it in the interests of the Islamic claim to leadership from the Shiite minority position. As a leading power that seeks to combine orthodox Islam and national greatness, Iran is questioning the traditional leadership role of the Sunni majority in the Islamic world. This is done ideologically by referring to the doctrine of lineage. Shortly after Muhammad's death, the required genealogical continuity in the succession of caliphs was arbitrarily interrupted by the Sunnis, which is why their claim to the caliphate was illegitimately acquired. Shiite principles were fundamental to the founding of the Iranian theocracy, which cannot serve as a model for a Sunni state. These include, for example, the relationship of the faithful to their grand ayatollah, whom they may choose from around 20 candidates to be their leader, if their affiliation is not already determined by birth. The believer must follow the fatwas of the ayatollah, and the cleric receives a considerable tax from the believer. Faith and power are so closely linked, and the ability to exercise this power, i.e. the dignity of ayatollah, must remain exclusive and be granted by the consent of the already recognized authorities. In Shiite democracy, this principle is reflected in the fact that the clerics in the Guardian Council pre-select suitable candidates, and only then are the eligible voters allowed to go to the polls. The overthrow of the Shah and the establishment of the theocracy was linked to the plan to assume a leading role in the Islamic world by exporting the revolution. To this end, revolutionary leader Khomeini placed the revolutionary reason of state above questions of religion. Through its radicalism against the traditional rulers and as an enemy of the Arab status quo, Iran attempted to expand its legitimacy throughout the Ummah and offer itself as an ally to Sunni subversives. Shortly after the revolution, a central office for the export of revolution was opened in the center of Tehran. The Islamic Front for the Liberation of Bahrain was represented there, as were similar organizations from the other Gulf states, North Africa, and Lebanon. From the summer of 1979, Shiites also rehearsed the uprising in Iraq. However, the plan to overthrow Saddam Hussein failed due to the massive repression against Iraqi Shiites and was one of the reasons for the Iraqi attack on Iran in 1980. In December 1981, an attempted coup by Shiite Muslims against the Sunni ruling dynasty in Bahrain was thwarted, for which Iran was held directly responsible. Other members of the Gulf Cooperation Council, such as Kuwait, felt the Islamic revolutionary zeal in 1982. Cinemas, girls' schools, restaurants, and libraries were attacked there. Attacks followed in Oman and Saudi Arabia, but nowhere did a Shiite coup succeed. Although the planned export of revolution was able to rely on Shiites in the respective countries, some of whom became radicalized in the new Shiite self-confidence, the pan-Islamic ideology of revolution was a foreign policy dead end. Hardly any Muslims in the Arab world, outside of the Shiite enclaves, wanted to recognize Tehran's claim to leadership, and so the Iranian leadership soon devoted itself exclusively to the Shiite cause in Arabia. Iran was most successful with Hezbollah, which it developed into Lebanon's Shiite emancipation movement and turned into the strongest domestic political and military force. The expansion of Shiite power in Lebanon has shifted the focus of the conflict there from the Christian-Muslim rivalry to the intra-Muslim rivalry between Hezbollah and the Sunni Hayri camp. Hezbollah's cooperation with Syrian-backed Amal, which is also Shiite, led to close cooperation between Tehran and Damascus. Both regimes were concerned with intensifying the fight against Israel, not least because the perseverance shown by Iran's leadership in its long-standing, consequent and successful fight against Israel is the basis of its entire internal Islamic foreign policy. The situation was similar for the Assad regime, which is not supported by Sunnis. The successes achieved in terrorism against Israel and the obvious progress in high-tech and nuclear weapons also consolidated Iranian cooperation with Sunni organizations such as Hamas, which continued until the war in Syria. Cooperation with the best-known Sunni terrorist organization, Al-Qaeda, is the exception. Open hostility is the rule. The reputation of the Iranian Revolution in the Arab world was severely damaged by the Iran-Iraq War, 1980 to 1988. Saudi Arabia also worked against the Iranian export of revolution wherever possible and promoted Sunni Islamists, for example in Afghanistan and Pakistan, where support for the Afghan Taliban and Pakistani Islamists always had an anti-Iranian edge. This policy contributed to a significant intensification of sectarian conflicts in the 1980s, especially in Pakistan. In Pakistan, which proclaimed itself the first Islamic republic in 1956 and where the Shiites form a minority but are the second largest Shiite community after the Iranian community, the Shiite-Sunni conflict was already intensified in the 1980s by pro-Sunni legislation. Since the Taliban and Al-Qaeda from Afghanistan took root there, Shiites have been terrorized. Pan-Islamism, the idea of one state for all Muslims, is certainly at an end, and the history of attempts at rapprochement between the denominations can also be regarded as a failure. There was no lack of attempts to achieve an ecumenism that recognized nations and denominations. In 1947, the Society for Rapprochement between Islamic denominations was founded. After the dispute between the United Arab Republic, the merger of Egypt and Syria to form the VAR from 1958 to 1961, and the Pahlavi Iran over the de facto recognition of Israel, the VAR broke off diplomatic relations with Iran, and Egypt, whose policy was closely linked to the founding of the society, also limited its support for ecumenism. Until Khomeini's death, 1989, ecumenism no longer played a role as Iran pursued its pan-Islamic revolutionary ideology. It was only when Khomeini's successor placed greater emphasis on Iran's national agenda that Islamic ecumenism came to the fore again. The desire for interconfessional Islamic dialogue was strengthened once again when, after the Taliban, 2001, and Saddam Hussein, 2003, were overthrown, no Arab state was able to gain leadership of the Arab region and Shiite Iran rose to regional power. Even in the case of Iran's biggest adversary, Saudi Arabia, there was something like a national dialogue after Sunni terrorists carried out attacks in Riyadh in 2003 and the ruling house wanted to isolate the perpetrators by distancing itself from violence. A conference was held in Doha in 2007, organized by the University of Qatar, Azza University in Cairo, and the Tehran World Forum for Rapprochement between the Islamic schools of law. However, the conference did not produce any results, as the Shia-Sunni dialogue did not address state issues and therefore could not seriously address the problem. Overcoming the division of the Ummah caused by the West, or as it is often called, Zionists and Crusaders, and countering the spread of secular ideas with a utopia of a united Islamic tradition remains wishful thinking. The pious desire to avoid public conflict between the Islamic faiths because, according to common conviction, the imperialists exploit this conflict for their own purposes has always been more a method of disciplining the minority. Today this conflict has turned into open warfare. The Holy War, which in Iran has gone through a career from revolution to Shiite awakening and via national ideology to the imperial program, is in the process of capturing the weakened Sunni opposing side and thus becoming a multi-front war, the first chapter of which, in retrospect, must be seen as the first Gulf War between Iraq and Iran. The dynamics of the theocracy aim for totality. Deviation has no place in it. The struggle for domination must destroy the opponent as far as possible or at least immobilize him for a long time. Accordingly, this struggle is not tactical and thus ultimately cannot be stopped within the framework of the Islamic ideology that has prevailed for 1,400 years. U.S. foreign policy has no coherent answer to this murderous dynamic. The hot confessional war in Syria has thwarted all of Obama's previously recognizable guidelines. Before the war began, there was a phase of détente between the USA and the Assad regime. Syria was to play a greater role in the security architecture and have a moderating effect on Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran in the nuclear conflict. The U.S. ambassador post in Damascus, which had been vacant since March 2005 due to the murder of Rafiq al-Hariri in Beirut, was reoccupied 2 months before the outbreak of the uprising. However, the already fickle Obama can no longer rely on Syria, which is probably why direct negotiations with Iran are now taking place and a corresponding realignment of U.S. policy is imminent. It is not only Israel that is concerned that the Obama administration is making itself more vulnerable to blackmail than ever before. The USA's upgrading of Iran from a leading supporter of terrorism Bush to a long-term negotiating partner in Geneva means further fueling the Sunni-Shiite religious war. The Arab Sunni state leaders see themselves increasingly called into question internally and have lost their foreign policy protector, who used to be satisfied with containing the destabilization attempts by holy warriors in addition to containing Iran. Syria is currently just the hottest spot for the Shiite-Sunni war, which can be fought wherever the faithful meet and has long since reached holy sites such as the Iraqi pilgrimage sites of Karbala and Najaf or even Mecca. The repeatedly invoked Islamic unity in the fight against Israel has also receded even further into the distance. A discrete minimal cooperation between Israel and Saudi Arabia against the Iranian nuclear program is currently more conceivable. The fact that the Hitler fans from the royal house of Saud even want to come to terms with the Jewish state, at least temporarily, shows that this multi-front war of previously almost unthinkable alliances can hardly be ended. At best, it could be curbed somewhat. One way could be to encourage Islamic minorities who are not ethnically and/or religiously inclined towards either Tehran or Riyadh in their efforts to gain autonomy and to enable them to stay out of this war as far as possible. This would apply first and foremost to the Kurds. Because neither of the two main state opponents, Saudi Arabia and Iran, can hope to assume the leadership role for the other's clientele, the conflict could weaken into a permanent but cold war, a situation that makes it more difficult for the opposing camps to cooperate in the fight against Israel. This alone and the improvement of the situation for Islamic minorities are the only rays of hope that are conceivable in the Middle East in the coming decades. However, there should be no more talk of peace plans or any kind of revolution. In April 2011, even before the blame for a national debacle was finally placed on the allegedly incompetent foreign minister, the whole of Germany was piqued. The FAZ newspaper defiantly rejected international criticism of the refusal to approve military intervention in Libya. Quote, "Regardless of whether the German government has been diplomatically skillful, loyalty to the alliance cannot mean that some people suddenly run off and everyone else runs after them unconditionally." April 20, 2011. Prior to the UN decision to enforce a flight ban, Westerwelle had spoken out against direct interference, as he had already done in connection with the Egyptian anti-Mubarak protests. The uprising is and remains a freedom movement of the Libyan people. In doing so, he took into account the cross-party popular pacifism that persistently deals with the German experience of Nazi perpetration, expulsions and widespread bombing. After Germany joined Russia and China in abstaining on the no-fly issue at the United Nations, there was speculation as to whether this was tantamount to a rejection of Western ties. However, Germany's voting behavior was guided more by the fear that it could become a foreign policy appendage of a French-dominated European Mediterranean policy, which is seen as a competitor to the German-dominated Eastern European policy. The Mediterranean Union, brought into play by President Sarkozy in 2007 out of dissatisfaction with the EU's partnership policy and already vehemently rejected by Germany at the time, would inevitably have resulted in an anti-Western shift in the EU. Libya stayed away from the EU's partnership policy, which was explicitly geared toward stability, and failed with the Arab uprisings, on the grounds that such cooperation existed with Israel. Abstaining from the UN Security Council did not bring Westerwelle the hoped-for party political benefits, but caused considerable damage in terms of foreign policy, because even the veto powers in the UN did not obstruct Berlin's rejected engagement in North Africa. Germany's foreign policy had failed to recognize that, as the Libyan uprising escalated into a war between two power centers, a neutral stance increasingly became partisanship for the militarily stronger side, i.e. the Gaddafi government. The idea that the just cause simply had to win corresponded to the media-staged revolutionary euphoria, according to which the will of the people was pushing for democracy, and this process could only come to a happy end without outside interference. Anti-Western intentions were less the concern of the government than of the opposition, which, like the commune magazine Popular with the Greens, interpreted the Arab uprising movements in revolutionary high spirits as a continuation of the Iraqi terrorist resistance against systems cooperating with the West, as autochthonous regime change against the USA. Quote, "The fact that even great power and outstanding influence can fade away, can be gambled away, is something we observed again with America's war in Iraq and George W. Bush, all with suspicious eyes, many with heartfelt joy. In a way, this is what connects us with the rebellious Arabs. The only difference is that they must have drawn far-reaching consequences from the weakness of the USA in world politics. The loss of weight of the world power must have given a boost to their turning away from their own states, and allayed the last fears."
End quote.
Although the enthusiasm for youth revolts and revolution has been mixed with increasing doubts due to the events in Libya at the latest, the hope of impatient ideologues, such as the ever-ready Süddeutsche Zeitung, that a new model of civilization is emerging as an alternative to the West, which would not only bring about the liberation of the Arab masses, but also their own, outweighed the bitter realization that in Libya, of all places, the Western victorious powers of the Second World War were enthusiastically celebrated by the masses. What remains in people's minds is not the foreign policy embarrassment of April, but the anti-Western impetus of February. The uprising movements are so strong precisely because they drove out their rulers without outside help. Now the mass of Arab rational people are gaining face and form, and thus also one of their great new messages, a revolt without the West in the role of revolutionary role model. And never forget, Israel's importance as the strategic keystone of a complex security architecture for the entire region has been abruptly reduced.
End quote.
This undisguised enthusiasm for insurgency movements interpreted as anti-Western was by no means the sole responsibility of the SZ. The fact that such articles appeared in the first weeks of the protests in Libya, of all places, seems all the more adventurous in view of a Libyan regime that has stood for 40 years as a model for a revolution, without the West in the role of revolutionary role model. The coup by the League of Free Officers against the monarchy of King Idris al-Senussi and his crown Prince Hassan in 1969, which went down in Libyan history as the September Revolution, was aimed at disposing of the new wealth from oil production. Since the discovery of oil in the mid-1950s and the subsequent continuous increase in production, the country experienced a rapid upswing. The new wealth changed the foundations of the state created by the UN in 1951 as the United Kingdom, whose various regions, Tripolitania, Fezzan, Cyrenaica, were traditionally governed by tribes. King Idris and the key members of the government came from Cyrenaica and the radical Islamic Senussi movement based there. As early as 1952, all parties were banned and the formation of organizations was combated, in line with Oriental despotism, in which opposition is equated with treason, which led to the strengthening of traditional patronage. Social and tribal tensions grew between the mass of the population and the narrow layer of those traditionally in possession of power and wealth, who were joined by a growing number of upwardly mobile people who had become rich in the oil boom. The League of Free Officers consisted mainly of descendants of poor people, including Colonel Gaddafi, who, as representatives of a still small intermediate class of teachers, students, employees and officers, did not see themselves as sufficiently involved in the personal power of religious leaders, tribal leaders and businessmen. In the more urbanized Tripolitania in particular, there were demonstrations, strikes and acts of sabotage against the decadence of the traditional and new elites even before the coup, which were directed against the visible consumption and the Senussi monarchy's dependence on U.S. money in particular, which dated back to the time before the oil boom. Even before the September Revolution, Africa's fourth largest country had the highest national income on the continent, with an annual per capita income of $640 for a population of 1.8 million at the time, ahead of Somalia, $570, and South Africa, $550. However, the revenue per barrel of oil was one of the lowest in the world, which was only corrected by Gaddafi with a 50% price increase in 1971. At the beginning of independence in 1951, around 90% of Libyans were illiterate. At the time of the September Revolution, Libya already had over 200,000 pupils and more schools were being built. Compulsory primary education had been introduced and 2,000 students were enrolled at universities, supported by scholarships. The number of doctors rose from 28 in 1959 to almost 1,000 in 1969. At the beginning of the 1950s, 70% of the Libyan population was employed in the meager agricultural sector, which consisted mainly of family businesses, crafts and trades only produced for local needs, and there was no industry. During the oil boom, trade and the construction sector experienced an upswing. At the same time, the administrative sector grew considerably. The migration of the population to the cities and population growth made supplies more dependent on food imports. The September coup legitimized itself with a project of political, economic, and cultural self-liberation, and propagated the restoration of the Arab Islamic identity against the westernization under the Senussi monarchy. This campaign resulted in a ban on alcohol, the closure of nightclubs, the prohibition of prostitution and gambling, as well as the compulsory use of the Islamic calendar, the conversion of churches into mosques, and the prohibition of Latin script in administration and public life. In the first year of the new regime, banks and hospitals were nationalized and preparations were made to nationalize the oil companies. After a clarification of the balance of power in the Revolutionary Council, which Gaddafi won, the systematic development of state monopolies began in 1975. Private trade was replaced by public markets and distribution points, and foreign trade was monopolized by the state. Any private production activity beyond domestic consumption using wage-dependent labor was banned in 1977. Between 1977 and 1987, the traditional merchant aristocracy was destroyed and its representatives were no longer given orders. An administrative reorganization into governorates, districts and municipalities in 1970 to reduce the importance of tribal boundaries was also directed against the traditional pillars of the monarchy. Gaddafi strove to emulate his great role model, the failed but popular Egyptian president Gamal Abdel Nasser, who ruled almost the only Arab country with a state tradition until his death in 1970. Bassam Tibi describes Nasserism as an Islamic national ideology of the military elite of the petty bourgeoisie, which was also inspired by the Nazis. For his Arab socialism on a national basis, Nasser renewed Oriental virtues such as obedience and devotion to faith in the tradition of political Islam. Quote, Islam is not only a religion, but also a secular system that has established justice on earth and guaranteed equality and equal opportunities for all. We have expressed this fact before you with one word: socialism.
End of quote.
Following the Egyptian model, the Arab Socialist Union (ASU) was founded by the Revolutionary Command Council in Libya in 1971 in order to mobilize the population for the goals of the September Revolution. Against the power of the family and clan notables, Gaddafi propagated direct rule by the people. To this end, meetings of the people were institutionalized, complaints offices were set up and efforts were made to simplify the administration. The leadership and its single party wanted to expand their base and organize the people without mediating bodies, which is why the existing ban on forming parties and other associations was renewed. From 1975, the traditional communities based on the principle of descent were overarched by the officially so-called state of the masses, an institutionalized rule of the people, without a parliament that was rejected as undemocratic. The basic units of this state were formed by several hundred grassroots congresses with a number of participants ranging from a few hundred to several thousand, which met 2 to 4 times a year. These elected representatives for the grassroots committees, the local executive in every village, town, university, institute, school, port, airport, and organization. They were to assume official authority in the regional and city administrations and in the management of state agencies, companies, and universities. In 1998, congresses and committees were also introduced at regional level, made up of representatives of the grassroots congresses and representatives of professional associations and employee representatives, and, like the grassroots congresses, send delegates to the General People's Congress, which exercises formal state authority. Its secretaries in the General Secretariat are comparable to ministers, who are usually nominated by Gaddafi. In 1975, mobilization was 25%, which can be explained by the parallel decision-making structures and the social anchoring in clan and family, but also by the confusion of the structures and the acclamative function of the congresses, as the speeches and ideas of the revolutionary leader and the most important decisions of the government set the agenda for the grassroots congresses. This also applied to the desired criticism, when people openly and clearly wished the corrupt and incompetent government apparatus to hell. After all, Gaddafi does the same. Last fall, he had his ministers line up especially to tell them that, February 2009. The leader repeatedly castigated the resistance to productivity and lack of state efficiency as sabotage of his revolution. The state of the masses has a parallel apparatus for monitoring and directing, the management of which is the sole responsibility of the revolutionary leadership, the revolutionary committees. They have the powers that enable Gaddafi to rule without an officially proclaimed state of emergency by imprisoning and interrogating counter-revolutionaries and traitors to the people, eliminating enemies of the revolution in extrajudicial executions and maintaining revolutionary courts that publicly carry out death sentences. The members of the revolutionary committees were selected on the basis of loyalty to Gaddafi's ideology, and their leadership is recruited from the activists of the revolutionary youth, who are thus given opportunities for advancement. They promote spying and denunciation and discover, fight and destroy the enemies of the revolution inside and outside the country, be they critical intellectuals, unruly tribesmen, or the Islamic opposition. The Libyan people's mass state was to be the vanguard of a world revolution, the principles of which were set down in writing by the revolutionary leader. The 3-chapter Green Book contains his third universal theory, against capitalism and communism. Quote, "The Green Book is the gospel, the new doctrine, the doctrine of the new age, the age of the masses. No, I am not humble because I can withstand the attacks of the whole world and because the Green Book has solved the problems of humanity and society."
End quote.
Gaddafi's revolution is committed to the mass-supported renewal of Oriental despotism with the help of Islamic Bedouin ideology. Quote, "The original law of every society is based on tradition and religion. The problem of freedom in the modern age is that constitutions have become the law of society. This is the threat to freedom that lurks wherever the original law of human society is absent and replaced by man-made laws devised by the instruments of government to control the masses."
End quote.
With Gaddafi, the constitutional state appears as a threat to the traditional will to subjugation and less as a divisive attack by a godless West on the supranational Ummah, as is usually the case in Islamic propaganda. After the institutionalization of the people's mass state, the Revolutionary Command Council was dissolved in 1979. Gaddafi had already formally relinquished his public functions at the end of 1974 in favor of acclamative popular rule, but remained commander-in-chief of the armed forces and the unelected revolutionary leader who could not be voted out of office. His patriarchal leadership, despite being a state of the masses, is both supranational and state-forming. As there is no constitution and opposition is simply forbidden, the military has become the center of various oppositional attempts at organization and coups. After Omar el-Hariri, a member of the Revolutionary Command Council, failed in a coup against Gaddafi in 1975, the traditional professional army was weakened by its recruitment of conscripted men and women. At the same time, the first military academy for women was opened in Tripoli and a popular militia was created. Finally, special forces and security services were established, which were subordinate to members of Gaddafi's tribe and entrusted with sensitive security matters. Omar el-Hariri was imprisoned for 35 years and then became a member of the counter-government in Benghazi. Gaddafi devoted a chapter in his Green Book to solving the economic problem. The final solution is the abolition of the wage system, the emancipation of man from his servitude, and the return to the law that governed relations before the emergence of classes, forms of government, and man-made laws.
End quote.
He propagates an idealized Bedouinism as a social utopia, since a wage system was unknown there and neither law nor constitution questioned Oriental personal rule. The end of this original natural socialism was caused by the fact that some individuals possess more of the general wealth than they need, a clear deviation from natural law and the beginning of distortion and corruption in the life of the human community. It is the beginning of the emergence of an exploitative society.
End quote.
Frugality was a Bedouin virtue due to their non-sedentary nature. Comfort and luxury jeopardized the self-discipline necessary for survival, and grazing land was collectively owned. Against the anti-Bedouin exploitative society, the state of the masses monopolized wealth and determined what was allocated to everyone. For a state whose population competes for a share in the distribution of oil rents and for which productivity is an imported product, whether as manual labor or as technology and knowledge, the Green Book is a guide to non-development, and this in a rich country that is ranked 53rd in the world by the UN's Quality of Life Index after Croatia and Uruguay. In contrast to some sheikdoms, revolutionary Libya has not developed ways of generating or even preserving wealth. Instead, the country has suffered one shipwreck after another in implementing Gaddafi's teachings. There is no freedom for a man who lives in someone else's house, whether he pays rent or not, says the Green Book. This is why, despite a rapidly growing population, not least due to a ban on abortion, the 1976 ban on private investment blocked the construction of rental housing. The result was a chronic housing shortage that caused constant anger in Libya's traditional society. The family home has a special significance, as marriage requires a house in which the wife and daughters can be hidden. In the course of the Libyan producers' revolution, public and private companies were transferred into public ownership, i.e., into the hands of producers' councils, from 1980 onwards. This led to considerable problems in production and distribution. The state supermarkets suffered from a lack of goods, while everything was available on the black market. Declining foreign exchange revenues as a result of the falling oil price in the early 1980s led to cuts in salaries and housing subsidies, import restrictions, and rationing of subsidized staple foods, while the inflation rate rose to 100% at times. The expulsion of large numbers of Egyptian and Tunisian guest workers during the short-lived union of Libya and Morocco brought the agricultural sector and services to a virtual standstill in 1985. From the end of the 1980s, attempts were made to find a way out by reprivatizing small-scale trade, opening up the souks. State-owned companies were taken over privately by their employees, and the state monopolies on imports and exports were loosened. Companies in the oil sector and strategically important companies were excluded from privatization, as Gaddafi's freedom of action depended on them. In 1992, privatization took place in almost all other economic sectors without the state, with its bloated administration being able to control this process, which is why purge committees to prevent undesirable economic activity and corruption took over this task using repressive means. However, there was no longer any central control, and because there was no state price control, in October 1998 Gaddafi called on all traders and shopkeepers to reduce prices, as otherwise major riots could no longer be ruled out. Due to the funds tied up in the state sector and the long-term commitment of foreign currency revenues to large-scale projects and the military, there were narrow limits to how much financing could be made up for shortfalls in oil prices. Gaddafi's largest single project is the Great Man-Made River. Like Nasser with the construction of the Aswan Dam, he launched a major project to combat the water shortage, which the Libyans proudly refer to as the eighth wonder of the world. A river laid in pipes 4 meters in diameter is already transporting water and is expected to bring almost 6 million cubic meters of fossil groundwater a day from the Sahara to the urban centers and agricultural core zones on the coast. 1/5 of oil revenues are used for the Great Man-Made River project every year, but this has so far only brought isolated successes for Libyan agriculture. As only 1% of the country's territory can be used for agriculture, of which 26% must be irrigated, the country will remain a food importer. The financial crisis has also undermined the highly subsidized welfare state. The healthcare system is producing massive frustration due to administrative deficits, corruption, neglect, and staffing problems. To divert attention from the causes of the misery, foreign conspirators are often presented in accordance with Oriental tradition, such as the 5 Bulgarian nurses and the Palestinian doctor who signed the confession under torture that they had deliberately infected 400 Libyan children with HIV in a hospital in Benghazi. At the staged trial, relatives of those infected carried banners reading "Death to the Child Murderers." When the general misery came to a head in 1993 with the UN embargo due to the Lockerbie attack, militant opposition activity increased, particularly in the east of the country. In October 1998, after years of refusal, Gaddafi initiated a turnaround with the extradition of 2 of those involved in the Lockerbie attack, which led to the end of the UN embargo in 1999. With its sanctions until 2003, the USA succeeded in breaking off the efforts it had been making since 1970 to set up a nuclear weapons program with the Pakistani Khan network. In the same year, Gaddafi declared that the public sector had failed and stepped up his efforts to attract investors. As recently as 2005, the International Monetary Fund put the public sector's share of jobs at 75% and private investment at 2% of gross domestic product. The easing of foreign policy tensions was accompanied by the population's expectations of an improvement in their living conditions. But first, the prices for petrol and private electricity consumption were raised, as well as customs duties for the import of more than 3,500 products, because opening up also means competition. Funds for public investment were to be spared. As a result, criticism of the government increased, and the increased presence of foreign companies stoked fears about jobs in the local, poorly equipped factories. Large contracts awarded to foreign countries were intended to make up for the neglected technical modernization of the country. This includes the construction of a railroad, which has not yet been built. However, the new boom represents a failure of the revolution. Quote, on the large construction site of Bad Trablu in the south of Tripoli, signs in Arabic, Turkish and Vietnamese are posted on every corner, keep the construction site clean. The architects come from California, the engineers from the Bosporus and the 500 craftsmen from Vietnam, Egypt and Tunisia. The only people from Libya are the supervisors, who immediately prevent any contact with the workers and suspiciously monitor the project managers from abroad. Even construction workers have to be imported to Libya. Where has all the oil money gone? Even Gaddafi himself is now asking himself publicly. Tobruk in the east recently even experienced an outbreak of the bubonic plague. The regime's new valves against social overpressure are above all gigantic housing projects. The country's largest is being built 30 kilometers from the gates of Benghazi, long considered a stronghold of Gaddafi opponents. 8,000 Chinese construction workers are toiling away here under American supervision. The half-finished apartment blocks are lined up for kilometers.
End quote.
The now raging civil and tribal war against Gaddafi put the state completely out of action right at the beginning, which drove the flight of the many guest workers, without whom nothing would work, but whose experiences illustrate the Libyans' relationship to them. Until they were out of the country, they were plundered everywhere and again, and quite a few were murdered. Libyans are described as proud and traditionally less willing to do simple jobs. The immense unemployment rate of over 30% is not only due to population growth, but also a result of the education system, which produces hardly any qualified graduates. The lack of workers with technical skills is cited as one of the main problems that affects all economic sectors. Quote, for a Libyanization of the labor market, education and teaching a new work ethic are key elements. Most Libyans are still used to the state taking care of them. The years of isolation, combined with a ban on teaching foreign languages that was in force until a few years ago, have meant that young Libyans have no knowledge of foreign languages, have a very one-sided general education, have hardly any internationally relevant specialist knowledge and are reluctant to think for themselves.
End quote.
The prospects are bleak for one of the least diversified economies in the world, with its focus on the less labor-intensive fossil fuels. According to studies by the American Heritage Foundation on competitiveness, Libya was ranked 155th out of 157 countries surveyed in 2007. Libyan society is extremely traditional, even by Maghreb standards. And even though Gaddafi repeatedly pointed out that women could not be dispensed with in view of the large number of foreign workers, the following still applies. Women can only be found very occasionally in public events, if at all. Even the revolutionary leader's relatively open attitude on this point could do little to change this. According to the findings of Libyan social scientists, the term faraq, emptiness, is widespread among young people. Gaddafi found and still finds his fans in all political milieus in the West, because he has built up a welfare state, pays for his investments and is a committed anti-imperialist, but he has also bid farewell, as for example in Neues Deutschland. Quote, it cannot be said that liberation was always Gaddafi's cause, March 1911. The Libyan September Revolution was committed to three major foreign policy goals: the fight against Jews and Israel, the anti-imperialist struggle in general, and the promotion of Islamic unification. The fight against Jews and Israel was so important that Libya started a border war with Egypt in 1977 because of the latter's political cooperation with Israel, even though it was able to conclude a short-term state union with Egypt in order to obtain military protection for the internal Libyan revolutionary process from the comparatively strong Egyptian army in return for oil dollars if necessary. Already during the monarchy, the remaining 8,000 Jews in Libya were decimated to between 100 and 500 through expulsion. They were deprived of the right to vote, there were mass arrests, and they were not allowed to hold public office. In 1967, for example, 100 Jews were killed by street mobs after the Six-Day War, and synagogues, stores and houses were destroyed. After Gaddafi's coup, the property of the remaining Jews was confiscated, debts owed to Jews by Muslims were cancelled and Jews were expelled. In 1974 there were still 20 Jews living in Libya, today there are none. By 1973, Libya's financial contributions had led to almost all African states, with the exception of Liberia, breaking off diplomatic relations with Israel. In an interview with Oriana Falassi, Gaddafi also explained his friendship with Idi Amin and his anti-Semitism. Quote, "Because Amin was and is against Israel. Because Amin was the first African president who had the courage to kick the Israelis out of his country.
Because Amin is a Muslim.
It is clear that I was and am a friend of Amin. I'm not interested in Amin's internal politics."
End quote.
Under Gaddafi, Libya became a state-organized anti-imperialist rebel whose diverse activities can only be mentioned here as examples. In order to fight the USA on its own soil, Gaddafi financed the American Indian movement and the black Muslims as part of the support for the Muslims of the world in order to support the peoples and minorities struggling for their self-liberation. Relations with the atheist Soviet Union gave Gaddafi the opportunity to fire 2 Soviet missiles at Lampedusa in 1986 to punish the Italian island for the presence of the American military. In October of the same year, he declared that he wanted to support Italian terrorism because Libya will be a base for the youth and the Italian people to liberate Italy from US domination. As he could not lead the fight against the Crusaders in direct confrontation, he resorted to constant provocations. Attacks on counters and passengers of Israeli and American airlines with hand grenades and Soviet assault rifles at Vienna and Rome airports were carried out with logistical help from Libya. On December 2, 1979, in solidarity with the Tehran embassy occupiers, 2,000 demonstrators and militiamen stormed the American embassy in Tripoli and set it on fire. Libya also proclaimed itself the Mecca of all liberation movements and revolutionaries and in 1986 financed the meeting of the Second International Conference Against Imperialism, Zionism, Racism, Reaction and Fascism, which was attended by 700 representatives. In 1980, because of Saudi Arabia's military cooperation with the USA, the brother leader called on all Muslims to wage holy war in order to liberate the desecrated holy places of Islam and occupy Jerusalem and Palestine. Libya was soon in conflict with many European states over the assassination of Libyan opposition politicians in Europe, fought against French soldiers in Chad, supported the IRA and the attack on the La Belle discotheque in Berlin. In London in April 1984, a British policewoman was murdered by shots fired from the Libyan embassy during a demonstration against the hanging of 2 students the previous day at Tripoli University, which had taken place in front of an assembled student body as a deterrent. Nevertheless, the Europeans opposed the American policy of resistance, which led to direct confrontation in the Gulf of Sirte, which Gaddafi arbitrarily declared to be his territory. From there we supply the whole world with oil, when Libya attacked American warships with missiles, and this ended with the sinking of 2 Libyan patrol boats. In response to the La Belle attack, the U.S. Air Force also flew airstrikes on Tripoli and Benghazi in April 1986. The Europeans wanted to counteract this approach and presented a long-term reconstruction alternative. Under Federal Chancellor Bruno Kreisky, Austria had established intensive contacts with Libya after the September Revolution. Greece saw itself as a mediator for Libyan views. Malta had concluded a friendship and cooperation agreement with Libya in 1984, and Chancellor Helmut Schmidt criticized the American actions as an expression of America's global political moral rigorism. A German Libya expert later expressed the view that the escalation with the USA would not have occurred if the Europeans had intervened vigorously in London, Bonn, Paris, Rome and Athens in view of the liquidation of Libyan opposition members. Gaddafi always fought with the support of rulers, rebels or revolutionaries who appreciated his support and hired international mercenaries. In September 1986, he called for the formation of an international fighting force to fight imperialism. To this end, 6,000 Indian mercenaries were recruited for the Libyan army through advertisements placed in New Delhi by the Libyan People's Bureau, as Libya's embassies are known. Africans were recruited particularly frequently as part of Gaddafi's propaganda for an Islamic Africa. As the founding father of the Organization of African Unity, OAU, he enjoys sympathy in Africa for his Pan-African approach and his investments in agricultural projects for Libya's food supply, even though he had already tried his hand at conquering the Aouizou Strip from neighboring Chad. However, the Pan-African Brotherhood rhetoric has no equivalent in the Libyan folkseal. The racism is blatant. The putschists of 1969 countered the religious legitimization of the Senussi monarchy and its traditional elites with an anti-imperialist Islamic ideology of mass rule. Since 1969, Every compatriot had to be an active torchbearer of the new inspiration in order not to be treated as a traitor to the people. This was true even abroad, and so in June 1973 Gaddafi bade farewell to students on their departure with the words, "You must do your utmost to explain the Islamic religion to European youth, and to save them from their lives of fear and aimlessness in the midst of a false civilization built on money and luxury."
End quote.
While Gaddafi's reference to Islam is often interpreted as tactical or an anachronistic move by an otherwise secular government, this in no way does justice to the Green Revolution. For him, Islam and the Arab claim to leadership were one and the same. In his opening speech at the First Conference for the Propagation of Islam, which was held in Tripoli in December 1970, Gaddafi lectured, "Islam is more progressive than communism because it was born before communism. Islam is a permanent revolution. It is the mother of all ideologies. The call for Arab nationalism is a call for the Arabs to shape and develop Islam so that they are united and strong. Arab strength means Islamic strength. This conference calls upon the Islamic nation, the governments and the people, and the conscience of humanity of the world to work seriously and successfully to cleanse the Arab territory from Zionism."
End quote.
Gaddafi tried to overcome the traditional Islamic elites, the various schools of law and the religious divide by returning to the Quran. He had representatives of competing concepts such as the Muslim Brothers, who were essential for the emergence of Nasserism but represented a supranational political community of believers against Arab nationalism persecuted. Between April and June 1973 alone, around 400 Libyans were arrested on charges of membership of the Muslim Brotherhood as part of the campaign to cleanse the country of the politically ill. In 1984, an organ of the revolutionary committees described them as a colonial phenomenon with an inseparable link to the British Secret Service because of their opposition to Arab nationalism. Gaddafi also unleashed a religious revolution against the traditional elites, religious scholars and imams. He banned religious authorities from speaking on the political and economic development of the country, which had been declared a matter for the grassroots congresses, partly because of the criticism of military service for women voiced in the mosques. The Quran is in Arabic, so we can all understand it without needing an imam to explain it to us. The relationship between man and God should take place without mediation. Thus began a campaign to cleanse the houses of worship, with the arrest of numerous imams. At the same time, revolutionary imams conforming to Gaddafi were trained and people's guards were deployed to monitor the mosques. In 1973, the secular and Sharia courts, which had previously operated separately, were merged and the Sharia became the basis of the entire legal system. However, it was not until the 1990s that Islamic law was increasingly applied, e.g. an anti-corruption law that provides for the amputation of a hand in the event of enrichment in office. In 1993, a man and a Libyan woman were sentenced to 100 lashes each for adultery for the first time by the Tripoli Court of Appeal. Literacy and school education in Libya are partly based on the expansion of religious education parallel to the regular school system, which goes hand in hand with the foreign policy goal of spreading Gaddafi Islam. In September 1989, representatives of Islamic organizations and individuals from 46 countries gathered in Benghazi to resolve secondary contradictions and disputes and direct the forces of the Islamic nation in the right direction. The 1980s and 1990s were characterized by clashes with the opposition to Gaddafi's Islamic policy, which was rejected as heretical and heretical. This Islamic dissidence was highly militant, as it was unable to gain a foothold as a social power through welfare organizations, which were completely in the hands of the state. It also acted mainly from exile, because although a traditional rejection of Gaddafi's institutions is anchored in the east of the country in particular, its structures were repeatedly smashed by the regime. To this day, eastern Libya is significantly more religious and at the same time more conservative. Most of Libya's jihadists who are fighting for a theocracy abroad also come from eastern Libyan cities. The biggest anti-Gaddafi riots in years took place in Benghazi in 2005, when religiously offended people attacked the Italian embassy and set fire to it following the publication of Mohammed cartoons in Denmark. When security forces fired into the crowd, the attacks were directed against the offices of the revolutionary committees and state emblems, including portraits of Gaddafi. In 2006 and 2007, the activities of armed Islamists increased in the east of the country, which was economically neglected by Tripoli. The militant orientation facilitates cooperation between the Islamic and other parts of the opposition. For example, Muslim Brothers are also organized in the National Salvation Front or the National Front for the Salvation of Libya, NFSL. The leading member of the NFSL, the London-based translator of Sayyid Qutb, Ashur Shamis, represents an Islamic movement that sees itself as a national movement and does not want to submit to the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood. Shamis is often contacted by the media as a spokesman for the Libyan opposition, and he is also responsible for the report that at the beginning of the uprising on February 15, demonstrators in Benghazi chanted, "There is no God but Allah, Muammar is the enemy of Allah and down with corruption and the corrupt." The larger coastal towns are dominated by extended families, while the interior is dominated by the tribes, who until the 1960s were Bedouins engaged in cattle breeding and caravan trade and rejected a centralized urban authority. The weaker this was, the more unchallenged their rule was. Integration through privileges and posts or the inculcation of the most important tribes and families is a condition of centralized power, which claims the tradition of informality and obedience for itself. Although rebellious bloodlines could be punished, this had to be limited to individuals, for it is not without reason that the Green Book glorifies the bloodlines as the indispensable pillars of fundamental values. The state alone failed in its attempts to enforce Libyan values, for example when the General People's Committee ordered the destruction of all Western musical instruments in June 1985, because the Green Book states that peoples can only live in harmony with their own art and culture. However, the music produced as a result could not hold its own against Rai music, which dominated the Maghreb, or other contemporary music. In 1993, the Libyan state strengthened the position of the respected natural leaders of the blood associations by upgrading them to the status of social leadership of the people and setting up people's leadership committees specifically for them at regional level, which also distribute part of the oil revenues. This legitimized striving for the largest possible share of the oil money, expanded the power of the tribes and families, as did the transfer of executive functions. The members of the People's Leadership Committees were to take action against corrupt deviations and treacherous conspiracies in order to avert collective punishment against their bloodline. The Libyan political scientist Amel Labadie pointed out in August 2010 that the establishment of the People's Social Leadership had led to increased corruption, bending of the law and endangerment of national security because there were no state institutions to counterbalance the influence of the tribes. Yet it was the state itself that had installed these institutions and used the blood associations as a precaution against political upheaval, an outright miscalculation. Gaddafi's state of the masses will not survive the fall of the leader, and a desirable successor state would have to be built from virtually nothing and against informality and obedience. However, as this will essentially be about the power of the blood unions over the oil rents, the conflicts between them cannot be pacified without a strong central power, especially as there are two large oil regions, Tripolitania in the west and Cyrenaica in the east with the capital Benghazi. The opposition there, whose interim council has been elevated to a counter-government through international recognition, is now dominated by opposition family clans as opposed to opponents with national objectives, who will be dependent on support from outside the country. However, the French government has already announced its intention to put the tribal structure into service for post-Gaddafi Libya. A conference of the Friends of Libya is to negotiate the future of the country together with the tribal representatives of the opposition. At the same time, France is equipping the rebellious tribes with easy-to-handle weapons. This makes it clear once again that France is waging a war against Gaddafi, but not against Libya's development inhibiting conditions, and that once again only a cartel of interests consisting of traditional rulers is determining the fate of the country. In order to put an end to loyalty to the clan leaders and thus promote a movement against stagnation, the cultural modernization of the country would have to be promoted unilaterally and independently of blood ties. There will only be improvements in this sense if a significant role is assigned to people belonging to the non-religious opposition who have been able to achieve their position in the state of the masses and abroad, bypassing the traditional elites, without having been supporters of the Green Revolution. The uprising of the superfluous and underemployed borders of the blood unions stands for great desires, but not for ideas worth supporting. Since the educated middle classes are very weak compared to Tunisia or Egypt and the military and security apparatus is divided, there is actually no faction that can shape the transition process. The Libyan uprising lacks the potential for cultural modernization. The rhetoric of democratization does not convey a political program. The American War on Terror and the arrest of Saddam Hussein in Baghdad in 2003 triggered a discussion in the states of North Africa and the Middle East which immediately afterwards, on the government side and even among representatives of the opposition and critics of the political systems, mainly revolved around the aspect of protection from U.S. intervention and U.S. hegemonic ambitions. The discussion about the need for reforms and modernization measures intensified. Since then, there has hardly been a political measure that has not been highlighted as reform or modernization, but certainly as democratization, and the public is only too willing to go along with it. Any social force against the oppressive political underdevelopment of the Arab world is of course to be welcomed, and if the tolerance of the Arabs towards their rulers diminishes, this could be the beginning of something better. However, overcoming personal rule can only succeed if it is acknowledged that the nation-state has so far failed in the Arab world and therefore no institutional framework, which is indispensable for democratic forms, has been created. As long as personal dependence and simple murder, of and by members of the opposition, take the place of republican power, and unrendered loyalty is seen as treason, there will be no development. A successful uprising against the despot must reorganize power and by no means merely overcome the enemies of the republic discursively. If this does not happen, despots are merely replaced. If an electoral act leads to the establishment of an Islamic republic, this is not a component of republicanism, but an indication that it does not exist as a form of state and society valued by the majority. It is also essential to overcome Arabism with Palestine as the ideological focus of a collective agitation for justice. Arabism stands for an Arab-Sunni claim to dominance over the Islamic world, and the Shiite-Alawite rule in Syria does nothing to change this. The feeling that the Arabs have failed is also a reaction to the successes of Iran and Turkey. The inability to recognize non-Arab minorities, such as Berbers, blacks and others, as equals points to the unresolved Arab-Islamic identity community, of which Saddam Hussein has so far been the last supranational leader and failure. This also includes overcoming the hostility towards Jews and Israel, which is not addressed at all in Libya and tends to increase in Egypt after Mubarak. The self-immolation of Tunisian Mohamed Bouazizi in December 2010 is regarded as the initial spark for the so-called Arab Spring. According to the Federal Agency for Civic Education, for example, he no longer saw any prospects for his life, and his beacon triggered the mass protests in the region. To this day, hardly anyone asks themselves what the 26-year-old Bouazizi might have understood by an acceptable perspective on life beyond the commonplace phrases of work, money, and bread. Since the early death of his father, he has had to take on the role of head of the family and sole breadwinner for his mother and 5 younger siblings, working as an unlicensed greengrocer. If one traces Bouazizi's particular motives for his suicide, 2 often neglected details come to mind, which were published on Spiegel Online shortly after the event and are of central importance for the assessment and classification of the Arab Spring. Bouazizi could not bear the shame of being slapped by a woman, and he would have suffered greatly from not being able to start his own family because he did not have the money to pay for a wedding and the necessary dowry. According to consistent reports, Bouazizi was allegedly slapped by an employee of the local public order office during an arbitrary inspection of his non-existent license as a greengrocer. The question arises as to how a man with such views of male shame and dignity could become the shining light of an uprising in which Naveed Kermani, as recently as February 2012, recognized only the tenderness of the masses and a strangely ideology-free revolution that would have finally given the forgotten idea of the West a place again. Quote, Egyptians have taken to the streets in the name of values that are obviously ours: freedom, dignity, the rule of law, equal opportunities. Ideals that have been lost to us, Fr. February 17, 2012. On a banner carried by one of these strangely ideology-free revolutionaries on Cairo's Tahrir Square at the time, the following demand was written against the later overthrown ruler Mubarak: Go. I want to get married. But neither Egypt's Mubarak nor Tunisia's Ben Ali had banned marriage or imposed horrendous taxes on it. Rather, by setting up state buildings to cater for large festive congregations, which are available for a symbolic rent, and by constantly admonishing families not to take on horrendous debts either for the organization of the celebration or for the bridal gifts, their governments have at least tried to lower the financial hurdle for a wedding, which in many cases simply makes it impossible. Without calling into question the pre-social relationship on which the marriage business is based. To do so would have meant revolution, taking an axe to the foundations of the Arab world in the very Western sense of the word. But that is precisely not what the Tunisian suicide and the Egyptian demonstrator wanted. Contrary to Western ideas, they consider marriage to be the foundation of the Arab world. Weddings are therefore contracts between families, as Nekla Kalek aptly put it in Die Welt on April 2, 201.3, a business that imposes ever greater financial burdens on Arab men and their families in particular, driving the average age of marriage ever higher. So if the hearts of these revolutionaries were set on such marriages, which are not concluded as contracts between 2 loving and independent individuals, but as such between clans and often within clans, it must be stated, the vast majority of the revolutionary masses from Tunisia to Egypt took to the streets for values that do not end their social misery, but perpetuate it. The mass desire for marriage as a revolutionary demand logically gave rise to a critique of conditions that does not aim to break with the status quo but, conversely, laments the fact that the status quo can no longer be continued without interruption as the very own tradition that is opposed to the West. Unimpressed by the conformist conservative, even reactionary character of the Arab Spring, which was thus recognizable from the outset, its apologists, such as those responsible at the Heinrich Böll Foundation, were still enthusiastically peddling the obvious untruth at the beginning of 2014 that the series of demonstrations, uprisings and revolutions had fundamentally changed the countries of North Africa and the Middle East. If we examine the results of the Arab Spring to see what fundamental changes they actually brought about, the only thing we find is an entity called the Islamic State as the original legacy of the Arab Spring. Despite this shocking outcome, it is now being propagated that the ideals that have been lost to us lie in the Arab tradition of all things. If Navid Kermani's assertion were true, then any criticism of the Arabellion would be at least a cultural relativist attack on the ideals of the West in general, and the critic would suddenly find himself in the ranks of an international counter-revolution. Navid Kermani used precisely this absurd argument, which turns the world upside down, when he made criticism of the rule-stabilizing character of the Arab uprisings disappear behind a pseudo-criticism of left-wing cultural relativism for his enthusiastic German readers. Quote, "Differences are constantly emphasized in order to then discuss what we do about them and how we assert ourselves within them. Or, conversely, we fall into relativism and claim that people elsewhere don't want democracy because they are different and have different traditions."
End quote.
Intoxicated by the throngs of people who took to the streets for a democracy that is completely detached from individual freedom, which in the West is regarded as a compelling corrective to popular rule, Kermani stereotypically claimed a few years ago, even in the columns of Jungle World, that our Western freedom should be fought for on Tahrir Square. If one sticks to empirical evidence, one arrives at assessments of the ideology-free revolutionary masses of Cairo that Navid Kermani and his numerous followers are unlikely to like. One grumbler, who constantly emphasizes differences instead of simply joining in believingly, came to this sobering conclusion: despite all the talk about the youth-led revolution in Egypt, children often took to the streets with their parents' blessing or were even accompanied by them. Telling the father of the nation to go away was largely a matter for the whole family. In the end, young Egyptians are likely to learn that it is more difficult to leave home than to chase Mubarak out of office. And as long as religion continues to play a central role in people's lives and God remains the supreme father figure, the patriarchy is unlikely to falter.
End quote.
These lines come from Shireen El-Fekhi's book Sex and the Citadel Love Life in the Changing Arab World, one of the most important books on the Arab Spring. However, there is one point where the author, who refuses to use the word revolution as a synonym for Arab Spring, must be contradicted. The God-given patriarchy has long since been violently shaken, not to say dethroned, in the Arab world too, and this only seemingly paradoxically awakens the sheer boundless need for more Islam and its tradition. The fact that capitalist socialization and the accompanying development of productive power have also torn away the touching and sentimental veil of the family in Arab countries, and since then everything sacred has been desecrated, as Mann and Engels once put it in the Communist Manifesto, makes Islam appear in the eyes of the vast majority of Arabs to be the way out of the serious crisis into which the family as the supporting pillar of the Islamic world has fallen. If this spring had been Western and revolutionary, the individual's way out of the constraints of the God-ordained family, which can no longer finance his marriage, would have had to turn with force against the religion to which the family, clan and tribe owe their sanctity in the first place. The collective refusal to admit that in reality Allah has long been as dead as the God of the Christians and the Jews has grown into a pathological mass phenomenon that threatens the entire world, a sick relationship to the world, Die Zeit, March 3, 16, as Kamel Daoud calls it, which manifests itself particularly in the sick relationship to women, to the body and to desire. Faz. February 18, 16. This illness was not mentioned by name in the Arab Spring. On the contrary, the protests were characterized by an inability to engage in self-criticism, which would have been the prerequisite for finally being able to develop an idea of a truly better life beyond faith and tradition. This is evidenced by the fixation on the overthrow of the authoritarian leader, in whose place a tyranny of the majority, unabashedly called democracy, was put from the outset. Because of this uncanny absence or marginalization of the need for a fundamental upheaval of conditions, there can be no question of the unfortunate failure of the Arabellion. For there was nothing that could have failed, no revolutionary ideas that could have gripped the masses, no new social concept that could have been passionately debated, simply nothing. Instead, everything revolved around the question of how much more Islam was needed to solve all the problems in order to finally find the right path back to virtue from vice and sin. In the Arab world, individuals were not united to become citizens of mass society, nor was there a merging of the private sphere into the masses, as Herbert Marcuse once stated for the Western world. For this presupposed that both the individual and the private sphere had ever existed there as necessary elements of socialization, and with them the necessary enforcement of the bourgeois family and the separation of public and private spheres. The different character of Western and Arab mass societies to this day must therefore be insisted on against postmodern egalitarians such as Navid Kermani. This is the only way to make it clear that the Islamic religious and not bourgeois secularly socialized mass individual is increasingly encountering social relations of production that do not require the pious mass individual, but a subject that assesses its world with sober eyes and a profane view. The psychoanalyst Gahad Mazarwa, one of the few who dedicates his work to specifically Arab pathologies, summarizes this fundamental Islamic conflict in the following words: the traditional structures are collapsing. The group identity in the form of clan or clans, where everyone was there for everyone else, is crumbling without there being an adequate replacement. Added to this are rapid technological developments and secular thinking. All this creates great irritation and confusion.
End quote.
The feminist Mona Eltahawy understands her book, Why Do You Hate Us So?, for the sexual revolution of women in the Islamic world, as a contribution to tearing down the wall that separates the public and the private. However, because not even the simple distinction between private and public has been made in the Arab world, the basic prerequisite for a social space in the true sense of the word Hannah Arendt does not even exist here. Arendt writes, the simple distinction between private and public corresponds to the realm of the household on the one hand and the realm of the political on the other. What is new, however, is the emergence of a social space in the true sense of the word, whose appearance coincides with the birth of the modern era and which found its political form in the nation-state. The space of the social emerged when the interior of the household, with its associated activities, concerns and forms of organization, emerged from the darkness of the home into the full light of the public political sphere.
End quote.
Because of this absence of social publicity, the demand for the liberation of Arab women from the private sphere so that they can finally become part of public life like men is necessarily misguided. Kamal Daoud has pointed out that the dividing wall claimed by Eltahawy does not even exist in Islamic societies. In contrast, he argues for the erection of a social wall that ensures that the Arab woman no longer belongs to everything and everyone. The woman's body is not seen as the place of the essential value of freedom for the West, but as a symbol of decadence. One therefore wants to reduce it to property or to the sin to be covered up. It would be truly revolutionary to finally put an end to viewing women as the public property of all and the public projection screen of compulsory sexual morality. The indignant rejection of the public appropriation of women includes, as the other side, the demand for the right to concealment. By this Hannah Arendt meant that our own four walls are the only place where we can withdraw from the world, not only from what is constantly going on in it, but from its publicity, from being seen and heard. We all know the peculiar flattening that a life spent only in public inevitably entails. Precisely because it remains constantly visible, it loses the ability to rise from a darker underground into the light of the world. It forfeits the darkness and concealment that give life its different depths in a very real, non-subjective sense. The only effective way to ensure the darkness of what must remain hidden from the light of the public is private property, a place to which no one has access and where one is both secure and hidden.
End of quote.
We should take these lines as an opportunity to remind ourselves once again, with communist intent, that Marx did not see the problem in private property in general, but in the private ownership of the means of production, i.e., he was by no means fighting for the evaporation of the private sphere. Arendt formulated this at the end of the 1950s with the intention of warning of the radical threat to the private sphere posed by the advance of Western mass society. In Islamic mass societies, however, there can be no talk of an impending loss of privacy. And yet the demand for very personal retreat options, as protection of the private sphere of women but also of men from the grip of the socially constitutive trinity of clan, faith and tradition, would be the key to the real changes that the Arab world so urgently needs. This would be a call that goes to the roots of society to break with a way of thinking that men and women alike have internalized, as the 32-year-old single Syrian refugee and civil engineer Maman H. told Die Zeit on January 14, 2016, "My daughter should understand that if she has sex outside of marriage, it will affect the whole family." The 59-year-old Syrian carpenter and father of 12 Mohammed F., who has fled the country, adds, "If I'm a really good father, she'll respect our religion. It's not much I'm asking for."
End quote. Not much?
What the two expect from their daughters in the name of respect for their religion is the renunciation of everything that constitutes a private, independent life without constant control. The seemingly innocuous statements made by the two Syrians reinforce their desire to brutally subjugate the girls and treat them as family property, initially their own, in order to add them to the property of their in-laws once they have been forced into marriage, with the girl's clan being held liable for any insubordination. For the daughter, this means never being sexually educated and not being allowed to have any such experiences before marriage, because the stained virginity honor would automatically fall back on the clan, which consists not only of parents, grandparents and siblings, but also countless aunts, uncles, cousins and so on. The result is meticulous surveillance of the daughter, who is placed under general suspicion 24 hours a day as a perpetually horny, potentially lewd thing to turn men on. According to this logic, lewd behavior would not lead to a love affair, but would merely invite to harish gamia, punishment through gang rape. The two Syrians Maman H. and Mohammed F. who have been living in refugee accommodation in Hamburg since the end of last year, responded to the Time under the impression of the Taharish Gamia on New Year's Eve in Cologne, which they naturally condemned. Muhammad F. says, "Of course there are aggressive people here too. But they're not really interested in religion, they just have a bad character. In my town, people like that harass women who don't wear a niqab. But 3/4 of the inhabitants are not like them."
End of quote.
What Muhammad F., like so many of his brothers and sisters in faith, probably does not even suspect, which is why he is not plagued by a guilty conscience, is that the 3/4 of the inhabitants of good character in his town, who would really be interested in the religion, create the conditions for the assaults by the aggressive people with a supposedly worse character through their collective virginity mania, Gunnar Balsai, which is also always a niqab mania. With their religion and its inherent brutal notions of morality and decency, they ensure that neither a woman nor a man can approach the opposite sex in a casual and uncontrolled manner without this immediately being regarded as a disgrace which, as 32-year-old Maman H. put it, would immediately backfire on the whole family. Thanks to the seamless presence of moral guardians, relatives in the house and strange relatives in the street, there are no places in the Arab world where flirting and falling in love would be possible even halfway undisturbed and unpunished. This is why young people have no chance to learn what is so normal for the average adolescent in the West: teasing on the park bench, the demonstrative strutting of girls in front of the older boys at school, which is soon followed by the first date as a visit to the cinema or MC Donald's, which does not end without a kiss and often a little more in the hallway corner. Soon after, it's time for the first time, sometimes with more, sometimes with less infatuation. The first big disappointment is usually not long in coming either, with which you can go to understanding parents who comfort you because they are interested in the well-being of their child and not that of religion. One cannot and does not want to imagine a life without all these important experiences for the development of an individual. And yet you have to if you want to understand that the sick Arab world is only held together by religious coercion. Where do young people in love go? Asks Mona Elfahoy. Quote, Cairo is now famous for the shy couples who sit on the bridges and sidewalks overlooking the Nile, holding hands or daring to take bold steps, but all the while looking at the Nile and turning their backs to the traffic. It breaks my heart to see these young men and women trying to find a way to go where their hearts and bodies demand, despite the suffocating social, religious, and political pressures.
End quote.
That's where you can find them after all, the young Arab revolutionaries who, unlike the protagonists of Tahrir Square, are trying to do what they have every right to do without the blessing of their parents, against Islam and its family honor as well as against the impositions of decidedly Arab revolutions and their supporters. In December 2009, someone said of his Egyptian homeland, "I come from a country where there is an unwritten agreement between the individual and society. You accept the rules, but also the constraints of the collective society and don't question them, and in return you can count on everyone's solidarity and recognition. In every decision, you have the support of your father, your teacher, the imam or a verse from the Quran. You are never alone, in a positive or negative sense. Individuality is given up for security and support."
End of quote.
A good year later, the same person explains to the German public via ARD and ZDF, "The Egyptians are ready for democracy. And the Egyptian people want freedom, you can literally feel it in every corner of Egypt."
End quote.
What radical upheavals in Egyptian society must have taken place in just a few months, and nobody noticed, except Hamd Abdel Samad, who made the statements. However, Abdel Samad does not seem to have been quite so sure either, otherwise he would not have had to decree the nature of the weeks of protests on Cairo's Tahrir Square in such a defiant, even authoritarian tone. "I insist that it is a revolution." If we take Marx and Engels' Communist Manifesto as a basis for judging whether a cause can be described as revolutionary, in which the proletariat is not identified as the only revolutionary subject, but what destroys feudal, patriarchal, idyllic conditions is defined as revolutionary, then the masses on Tahrir Square should not only have been demonstrating for the end of the Mubarak era, but also, in the words of Abdel Samad, for the fact that they are no longer forced to sacrifice their individuality to Egyptian collective society, and this should have been directed specifically against the regime of father, teacher, imam, and the Quranic faith in general. In the first chapter, Bourgeois and Proletarians, it says, "The bourgeoisie has played a highly revolutionary role in history. The bourgeoisie, where it has come to power, has destroyed all feudal, patriarchal, idyllic relations. It has ruthlessly torn asunder the motley feudal ties which bound man to his natural superior, and has left no other bond between man and man than naked interest, than unfeeling payment in cash. It has drowned the holy shivers of pious enthusiasm, of chivalrous enthusiasm, of Philistine melancholy in the ice-cold water of selfish calculation. It has dissolved personal dignity into exchange value and replaced the countless vested and well-acquired freedoms with an unscrupulous freedom of trade. It has, in a word, substituted open, impudent, direct, arid exploitation for exploitation cloaked in religious and political illusions. The bourgeoisie has stripped all the hitherto venerable and piously revered activities of their halo. It has transformed the doctor, the lawyer, the clergyman, the poet, the man of science into its paid laborers. The bourgeoisie has torn away the touching and sentimental veil from the family relationship and reduced it to a purely monetary relationship. The bourgeoisie has revealed how the brutal expression of power, which reaction admires so much in the Middle Ages, found its fitting complement in the laziest bearskinning. Only it has proved what the activity of men can accomplish. It has accomplished quite other marvels than Egyptian pyramids, Roman aqueducts and Gothic cathedrals. It has performed quite other feats than migrations and crusades.
End of quote.
In reality, Abdul Samad also knows that there can be no question of this, as he lamented to the Taz in November 2010 about the Egyptian reality, when he, Abdul Samad, asks anyone on the street why these Islamic societies used to be leading and what has happened since then, he always gets the answer, because we have moved away from the religion.
End quote.
Hamd Abdul Samad is not only Henrik M. Broder's buddy, with whom he went on a Germany safari for ARD in 2010. As a German and Egyptian citizen, he drummed up support for the alleged revolution on Tahrir Square from the FAZ to Jungle World. His reputation as credible and authentic was enhanced by the fact that he combined the brazen claim that even the Islamists were demanding freedom and democracy on Tahrir Square with a popular threat. The hatred of the West by the alleged revolutionaries would continue as long as it did not unconditionally support the masses longing for democracy in the Middle East. In the Jungle World of March 3, 2011, Stefan Grigot wrote under the headline "Spoilsport Israel." Israel is being called upon to seize the opportunity and finally end checkpoints and siege, without even mentioning why these checkpoints exist in the West Bank. There is thunderous applause on German television for such a formulation. Especially when, as Hamd Abdul Samad did in the ZDF program Was Nun, Nay Host, it is slammed in the face of Shimon Stein, the former Israeli ambassador to Germany. Abdul Samad clearly does not distrust the enthusiasm he receives from the German audience, who celebrate him as the authentic voice of the masses rising up against a puppet of the West.
End quote.
In an interview for the online portal Der Westen, Abdul Samad confirmed that this threat is primarily directed against Israel, as Stefan Grigot noted. Quote, "If Israel really is a democratic state, it should side with the Democrats. If Israel really wants peace, it should show solidarity with the Democrats in Egypt."
End quote.
In the ZDF program Hood on February 1, 2011, Abdul Samad declared, "I hope that all Western governments now realize that this is their last chance to side with democracy in the Middle East. If they miss this chance, they will have no more credibility and no more allies in the Middle East."
End of quote.
Abdul Samad is not a cheap demagogue whose only goal is to point a rosy picture of the events in Egypt at the beginning of 2011 against his better judgment. Rather, he acted as someone driven by his own theories about Islam and Arab society. Abdul Samad's popular criticism of Islam in Germany, which certainly contains truth, has long since made him a not at all innocent participant in a discourse that is not opposed to Islam, but to the Enlightenment and wants to finish off civilization with culture. Deutschlandfunk, a stronghold of the discourse of cultures, believes that in Abdul Samad they have found the counterpart to the authors Nekla Kalek or Ayaan Hirsi Ali, who are reviled as Enlightenment fundamentalists. Quote, "The 38-year-old academic strives to maintain equidistance from all the protagonists of the debate in this country. His focus is entirely on the civilizing aspects of culture." Die Radio de DE, September 13, 2010. It is not only since Oswald Spengler that this German distinction between civilization and culture has enchanted entire generations of critics of civilization, who believe they can use it to conceal their anti-Western resentment. In Germany, this kind of criticism is still a popular business model today, especially among public broadcasters and German film funding, which used to be called an educational mission that is suitable for reconciling the politically correct Deutschlandfunk with a non-governmental portal politically incorrect, which holds the protection of culture equally sacred. With Oswald Spengler, Abdul Samad himself has brought the name into play that ensures him undivided attention. It is no coincidence that the title of his successful book The Decline of the Islamic World, a Forecast, was published in 2010. In it, he describes his personal awakening experience as the apparent transformation from a radical Islam apologist to an avowed critic of Islam. Quote, "I came across an old book from an acquaintance that initially seemed to me to be a goldmine, Oswald Spengler's The Decline of the Occident. I thought I could find all the arguments against the decadent Western civilization that was so overwhelming to me as a devout Muslim, and felt no small amount of schadenfreude at the imminent end of this culture. But the content of the book shocked me. Because the state of the declining civilization, as Spengler describes it, seemed very familiar to me. I was very familiar with the aging culture, which had become cold and soulless and had been infiltrated by materialism and formless violence. I slogged through the heavy text until I came across this passage. At last, in the old age of dawning civilization, the fire of the soul goes out. The waning power ventures once more with half success in classicism, which is no stranger to a dying culture, on a greater creation. The soul thinks back once more in romanticism, wistfully to its childhood. At last, tired, disenchanted and cold, it loses its desire for existence and longs, as in Roman imperial times, to return from 1,000 years of light to the darkness of primal mysticism, to the womb, to the grave. It was still too early for a Copernican turnaround. It was only more than 10 years later that I dared to take another look at the fall of the Occident. Now I read the book with different eyes and tried to follow Spengler's advice to look the decline of one's own culture in the eye. Spengler had tried to explain the life cycle of a culture as the morphology of history, by analogy with the sprouting, blossoming and withering of a plant.
End quote.
In his Philosophy of Destiny, which he regarded as a German philosophy, Spengler presented a total of 8 high cultures, to which he counted the ancient and Occidental cultures, which stood in irreconcilable opposition to one another. He saw his work as the first historico-philosophical critique of a modern humanity that was supposedly incessantly progressing towards something higher and nobler. The great success of his work can be explained above all by the fact that in 1918, the year the first volume was published, the second followed in 1922, he struck a chord with the times. The First World War was drawing to a close and the German people of culture, quite unlike the victorious powers, felt they were in decline. Spengler's objection to the prevailing teleology of history reads like an anticipated passage from a Horkheimer essay against the logical course of world history. I am protesting here against 2 assumptions, writes Spengler, which have so far corrupted all historical thinking, against the assumption of a final goal for all of humanity and against the denial of final goals in general. In diametric contrast to Horkheimer, however, whose 1942 essay Authoritarian State ended with a statement that teleology makes human determinacy a priori impossible, Spengler resolved his critical thought by renouncing human subjectivity altogether, which is confusingly similar to the oblivion of being later lamented by Heidegger. Quote, "Life has a goal. It is the fulfillment of what was set with its conception. But the individual human being belongs by birth either to one of the high cultures or only to the human type in general. There is no third great unit of life for him. But thus his destiny lies either within the framework of zoological or world history."
End quote.
Human reason, which goes beyond the first nature, the zoological, as well as beyond the assumption that it is merely an appendage of a high culture, which Spengler characteristically calls an organism, must not exist and thus neither a human history nor its prehistory. Quote, "And from this follows a very decisive fact, established here for the first time, that man is not only without history before the emergence of a culture, but becomes without history again as soon as civilization develops into its full and final form and thus ends the living development of culture, has exhausted the last possibilities of a meaningful existence."
End quote.
Horkheimer's critique, which is primarily directed against the determinism of Marxism-Leninism, also applies in its entirety to German ideology and thus to Spengler. Quote, "The historical scheme of such raisons d'etre only recognizes the dimension in which progress and regression take place. It disregards human intervention. It merely assesses them as what they are in capitalism, as social quantities, as things."
End quote.
The fact that Spengler's morphology, alongside the generally valid category of high culture, does not recognize any external distinction between progress or regression, but only the hermetically self-contained progressive realization of its potential until completion, synonymous with its end, is cultural relativism par excellence, not least in its mortal decay. Although Spengler does not recognize a dialogue between cultures, but only victory, defeat, and ultimately the downfall of the victor in decadence, it is precisely in this way that he has had a decisive influence on the current cultural discourse. Spengler's sprouting, blossoming, and withering, the plant-like growth and death of cultures, Adorno, this vegetative process in which no human being can actively intervene, which Abdul-Samad is so fascinated by, asserts the complete autonomy of organisms and thus not least their worthiness of protection against any criticism. No wonder, then, that Abdul-Samad, as a spiritual representative of his own culture, Abdul-Samad, was called to the witness stand by Deutschlandradio to testify against the criticism of Islam, which has been declared hostile to dialogue. Quote, "As a critic of Islam, he is an exceptional phenomenon. Not a zealot, more of a philosopher. Not someone with ready-made answers, someone who wants to enter into dialogue with others."
End of quote.
The naturalization of culture, its transformation into a law of nature, forms the basis for Abdul Samad's thesis of the lawful demise of Islam. However, the sympathy for his theses, not only in quasi-state radio, is based on the fact that the death sentence on the Occident, which has actually long since perished, always precedes the alleged demise of Islamic culture. The philosopher Abdul Samad always speaks of Spengler, and Spengler speaks of the German people indulging in wild fantasies of doom, who also believe they recognize the cultural bankruptcy of their conquerors in their own downfall in 1918. Abdul Samad puts it like this: the disappearance of the culturally interested population, the death of art and the fixation on panem et circenses, bread and games, degenerations that Spengler attributed to the Occident, these are all phenomena that can be clearly recognized on closer inspection of an Islamic society, provided one looks beyond the pious facade. What superficially sounds not at all dissimilar to the criticism of the culture industry in the dialectic of enlightenment, soon proves to be the opposite with Abdul Samad and his lovers. Anyone who follows Spengler will hardly be able to get rid of the fact that in the stone colossus world city, he recognized the demise of culture in civilization as finally complete, and that this essentially Western Moloch has gained entry into other organisms, as an undead parasite. The hostility towards modern urbanity is based on the longing for an idol, Marx/Engels, in which blood ties regulate human relationships. These last cities, Spengler laments, are mere dwellings created not by blood but by purpose, not by feeling but by the economic spirit of enterprise. This romantic anti-capitalism, which laments the artificiality of the city as cultural decay and blames this on the social relationship called capital instead of understanding it as revolutionary and progressive, as in the Communist Manifesto, turns the necessary criticism of the narrowness and ugliness of big cities into a rejection of any condition of the possibility of individual happiness, inflated into an existential judgment. It probably also has to do with the fact that Spengler was never an original racist, because race meant nothing biological to him, but always something cosmic and soulful, that Abdul Samad can refer to him so faithfully without being shunned for it. Abdul Samad's elevation to the status of philosopher is primarily due to the fact that he is well received not despite, but because of his doom-mongering about the inevitable downfall of Islam. It is the degradation of the subject, who can only become an appendage of inevitable historical destiny, that inspires enthusiasm for his book and awakens an old German longing in Deutschlandradio. Quote, "The book conveys a third way in the polarizing debate. It does not offer patent remedies for conflict resolution, but a comprehensive explanation of the processes that must be set in motion to enable Muslims to connect intellectually with modernity." End quote. This neutralized, mechanistic language of processes and connections, purged of any subjectivity, is the way of thinking of those who cannot ignore any doom and gloom without immediately elevating it to a cultural critique. Adorno argued against this culture of the third way. In order to escape the magic circle of Spengler's morphology, it is not enough to defame barbarism and rely on the health of culture. Rather, the element of barbarism must be penetrated by culture itself. End quote. This penetration becomes impossible if, like Abdul Samad, one harbors the intention of wanting to look beyond an allegedly pious facade of Islamic society in order to search for the real thing behind it. In this way, the essence of Islamic propaganda is declared to be healthy, and a German enlightener becomes a constructive apologist for internalized coercion. Quote, "While in the West a counterpoint to materialism and consumerism can be found in the cultural repertoire of Enlightenment and humanism, lived Islam lacks a healthy defense mechanism against consumption without categorically excluding and condemning it. One could say that consumption without Kant leads to confusion." End quote. Decades ago, Horkheimer/Adorno denounced the fact that Enlightenment, humanism and religion should only fulfill the social function of a counterpole or defense mechanism, as part of that administered world that drives the self-destruction of Enlightenment. No wonder, then, that Abdul Samad cannot be capable of distinguishing between the essence and appearance, the general and the particular of Islamic societies. His concept of the current meaning of Islam is downright anti-critical. Starting from the inevitable decay of Islam, Abdul Samad states that it can no longer offer any constructive answers to the questions of modern life and to the decay of a culture that places its own particularity above change, even though this particularity no longer corresponds to any substance. End quote. As if this were not precisely the social place of ideology formation, as if it were not the essence of ideology to conceal and disguise the difference between concept, Islam, and reality of life, and as if this were not precisely why we speak of a necessarily false consciousness, which as a mass and crisis consciousness can neither be neatly separated with a dissecting knife from any state propaganda, a tribal tradition, nor from Islam itself. Only those who tear reality apart into its particles instead of grasping it in its unity of diversity and bringing it to its concept can, like Abdul Samad, give a general all-clear in view of the obvious crisis in Arab societies, which has turned Islam more than ever before into something that can no longer be distinguished from ideology. As far as Islam is concerned, writes Abdul Samad, it may be all sorts of things in its current state, but in my opinion, it is certainly not one thing. It
is not powerful.
On the contrary, it is seriously ill and is in retreat, both culturally and socially. The religiously motivated violence, the increasing Islamization of the public sphere, and the convulsive insistence on the visibility of symbols are nervous reactions to this retreat. The advance of Islamism is merely an excited mobilization, and as Spengler writes, woe to those who confuse mobilization with victory.
End quote.
But woe betide those who, like Abdul Samad, understand this as a sign of the certain decline of Islam and ignore it, as Adorno himself insisted in 1955 when answering the question, will Spengler be right? After, or rather despite Auschwitz, first of all, one will have to say the simplest thing, that the Occident has not yet perished.
End quote.
The criminal composure with which Abdul Samad basically only illustrates the downfall of the Islamic world in his 200-page book and consequently spreads more than just expedient optimism in view of the events in Egypt at the beginning of 2011 devalues every correct observation he makes. Facts about contemporary Egyptian society that anyone who has not been fooled by the events in Tahrir Square would know, can be found in abundance in Abdul Samad's book from last year. Quote, should an Egyptian woman dare to lift the veil demonstratively today, she would probably be crushed by the masses, because it is not just a religious symbol, which it used to be, but has become a symbol of struggle. If someone were to write a book about their loss of faith, it would shorten their life expectancy. Or, many people think that democracy is a top-down regulation. They cannot understand that the Constitution, free elections, and parliamentarianism are only symbols of democracy, and that the soul of democracy lies in the mindset of the people and their common sense.
End quote.
In the face of the mass protests at the beginning of 2011, Abdul Samad has obviously not only decided not to say another word about Egyptian life expectancy and common sense, but to declare the average mindset of Egyptians to be akin to democracy. It is easy to understand why someone like Abdul Samad, who has been driven out of the country by the intolerability of an authoritarian society, will do everything in his power to support any movement of protest that could promise even a glimmer of hope for improvement. His penetrating whitewashing of the Egyptian protests can perhaps also be partly explained in this way. And yet he has not only played the voluntary helper for all those in this country who have always known that criticism of Islam is a highly dangerous attack on the dialogue between cultures, that true freedom means being part of a coercive organization, and that democracy is only realized when a mass of people chant the demands appropriate to their nature. When asked by ZDF whether he would have to rewrite his book after the events in Tunisia and Egypt, Abdul Samad boldly replied, no, not at all. The Islamic world as we knew it has perished.
End quote.
Sem Özdemir and his party friends are not the only ones who have happily heard the message. In the FAZ, in which Özdemir outed himself as a Patrick Bonners fan, the Green Party leader also showed that he had learned from Abdul Samad. Quote, the debate can no longer be conducted without thinking of the revolutions in Egypt and Tunisia. The loud call for democracy, freedom, and participation in prosperity in these Muslim countries is causing the radical critics of Islam a great deal of trouble with their construction of a supposedly unchangeable entity.
End quote.
At the beginning of 2011, almost nobody wanted to listen closely and only heard calls for democracy and freedom. It seems strange that someone who has been known since 1979 to want to be anything but this became the voice of reason, Bauman Niramand. Presumably because he still remembers the failure of the Iranian left in its alliance with the mullahs, he seems to have had a premonition that the misery in Egypt could be repeated. Niramand is one of the very few commentators who has managed to put a simple thought on paper. Quote, Western media speak of a democratization process without examining more closely whether the preconditions for this form of government exist in the Arab countries and whether the masses of insurgents are even striving for such a system.
End quote.
Thinking about the preconditions for democratization presupposes the need to penetrate the element of barbarism in the culture itself, as Adorno demanded. In relation not only to Egyptian culture, but to Islamic culture in general, we need to talk about a phenomenon for which the term youth bulge is gradually being coined. Some Wikipedia authors have provided information about the causes of the youth bulge. The approximately 2 billion people living in Islamic and African countries today account for 300 million young men between the ages of 15 and 30. However, due to the demographics there and the often desolate and underdeveloped economic structures, they are not given the opportunity to achieve an acceptable social status. This is partly due to the more traditional forms of society in many third world countries. Due to primogeniture, only the firstborn have opportunities for social advancement, while the remaining surplus offspring do not find an adequate place in society, resulting in a large discrepancy between individual aspirations and social reality. If we take this as the basis for a critique of the conditions there and do not draw the stupid conclusion, as the left does, that everything is just a social issue that has nothing to do with Islam, then we should ask, what is the situation in Egypt regarding criticism of the principle of primogeniture, and thus of the Muslim family tradition? One can assume that such criticism exists. However, one must also assume that it is not only marginal, but that its public expression poses serious risks to life and limb, because the social need for a real revolution in Egyptian society simply does not exist, not even among the majority of those who protested on Tahrir Square. The respected Islamic scholar Reinhard Schulz, on the other hand, has transfigured the character of the Arabellion as an emancipative youth movement on behalf of the entire public opinion in Germany. Quote, "You can compare it with the youth movements that were directed against the Adenauer Republic. There too, as now in the Arab world, it was about individual freedom."
End quote.
In Egypt and elsewhere, however, there is no talk of a generational conflict that deserves its name because it is aimed at the individual emancipation of the individual from tribe and clan. Unfortunately, almost everything suggests that the great discrepancy between individual aspirations and social reality, as the Wikipedia authors call it, consists of something else, in contrast to the protests in West Germany in the late 1950s and 1960s against the mustiness of 1,000 years. What, for example, the sister reports on the soul of the Tunisian martyr by self-immolation, Mohamed Bouazizis, could therefore easily have been a description of the reality of life for an average male representative of the youth bulge in Egypt. Quote, "Mohammed brought home the equivalent of between 3 and 5 euros from selling fruit in the evening, which his mother and 5 siblings lived on. His father died a long time ago. Mohammed couldn't think about starting his own family. He didn't have the money to pay for a wedding and the necessary dowry."
End quote.
In other words, not wanting to live differently from one's parents, but not being able to live like them, that is the great discrepancy, which is not a discrepancy because it turns out to be the need to continue what already exists, as a lack of desire to break with a socially constitutive tradition embodied by Islam, in which the bride and groom saying "I do" to each other at the wedding is of the least importance in the formation of marriages. The only thing that could be called revolutionary would therefore be what has not been done so far, or rather, what had to be done because of the social constitution and has not ended even after Mubarak's rule, the protest against the mustiness of 1,000 years, which in Egypt on Tahrir Square must have been at most behind closed doors. The FAZ is the only newspaper in Germany to have given revolutionary thought to a revolution of Egyptian conditions in the spirit of the Communist Manifesto, i.e. how to destroy the feudal, patriarchal, and idyllic. The newspaper for Germany also asked itself the question, why are the Egyptians so poor? The answers did not consist of the usual ideological text modules from A for exploitation to C for colonialism and capitalism to Z for Zionism, but were derived from a comparison with a society located far to the east. Quote, 50 years ago, there was a country that resembled the Arab superpower in most important respects, South Korea. The Asian Republic had roughly the same number of inhabitants, whose numbers grew at the same rate. The people were just as poor as the Egyptians. They also suffered from a dictatorship and high military spending. Today, South Korea is a technology-driven industrial power. The South Koreans are 5 times as rich as the Egyptians, they live 10 years longer, and in a true democracy. South Korea's leadership has successfully propagated small families since the 1960s. This policy brought South Korea the so-called demographic dividend. Families and the state had to invest less in children. The Asian country benefited from a sharp rise in national income due to increased capital formation and lower costs for economically dependent age groups. The consequences are striking. South Korea has managed to get its young citizens into work, while in Egypt the generation of sons and daughters is threatened by unemployment and a lack of prospects and has been thrown back into the shadow economy.
End quote.
In view of such a victory over the youth bulge and the societal stagnation it causes, it would be an exaggeration to speak of a South Korean revolution. But what has been achieved, there would be an objection to all revolutionary romantics as the inescapable claim to every protest in the Middle East. The world is bad, revolutions are therefore popular, and yet the world does not necessarily get better as a result. On the one hand, it is inherent in the concept of revolution that, by setting society and the state in motion, it creates a moment of uncertainty in which the old is eliminated but the new is not yet established. On the other hand, the degree of imponderability depends on how far the new has already taken shape in the old, because the more concrete this shape has become, the better the outcome of the revolution can be read from it. A rule derived from historical experience then states that an Arab or Persian revolution does not bode well. In the case of Egypt, on the other hand, predictions could be made based on this. the accuracy of which was similar to that of a weather forecast for the previous day. The outlines of what a revolution would mean could already be seen in the so-called Cairo Spring of 2005, when the tiny constitutional reform introduced by Hosni Mubarak gave the Muslim Brotherhood candidates a huge vote in the subsequent parliamentary elections. One reason for this was that there was no other opposition. The remaining opposition parties represented in parliament were all creations of the regime from the time of Anwar al-Sadat, opportunists with a leftist Nasserist or national liberal veneer, whose policy was to disguise the military dictatorship with the facade of pluralism. Outside parliament, where Muslim Brothers and Salafists organized the masses in mosques, via satellite television and through social work in poor neighborhoods, a protest movement was still active at the time under the slogan Kafaya Enough. A network of left-wing activists created by Nasserists, communists, Trotskyists and others, who were able to mobilize their rather small following to participate in demonstrations against Israel and the USA, which were more or less tolerated by the regime, but had nothing to counter the Islamic opposition policy. The other reason, however, was that the Egyptian masses did not want to be governed by anyone other than the Islamic ideologues. So it was not difficult to guess that Egyptian democracy would become an Islamic democracy, and that an Egyptian revolution would become an Islamic revolution in Egypt. The Mubarak regime initially reacted by cancelling the spring and tried to hide behind the repressive apparatus through which it was used to rule. During the Young Officers' Revolution of 1952, the regime was able to serve the masses ideologically by promising them Arab socialism and the destruction of Israel, allowing Gamal Abdel Nasser, the beloved leader, to push the Muslim Brotherhood into the background without losing the affection of his people. Gamal Abdel Nasser's death triggered a flood of tears that reached far beyond Egypt's borders. Muammar Gaddafi also fainted at Nasser's grave at the time, and left behind an ideological disorientation once it subsided. When Anwar al-Sadat finally formally ended the war with Israel and gave up the partnership with the Soviet Union, and Egypt allied itself with the USA instead, the regime tried to compensate for the broken Arab pride with a measured Islamization of the country. But instead of satisfying the ideological hunger of the masses in the long term, it only fed it. They soon wanted a higher dose of Islam. This became apparent in the Cairo Spring. Political mathematics then devised the paradoxical formula for maintaining the regime, that more democracy in Egypt would only work with even more Islam on the one side and even more military on the other, as an Islamic democracy with military reservations. The journalist, activist and Nasserist Abdel Halim Kandil described the burgeoning revolutionary expectation in 2005 in such a way that, in retrospect, he would have earned himself the reputation of a clairvoyant if the scenario he described had not been all too foreseeable. In the event of a social explosion, an intervention by the army was very likely. Although the army was no longer in a position today, it also had no intention of ruling itself as it did in Nasser's time. It would, however, pave the way for a new constitution that would integrate all the essential political forces, including the Muslim Brotherhood, on the basis of more, not less, political freedom. The regime, i.e. the army, would therefore rid itself of Hosni Mubarak and the political apparatus of conformists and opportunists surrounding him, which had incurred the displeasure of the masses and thus become ideologically and politically useless, and leave the field to the Islamic organizations in its place. However, this strategy, which initially appeared to be a path to dual power, through which the military regime would have renewed its power, could also be seen as a new edition of the power struggle that had been going on for half a century, in which the army would still enter as the more powerful rival, but in which the Islamic opponent would be granted a power that it had never possessed before in its almost 100-year history. Islam would have the possibly decisive advantage of an ideology that could still inspire the masses. The fact that, one way or another, this increase in political freedom, for the Islamic parties, would ultimately result in less freedom overall was not allowed to be part of the revolutionary expectation. These are actually truisms. Abdul Masih Basit, the priest of St. Mary's Church in Cairo, may have thought to himself in the stormy January of 2011, when he looked at the political situation with understandable unease one day before the start of the uprising. But wisdom is not omnipresent, and it is perhaps better to explicitly warn his flock once again against participating in foolishness. Because the mood in his congregation seemed to be just like that. Since the beginning of the month, Christians have been demonstrating incessantly against Hosni Mubarak's cursed regime, which did not protect them from the violence perpetrated against them by an increasingly aggressive Islamic mob, even though this state was their only protection against it. It was right to make themselves heard as a religious minority in this way. It was a just protest, but for God's sake it should not be misconstrued as a prelude to revolution. But after the revolution in Tunisia, everything suddenly appeared in a different light. The rally planned by left-wing activists in Cairo on January 25, which was originally intended to be just one of the usual, ultimately inconsequential protest events that have been so common in recent years, suddenly took on a completely different, revolutionary character. Even the Muslim Brotherhood, which otherwise officially stayed out of such activities, had mobilized for the rally. All of this seemed suspicious to Abdul Masih Basit, and so he preached on behalf of his church on the day before the revolution. We urge the Coptic youth not to take part in the demonstrations on January 25th, because our problems will not be solved by demonstrations and loud slogans.
End quote.
At this point, the Coptic youth no longer had an ear for fatherly advice of the dialectical kind. How could it be understood that protesting was first the right thing to do, but then wrong again? To them, the forthcoming mass demonstrations only seemed to continue on a large scale what they themselves had begun on a small scale. How could the Christians, of all people, be absent from this revolution when they had just been the first and bravest in the fight against the hated regime? One could have answered them with the prophetic wisdom of Jesus: the first will be the last. The Christian demonstrations had begun on January 1st. The night before, shortly after midnight, when the New Year's Mass was over and the devout were just streaming outside, a car bomb exploded in front of the entrance to the Two Saints Church in Alexandria. The explosion killed 23 Christians and injured many more. This was not the first, just the bloodiest in a continuous series of attacks against them. Over the past 3 years, the attacks had increased in frequency and intensity. It only got worse with the coup. In the days that followed, numerous demonstrations, road blockades and similar actions took place in Alexandria and Cairo, which regularly ended in street battles between the Christian activists and the police, who tried to intimidate the demonstrators with truncheons, tear gas and rubber bullets, lasting well into the night. This led to some remarkable scenes. On the second day of the protest, for example, a 9-man police cordon surrounded the Cathedral of St. Mark in Cairo, the seat of the Coptic Pope, Shenouda III, to prevent the Christians gathered there for the demonstration from leaving the church grounds. The encircled demonstrators raised the wooden crosses they had brought with them and stormed the police cordon, chanting, "Revolution! Revolution in Egypt! Revolution in all the churches of Egypt!" Ministers who arrived to express their consternation to the congregation were called hypocrites and their vehicles were demolished with stones. Similar demonstrations and riots continued throughout the day and night in Alexandria, Cairo, and other cities. The third day of protest began with a demonstration by state forces. A group of people had gathered in Cairo for a vigil and lit candles in memory of the murdered Christians. The police lined up opposite. A high-ranking police officer, qualified by his rank in all reports on the scene but not identified by name anywhere, approached the vigil and blew out one candle after another in a gesture that was supposed to embody his power. The following night, a demonstration formed in Shubra, a district of Cairo where many Christians live, only to clash with the police. The demonstrators did not hesitate and attacked the police with stones, bottles and the tried and tested wooden crosses, putting the officers on the defensive, who then dropped their shields and batons and tried to defend themselves by throwing the stones and bottles back at the demonstrators. An unusual constellation emerged during this battle, which in itself was insignificant. It was the second time in 2 nights that Cairo police special forces, overwhelmed by the number of demonstrators, had to break up the rehearsed marching lines and attack the crowd in street-fighting style. Even before Monday's events, at least 39 police officers, including 4 high-ranking officers, had been injured trying to stop the protesters. Later that Monday, when a smaller group of protesters marched towards Talat Harb Square, located in central Cairo in the middle of a neighborhood dominated by 19th-century European architecture and tourist-friendly, cosmopolitan stores, cafes and bars, as if in remembrance of pre-revolutionary times, the regime's batches once again stood in their way. This time, however, it was once again the usual impenetrable overabundance of black uniforms that had apparently been placed here for the purpose of permanently darkening the atmosphere of this place and the mood of the demonstrators. For their part, the demonstrators once again had the right slogans at the ready: "Down with Mubarak! Down with the military regime!"
Then it happened again.
An armed man in police uniform, a retired officer, as it was later reported, boarded the train from Samalot to Cairo on January 11th, looked around briefly and then shot at a family he identified as Christians. 1 man died, 5 were injured, then the murderer was overpowered by other passengers. As usual, the state claimed that the act was not religiously motivated, but instead offered a different explanation for the crime. The murderer was said to have been irritated and frustrated because he was short of money. Witnesses, on the other hand, reported that he had deliberately chosen a group of women for execution who were not wearing headscarves and that he had shouted Allahu Akbar as he shot them. Once again, the Christians rose up in protest. This once again led to that unusual constellation that has now almost become a habit. In Cairo, for the first time in years, the number of demonstrators exceeded the number of police deployed to combat the uprising, the demonstrators briefly gained the upper hand and thus destroyed the facade of invulnerability with which the Ministry of the Interior surrounded itself. The fact that such a situation arose repeatedly during these days may also have been the reason for some young cops to overestimate their own strength, especially when one considers that when a comparable situation arose again after January 25, the event was immediately celebrated as the first writing on the wall of the revolution, but only because the whole world was already attuned to it. At first, however, the Egyptian repressive apparatus had no real problem putting the Christians in their place, who had largely remained among themselves during the demonstrations and, with 8 million believers, represented a notable community but, with a share of 10% of the total population, also only a despised minority. In addition, the official press soon began to remind the demonstrators that their actions were not without danger and that, if they took things too far, they would only incite religiously motivated violence and even provoke a civil war. However, these teachings were not very original, because the fact that Christians in Egypt were living dangerously was just as obvious as the fact that they were caught in a political trap. While the mob attacked them, power abandoned them, and this mechanism was in fact what fueled the religiously motivated violence. And for this very reason, not a single one of the Christian murderers of recent years has been arrested, tried, or even convicted. However, a few days after the protests described here, there was a surprising but ambiguous exception to this rule. It concerned a massacre that had taken place a year earlier, on January 6, 2010. On that day, 8 Christians had been murdered in Nag Hammadi, again as they were leaving church, by gunfire from a passing car, with the perpetrators apparently also unintentionally hitting and killing a Muslim policeman. On the same day, 2 women died when the mob set fire to the homes of Christians in neighboring villages. The Minister of the Interior explained the massacres as follows: no religious motive could be identified, but there were initial indications that the event was related to the accusation that a young Christian had raped a Muslim girl. The parliamentary spokesperson explained, the crime in Nag Hammadi is just a single crime without religious motives, just like the crime of raping the girl.
End quote.
Whether a girl was actually raped by a Christian in the village, whether a girl was raped in the village at all, has not yet been clarified. However, the man who was imprisoned because of this double ambiguity is still waiting in vain for a trial. As with earlier and later massacres, the right rumor and the accompanying whispers were sufficient to explain and justify this case. The terrorist attack in Alexandria, which triggered the protests in January 2011, was preceded by rumors that 2 Christian women who had converted to Islam were being held captive in an Egyptian church and that weapons were being hidden in Egyptian churches. The latter claim was made by Muhammad Salim Alawa, one of today's much sought-after reformist Islamists, who wants to run in the next presidential election and declare war on Israel. A few days after the massacre in Nag Hammadi, the police carried out a large-scale house search in the town and arrested 22 Christians, who were sent to prison without being accused of any particular crime. During the subsequent demonstrations, 50 people were arrested for demonstrating. Heavy clashes then broke out in Nag Hammadi between the Christian and Muslim residents of the town, with bloody street battles and burning houses, until heavily armed Egyptian army units finally marched in to pacify the town. Eyewitnesses had recognized the 3 murderers of January 6, 2010. They were finally arrested, and on January 16, 2011 one of them was sentenced to death. Perhaps because the regime was worried about Egypt's international reputation at the time, perhaps because this time a Muslim and a policeman had also been killed in the alleged revenge attack. The previous demonstrations by Christians alone will probably not have done the trick. The Egyptian armed forces are now completely dependent on American arms supplies, the volume of which has grown in parallel with the Iranian threat over the past 10 years, amounting to around $1.3 billion a year. The regime is therefore susceptible to criticism from Washington and other Western capitals. On the other hand, they need each other, and the president in office in Washington at the time does not like to make himself unpopular, so the criticism voiced after the terrorist attack in Alexandria was not so harshly worded as to make Cairo nervous. Perhaps not so explosive, but still too harsh for the regime's taste, was apparently the criticism of the Pope of the Catholics. In a statement distributed to the relevant embassies represented in the Vatican on January 10, Benedict XVI deplored the increasing persecution of Christians in the Middle East, highlighting the terrorist attack in Alexandria as an example. The Pope wrote that the attacks were just further proof of how urgent and necessary it is that the governments of the region, despite all the difficulties and dangers, take sufficient measures to protect religious minorities.
Need we repeat it?
In the Middle East, Christians are genuine and reliable citizens who stand by their homeland and fulfill their duties to the state.
End quote.
Do we have to repeat it? This rebuke in the form of a question was not misunderstood by the Egyptian government and prompted it to withdraw its ambassador from the Vatican. Perhaps the reaction to the papal criticism only became so heated because Egyptian diplomacy preferred to sit out the anger over the criticism in Western capitals. As usual, the Pope left it to his press spokesman to deal with the tedious matter of the diplomatic aftermath, so that he himself did not have to retract any of the truth of what was said. There is no need to speculate on whether intensifying international criticism would have helped to increase the security of Christians in Egypt, because the revolution came, although it was clear that it would lead to a worsening of the situation. Initially, however, the Coptic youth, who had believed that the revolution was merely a continuation of their protest on a larger scale, saw themselves vindicated. This impression could also be gained from the account of the beginning of the revolution given by the International Crisis Group authors quoted earlier, although they again miscounted when they described a station that had already occurred here for the fourth time in a month as an unprecedented event that was taking place for the first time. The numbers on January 25 surprised everyone. The protesters gathered in many places all over Cairo to undermine attempts to control them. They confused the police by constantly announcing different locations, while participants communicated via Twitter, text messages and cell phones about the new meeting points. The result was unprecedented. For the first time in most protesters' memories, their numbers outnumbered the police. The Christians, who were admittedly not among the majority of demonstrators, could have contributed their divergent memories, but minority issues no longer interested anyone anyway. Just as Abdul Masih Basit had feared, the Coptic youth plunged headlong into the turmoil on Tahrir Square, where their own concerns, for which they had demonstrated alone against the state power a few days ago, were quickly drowned out in the general fever of the revolution. Here they now stood together with the activists of Kafaya, the coalition of the Youth Revolution, to which the Youth of April 6 belongs, which in turn includes activists from Kafaya, the youth movement of the Muslim Brotherhood, which in turn belongs to the aforementioned coalition of the Youth Revolution, which also includes the youth in support of Mohammed el-Baradei, who in turn is a member of the National Association for Change. One should not be deceived by the variety of names. The various activist groups are a mixture of the same ingredients: Nasserism, communism, Trotskyism, anti-imperialism, and, of course, anti-Zionism. Only the mixing ratio distinguishes the individual organizations, if at all, because they are obscurely intertwined with each other in terms of personnel. The Muslim Brotherhood or its youth organization are involved everywhere. Only el-Baradei is a peculiar phenomenon, who can perhaps be described as a moderate anti-Zionist with a Nobel Prize. But what were the Christians' own concerns that the Coptic youth themselves had already forgotten? As a religious minority, they wanted to be protected from the mob that was threatening them. They wanted religious freedom and equality before the law. Nothing more than what every citizen would be entitled to, the right to be part of a community that respects the lives and property of its members. But now they were standing here with people who had a completely different idea of community. One got an idea of this when these revolutionaries later, when the generals had long since taken over, recalled the good old days in the square, where they were united by a feeling they described as a mood or atmosphere, a kind of commonality and equality across all boundaries of religion, gender, class, party and rank that could only be felt in the square. That is why they were drawn back there again and again after the revolution. In this community, during the drunkenness of the state of emergency, it was of course quite absurd to ask about specific issues. Religious freedom, for example, or, derived from this, compulsory veiling were problems that, despite the perceived unity of religions and genders, had no place on the square, as discussing them would have only disturbed the beautiful communal experience. In any case, there is no state-imposed compulsory veiling in Egypt as there is in Saudi Arabia or Iran. It only exists here as a form of violence exercised by the Islamic community, i.e. as social violence, so that a debate about it seemed out of place in a movement that had come together to overthrow the regime, but not to solve social problems. One could, however, have raised the question of what kind of regime the revolt wanted to install in place of the old one, and whether the new constitution should handle the Islamic dress code as liberally as the old one. Religious freedom had a similar fate in prospect. In Egypt, religious minorities have so far enjoyed religious freedom and Christians are equal citizens, albeit with certain restrictions, but here the problem lay elsewhere. The same state that legally guaranteed religious freedom was, as we have seen, not fully prepared to defend this formal right against the real injustice suffered by Christians as a result of the violence perpetrated against them by Islamic mobs. In the square, the Christians now stood united partly with the mob and partly with those who would make the laws in the future and also want to formally eliminate religious freedom. The injustice of genital mutilation, on the other hand, was not part of the Christians' own concerns from the outset and was therefore not forgotten by the Coptic youth, but could not be an issue for the revolution if only because a cross-gender and cross-religious consensus prevailed in the square. In Egypt, it has been banned by the state since 2007, but it continues to exist as a social violence that is not limited to a specific religious community, but rather subjugates the entire female gender and is exercised immediately by parents, primarily mothers, against their daughters. The ban was a law that was not enforced, so it was not a law but merely a good intention, the implementation of which depended on Suzanne Mubarak's personal engagement and the success of her educational campaigns. The engagement was greater than the success, because the Egyptians consider themselves the heirs of the oldest civilization that no longer needed enlightenment. Today, the ban is rejected because it was a law of the hated regime. And because there is no religious justification for genital mutilation, the new lawmakers take the position, nothing in Islam forbids circumcision. Statistics show that over 90% of adult women in Egypt are circumcised, that before the ban 77% of girls were circumcised, now 74% are, with doctors increasingly performing the circumcision instead of mothers, just as hand chopping in Saudi Arabia is now mostly carried out using modern medical methods. In view of the mental state of a population that results from such conditions, the Egyptians should have been advised to wait a little longer with the revolution because they are not ready for it. If it were true that this was the home of the oldest civilization, then the question would arise as to how many millennia it would take and whether waiting would change anything at all. But of course this was not an issue on the square, because these were problems whose discussion would have exceeded the limited horizons of the revolutionaries and overstretched the sensitive tolerance of the boundless diversity on the square. The reality on the square stood in stark contrast to the image that the world public was forming, which was consequently composed of completely superficial ideas: spring, youth, Facebook, texting, etc. The point was threefold. Firstly, we don't know what or who it is. Secondly, it is the youth, the new generation, the enlightened middle class. Thirdly, the Arabs are quite different from what we always thought. Above all, it is not the Muslim Brotherhood that everyone is afraid of. Well, many of Egypt's citizens are young, 32.7% under 14, average age 24, so you couldn't do much with this reference unless you wanted to find out what this seal of quality is supposed to mean. The rest of the argument implied that the use of modern means of communication requires education, and that terrorists are too stupid to set up a Facebook account or use a BlackBerry. This insane loss of reality was characteristic of the perception of the so-called revolution in general. And there is a simple explanation for this. Sick from a history of wars and crises, crime and betrayal, bourgeois and revolutionary self-confidence needs self-deception like an alcoholic needs alcohol to numb his fear of the bad end, which comes a little closer with every sip of this medicine. The Islamic tenor is the object of fear that creates the need for Islamic reformers. The Arab Spring came like an unexpected healing by the laying on of hands. In this country, the loudest spokespeople for the revolution were to be found among the moderate faction known as Israel Solidarity and its weekly newspaper. When they noticed with grandiloquent understanding, Joschka Fischer style, that Israel did not share their revolutionary exuberance, they had finally found a reason to criticize Israel for once. Israel's skepticism was unfounded, they said. Don't be afraid, they shouted at the Jews. The argument used by people, who certainly know how dangerous Islamic gangs are, to prove the harmlessness of this particular revolution was the claim that it had begun without the involvement of the Muslim Brotherhood, who had only joined later. This was meant to imply that the driving force behind the revolution was precisely those Facebook activists who were unseen and presented as the previously overlooked enlightened Arab youth who deserved our support. Now it is irrelevant in and of itself whether the Muslim Brotherhood was there from day one or day two, or whether they joined later in order to seize the revolution, which supposedly did not belong to them, as was said later. They were no less there from the first day, except that they weren't wearing t-shirts saying "Hello, I'm one of them." In fact, in the run-up to January 25th, the Muslim Brotherhood had deliberately decided not to be visible as an organization on the square because, in light of the events in Tunisia, it seemed possible that this time it might actually succeed in forcing Hosni Mubarak to resign, especially as the presidential election was due to take place in a few months. His candidacy was unlikely, and it was known that a successor was also being sought within the regime. The visibility of the Brotherhood could only harm cooperation with other activists and international sympathy. However, this consideration was only relevant to the scene in and around the square where the eyes of the world were focused. In other cities, especially in their strongholds in the Nile Delta, the Brotherhood dominated the revolution for all to see, as in Sinai, where the smuggling and other criminal gangs or Al-Qaeda groups active there took part. After the involvement of the Muslim Brotherhood became obvious, attempts were made to deny the Islamic character of the revolution by pointing to its economic drivers, because if it had any, its content would not be Islam but bread and peace. In fact, many families in Egypt are poor, there is unemployment, injustice and a lack of prospects. Compared to other parts of Africa, Egyptians may still look rich, But that was not an argument, because they were always poor enough for a revolution. The argument also did not quite fit with the earlier one that the middle class was rebelling here, a class not usually associated with the poorest strata of society. But perhaps it was the class most affected by the lack of prospects. That could be, but it cannot be that the existence of poverty in Egypt contradicts the fact that Islam was the content of the revolution, because as the Muslim Brotherhood slogan says, Islam is the solution. This means that it is the solution to all problems, including and especially economic ones, because it is the religion of the tormented, who are promised eternal justice. Social work is the basis of Islamic mass mobilization, the bond or transmission belt Lenin, between the people and the party. The party, which was founded by the Brotherhood after the revolution, therefore bears the name Freedom and Justice, and underlines this through campaigns in poor neighborhoods, such as in October 2011 in the Cairo district of Imbaba, where it distributed food at half price to the gullible, a district in which further attacks on the Christian minority occurred over the course of the year. The Salafist party is called the Light, and wants to eliminate the bondage of interest through Islamic banking. In its commitment to the poor and downtrodden, Islam is no match for socialism or Mother Teresa. But wasn't there a strike on April 6 and 7, 2008, with which the textile workers of Mahala al-Kubra, a major industrial city in the middle of the Nile Delta, reacted to the increase in food prices? Didn't the police brutally suppress this strike, and didn't activists use Facebook and text messages to call for a general strike and the overthrow of Hosni Mubarak? So it's the internet and mobile phone revolutionaries again, but this time in association with real workers in the class struggle in the style of the 19th century? This is where the April 6 youth movement emerged, which wanted to support the strikes with demonstrations, whose spokespeople in turn became the old acquaintances, the anti-Zionists of the Kafaya movement, so that the diversity of like-minded people appeared with ever new names and activities, only to soon find themselves in Tahrir Square. The strikes were also only superficially about food prices, which were heavily subsidized by the regime. The strikes themselves, as well as the events accompanying them, ran under the slogan Egyptian Intifada. They were political strikes or a show of strength by the Muslim Brotherhood in a city where it played a leading role in the trade union movement and where many workers would later support the Muslim Brotherhood Party. Finally, since the revolution did not produce any content that added to or even contradicted the Muslim Brotherhood's program, it took on the role that suited it, rising from the initially invisible to the highly visible leader of the movement. This happened not only in the later parliamentary elections, but already in the square, because the Brotherhood had something ahead of all the others, a program and an organization. The advantage became apparent the moment the clashes with the police got tougher. One activist later explained with an example, they were very helpful. When people got fed up with just standing around and watching, they organized reinforcements. They were very good at organizing stone factories to produce supplies of ammunition and build barricades. The authors of the International Crisis Group described the Brotherhood's rapid change of role from their own perspective. Quote, "The Brotherhood initially observed the situation cautiously, even fearfully, as it envisioned the repression that would inevitably follow its participation in a failed revolt. But their attitude soon changed, partly in response to pressure from their many younger members in Tahrir Square and the surprising strength of the protest. Once the decision to fight had been made, there was no turning back for them. Mubarak had to be brought down or his retribution would be terrible. The role of Islamist activists grew the more violent the confrontation became and the more they moved away from Cairo, especially in the Delta. Their own deep roots and the relative weakness of the secular opposition gave them a leading role."
End quote.
But then an even more powerful organization entered the stage of the revolution. The generals also initially played their role in such a way that their intentions remained invisible. Their intervention was initially only noticed by the sudden disappearance of the police from the scene, the very part of the power apparatus on which Hosni Mubarak relied. Soldiers took over the position. They handed out sweets and chocolate to the revolutionaries and vowed not to shoot at them. The promise held for 3/4 of a year. Then, on the night of October 9, soldiers shot at a demonstration of Christians after the Islamic mob had set fire to a church. 24 Christians were murdered that night, partly by gunfire and partly by military vehicles running into the crowd and running people over. As in early January, the Christians fought numerous street battles with the new power in the days that followed, their slogans now reading, "Muslims,
Christians,
overthrow the field marshal," and "Tantawi is a murderer." A total of 26 Christians had already been killed in March and May when the mob mobilized by the Salafists set fire to their churches, stores and houses. This time, the killers were motivated by alleged love affairs and similar unbelievable things. In these cases, as before the revolution, the new regime had always distinguished itself by its inactivity, for which it gave itself the seal of approval of impartiality. Did the Christians now have to fear the new rulers not only because of their indifference, but as a deadly enemy themselves? The day after the massacre in October, the murderer sentenced to death in January 2010 following the terrorist attack in Alexandria and the demonstrations by Christians at the beginning of the year was hanged. 2 ministers resigned in protest at the violence perpetrated by soldiers against Christians until the military council promised to punish the perpetrators. This was granted to the Christians for their 50 deaths. At this point, however, the new rulers found themselves embroiled in a power struggle that was undecided, but in which their rivals, the Islamic parties, were gaining political ground from day to day. From a Christian perspective, there was therefore only the prospect that their situation could continue to deteriorate catastrophically, but no prospect of improvement. The next shots were fired in November, immediately before the parliamentary elections, when the revolution returned to the square. The Muslim Brotherhood and Salafists had called for a joint demonstration of power after Friday prayers. When soldiers tried to clear the square on Saturday morning, the activists joined them so as not to lose touch with the Islamic Revolution and deny their character once again. There are no parties here, no Muslims and no Christians. We are the people. The Coptic youth were also there again. Christians stood guard while the Muslims prayed so that soldiers would not disturb them. There must be something to the saying that hope dies last. October 17, 2023, from 7 p.m. Israel time, a wave of popular Islamic anger pours over the countries of the Middle East. The trigger is a rumor about the Jews. It is said that an Israeli missile has hit the Al-Ali hospital in Gaza City.
The source?
A Hamas health authority. This false report is spread by international news agencies including the New York Times, along with the unconfirmed information that hundreds of people have been killed. A few hours later, Israel provided photographic evidence to the contrary. It was a misfired Islamic Jihad rocket that had hit a parking lot near the hospital. It later transpired that hundreds of people could not have been killed, but rather several dozen. Of course, the Islamic mob on the streets is not interested in this correction. 10 days after Hamas brutally murdered, tortured or raped more than 1,200 people in Israel and kidnapped around 240 people, the situation in Egypt, Jordan and Morocco is threatening to spiral out of control. The mob is demanding that governments break off all relations with Israel, if not military aid for Hamas' campaign of destruction. The verbally radical statements from the respective governments are not long in coming. Around midday on October 18, all the countries mentioned declare in unison that they condemn the Israeli attack on the Al-Ali hospital. The ex-account of the Saudi Arabian Foreign Ministry also read, Saudi Arabia strongly condemns the heinous crime committed by the Israeli occupation forces in bombing the Al-Ali hospital in the Gaza Strip, which resulted in the deaths of hundreds of civilians, including children, as well as injured and wounded.
End quote.
The Islamic mob has only just calmed down after the explosion of the misfired rocket at Al-Ali Hospital when a remarkable video is already circulating on social media. It shows Turkey Ibn Faisal, 78 years old and former Saudi intelligence chief. He spoke in English in a speech at the Baker Institute in Houston on October 17. 3/4 of his speech consisted of vicious, anti-Semitic accusations against Israel. He accused Israel of imprisoning Palestinians in concentration camps, driving them out of Gaza or bombing them indiscriminately. At the same time, he condemns Hamas terror as un-Islamic, attacking women, children, the elderly and places of worship is contrary to Islamic norms, according to Ibn Faisal. He then utters 2 remarkable sentences that deserve a closer look. Firstly, I condemn Hamas for sabotaging Saudi Arabia's efforts to find a peaceful solution to the plight of the Palestinians.
End quote. A sentence to come back to.
And secondly, I condemn Israel for transferring Qatari funds to Hamas, which Israel itself classifies as a terrorist organization.
End quote.
In a speech on the 40th anniversary of the National Council for Saudi-American Relations in mid-November, Turkey Ibn Faisal went even further. He elaborated, before October 7, Israel allowed Qatari funds to pass through to Hamas in the belief that economic prosperity would tame Hamas, an assessment that Israeli security hardliners would likely agree with. In 2021, Haaretz reported that around $3 billion had flowed into the terrorists' coffers in this way in the 10 previous years. According to the report, Netanyahu tacitly approved the money transfer via Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv because he thought it would keep Hamas on a tight leash. Israel would have peace from rockets, he calculated, as long as only Hamas received its money from Doha. An attack on Israel would in turn lead to a freeze on money from Qatar, as Israel would no longer allow the money suitcase planes to land. However, the policy of suitcase appeasement has always been controversial on the right of Benjamin Netanyahu's Likud and in the military. October 7 showed how right the critics were. and how fatal Netanyahu's misconception was that Hamas was acting as rationally behind its supposedly Islamist rhetoric as any other corrupt government in the Middle East. The background: the royal house of Al Saud had imposed a sea and land blockade on Qatar from 2017 to 2021 together with the United Arab Emirates. The accusation at the time was that Qatar was financing international Islamist terrorism, which also threatened the interests of both royal houses. There is indeed great concern in both Gulf monarchies that Islamists could overthrow the ruling houses and cause chaos similar to that in North Africa during the so-called Arab Spring. The Qatari state broadcaster Al Jazeera, which played a key role in fueling the Arab Spring with the help of the televised sermons of Muslim brother Yusuf al-Qaradawi and celebrated the Hamas massacres after October 7, is banned in Saudi Arabia. The royal family also considers it a threat that Qatar maintains good relations with the Iranian mullahs, whose proxy Hamas acts as. The fact that Qatar has also been hosting and financially supporting the Hamas leadership around Ismail Haniyeh in the capital Doha since 2012 makes Riyadh even more uneasy. According to Rebecca Skonenbach, Turkey IBN Faisal's real message to Israel could be as follows: Israel allowed the payments to Gaza to go through, even though it was clear that Hamas was also benefiting from them. Anyone who believes they can fight terror with Qatar is mistaken. Alternative: Saudi Arabia. The Saudi monarchy, which for selfish reasons wants to secure its exclusive sphere of power and thus also its population, knows exactly what kind of opponent it is up against here, led by the Muslim Brotherhood and the Iranian mullahs. The goal of this Islamic movement is global jihad. Its fanals are called Intifada, September 11th or Al-Aqsa Flood, as Hamas propaganda term for the massacre on October 7th goes. The Islamic International considers the destruction of Israel and the expulsion or murder of all Jews from the Middle East to be the necessary, but by no means sufficient, prerequisite for the establishment of its caliphate. Israel is not their only goal. The overthrow of the Gulf monarchies is also a long-term goal, and not just since the Arab Spring. They are seen as westernized and corrupt, downright reactionary. Accordingly, they are striving to replace them with a post-national Islamic people's democracy. All the losses they suffer through defeats are seen by them, according to an apt expression by Joachim Brun, only as the crossroads to the final victory. When the Hamas Muslim Brothers call their massacre on October 7 merely a dress rehearsal, they are showing what they are all about, a campaign of annihilation into infinity that is by no means over with the destruction of Israel. This campaign did not just begin in 1948 with the founding of Israel, but with the founding of the Muslim Brotherhood 20 years earlier by the Egyptian elementary school teacher and ardent anti-Semite Hassan al-Banna. To this day, its millions of followers believe that Islam is the solution, against supposed Western decadence, but also for the restoration of the caliphate, whose end after the First World War is blamed not least on the sinister activities of world Jewry. In the early 1930s, the Muslim Brotherhood initially thought that they could help Islam gain power in Egypt through Islamic charity and Quran lessons. When this failed, they took up arms. The Muslim Brotherhood responded to the increased immigration of persecuted Jews to Palestine in the 1940s and 1940s not only with attacks on British Mandate territory, but also with pogroms against Jews in Cairo. They carried out terrorist attacks underground, while outwardly they acted as a charity racket. This explains the double face of the Muslim Brotherhood, which it maintains to this day also in the form of various front organizations around the world. At the same time, they pinned their hopes on a Nazi victory in the Second World War. Accordingly, Muslim Brotherhood founder Hassan al-Banna also saw Germany's defeat against the Allies as a bitter setback for the cause of Islam. In a 1946 eulogy to Jerusalem's Nazi Grand Mufti Amin al-Husseini, al-Banna summarized what he hoped for from the Palestinians' resistance to the founding of the Israeli state: Germany and Hitler are no more, but Amin al-Husseini will continue the fight. Just as Hamas and its partner organizations have never been interested in a Palestinian state alongside Israel, but have always been concerned with the destruction of the Jewish state, the Muslim Brotherhood is also committed to the modern principle of the nation as such. This explains why the Muslim Brotherhood was initially open to Jamal Abdel Nasser's Pan-Arab Socialist Revolution in the 1950s. Nasser is said to have personally attended the sermons of Muslim brother Sayyid Qutb shortly before he came to power. Both movements had found a common enemy in Israel and the influence of the West on the Middle East. And they shared the common goal of uniting the Arab states against this enemy. The break between the Muslim Brotherhood and Nasser was not caused by irreconcilable ideological differences, but by a power struggle following the revolution. An offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood had already formed in Gaza in the 1940s, which has been operating under the name Hamas since 1988. The Muslim Brotherhood grew massively after the Arab defeats against Israel in 1967 and 1973, when it became clear that Islamism would become the new guiding ideology of the Middle East after Pan-Arabism. Since the persecution by Nasser and until the Arab Spring in 2011, the Muslim Brotherhood, which had been ousted in Egypt, was increasingly perceived in the West as a democratic, moderate and modern alternative to the secular dictatorships and Gulf monarchies in the Middle East. Many Muslim brothers who had gone to the West went through a modern education and became eloquent speakers for the Islamic cause without ever admitting their affiliation to the Muslim Brotherhood. Hassan al-Banna's grandson Tariq Ramadan, who taught at prestigious Western universities until a sexual assault scandal broke out and describes himself tellingly as a reform Salafist, is a good example of this. And, as in Cairo and Gaza in the past, they founded charity associations that relieved the state authorities in the West with charitable offers for the Muslim population. Officially, they reject violence, unless it is against the Israeli occupiers or against authoritarian rulers and monarchs in the Middle East. After Nasser's persecution began in the 1950s, many Muslim brothers fled to Saudi Arabia. At this time, Saudi Arabia was waging a proxy war against Nasser in Yemen. The conservative Wahhabi monarchy saw the fact that Muslim brothers came to the country as political refugees in a positive light in terms of power politics. The Saudis were not to revise their policy of extending an outstretched hand, which went hand in hand with the mass admission of Muslim brothers, until much later. Until after the First Gulf War, and even after September 11, 2001, Saudi Arabia tolerated and supported the Muslim Brotherhood in its own country. Conversely, they had to undertake not to be politically active in the country and not to publicly attack the quietist doctrine of Wahhabism. This dictates a fundamentalist everyday Islam and at the same time punishes any violation of the authorities. Until then, the Muslim Brotherhood had been involved in the modernization of the Wahhabi education system, taking on key roles in ministries and society. They literate the population and in this way subliminally spread their ideology. They viewed Saudi Arabia's anti-Israeli stance, which was particularly evident in the fact that the monarchy enforced an OPEC oil supply freeze in 1973 during the Yom Kippur War, which in turn triggered the oil crisis, with benevolence. Saudi Arabia also supported Islamists internationally. The Saudis' calculation was based on the hope that supporting Islamists abroad and tolerating them at home would at least leave the Wahhabi monarchy untouched. The attack on the Great Mosque in Mecca in 1979, when Islamic end-time purists occupied the Kaaba and demanded a reversal of westernization, was threat enough for the royal family. The policy of extending a hand to the Muslim Brotherhood was only to change with the Arab Spring and the election of Muslim brother Mohammed Morsi as Egyptian president, whom the Saudis increasingly perceived as a threat to the royal family. In 2014, Saudi Arabia finally banned the Muslim Brotherhood. This change of course by the royal house towards the Muslim Brotherhood was also reflected in the murder of a prominent Muslim brother, Jamal Khashoggi, who had already joined the Muslim Brotherhood in the 1970s. He was not only, as it is often said in the Western media, a Saudi foreign journalist who was allowed to interview Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan in 1987, for example, but also an intimate connoisseur of the Islamist scene. Khashoggi's services were also gratefully used by the Saudi Secret Service under the then chief spy Inarki ibn Faisal. As Khashoggi later wrote in an opinion piece for the Washington Post, he considered the Muslim Brotherhood to be the decisive reform movement in the Arab world and in Saudi Arabia. The open break with the Saudi monarchy came when Khashoggi attacked Wahhabism from his progressive, i.e. Muslim Brotherhood, perspective in the early 2000s, and thus violated the ban on political activity that the Saudis had imposed on the Muslim Brotherhood. The Saudis then imposed a ban on his profession, which was temporarily lifted due to his good contacts with Turki ibn Faisal. But he did not stop in 2013, 2 years after the start of the Arab Spring. Khashoggi published the book Arab Spring Time of the Muslim Brotherhood. The royal family, whose leadership was taken over by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman in 2017, saw this book as a declaration of war. In it, Khashoggi accuses, among other things, the persecution of the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt and Saudi Arabia. Khashoggi went into exile in America in 2017. He reinvented himself as a dissident who criticized the autocratic rule of one man in Saudi Arabia, meaning Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. As Roger Koppel's Swiss newspaper Weltwoche correctly pointed out at the time, Khashoggi's criticism had nothing to do with a liberal idea of democracy, but all the more to do with a platitudinous Islamist idea of the grassroots democratic world domination of the Ummah. Khashoggi was far more disturbed by the centralization of the monopoly of power by a modern absolutist ruler, who curtailed the power of the Islamic mob and its legal scholars through his progressive dictatorship, than by the restriction of political freedoms as such. Shortly before his murder, Khashoggi gave an interview to the BBC in London in which he denounced Israeli settlement construction in the West Bank. According to Wikipedia, he was a critic of Saudi Arabia's rapprochement with Israel at the expense of the Palestinians. It goes on to say that Khashoggi was an Erdogan supporter and that he was in Istanbul in the last days of his life for political reasons. On October 2, 2018, he had wanted to pick up documents for his marriage from the Saudi consulate and was subsequently reported missing. The Turkish police initially suspected that he had been murdered, but the Turkish daily newspaper Sabah, which is close to the Muslim Brotherhood, and the New York Times then reported on the murder. Turkish officials stated that they had audio recordings to prove that Khashoggi had been dismembered alive in the consulate. It is still unclear where Khashoggi's body is. Of course, Turkey Ibn Faisal denied the involvement of the Saudi Secret Service. Saudi Arabia's Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman set an example with the murder of Khashoggi. The message was, anyone who openly opposes the ousting of the Muslim Brotherhood from Saudi Arabia cannot expect any mercy. Since then, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has been pushing ahead with the reform of his country. His declared goal is not only to push Islam back from public life and relax the norms of everyday Wahhabi Islam, including partial reforms such as the abolition of gender segregation in schools or permission to open cinemas, but also to normalize relations with Israel. In 2018, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman said in an interview with CBS that the real Saudi Arabia had never known segregation of men and women. According to him, this refers to the Saudi Arabia of the 1960s and 1970s, which allegedly had cinemas throughout the country, where women were still largely integrated into the labor market and Islam was moderate and apolitical. He blames the tightening of Islamic moral laws after the attack on the Great Mosque in Mecca in 1979, which he now wants to reverse, exclusively on the royal family's entourage of Islamic legal scholars at the time. Of course, he is glorifying a supposed modernity that has never existed in Saudi Arabia. What is decisive, however, is that the Crown Prince has made this idea of Saudi modernity the guiding principle of his social policy and, to all appearances, acts accordingly. In September 2023, he let the world know in an interview with Fox News that a breakthrough in the peace negotiations with Israel was imminent. The situation of the Palestinians was also part of the negotiations, as it was said at the time, which former intelligence chief Turkey Ibn Faisal implicitly confirmed in his speech on October 17. Another formulation by Turkey Ibn Faisal is also noteworthy. The so-called Middle East conflict, he said in his speech on October 17, knows no winners, but only losers. As out of place as this phrase may be in view of the bestial Hamas massacre of October 7, it at least presupposes the idea of a purposeful rational self-interest that does not fit into the categories of jihad and annihilation and at least abstractly implies the ability for mutual understanding. Instead of the boundless annihilation that Hamas and its henchmen have made their program, Ibn Faisal calls for the two-state solution, a concept no less bloodless than the call to both sides to please reflect on their well-understood interests and end this war. In the West, the insistence on the two-state solution stands for a disguised indifference to Israel's security. After all, a sovereign Palestinian state would have to be under arms. For anti-Semitic spokesmen such as Turkey Ibn Faisal, on the other hand, it could at least mean a cautious turning away from the pan-Arab doctrine. For 75 years, pan-Arabism in all its variants has prescribed nothing other than the destruction of Israel in the interests of the Arabs and the Islamic world, and has since inhibited the development of the Arab states towards a Western nation-state model. Pan-Arabism, modeled on the Islamic Ummah, whether under socialist secular or revolutionary Islamic auspices, has only one program: the establishment of a global Islamic, borderless non-state. The liberal idea of a prosperity of nations, in the sense of Adam Smith, is alien to Pan-Arabism. The background to the Israeli-Saudi rapprochement, which has already been criticized by Muslim brother Jamal Khashoggi, is the Abraham Accords, which the Trump administration initiated at the time. Since 2020, Israel has concluded peace treaties with the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain and Morocco as a result of the Abraham Accords, which not only concern national security, as in the Cold Peace with Egypt and Jordan, but also include areas such as trade, tourism and cultural exchange. It is no secret that Hamas wanted to torpedo precisely this normalization process with its massacre on October 7. With the Abraham Accords, Israel is aiming to divide the Islamic world, while at the same time mistrusting its probably precarious and possibly only very short-term allies. For some years now, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain and Saudi Arabia have been sensing that the forces that have the destruction of Israel in mind for the establishment of their Ummah Caliphate could also be directed against the Gulf states. The New York Times now reports that most political leaders in the Arab states would like to see Hamas overthrown. Informed sources have also reported that Israel is negotiating with several Arab states about an international consortium that could take over the political administration of the Gaza Strip after the war. One of the states that is expected to play a key role in the administration of Gaza after the war is Saudi Arabia. However, The conditions for Mohammed bin Salman's socio-political reforms and for the desired normalization of relations with Israel are precarious in Saudi Arabia. Not only is Saudi Arabia still regarded by the Islamic world as the guardian of the holy places of the Prophet, it can also be assumed that a large proportion of Saudis continue to support the Muslim Brotherhood and its Palestinian offshoot Hamas. As one Arab Hamas sympathizer aptly writes, if political freedoms were to be introduced in Saudi Arabia, there would not only be massive, anti-Israel demonstrations on a scale comparable to what we have seen recently in Yemen and other countries. Many Saudis would probably be ready to leave the country immediately and try to join Hamas in Palestine. In this respect, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has every reason not to accelerate the pace of his reforms any further, be it for fear of popular uprisings or palace revolts. Few Saudis are saying what the strategically minded among them have learned at the latest since Yasser Arafat's support for Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait, that Palestinian political organizations destabilize the Gulf region if they become too powerful, and that they cannot be relied upon. In other words, that the Arabian Peninsula could face the same civil war chaos as Jordan or Lebanon if the Gulf states ever taken Palestinians as refugees. One of those who openly expresses this realization is the Saudi businessman, influencer and author Rawaf al-Sin. In a video that has gone viral on social media, he denies any territorial claim by the Palestinians to land in the Middle East, accuses the Palestinian leadership of involvement in Saddam Hussein's war of aggression against Kuwait and calls on Israel to take tougher action in Gaza. Curious, he says that the true location of the Al-Aqsa Mosque is not in Jerusalem, but in the village of Al-Jurana near Mecca, which he derives from an original historical critical reading of the Quran. It is unlikely that the peace agreement between Israel and Saudi Arabia has been completely on hold since October 7, but Hamas has been able to delay its conclusion with its attack. Hamas and its financiers in Tehran and Doha know that the window of opportunity for a normalization of Saudi-Israeli relations will close in the foreseeable future. The presidential election campaign in the USA begins in March. Then the Americans, without whom there can be no peace treaty, will mainly be preoccupied with domestic politics. Whether Saudi Arabia will take the opportunity to officially make peace with Israel as the home of the Jews in the Middle East by then remains to be seen, given the precarious position of the Crown Prince in his own country and in the region. And Israel knows all too well, in case of doubt, the Saudis and their changing interests can no more be relied upon than any other state in the Middle East that has made peace with Israel, even if occasional pleasant surprises, such as Saudi Arabia's shooting down a missile fired towards Israel by the Iranian-backed Houthi Islamists from Yemen on its own territory for the first time on October 19, are seen by the Israelis as a glimmer of hope. If the massacre of October 7 has taught Israel one sad lesson, it is this: only as a defensive Zionist country does Israel have a chance of surviving in the Middle East. While at the time of the protests at the border fence there was a great deal of understanding for the allegedly miserable situation of the Palestinians in Gaza and their protest at the border fence, even in circles that support Israel, today there can no longer be any doubt not only about why it has to happen, but also about what the purpose of the demonstrations orchestrated by Hamas has always been: to weaken and delegitimize Israel's border security and to spy on its weak points. These marches must be understood as part of the prehistory of October 7 in that it was the supposedly normal civilians and demonstrators, so desperate by their situation, who, as soon as the border fence was breached, infiltrated Israel en masse to torment, torture and massacre Jews. Fantasies of a peaceful march of tens of thousands of people towards the border fence, as they were conjured up at the time in decidedly pro-Israeli media as supposedly being part of these protests, were not only completely disgraced by the events. By questioning the violent border security against so-called civilians, they fell for the propagandistic preparation of the massacre by Hamas and its international allies. Less relevant, on the other hand, are the questions of the operational failure of the Israeli security forces. As with previous surprise attacks, Pearl Harbor, Operation Barbarossa, Yom Kippur, September 11, etc., there will have been no lack of clues, but rather a lack of understanding or wanting to understand them. How information about the enemy is interpreted depends on basic assumptions about him, and even if it is important to find out who already knew what and when, and why the right conclusions were not drawn and no concrete countermeasures were taken, it is those false assumptions that lead to the information not being interpreted correctly, but in the sense of confirming what one mistakenly thought one knew. The usual apportionment of blame between intelligence services, the military and politicians is also of little relevance. What is more important is that the attack shows how precarious Israel's situation and existence still is, and that it can afford neither mistakes nor weaknesses. In this respect, the main question is about the deadly illusions that made the worst mass murder of Jews since the end of the Second World War possible and were the prerequisite for the operational mistakes to happen. In order to avoid any misunderstandings, it should be noted that the longing of many Israelis for a life in peace and coexistence with the Palestinians, which is the deeper reason for the strategic errors, is expressly not open to criticism. This longing is that of all civilized people. However, to conclude from this either that the same must be possible with the Palestinians, or to assume, trusting in its own strength, that they could have no interest in an open confrontation, is wishful thinking that Israel cannot afford in view of its enemies' will to destroy. The luxury that most Europeans still take for granted today, not having to arm themselves, not militarizing society, not having to do long service and not having to face an unrestrainedly brutalized enemy eye to eye, is something the Israelis should expressly wish for. The fact that this wish has nothing to do with reality can least of all be held against them. This should be directed solely at the Palestinians and their numerous global supporters, including the EU. The overwhelming majority of Israeli society is in any case able and willing to draw the right conclusions, which unfortunately cannot be said of almost all other countries in the world. Those who have prevented Israel from taking the right countermeasures for years should not have limited themselves to condemning the Hamas massacre, which is not a realization but a matter of course. They should radically change their policy towards Iran, Lebanon and the Palestinians and stand unequivocally on Israel's side. October 7th not only called various political paradigms into question, it destroyed them. First and foremost, one that not only Europeans such as Angela Merkel, Emmanuel Macron and Barack Obama believed, but also parts of Israeli society, that the Islamic Republic of Iran and its proxies Hamas, Hezbollah or Houthi could be contained, appeased or somehow otherwise appeased, even though they not only proclaim that all Jews should be killed, but also do so wherever they have the opportunity. Contrary to what some would have you believe, Hamas was by no means satisfied with consolidating its own power base in Gaza and enriching itself with money from Qatar, Europe, the USA and the rest of the world. The fact that, after a prolonged phase of relative restraint, it managed to convince considerable sections of the security forces in Israel that it was not currently intent on confrontation was decisive for the murderous success of the attack. Although nothing has changed among the Palestinians since the pogrom in Hebron in 1929, the savage brutality of the Al-Aqsa Intifada must still be remembered, and Hamas has never made a secret of its intentions. Goods such as water pipes, concrete, vehicles, etc. have been delivered, the population in Gaza has been bombarded with weapons, and the Palestinians have been supplied with weapons. The population in Gaza was supplied with food, water and electricity, and thousands even had a work permit in Israel, leaving the supposedly largest open-air prison in the world German media, every day to spy on the enemy and prepare for the attack. The Yom Kippur War is so significant for Israel because the enemy succeeded in striking first and surprisingly. Military superiority, as demonstrated in the offensive Six-Day War, would deter them, was the mindset that almost led to the catastrophe. After October 7th, it must be seen as a mistake that many Israelis adapted this fatal view again exactly 50 years later under international pressure. At least in retrospect, it should be clear that purely defensive measures such as a not particularly stable, alarm-protected fence, the Iron Dome missile defense system, the detection of tunnels into Israeli territory and the occasional return of rocket fire cannot be relied upon when you are dealing with people who want to kill every Jew they can find. No technical defense system and no intelligence service is infallible. There will always be days when the manning at the border is weaker than usual due to vacations, Sabbath, other threat situations, etc. The only way to prevent events like the one on October 7th would have been to have no illusions about Hamas and its goals even during a relative Hudna and, for example, to liquidate the fighters who were training to storm a kibbutz on the other side of the border under the eyes of the Israelis using a homemade model during such training sessions or the regular military parades before they could even carry out their murderous work. The very expensive Iron Dome defense system in particular has played an extremely ambivalent role in Israeli military strategy. On the one hand, many lives have been saved and major damage to Israel caused by the constant rocket fire from Gaza has been avoided. However, just a few years after its implementation, comparisons were drawn in the Israeli security debate with the Maginot Line on the Suez Canal, which was useless in the Second World War, and the Bar Mev Line on the Suez Canal, which was more of a burden in the Yom Kippur War. These fortifications not only meant that the means of offensive warfare were neglected, as they placed an extraordinary burden on the military budget. Above all, they created a sense of security that did not correspond to the real situation. The surprise attack through the Ardennes and the extensive bypassing of the fortifications meant that the French army had to capitulate within 46 days in 1940. For former Israeli General Meir Finkel, the question of whether the Iron Dome could be the Israeli Maginot Line arose as early as 2015. Quote, all the shortcomings of the Maginot Line, astronomical costs at the expense of offensive resources, the creation of false security and the atrophy of the army's offensive thinking, could also occur within the framework of Iron Dome.
End quote.
One of the most obvious points to which this applies is Israel's vulnerability to blackmail in terms of supplies and ammunition, which even in the current emergency situation does not allow the country to carry out the necessary military measures without support from the USA. After the Second Gulf War in 1991 at the latest, when Saddam Hussein fired Scud missiles at Israel, against which the Patriot defense missiles supplied only against massive resistance from the German peace movement proved to be useless, it was clear that Israel had to develop its own defense against missiles, especially those with a long range. The Iron Dome system is only one component of Israel's missile defense, which serves to protect against short-range missiles. And as useful, important, and, given the wider threat posed by Iran and Hezbollah, which has by far the largest non-state missile arsenal in the world, a sophisticated missile defense has helped to undermine the core elements of Israel's military strategy. These were based on deterrence, early detection of enemy movements, and a robust approach to victory on the battlefield. Iron Dome in the previous confrontations with Gaza meant that Israel was satisfied with destroying a few rocket positions of Hamas and other groups and reducing the rocket attacks to a tolerable level. In fact, there have been no decisive military actions against Hezbollah since the 2006 war. Both Hamas and Hezbollah have been able to use this time to fill their arsenals, expand their positions, recruit fighters, and consolidate their rule in Gaza and Lebanon. This has created a situation in which life is no longer possible in the parts of Israel that the Iron Dome was supposed to protect. This applies not only to the towns, villages, and kibbutzim in the immediate vicinity of Gaza, but also to the towns in northern Israel in the immediate vicinity of the heavily armed Hezbollah, whose threat to invade the Galilee can no longer be dismissed as mere talk. October 7 rendered these defensive strategies largely obsolete, and a war cabinet had to be convened with the participation of opposition leader and former IDF General Gantz, who, with the approval of the broad majority of Israelis, declared the destruction of Hamas to be the objective of the war, thus correcting the misjudgment of the previous Gaza wars. These had also come about under pressure from the world public, out of diplomatic consideration for European and, above all, informally allied states in the region living in peace with Israel, Egypt and Jordan, and the countries from Morocco to Bahrain that had joined through the Abraham Accords. However, mainly due to a lack of backing from the USA under Obama and to pacify the anti-Semites in the UN and worldwide, Israel had concluded ceasefires despite massive rocket attacks, without having even begun to seriously disarm Hamas. Prime Minister Netanyahu bears domestic political responsibility for this, even if opposition members in his own country, but above all the world in its hatred of Israel, have pushed him to do so. However, it is also true that his job is one of the most difficult political posts in the world, and that the attempt to reconcile the often extreme domestic political disputes and the various demands of different coalition partners in a heterogeneous country would have catapulted any other politician out of office after a short time. In addition, Israel is under international scrutiny like no other country and is condemned at the UN for every wrong step taken by a soldier, with practically the entire EU agreeing or abstaining. Israel's prioritization of diplomacy and reconciliation, its restraint in the use of military means, which have been the two main pillars of its security policy towards Gaza since 2005, have objectively failed. Those who suddenly emphasized Israel's right to self-defense after October 7, before realizing a few days later that Israel should not exaggerate either, should have realized instead that in a small country that, contrary to what anti-Semites believe, is not omnipotent, this must include forward defense, preemptive strikes, targeted elimination of the enemy before it becomes too strong. This is precisely why the considerable potential for destruction that has been amassed in Gaza after almost 20 years of Palestinian self-administration, not least thanks to active support from Iran and Qatar, but also from Europe and the USA, must now be smashed. It can be assumed that, at least in Israeli government and security circles, it was known who the Palestinians were and what their goals were. Nevertheless, the primary diplomatic goal was rather to use gestures of goodwill to convince the world public or at least interlocutors at international conferences that Israel was not the aggressor, which also made it possible to achieve significant successes such as the Abraham Accords, the viability of which has yet to be proven in the course of the Gaza war. The peace agreements that Israel concluded with the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, and later with Sudan and Morocco under the mediation of the Trump administration and with the approval of Saudi Arabia, which supplemented the existing peace agreements and cooperation with Egypt and Jordan, were underestimated in Europe in terms of their significance for the region. Even though Trump and his administration deserve credit for actively promoting the agreements, the rapprochement between Israel and the Saudis took place under the Obama presidency and under pressure from the Iran deal. As the Obama administration had no idea about the Middle East and believed that rapprochement with the enemies of the USA and its most important allies in the region would bring peace, the states threatened by Iran's hegemonic ambitions moved closer together. The nuclear agreement with Iran and the associated easing of sanctions as well as the release of frozen foreign finances resulted in billions and billions flowing to the Assad regime, Hezbollah, Hamas and the Houthi rebels in Yemen, who attacked Saudi Arabia and the regime it supported from there. The prospect of an Iran that de facto controlled Lebanon, Syria, Yemen, and the Palestinian territories was a horror not only for Israelis and Saudis, but also for Egypt, Jordan, Bahrain, and the United Arab Emirates. It was not least this disastrous U.S. policy that led to the bloody Syrian civil war with hundreds of thousands of deaths and over 6 million refugees, because the Arab states also supported the Islamist rebels in Syria in order to weaken the Assad regime, which was allied with Iran. The absence of the USA as a hegemonic power and the promotion of Iran had such catastrophic consequences that it led those Arab states that were primarily interested in maintaining power, stability, and good business to side with the only state that was still resolutely opposed to Iranian expansion. The fact that the Abraham Accords are based on common interests against Iran's quest for hegemony in the Middle East, and that they are primarily concerned with financial, technological, and economic interests, is by no means a disadvantage. Relations based on an external threat may well prove to be stable. Nevertheless, it must be noted that the Abraham Accords, like the peace with Egypt and above all Jordan, are by no means based on the sympathy of the respective populations with Israel, which is why it was to be expected that Iran would attack precisely this weak point in the Arab-Israeli rapprochement. The regime was probably encouraged by the fact that the anti-Iran Trump administration was followed by one under Biden, which wanted to resume Obama's nuclear deal and showed no interest in extending the Abraham Accords initiated by the hated Trump administration. From the outset, only Hamas came into question for this job, as an attack by the Shia militia Hezbollah, for example, which is ideologically indistinguishable from the Iranian regime and its revolutionary guards, would have been extremely unlikely to arouse sympathy among the Sunni populations of the region, and Hezbollah is much more important to Iran due to its participation in the government in Lebanon and its role in Syria. Moreover, and the immediate deployment of a U.S. aircraft carrier off the Lebanese coast has sent this signal, an attack by Hezbollah could result in U.S. military action in Lebanon and Syria and ultimately against the Iranian regime. Only the military devastation of the Gaza Strip with many deaths was suitable for inciting the Islamic public, which promoted a new edition of the fairy tale of the child murderer Israel and solidarity with Hamas not only among Sunnis worldwide, but also among other enemies of Israel. The Abraham Accords, which at least called into question the long-standing premise of Israeli-Palestinian peace as a condition for Israeli-Arab peace, threatened to make the Palestinian question unimportant in global politics, and only a bloody war could put Hamas back on the agenda. Its leaders knew that the anti-Semitic international community, including the UN and the majority of the EU, would question the Israeli response to a massacre of Jews the second there were more dead Palestinians than Jews. The Iranian regime was obviously prepared to accept the destruction of Hamas for this, as there can be no doubt that Tehran and its ally Qatar, where Ismail Haniyeh, the leader of Hamas, resides in a luxury hotel, were instrumental in the preparations for October 7th, even if the USA does not yet want to admit this publicly. Should Iran and Hezbollah open a second front, or should this have been the original plan, this would, in view of the U.S. aircraft carrier on the ground and the determined action of the IDF in Gaza, currently entail the considerable risk of the war reaching not only Beirut but also Tehran, and despite all the messianic rhetoric. The Iranian regime has always shied away from existential risks for almost 45 years now. The Biden administration, which often appears hesitant and weak and does not do everything it can to support Israel and Ukraine unconditionally, is at least doing enough with this signal of deterrence to Hezbollah and Iran to prevent the total victory of the enemies of the West. This is more than one could have feared in view of an administration that largely corresponds to the two Obama administrations in terms of personnel. That the same people who engineered the fatal Iran deal under Obama are in a position to completely revise this policy and, now that the means of dialogue have so obviously failed once and for all, are finally actively working towards overthrowing the Mullah regime, can be confidently doubted until proven otherwise. However, it is now more true than ever that for there to be a more peaceful and better future in the Middle East, Hamas must be destroyed, Lebanon must be liberated from Hezbollah and Iran from the Mullah regime. Without Israel's supposed allies, i.e. the Europeans and the USA under Obama and Biden, who have not only contributed nothing to this, but have diplomatically upgraded Iran and Qatar and provided them with billions to finance war and terror throughout the Middle East, the massacre of October 7th would not have been possible. In addition to the threat posed by Iran, there is a second reason why many regimes in the Arab world should secretly be hoping for an Israeli victory in the Gaza war. It is the same reason why they have condemned the Jewish state since the beginning of the military offensive, namely the fact that the majority in most Sunni states, for example the elections in Turkey or those in Egypt after the fall of Mubarak, support one or other version of the Muslim Brotherhood and therefore of course also Hamas. The more successful Hamas is, the more impetus it gives to the domestic opponents of the regimes that have openly or de facto concluded a peace treaty with Israel, whereas the total defeat and destruction of Gaza would cause outrage on the streets but would not fail to have a deterrent effect. Islamists, like other authoritarian characters, always want to be on the side of the victors, which is why October 7th has given them a huge boost, which only a crushing defeat of Hamas could slow down to some extent. The regimes can only prevail if the war devastates Gaza to such an extent that the Muslim Brotherhood's agenda appears dangerous to most Arabs and, at the same time, cooperation with Israel and the USA yields something economically that they could possibly use to score points against the Islamists and perhaps even implement social reforms. However, the approach of merely relying on an economic upswing against Islamic ideology has its limits where there is no military power in sight to suppress the actual and potential jihadists, such as in Gaza, Syria, Yemen and all other Sunni states without a functional central authority. The idea that Hamas will moderate itself when it has to bear responsibility for around 2 million people, their living conditions and their future, was crazy from the outset. Such a technocratic economist approach, which relies on the fact that people generally respond to financial incentives, that those who work in Israel do not cut off the hand that feeds them, is based on an image of humanity that fails to recognize the degree of barbarization of the Arab world and in particular of the murderous collective in Gaza and the West Bank. And this is not despite, but because everything is so obvious, the permanence with which a boss denies the Holocaust or engages in anti-Semitic racial studies, the way in which children are indoctrinated to hate Jews and trained to commit mass murder in schools named after particularly successful murders of Jews, the clarity with which Hamas, Hezbollah and Iran constantly call for the destruction of Israel, are all underestimated precisely because this takes place in public. To deal in detail with these repulsive human stumps, their words and above all, their deeds such as those committed on October 7th, triggers more disgust than reasonably sensible people can cope with. In phases of relative calm, there is therefore always the temptation to dismiss the hatred as mere talk or to reassure oneself that even the greatest Jew haters could have no interest in their own destruction. This humanization of inhumanity, this trivialization of evil, which constantly echoes from all media as understanding for the supposedly desperate situation in Gaza, of which nothing was to be seen on October 7th, must fail to recognize the sadistic anti-Semitism of the Palestinian jihadist collective. Anyone who talks about a solution to the conflict or even a two-state solution against this backdrop must be an out-and-out European. Even if they have been marginalized since October 7th, Europeans also exist in Israel and among internationally renowned Jewish intellectuals, especially among those who work at North American universities or collaborate with them. The prehistory of the Gaza war also includes the bitter dispute over the judicial reform sought by the Netanyahu government, which is largely based on right-wing and religious parties. Although the political issue at stake is certainly relevant, it was conducted by both sides in a way that seems strange in retrospect against the backdrop of the massacre. The question of how the powers of Parliament and the Supreme Court are delineated against each other, whether and if so in which legal decisions the highest judges have the final say, is one that could easily be resolved through political compromise and not one that is about preserving democracy or abolishing the rule of law, as claimed by the respective sides. The mass protests, especially in Tel Aviv, in which the Israeli government was portrayed as the main enemy and which even included calls for conscientious objection, are unlikely to have helped Israel to appear united and ready to defend itself in Tehran, Beirut, or Gaza. The reactions of Israeli society after October 7th and the fact that Gantz and Netanyahu were immediately able to form a war cabinet together, incidentally to the exclusion of the right-wing parties in Netanyahu's government, clearly show that the two are much closer on the relevant political issues in which they represent the broad majority of the population than parts of their respective alliance partners in the fight for judicial reform. It is no coincidence that former General Gantz has gained massive popularity through his decision to join the government at the expense of Netanyahu and the outspoken Lapid, who has attracted negative attention in the past as the mouthpiece of liberal America. On August 4, 2023, a short petition entitled "The Elephant in the Room" was published, which was signed by almost 3,000 Jewish academics from all over the world, including notorious anti-Zionists such as Susan Neiman, known in Germany as a supporter of A. Dirk Moses, as well as renowned figures such as Dan Diner, Benny Morris, Saul Friedlander and Omer Bartov. Using the metaphor common in English and Russian, they criticized the fact that the protests were not talking about the obvious issue, the Israeli occupation. In doing so, they did not hesitate to speak of apartheid, and in reference to the supremacy of the white race, propagated by the Ku Klux Klan and other anti-Semites in the USA, of Jewish supremacy in Israel. However, since the vast majority of supporters of the most important opposition leaders at the time, Gantz and Lapid, did not share the view of the signatories, it was precisely this extensive refraining from mentioning the peace process, the two-state solution or similar nonsense that was decisive for the success of the protests against the judicial reform. The restraint or suppression of moderate to rabidly anti-Zionist groups was the prerequisite for mobilizing such broad sections of liberal, secular Israel, with the Israeli national flag as the most important symbol, beyond the usual suspects such as the Meretz Party or breaking the silence and Pselem, for the protests against the Netanyahu government. That this was not just a tactic was shown by the fact that the organizers of the protests immediately stopped them on October 7 and used their infrastructure to support the Israeli government. The last two governments that were formed in Israel before the outbreak of the Gaza war, one including the Arabellion party and the left-wing Meretz, the other including all religious parties and the radical right around Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, proved to be unsuitable to adequately represent Israeli society and Zionism. It should be added that Zionism has always consisted of a national religious and a secular wing, between which, in view of the horrors of Hamas, no piece of paper fits. The fact that Israeli society therefore appeared to be much more divided than it turned out to be after October 7 may also have contributed to the terrorist attack. The political failure that led to October 7 and the imminent end of the Netanyahu era as a result could open up space for political constellations that are better able to represent the majority of Israelis and that can tackle the tasks that need to be tackled together without providing Israel critics at home and abroad with the beloved enemy image of a right-wing extremist religious government, smashing Hamas, finally abandoning the idea of a two-state solution and annexing the settlement blocks, cleansing at least southern Lebanon of Hezbollah, weakening the Iranian regime in cooperation with those Arab states that share this interest. To their eternal shame, the authors did not secretly delete their petition after October 7. Rather, Omer Bartov and Shira Klein followed up with a second one, which was even more perfidious than the first and was only signed by around a third, i.e. a good 1,000 Jewish academics. While Susan Neiman was of course one of the first signatories, Diner, Morris and Friedlander were absent this time, without it being known that they had withdrawn their signatures from the first petition. The core demands this time were firstly to release the Hamas hostages by exchanging them for murderers in Israeli prisons, secondly to refrain from retaliation in Gaza, as one massacre does not justify a second, thirdly an immediate end to apartheid, and the occupation of the West Bank and the siege of the Gaza Strip, and fourthly an appeal to the USA, Israel and the international community to work towards true peace between Israel and the Palestinians. There is no mention of anti-Semitism at American universities, which for the authors of these lines is presumably a legitimate protest against the oppressive Israeli state, or of Israel's right to self-defense, which was rather decidedly denied by equating a war against Hamas with the massacres of October 7. But even Dan Diner went one better in the FAZ of October 25, and of all the things that could come to mind 18 days after the most devastating massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, the specific nature of which he, unlike Bartov and Klein, explicitly emphasized, called for the revival of the two-state solution. For him, the reason for Hamas' success was that the Israeli government found Hamas more convenient than Fatah, which was willing to compromise. It is as if he did not know that Abbas has been acting as a kind of mayor of Ramallah by Israel's grace for years, who practically always spouts anti-Semitic incitement at official events, even in the presence of a silent German chancellor, and who is in the 20th year of his 4-year term of office for good reason, because he could no longer win an election. In fact, contrary to what Diner says, not all attempts to circumvent the Palestinians have vanished into thin air, but the paradigms of the Oslo process and the two-state solution, which were based on the assumption that the Palestinians would give up or reduce their hatred of Israel and the Jews if they were unilaterally accommodated and concessions made. The lasting result of the failed Oslo process was the Second Intifada with its bestial massacres and terrible suicide attacks, the murderous success of which is still presented to Palestinian children as a shining example today and shapes not only the murderers of October 7, but the Palestinians as a whole. The fact that Ehud Olmert's last offer in 2008 to hand over East Jerusalem and over 90% of the West Bank to the Palestinians was rejected was over 15 years ago. To carry this nonsense, which has been completely obsolete for decades and not just since October 7, into the anti-Israeli German press or to an academic public is a sad testimony to the extent to which even Jewish academics who have written important works on the Holocaust, genocide research, Arab anti-Semitism, etc., have conformed to an academic establishment, whether out of conviction or, worse still, out of opportunism, the state of which one can get an idea of since October 7 at Harvard, Stanford, Columbia, and elsewhere. It resembles that of German universities in the years before 1933. The liberal illusion of the end of history, of capitalism and Western democracy as the best of all worlds, has been shattered. It happened and it can happen again. Universities are once again acting as breeding grounds for anti-Semitism, murderers of Jews are roaming the streets and openly displaying their attitudes, and Jews are being hunted down from North America to Dagestan. There is no place for Israel in the world imagined by the representatives of a world interior policy, the genocide researchers, the experts on international law and other secularists who believe in the Declaration of Human Rights instead of the Ten Commandments. When Jewish academics and left liberal America call for a ceasefire, a two-state solution and the protection of innocent civilians from the Israeli army after just a few weeks of war, it shows where the journey is heading. At the same time, the office of leader of the free world is held by an old man who barely has the strength left to read a speech from a teleprompter and whose mental state is open to considerable doubt. Even if Biden, who was first elected to the Senate when the U.S. president was Richard Nixon, representing the old Democratic Party that stood by Israel, wants to do the right thing in this situation, he can obviously hardly get it through. He has already fallen behind Donald Trump in the polls, and parts of the anti-Semitic left wing of the party are threatening to stay away from the 2024 presidential election. America, represented by a decrepit man, is so war-weary in large parts that today, like a true European, it is only prepared to support the wars of its allies, in which it does not have to send a single soldier, for a few weeks before loudly calling for negotiations and peace. Since this attitude is gaining ground in the USA, and politicians and mouthpieces of the right are also massively questioning aid for Israel and Ukraine under the Trump slogan America First, Israel, which can rely on Europe even less than Ukraine, must be prepared to wage the war against its enemies alone and possibly under massive pressure, including from the USA. This bleak but real prospect is currently only mitigated by the fact that President Biden and his administration have clearly positioned themselves in both wars, at least verbally, and thus their political fate also depends on the success of the two allies on the battlefield. However, it is highly doubtful that the old white man Biden will be able to withstand the pressure from his party even if the war against Gaza and possibly Lebanon enters the decisive phase and the number of casualties increases significantly. On the other hand, the only hope that remains is for Israel itself, which in its reaction to the massacre on October 7 has shown itself to be what one would expect from a country that has not the slightest doubt about its purpose, its history, and its mission. The incredible morality of the Israelis is not based on moralism, but on the morality of the State of Israel as the homeland of the Jews. The vast majority of the Israeli population, but also the Jewish diaspora, realize that they can no more give a damn about those who are called liberal, woke, etc. today than they can about Europeans who do not understand what happened before their eyes on October 7 and do not want to see the parallel to their history. The willingness to volunteer for the army and to defy the existential threat to Israel that October 7 poses, especially if the perpetrators and those behind it are not brought to justice and finally eliminated, and a repetition on a larger scale can be expected at any time on the border to Gaza, in northern Israel or even in Jerusalem, even exceeded the expectations of politicians and the army. Even if Israel is once again quite alone in its ongoing struggle for existence, the country has enormous strength, which is fed by the fact that, unlike Europeans and an increasing number of Americans, it still knows exactly why and for what it is worth fighting. Many years ago, the Bahamas insisted against Hermann Ludwig Gremliza, the Titanic, and other left-wing friends of Israel that the products of the Springer Press, including the Bild newspaper, no longer differ from the competition except in their partisanship for Israel. We have been misunderstood, as is so often the case. If, except in its coverage of Israel, the Welt can be confused with the Süddeutsche and the Bild-Zeitung with the Münchener Abendzeitung, then, we naively thought, this is an explicit product warning and not an invitation to read the Welt with faith, for example, let alone to elevate its commentators to the status of comrades in arms of a more imaginary than ever really existing anti-German pro-Israel current. Today we know that some friends of Israel place Henrik Broder on an equal footing with Wolfgang Port and consider Richard Herzinger to be one of the last conservative intellectuals. Yet it is not only since his Aleppo is worse than Auschwitz ranting that Broder has proven himself to be an obviously intellectually incontinent contemporary, and Herzinger simply as someone who willingly serves all the lies of the post-fascist nation. Springer remains true to its stance on Israel, which colleagues from other newspapers pity the editors for as an authoritarian attitude that goes back to a reaction to the Holocaust that was once well-intentioned by the company founder but ultimately inhumane due to a lack of willingness to engage in discourse. But the solidarity with Israel shown by a German daily newspaper is overwhelmed by all the essentially anti-Israel muck in which it is embedded. It has long since freed itself from the at least interesting anti-communism of earlier years, just as it only recently distanced itself from the sometimes remarkable insights of the right wing, the axis of good blog. Since 2016, they have finally been ready to play a leading role in solving Germany's fateful questions. The paper makers at Springer have joined Team Merkel since they feel ideologically at home where the most sophisticated figures in German journalism claim intellectual leadership as salon columnists. An Israel solidarity scene in Germany that reads Die Welt and the Bild newspaper faithfully and bursts into tears of emotion when the Brandenburg Gate is illuminated in blue and white in memory of the recently murdered Israeli soldiers has also descended into salon columnism, quite as if the face of the great chancellor had not appeared there, miraculously transfigured in the Israeli national colors, whom people have been cheering across party lines since the summer of 2015, when she dealt the Death blow to the European Union with her heroic solo effort on open borders. Like the Springer Press, German-Israel Solidarity is a devout member of Team Merkel, left-wing, anti-American, anti-fascist and filled with a deep love for true Islam, for which it recently co-organized a funeral ceremony of truly German proportions because of Aleppo. By staging the events in Aleppo as a disgrace to the West and a warning for immediate repentance, seemingly only in relation to the so-called Syrian revolution, but in reality in relation to Islam in general, the newspapers of the Springer Group have succeeded, even more wildly than the Frankfurter Rundschau or Die Zeit, in creating an autochthonous people of freedom seekers out of declared enemies of the Jews and Christians. Springer has stepped out of the shadow of its past by spicing up its most disgusting aspect, the German cult of victimhood that has prevailed since 1945, in a highly modern way and shortly afterwards, on the occasion of Donald Trump's election, abandoning the second premise of Springer's publishing line, which had long since become useless, loyalty to the American Big Brother, in favor of genuine Europeanism, i.e. anti-Americanism. Since then, Team Merkel has also become journalistically consolidated. There is no longer any opposition in German journalism, and there is no longer any objection from circles that were once, a long time ago, called the anti-Germans. Their scattered remnants have faithfully joined in and sent each other the German self-reflections from the columns of the Springer Press as intellectual rations for the march. When Obama leaves the world stage, Angela Merkel could be the last defender of the Free West, the New York Times boldly proclaimed shortly after Donald Trump's election victory. Its foreign correspondent Melissa Eddy repeated this statement with the utmost conviction in Springer's Berliner Morgenpost on January 9, 2017, ranting about the urgent need for German leadership in the world. This was published in the Israel Solidarist daily newspaper of a press group in which the profession and vocation of Israel Solidarist young journalists coincide. It was published 2 weeks after the outgoing American president and his Secretary of State presented their hatred of Israel as a Christmas farewell gift to the whole world and allowed the recent UN Security Council vote against Israel to pass without a veto, while the president-elect assured Israel of his solidarity. Rarely has there been such unanimous and shameless lying in Germany as in the reporting and commentary on the siege and conquest of some districts held by Sunni insurgents in eastern Aleppo. Since the summer, several hundred, probably well over 1,000 people, most of them civilians, have been killed there by a coalition of Syrian forces, Shiite militias from Lebanon and Iran and the Russian Air Force. Since mid-December, tens of thousands of people have been evacuated. It is probable and unjustifiable that the victors have also committed war crimes under international law, but this accusation was not enough. Instead, the bloodthirsty Bild writers Julian Ropke and Bjorn Stritzel invoke the apocalypse of Aleppo as early as July 13, 2016, i.e. the downfall and thus the announcement of the death of the majority of the approximately 300,000 besieged. Once the apocalypse had been assumed, Stern, Tagesspiegel, Handelsblatt, Oberbayerisches Volksblatt and many others willingly heeded Springer's call. The German media made ever bolder comparisons of Srebrenica to the genocide of the Tutsis in Rwanda, and straight on to the Holocaust, without a voice of protest being raised against this longing for blood and more blood. German historical reappraisal has never been carried out so excessively, bluntly and brutally in public as in the case of Aleppo, and nobody noticed. How a visit to Auschwitz changed my thinking about Aleppo, explained the self-confessed Christian Daniel Bocking in the Bild newspaper on August 20, 2016 and came to the inevitable conclusion. A memorial plaque in the extermination camp reads, "May this place always be an outcry of despair and a warning to humanity." The outcry continues today. Every picture, every video from Aleppo screams at us. But we are not all shouting along. We mumble, discuss, weigh things up.
We do not act.
That may be the response of the head. But our hearts should be screaming at these images and actions.
End quote.
And it has been shouted so infernally in all the newspapers and on all channels in Germany that any attempt to at least explain the civil war in Syria to ourselves and others has been discredited in advance as the response of the cynically rationalizing head, which is already overlooking corpses, when our hearts are screaming for action. Less than 2 months later, the good news that a categorical imperative for the collective fluttering of the heart had emerged from the profound German experience of Auschwitz rushed over the airwaves as the ultimate word for Sunday. Referring to a particularly stupid article that had appeared shortly before in Israel's nastiest, because openly anti-Zionist, daily newspaper, and will announce the German mission to her compatriots. Quote, the talk show host borrowed the closing words from the Israeli newspaper Haaretz. How could the Holocaust happen? Take a look at Aleppo, then you'll know. Will adds, that means, anyone who allows Aleppo to happen without taking action is also guilty. Bild, October 10, 2016. Since then, nothing has been left out. In Aleppo, a monstrous breach of civilization is imminent, was the headline in the Süddeutsche newspaper on November 30, 2016, making it clear that Auschwitz could be topped at any time. Aren't we all bombed out and Silesians at the same time? If we take a completely non-ideological approach to grandmother's stories, don't we know best how the people in Aleppo feel because we suffered our own bomb holocaust? But we certainly do. In view of the incredible images of destruction in Aleppo, we Germans are reminded of the destroyed cities after the Second World War, of Berlin in 1945, writes Marcus Moore, one of the world's unbearable noble feathers, this time in Springer's BZ. It's not about historical parallels which he has just drawn, but about the concrete suffering, about which one has to shout until the subtle difference between the Anglo-American bombing terror against the Germans and Auschwitz becomes evident. The real victims are us Aleppo Germans. The concrete suffering of the people of Hamburg during the 1943 bombardment, aptly called the firestorm, was certainly considerable, and this applies no less to Dresden in 1945. The unbelievable pictures of destruction can only give a faint impression of this, and yet the survivors' reports, just like the pictures, lie in themselves, precisely because they are supposedly concrete, about the background, which can only be grasped with the mind. Anyone who rejects the effort of thinking with the words "it's all too abstract for me," and instead only wants to get by with so-called facts is fundamentally refusing to clarify the situation and is surrendering to the terrible images and reports that trigger consternation and are presented with interest, a consternation that in the case of Germany, always deals with its own history in a self-referential way, which inevitably and compulsively leads to a perpetrator-victim reversal. Until the summer of 2016, it was thought that the bombing of Aleppo, in terms of the number of victims and the extent of the destruction, could not even be compared to the damage in the large and some not-so-large cities in Germany during the Second World War, and that this devastation of war could certainly not be equated with the Holocaust. This should be common knowledge even in circles that do not call themselves anti-German. But none of that. On December 6, 2016, the Bild newspaper captioned two pictures as follows: on the run from Assad's henchmen, women and children caught between all fronts in Syrian civil war, and directly underneath, Berlin 1945, what they own they carry on their bodies. Bombed out women wander through the ruins of the capital. On the left, two Soviet soldiers on patrol.
End of quote.
Assad's henchmen transform themselves, pictures don't lie, either into the Soviet occupying soldiers in Berlin or bloggers from East Aleppo, who constantly wrote about the hashtag Aleppo Holocaust and were presented in German newspapers as eyewitnesses, lie even less into the SS men on the ramp at Auschwitz. Because of Auschwitz, which in the devastated hearts of a public that has only seemingly gone insane already forms a camp community with Aleppo and soon probably Dresden, the terrible details are no longer to be thought through to the general evil that caused them. Instead, 4 years now, cattle wagons of the same type have been cheerfully presented in relevant exhibitions about the German and Jewish expellees, in which Jews were gassed between 1942 and 1944 and Germans were transported from the former Eastern territories to the West in 1946 and 1947. The Germans only appeared not to have acted in the matter of Aleppo. They only seem to have taken sides with the people, and thus with around half of the Syrian population, who approve of the 2011 uprising. They have not demanded the withdrawal of the defeated militants from the besieged districts. They have not spoken out against their media war, which could not do without human shields as a guarantee for the supposedly solidary emergency collective, but have become a propagandistic loudspeaker and become a party to the war after all. The other 50% of Syrians, including religious minorities and the Kurds as well as a very large number of secular Muslims who did not want to join the Sunni uprising from the outset, and of whom more and more fled East Aleppo from the jihadist warlords and their civilian willing helpers in establishing a Sharia regime by spring 2016, are no longer even mentioned. The fact that half of the Syrians would rather live under or see the Kurds in peaceful coexistence with a bloodhound Assad than under the dictates of the insurgents points to the nature of a revolution whose supporters are responsible for the largest ethnic cleansing in Syria to date. Of the 250,000 Christians in Aleppo in 2011, 40,000 were still living in the city at the end of 2016, in the western districts controlled by Assad. What applies to Aleppo applies to all cities and rural areas in which the Free Syrian Army and other freedom fighters have established themselves completely or temporarily since 2012. They have been turned into Christian-free zones. But the pictures accuse us: a street at war, the houses are all badly damaged by mortar fire or aerial bombs, many appear to be in danger of collapsing, in some cases entire floors are missing. There is mainly rubble on the street, and you can see a few lost-looking people carrying children or objects. Sometimes you even see a dead body in the dust. No one who sees something like this remains unimpressed. Some people involuntarily put themselves in the shoes of the dusty man looking for something that probably no longer exists. And yet the cognitive value is very low, because who, apart from very hardened splatter movie gawkers, would pass over such things unmoved, who would not involuntarily exclaim, This has to stop. But this is precisely where the belly comes in. A bad alternative presents itself. One's own objective powerlessness in the face of an event that claims human lives on a daily basis can be used as a tearfully presented protective armor against the incomprehensible horror out there, or the same helplessness mutates into a pithy-sounding mandate to oneself and others not to let something like this happen. In the first case, the rationalized helplessness may lead to a sealing off from the supposedly incomprehensible events down there, with whose victims one sympathizes only to the extent that there have already been many innocent victims of a terrible bombing war in Germany. In the second case, the objective powerlessness is replaced by a marching order that is directed either at one's own or a foreign government, or at the world's conscience, but in any case at one's own responsibility not to stand aside now. It all seems so easy. All you have to do is demand what any honest thinker should demand: an immediate end to the shelling and bombing, free access for aid workers of all kinds, and the provision of drinking water, food, clothing, energy, heating material, etc. to the people in need. Depending on how urgent it is, a little extra is added with the best of intentions. Over 1,000 deaths in several months can turn into tens of thousands. What has not yet arrived is imminent, etc. The solution that has been emerging since September 2016 at the latest, namely the conquest of the occupied territories by the state, with the result that the shelling stops, and the option that aid can get in and people can get out, was rejected from the outset as a potentiation of the horror. The images had a deeper, namely demagogic, meaning. Only those trapped inside are referred to as the people and their opponents are turned into brutes, which even those unarmed Syrians who did not want this revolution are suddenly turned into. In times of need, you can't tell what a bearded man stands for. Does he wear the facial fur because there are more important things to do than shave and there is a lack of warm water and razor blades anyway? Is the beard a declaration of membership of a terrorist organization close to the ideology of the Muslim Brotherhood? Or was a clean-shaven face simply life-threatening for a man in restive East Aleppo? But the very question of what the dusty, bearded man carrying a small child through a street strewn with rubble stands for is a cynical betrayal of humanity and thus of the Syrian people. A few days before the victory of the Assad coalition, the Berliner Tagesspiegel, for example, came up with 5 pages of pictures that serve solely to prove that pictures, and not texts based on critically examined facts, express the immediate truth, i.e. the truth that is supposed to control our emotions via the gut and not the head. The only kind of text that is considered to be on a par with images is that which guarantees authenticity, be it the original sound of a beleaguered blogger seemingly only emitting cries for help or the commentary of concern in the German quality press, which follows the style of the bloggers and tells the reader what to feel. All of Germany did not want to acknowledge that half of the Syrians, including a large number of secular Muslims, did not want the uprising because its goals were not national and secular, but inevitably had to lead to borderless jihad. The whole of Germany failed to notice that it is actually strange when the militarily defeated, instead of finally laying down their arms, stage a war against children, women and the elderly, which they were able to keep going for months with international support, thanks to the power of images and shocking postings that always spoke of the Holocaust and the duty of the free world not to leave the besieged alone. Not a word could be read about the actual conditions in the besieged districts, which were difficult to determine, about the expulsion of the last Christians from the occupied districts of Aleppo from March 2016, about the imposition of Sharia law on everyone, about how escape was prevented. At least a little more has been known since December, about those tortured to death by jihadists and those shot in the neck, for example. However, this news has not been given any real news value. Who is the enemy in this German media war other than Assad? Who was the enemy from the outset? It can't be the much maligned Iran, which has just been encouraged to become active as a regional hegemonic power with billions in gifts in connection with the lifting of sanctions, with Merkel's Germany at the forefront. And it certainly can't be Russia, whose brutal blackmail policy against the Eastern European EU member states is so little criticized that NATO maneuvers in Eastern Europe were discredited as saber-rattling by the then Foreign Minister Steinmeier. Are the non-Muslim minorities, the secular Muslims and the Kurds, who are of course pursuing their own interests and who did not want to and could not exclude themselves from a popular uprising that was from the outset a Sunni uprising committed to the ideas of the Muslim Brotherhood, seriously regarded as enemies of freedom? Is the German partisanship for the uprising really directed against those whose preferences for the Assad family regime are probably very modest, but who, for the sake of their personal well-being, had to choose between continuing under the old regime or submitting to pious Christian murderers and brutal enemies of secularism, who, to make matters worse, have nothing more than destruction on their agenda? No one has ever considered this, no one has ever meant it. But under the violence of the pictures being passed around everywhere and the touching postings of victims from East Aleppo, the roaring heart has turned precisely against the other half of the Syrian population. How else could one have come up with a perverse idea of passing around the deeply shocked perseverance emails of the so vilely abused 7-year-old Bana as authentic testimonies of a child who miraculously blogged in the tone of a savvy demagogue and then in English, a girl under whose name, among other things, this was published? Dear world, it's better to start Third World War instead of letting Putin and Assad commit #Holocaust Aleppo. A girl who, instead of dying on December 21st, as announced 2 weeks earlier, and then being in a better world, had to be publicly kissed by one of the worst godfathers of the fighting Sunna, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, in Ankara. This was then quickly criticized by the Bild newspaper as a propaganda show with a Twitter girl, the very Twitter girl that had been used to propagandize for jihad until recently. At first glance, the enthusiasm with which images and films of male groups, male friendships, male confessions and male pleas were passed around by the media in connection with the Syrian civil war remains incomprehensible. It is spooky how stubbornly they refrained from examining the substance of their talk of freedom and democracy, even though no women were ever seen at rallies or among the activists in 2011 or afterwards. If, by way of exception, a few women did appear, then, unlike in the western districts of Aleppo, it was exclusively those wearing headscarves and usually with veils that barely left a slit for them to see through. The deeply mendacious and therefore so popular documentary film from 2013, Homs, A Destroyed Dream, proves through those involved in this propaganda work for friends of infantile male alliances that Germany is at the forefront when it comes to putting a friendly face on disaster. According to Wikipedia, the film is a co-production of the Syrian producers Orwan Arabia and Diana El Jarudi of Proaction Film and the Berlin producers Ventana Film of Hans Robert Eisenhower with the television stations Südwestrundfunk, SWR, Arte and the Swedish Sveriges Television, SVT. Other television stations involved are the Swiss television station RTS, the Japanese broadcaster NHK and the Canadian broadcaster Radio Canada.
The editors are Gudrun Hankel-Gomri, SWR, Claudia Bucher, Arte, Axel Arneux, SVT, Tomoko Okutsu, NHK, Gaspar Lammenire, TSR, and Jean Pelletier, CBC Radio Canada.
In the film, Abdul Basti Saraut and his friends from Homs are presented as a nice clique of boys who sang and danced exuberantly in 2011, always without women of course, and in 2013, when their comrades were fighting and being roughed up, they just as infantilely organized a martyr cult in the name of the one and only God for the camera. The presentation of Basti and his friends should have raised suspicions, because he and his friends seem to have nothing on their minds apart from playing cops and robbers, playing soccer and verbalizing against the president, so they rely on the fact that everything will sort itself out once they have defeated Assad. They are clearly relying on their very youthful sense of togetherness, which is in harmony with the familial, economic and ideological structures of their neighborhoods and which is sold in the film as a desire for freedom. Basti and his friends were, which is not mentioned in the film, unemployed until 2011 and dependent on the declining benefits from the regime, be it in the form of state-subsidized jobs or the subsidization of food, energy and rent. They are part of an army of the superfluous, recruited primarily from the extremely high birth cohorts of the 1980s and 1990s and from the accompanying rural exodus, which in turn had to do with a never-ending economic crisis. The Bastis from Homs and Aleppo have not even come close to breaking out of a parallel or, better, counter-society, which reveals even more than the crumbling state economy of the Assad regime that nothing has changed since the 1980s in that rural Sunni Syria, even though the majority of its inhabitants now live in the cities, a part of Syria that is now presented as the expression and voice of the entire people. For Basti, who already talked like an Islamist in the Homs film and now barely manages to dispel the suspicion that he is aligned with the Islamic State, and his friends have very deliberately avoided following an ideology of total lack of freedom, an ideology that spared them the hardships of Assad's fairly Western-oriented schools as well as any self-critical examination of their own existence as oppositional Rum followers. They are Rum followers who resent the dictator for not financing the 1,000th market stall for them, including a minimum purchase guarantee for goods that are already being offered on too many other stalls at a pitifully low profit. Rum followers who, as revenge for the shattered dream of being the most lucrative small traders possible, have only dreamed of ethnic cleansing and mass murders of Christians and Alawites for the time being. The desire to murder Alawites is then openly expressed. In the Homs film, after all, Basti, we learn, since the atrocities of the Syrian revolution can no longer be kept completely under wraps, had to become a jihadist. This is the message from the Homs film, but also from all the reporting on the armed resistance, which is consistently Islamist motivated, because Assad's army and its allies took armed action against the violent takeover of entire cities and districts. The images of the peaceful uprising from 2011 were never a reason for confidence. Being young is no more a merit than chanting abusive slogans against an unpopular president. Both point to nothing more than the will to revolt, which obviously opposes authority without argument. The dancing young men, who have always been brothers in the eternally infantile and at the same time misogynistic sense, have not achieved brotherhood as the political credo of a real revolution, i.e., one that struggles for social progress. For this brotherhood should also have been sisterhood and, in addition, should have included friendly cooperation with non-Muslims and atheists, a form of solidarity that means more than the camaraderie of the football pitch and shisha bar. It was clear from the outset that this young men's uprising would not lead to anything better than the Assad regime, because that would have meant recognizing and adopting what was social practice under Assad's leadership, not only in proclamation but also in reality, wanting to form a nation in which the minority religions were sovereign in the open practice of their respective cults and could live as truly equal citizens without fear of the constant murders and death threats. Revolution in Syria would have to mean building on what remains unspoken and unredeemed under Assad and unequivocally proclaiming the will to form a nation that explicitly rejects Islam as a claim to rule and a dominant culture. In view of a history of persecution of Christians, in view of the armed uprising of the Muslim Brotherhood in the 1980s, which obviously had a mass base that they have not lost even after their defeat, it would have been up to the Muslim insurgents to prove that they do not understand revolution to mean a repetition of the horrors organized by their fathers and forefathers, that they are not willing to use Assad's methods to commit even worse crimes against minorities than he is committing against opposition members of all kinds. They did not provide this proof in spring 2011 and certainly not afterwards. A few seemingly democratic and egalitarian slogans are not enough if the uprising represents a subsociety in which the unquestioned fate of women and girls shows that nothing had been done by the decisive young brothers to become compatible with a secular Syria that led a life incomprehensible to them, which did not trigger admiration and imitation, but only wild hatred and even more fraternal identity as a resentful reflex. If the insurgents had accepted this revolutionary mission to civilize themselves first, then and only then could the uprising have become one of all Syrians against an ugly regime, then the spell of silence and forced participation under Assad could have been broken among the other 50% of Syrians. None of this has even flickered out. The truth about Syria after the recapture of East Aleppo is the big Christmas tree in the city center and the relatively relaxed faces of the people there, who were probably cheering less for Assad than for a peace that was also a Christmas peace for them. In all the rebel-held neighborhoods and towns, in Idlib and elsewhere, there was not a Christmas tree to be seen, however meager. This was not because there were more important things to do, but because such a message seemed to be a foregone conclusion, and the same applies to the past 5 Christmases since 2011. But in reality, the whole of Germany didn't really believe in the power of pictures and blogs. People merely tried to believe in their message and got carried away with their own pleasurable and highly ideological imagined powerlessness, which in reality is a mixture of irresponsibility and resignation to fate. But in reality, the whole of Germany didn't really believe in the power of pictures and blogs. People merely tried to believe in their message and got carried away with their own pleasurable and highly ideological imagined powerlessness, which in reality is a mixture of irresponsibility and resignation to fate. People indulged in globetrotting fantasies of extreme danger and 0 hour, when school lessons were held in the bomb shelter according to Islamic rules and operations were carried out under mortar fire, when people moved closer together in times of need and everything was simple and natural. This is what makes Base-T and his friends so likable, and not just to German filmmakers. They are driven by a higher purpose and thus the unquestionable higher order. They don't think, they act as they must. Questions and doubts are forbidden as if by magic. There is simply no other way than the one they have chosen. The fact that this path means boundless destruction, as happened in Aleppo in 2012 and 2013, for example, when insurgents, without being exposed to demands for reparations, set about dismantling the city's very important industrial facilities and then transported the captured machines and metals to Turkey, where they were sold at knockdown prices, may have occurred to some Germans for a second. Germany, which wants to dictate open borders to the European Union for as many refugees from Islamic countries as possible, mostly for young men who are not so different from the Base-Ts from Aleppo, is not doing this out of humanity. What is backed up by enormous moral superiority propaganda towards the rest of Europe is merely a necessary side effect of a fateful and unquestionable economic and at some point geopolitics, as a result of which no dismantled industrial plants are shipped to Germany from the collapsing countries of the EU and the European periphery, but the production facilities of a bled-out competition are scrapped locally. Export policy is being pursued in the knowledge that where made in Germany is still in demand, production and thus of course state sovereignty will collapse, resulting in falling demand for German exports. But as capital operates without borders, there are apparently still enough countries left across whose open trade borders the fate of those that have already burned out can be repeated. The impositions on their own citizens associated with their own open borders, the constant outsourcing and cheapening of production, the streamlining of the state and the transfer of more and more state functions to the so-called responsible citizen, the remarkable decline in internal security. All this is fate and must be accepted. The members of the migrant underclass, supplemented by Muslim refugees, appear as friendly smiling Deliveroo bicycle delivery men on posters designed by Nukoln hipsters and are both a reassurance and a warning. Everyone knows that not even the demand for bogus self-employed people working for starvation wages, who are not all of migrant origin, will solve the immigration problem, let alone lead to better wages in more secure jobs. For the time being, the disciplinary call to all those who have other plans will suffice. If they object to their fate, they could be singled out as right-wingers and face first social and then economic death. Any willingness on the part of German politicians and the public to take responsibility for what is happening in the Middle East has shrunk to such an extent that it manifests itself externally in an alliance with the so-called Arabellions, who have made everything much worse than it already was under the overthrown or weakened regimes. The mere thought that a self-confident, decidedly Western nation that controls its borders could do anything other than maintain a refugee industry at home or leave the weakest member states, see Greece of its own alliance largely alone with tens of thousands of stranded refugees, seems impossible. And because the mere thought of not wanting to give fate another chance in one's own country is suspicious, it is also not possible to use alliances, a lot of money and, where necessary, weapons in other countries to ensure that production is resumed in Aleppo, for example, and that the benefits of this reconstruction do not benefit either the consolidation of Assad's secret service empire or the Muslim Brotherhood. Instead, for very pragmatic and no less internalized reasons, a small exercise in submission to the inevitable has been undertaken. Submission to the messages coming not only from Aleppo, but from the Sunni world community from Ankara to Riyadh, to shout and set up no-fly zones so that the whole of Syria becomes ethnically and religiously clean. This is why Germany is fantasizing itself into an air raid shelter and declaring, ostensibly self-accusingly, that the West has failed. The wild anti-American tirades from politics and the media about Aleppo point to the fact that the alliance case in the jihad against civilization has already occurred and that the mandate for politics in Germany and Europe means submission to the eternal laws of deregulation of state and society, as well as submission to the laws of the militant Shia in Iran and even more to those of the militant Sunni, whose masterminds were involved in organizing the service for 12 people murdered by the militant Sunni in the Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church on Breitscheidplatz shortly before Christmas. All that remains of the Aleppo hysteria is basically what the latest bloggers reproachfully sent to Western reporters, who immediately hoisted it onto the front page: "Don't forget Syria and don't forget Aleppo." The only difference was that these sound bites came from Mevlut Mert Altintas, who had garnished them with Allahu Akbar, and the sentence, "We are the ones who swear allegiance to the Prophet Muhammad in jihad," first in Arabic and then in Turkish, in front of the cameras. This is what happened on December 19 in Istanbul, immediately after Altintas had murdered the Russian ambassador. Critics of ideology or people who call themselves anti-Germans should actually be suspicious of any political intervention in the Middle East that does not have Israel's welfare as its primary goal. In the wider political context, the West's unconditional support for the uprising movements in Tunisia and Egypt in particular indicates that regime change is now understood to mean cooperation with the masses against the freedom of the population and the security of Israel. However, since 2009, a gradual shift in focus from the emphasis on the existential threat to Israel from Iran to an enthusiasm for revolution in a new Iran has also been noticeable in Israel solidarity circles. The path once trodden led to shameless fraternization with revolutionary crowds in Tunis and Cairo just 2 years later. And although disillusionment has long since set in, no one wants to admit that they have fallen prey to a primeval left-wing discipline which, as international solidarity, swears you to show every conceivable consideration towards the new ally and thus leads you away from Israel. Even in the case of Iran, a mood was created in favor of a revolution that should have been expected to fail. The finding, still unbelieved by many today, that the freedom we mean is only being demanded by a minority in Iran, while a majority that cannot be changed in the foreseeable future has long since given up hope of a better life and, as a reflex to this renunciation triggering lifelong torment, wants to slay the memory of it, i.e. completely committed to envy, resentment and persecution mania, could even assert itself against Ahmadinejad as a one-day victorious revolutionary mass movement. Instead of relying on one's own acquired knowledge, which has been expanded into criticism through discussion and reflection, even if the result denies the desire for a better world in Arabia, one goes in search of unsuspects whom one wants to position as witnesses to the fact that something is moving in a positive direction after all, and that one is right despite a seemingly hopeless minority position. They are not wanted as equals, i.e., not privileged by their origin, in the argument about the right argument, which is why the witness is dropped without comment if he does not meet the expectations placed in him. As the treatment of a critic of Islam in the context of the Arab Spring shows, official Germany and some of its harshest critics are not much different. Boualem Sansal, someone who has always dared to name the gruesome connection between the Algerian independence movement and its anti-Semitic role model Nasser, and therefore also with the Waffen-SS, whose veterans helped train the FLN on behalf of the Egyptian leadership. Sansal, who has written and spoken about the Arab misfortune and the Islamic furor that is causing it more cleverly than almost all the real or imagined Arabs circulating in the media, proved in his acceptance speech when he received the Peace Prize of the German book trade in Frankfurt on October 16, 2011, not to be a free man, but a victim of colonialism. Having barely arrived in Germany, he celebrated the predatory and anti-enjoyment misery of a collective of blinded people, which potentates and ideologues have stylized as the master race of a religion that has embarked on an eternal campaign against humanity, as once glorious and energetic, but now so long closed and frozen, just as if his business, like that of his hosts, was now the whitewashing of murder. Sansal's bow to a culture in which nothing can be saved but the memory of the achievements of a few dissidents in art and science came across as a gesture of submission by the colonized to those who have already decided on his fate. This happened to him even though he came into life-threatening contact with those who had set out to break out of the torpor in his country, Algeria, in the early 1990s in order to reassert Arab Islamic glory with mass murderous vigor. In the original home of jihad, Sansal spoke about freedom in that Arabo-German that one is otherwise more accustomed to from the humanists from the Süddeutsche Zeitung, who adorn themselves with surnames such as Cornelius or Avenarius as proof of their intellectual gifts. Quote, "In my opinion, what is currently happening is not just a hunt for old narrow-minded and hard-hearted dictators, and it is not limited to the Arab countries, but a worldwide change is taking place, a Copernican revolution. People want a genuine universal democracy without borders and without taboos. Everything that ruins, impoverishes, restricts and denatures life has become unbearable to the conscience of the world and is being rejected with all its might."
End quote.
The conscience of the world must be in Frankfurt, and of course it represents all of us, the 99% of us. Quote, "People are rejecting dictators, they are rejecting extremists, they are rejecting the dictates of the market, they are rejecting the suffocating grip of religion, they are rejecting the presumptuous and cowardly cynicism of realpolitik, they are refusing to accept fate, even if it may have the last word, they are rebelling against all kinds of pollution. People everywhere are revolting and opposing that which harms man and his planet. A new consciousness is emerging, and in the history of nations this is a turning point, as they called it in your country when the Berlin Wall came down."
End quote.
Where there is such high-minded talk of the fall of the wall as a cipher for overcoming all the evil polluting the planet, must we not at some point talk about the wall of all walls, the most criminal of all times, namely the Jewish wall? Don't you just have to say that in front of the assembled colonizers, whose fierce and generation-spanning hatred of Jews you have heard about and which you have now been invited to Frankfurt to flatter? Quote, "In the course of all these rebellions, more and more people are no longer willing to accept that the oldest conflict in the world, namely the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, will continue and will sadden our children and grandchildren tomorrow. We are even impatient and do not want to accept that these two great peoples, so firmly anchored in human history, live even one day longer as hostages of their petty dictators, their narrow-minded extremists, their nostalgics who cannot be weaned away, their blackmailers and petty provocateurs."
End of quote. This can also be increased.
Quote, "We want the two peoples to live freely, happily, and fraternally. We are convinced that the spring that has begun in Tunis will also arrive in Tel Aviv, in Gaza, in Ramallah, it will come to China and even further. It is a wind that blows in all directions. Soon it will unite Palestinians and Israelis in the same rage, then a turning point will come over the Middle East, and all the walls will fall with a glorious roar."
End of quote.
In Frankfurt, Sansal only adhered to the rules of procedure and did what was required of him, who did not receive a prize for literature, but one for good behavior. The fact that it was so easy for him cannot only be due to the fact that he has so little honor in his body that he allowed the artist to disappear behind the frothing at the mouth with the intention of reconciling the world. In his engagement with Arab issues, Sansal was able to rely on a sacrosanct line of ancestors ranging from Fanon's bloodthirsty call for anti-colonial jihad to Sartre's blithering call for the folkish mass murder of Europeans, Foucault's late bow to a religion of resistance and Judith Butler's wall-breaking confessions to Hamas. And yet it remains incomprehensible that Sansal, of all people, allowed himself to be presented by the Germans as a rebellious total Arab and, following such sometimes existentialist, sometimes post-structuralist enriched insurrectionary prose, called out a revolutionary death wish to the state of Israel. For the same Sansal, where he stood outside the colonizing effect of German and French thought, was quite capable of making a completely anti-democratic stand for freedom just 3 weeks before he gave his Frankfurt speech. Quote, "When Algeria voted and the Islamists won, the then French President Mitterrand said, 'They have won, so now they must take power.' If Mr. Mitterrand were still alive, I would like to ask him, if the Front National wins the elections, Will you let them take power so easily? The Islamists won by cheating, they threatened the people. They won an absolute majority in the first round of the elections. The same evening they started drawing up lists in the mosques and they said, he must leave Algeria or he will be killed. Millions of Algerians sold their homes for a few euros and went to France or Canada. Those of us who stayed went to the Ministry of Defense and demanded that the army take action, but the military turned to Europe and we were told that the Islamists had just won. I say that is treason. People always invoke human rights and democracy in Europe, but when it comes to North Africa, they look the other way. A right is a right, and it must apply to everyone.
End quote.
Nevertheless, the Islamists in Algeria did not win by cheating, just as their brothers in spirit in Tunisia and Egypt did not win recently, even though the means of threatening others with death was then, as now, part of their constant practice. The handling of the accusation of fraud is the denial of statements made by Sansal to the same Swiss journalists and at the same time the point of entry for unfree thinking. Suddenly it was said, the Arab Spring hasn't even started yet, and even more confusing. Quote, the real prison is not the dictatorship. The dictatorship is only the first wall, but behind it is the real prison, the high security wing so to speak, which is the culture and the question of Islam. These problems have not yet been addressed. There may be a small start in Tunisia, but nothing more. In Egypt, nothing is moving yet, the issue of Islamism remains unresolved, as does the issue of the Copts. There are 15 million Christians living in the country, but according to the constitution, Islam is the state religion. So what about these 15 million? Are they not citizens? It will be interesting when elections are held in Libya or Tunisia or Egypt. If the Islamists win, they will again establish a dictatorship, be it a soft dictatorship like in Turkey or a dictatorship like in Iran.
End quote.
Even the possibility of an intelligent dictatorship seems more tempting to him than the democratically sanctioned high security wing. Quote, if the Democrats win, there are several possibilities. In Egypt, they could win thanks to the army. But then that's not real democracy, you'll see Democrats going to the barracks to get their orders. That would be a much more intelligent military dictatorship.
End quote.
The Arab misery that Sansal describes so convincingly is also the misery of the Arab and non-Arab intelligentsia. The desire for liberation, which can only be thought of as self-liberation at the ballot box, still overlays the thinking of basically honest contemporaries. If, as happened in Algeria in 1992, a free vote is cast for far worse repression than that practiced by the old regime, then the critic is transformed into an ideologue and still fails when Arend rejects this cynical affirmation of the Algerian result, when he should have known that someone who had served in the All-French National Front in Vichy would have preferred to get along with a Minister-President Le Pen than to annul an election result that ultimately had the backing of the nation. An intellectual, regardless of nationality, is no longer able to make a distinction between freedom and democracy. They shudder too much at the consequences for their own thinking and income. On June 13, 2011, Stefan Weidner, a civil servant for German Arabic International Understanding, had already admonished Sansal in the Süddeutsche Zeitung. He presented a whole series of better, because autochthonous Arab alternatives for the Peace Prize and in passing, announced the conditions for his partial rehabilitation to Sansal, who was scolded as a Eurocentrist, which he then adhered to in Frankfurt.
Quote, Zaha Khalifa?
Too controversial, because she is a vehement critic of Israel, and if there is one taboo in St. Paul's Church, then it is criticism of Israel. The fact that Khalifa is also a vehement critic of Islamism and Palestinian Islamic machismo is no longer of any interest. The same applies to Elias Khoury and Alaa al-Aswani. As much as they criticize the conditions in their home country, once they start lashing out, then the West, then we too get our comeuppance. Boualem Sansal's election guarantees that this will not happen. In any case, nothing in his work to date suggests that it will. He is one of those critics of Arab Islamic circumstances who make it easy for us to follow him, because he always absolves us of complicity. And perhaps most clearly where he points out the continuities between National Socialism and Arab Islamic anti-colonialism, as in his latest book, The Village of the German. For as Eurocentric as we may think we are, God knows we are no longer National Socialists.
End quote.
Recognizing that a vote for barbarism can be the compelling expression of a collective blindness for which neither the West nor the expelled or still incumbent potentates can be blamed is tantamount to destroying the myth of the nation, which is supposed to manifest itself in the people's will to freedom. All the enthusiasm for the Arab Spring rests on this firm belief, and Sansal, as one of the few commentators on the events, is to be highly commended for declaring the electoral decisions of people locked in a mental high-security wing unacceptable. The National Socialist core of an enthusiasm for revolution, which cannot do without vehement criticism of Israel, was openly expressed by Widener, the editor of the Goethe Institute, who, with a wink, attests to his compatriots' successful reappraisal of their history. Sansal has probably involuntarily followed a far more famous writer, whom he, as a francophone Algerian, does not like at all because of his bloodthirsty statements on the Algerian War and his constant alliances of convenience with totalitarian revolutionaries. In Berlin in October, Sansal is reported to have said, "Camus was an indignant man who cast his critical eye on every state of society. Sartre, on the other hand, was a revolutionary. If society had changed in line with his demands, he would have defended them, even if they had turned out to be wrong."
End quote.
And yet, with his narrow focus on Arab self-liberation and an allegedly no less necessary liberation of Israel from the yoke of petty dictators, he has fallen prey to the revolutionary resentments of Sartre, who, as an avowed friend of Israel in the 1970s, was possibly its most dangerous enemy in the field of public delegitimization. Where Sansal could only imagine the collective decision of a population for barbarism as a fraud, which he wanted to fight with all the force of the state he disliked, Sartre still had the people as a strictly positively formulated fact of being in his ideological baggage. Where Sansal no longer believed he could distinguish between oppressed and betrayed Israelis and Arabs, Sartre had put forward a philosophy of folkdom that declared the Jews, of all people, to be the enforcers of Palestinian freedom and wanted to impose this on them as an inescapable lesson from their history. In March 1978, referring to the state visit of Egyptian President Sadat to Israel, he wrote a text entitled Joint Declaration Jean-Paul Sartre-Beni Levi, which was published in German in 1994 in the anthology Überlegungen zur Judenfrage, Reflections on the Jewish Question, in which he follows on from his anti-colonialist preface to Franz F. Non's The Wretched of the Earth from 1961, as well as his 1972 declaration of support for the terrorist attack on the Israeli Olympic team in Munich. The text, written together with Levi, states, "The Palestinians must be recognized as a people. The Jews know better than anyone the price of being a people. Despite the dispersion, they have rallied around the law, survived as a people, that is, as a body despite the attempts at extermination. They have rejected the dispersion, the dismembered body, and thus saved themselves as a people. Today, the Palestinians are suffering fragmentation, their families are blown apart. As long as they cannot see the reunification of the separated, not even permanently, they will suffer in their bodies. Without this bond, there is no nation."
End of quote.
In the same text, Sartre speaks of the Palestinians as the Jews of the Arab world, and immediately reduces this statement to absurdity with a parenthesis. Their brothers, however, do not help them like the Jews help the Jews, but mostly massacre them. Because the brothers undoubtedly refer to Arabs who live as a state people in Egypt, Syria, Lebanon, or Jordan. In two respects, Sartre's dreadful statements remain a red-hot cue for all those who want to attribute every Arab deformation to Israel's allegedly irreconcilable attitude towards the Palestinians and thus give the Arabellion its direction. Sartre introduced a concept of folkdom as Jewish, which the Jews do not claim for themselves, but from which they have always had to suffer. Israel did not come into being because a minority of Jews, long ridiculed and resented, wanted to turn the biblically founded Erez Israel into the people of a modern nation, but because the emancipation of the Jews in the states of Europe, but also in the despotisms of the Orient, proved to be impracticable. The majority of Jews did not want to survive as a people, but to lead a normal life as respected fellow citizens in predominantly non-Jewish countries. They did not resist the attempts at extermination as a self-confident people. Rather, many of them simply survived and, as survivors long before Auschwitz, were given the stigma of being an unbreakable body of people from which their persecutors would not let them leave. Law, religion, and culture were the inescapable norm in places where it was impossible to escape from the forced Jewish territory assigned to them, particularly in the sphere of power of Tsarist Russia. Where Jews were able to flee to freer worlds, precisely because they quickly began to assimilate and lead an increasingly open and non-committal communal life, they were immediately accused of what is postulated today by non-Jews as a Jewish fact of being. They stuck together like pitch and brimstone and would rather go to their deaths than stop being Jewish. Today, this is precisely what proves to be the imposed and finally accepted condition of their mortal enemies, who, although they live in a world full of brothers, albeit hostile ones, with their own state territories, do not demand familial support from them, but use their bodies as machines to consign as many Jews as possible to death. The Palestinians, who already experienced their Arab Spring in 2006 when they voted for Hamas and since then have presented themselves as an absolutely inseparable people's body, find themselves in a role in the body worlds of existentialist and postmodern thinking from which the Jews have supposedly helped themselves out in order to now, for their part, carry out the dismemberment of people's bodies with genocidal consequences for the others that they should have been for so long in anti-Semitic Europe. Sartre demonstrated this in the same text in a shameful way. Based on tensions between the Palestinians living in the Israeli heartland and the security forces, he wrote, is it perhaps calculated that this would accelerate the liquidation of the Palestinians? Do they want a final solution for these Palestinians?
End of quote.
The constant references to our complicity in the complete disappearance of the last remnant of freedom in the Arab countries, which is due in particular to the tabooing of vehement criticism of Israel, have the advantage that unlike Boualem Sansal, there is no need to address Western appeasement towards political Islam, but instead anti-Semitism, especially our own. They have only lost their critical faculties in their expressions of solidarity with the Arab Spring and are helpless before the public condemnations of Israel, which are justified with the right of so-called freedom movements that they themselves have just supported. We knew about Egypt that, at the latest since the assassination of Sadat in 1981 because of his peace treaty with Israel, the growing power of Islamism could be seen in the concessions that the supposedly secular regime made to Islam. In Tunisia, one could at least have guessed that the modest opportunities granted by Ben Ali's regime to pursue its francophone inclinations, at least in Tunis, would be rejected by the majority of the population as an attack on the autochthonous Arabs. In both countries, the same conditions can be observed that prevented a victory for the revolution in Iran due to a lack of Western-minded masses. In both countries, the seemingly noble spirit of anti-colonialism has long since become the evil spirit of Islamism. One would therefore have done well not to engage in politics and thus anticipate what a winner of the Peace Prize of the German book trade so consensually proclaims today. That is certainly an unsatisfactory statement, but it is even more unsatisfactory to make up a legend, mutate into an ideologue and play revolutionary harem. It is not racially motivated hostility towards Arabs or the inhabitants of Islamic states in general to emphasize, as Sansal did to the Neue Zürcher Zeitung, that the introduction of democracy there is tantamount to an attack on freedom. On the contrary, it is recklessness bordering on cynicism to jump on the bandwagon set in motion by the intellectual colonizers of German and European provenance and to howl along just when the whole of Germany is howling. What is cynical is not so much the submission to the baseless chatter of politicians and opinion makers, but rather the associated sanctification of revolts from which women, homosexuals, atheists and Christians in these countries suffer the most. If some people think they should show international solidarity with Egypt or Tunisia, then their task would be to stand by the victims of the new popular rule by simply reporting on them first, by doing a little to help Egyptian or Tunisian Christians get asylum here, just like the persecuted women or the apostates. Not to do so, but instead to make common cause with hordes of men, means handing these minorities over to an Arab folkseal in whose immutability one should continue to refuse to believe. If, in the familiar anti-imperialist manner, one submits to the majority moods on the street with a pathetic justification that it is not up to us with our Western perspective to pronounce unjustified judgments about revolts in the so-called Tricont, one betrays the people who are striving for freedom there. It has been proven that they really do exist, and no one can say how many more there might be if they were allowed to reflect on their situation without fear and if they were confronted, where necessary, with the undignified nature of their thoughts and opinions. Sansal is right in one respect with his accusation of electoral fraud. The celebrated revolutions in Egypt and elsewhere have not been able to take place because a large proportion of the revolutionaries quite naturally and publicly threaten murder and also carry out the announced murders if anyone stands up against the Islamic consensus they have decreed. This also works practically without a hitch because a large proportion of non-Islamist Tunisians or Egyptians involuntarily reproduce together with the murderers what German colonizers and their colonized thing, for example Bouhamel Sansal in Frankfurt, impress upon them, that their future must be proud and Arab, that the majority opinion always counts and that the West, as a decided project of freedom, is their enemy. You can't decree freedom for people, but you can certainly decree what freedom is and what submission is. When the operator of a private television station in Tunisia publicly apologized in October 2011 for showing the animated film Persepolis and for his announcers being dressed in Western clothes, then almost everything has already been said about the Tunisian way. The person in question justified his apology by saying that he did not want to be murdered or lead a life in hiding like Salman Rushdie.